Stop. Hold on, Luke. I gotta get my charger. And I don't know where it's at. Because I don't want my thing to die.
Yeah, yes, boy.
Alright, it's charging.
That's on your baby phone.
A little one, you can't keep moving or you're gonna make my phone fall.
Yeah.
See how it's already not staying still? Yeah, I gotta turn it around. Let me turn this around and see if that'll work. Okay, hold on. Alright, I think I fixed it.
What'd you do?
Hello? You hear me?
Yeah, what'd you do?
I didn't do nothing. Apparently, my wife called me, and that messed up my thing.
Okay. Wait, which one of us
I didn't.
distorted?
It's probably me.
Is it me or Susan? Hold on. Because I did just put my earpiece.
Where's your phone, that little one? You got the battery pack? Okay, well.
Am I distorted on your end?
Now, she says she can't see you.
You need to see me for. I need to see you. Damn, she wants the references, citations, sources, and your face. And put your face back up there.
Man, that's a lot. That's a lot of information when they say that. Oh, can I get the references? That's a lot.
Hey, and we started off like this. Even me and him had to, where'd you find that? We had to test each other's water, but now we trust each other. We done looked up everything each other's saying. We already know we not lying. So we kind of, we have a different type of trust. Yeah, I know y'all probably
Well, I
got
did
peace.
make a mistake because I told the dude. I said this like 3 times that the Bible's in the fiction section of the library, and that's just where I live. And other places, it's not like that. I literally had to call the downtown library. And the lady told me this. I felt like a fucking idiot. Because one of the dudes on Bucks Live was saying that I'm giving misinformation and I'm lying about that. I said, no, I'm not. So then I think it was like 2 days later, I called down there and the lady said that, no, that's just here. She said other places it's not in the fiction section.
Yeah, I don't think they would do that in the Bible Belt.
Pretty.
You
Don't,
go,
don't.
you go to those Bible Belt areas. They're not doing that.
Yeah.
They going that's real. It's probably gonna be the first book you see when you walk in there.
It's strange, man. But I will give the Bible its credit because it do give you structure on how to live your life. It's just that you got messed up people in the world. Robert, shut your door.
Yeah, there is no problem. Like I say all the time, there's no problem with the Bible until you get to the violence and the speaking for the God and he's gonna kill all of you. That's when people go crazy. That's when it's offended me myself. Like, yo, you're not, I don't care what sexuality my child is, you're not preaching that shit to him. I'm going to war with you. And he can pull up too. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not to the end. I'm to the end with it because I know my child wasn't born like I'm gonna defy God when I grow up. They don't come here thinking like that.
No,
They just are who they are.
we are brainwashed to to be in whatever religion our parents are in. I've noticed that. My dad used to take me to church. He would take me to Sunday school. Not because he believed in the word of God, because he was a single parent. So he's taking us there so he could meet females. So I was like, wow, Pops. And then that's when me and my little brother got kicked out of Sunday school. I ain't been back since.
Dropped you off with the wizards. Go get some cheeks. I gotta drop them off somewhere.
And this is how bad it was. Because we were on the basketball and the bowling team. And their rule is if you don't go to Sunday school, if the kids don't go to Sunday school, they can participate in the team activities. So when they kicked us out, we couldn't do shit. And I was the leading scorer. I was the leading scorer of the basketball team.
Is that South Carolina?
Huh, me? Where I'm at?
No, where that happened? Where they made you go to Sunday school to participate?
No, that's in boring ass Kansas.
Oh, okay. All right.
It was the Church of the Nazarene. That's the church I went to, and they let us play basketball, and we was bowling. They kicked us out. I was so pissed off, but they told me I could come back, and I said, if I come back, y'all gonna let my little brother come back? And I was like, no, we can't do that. He broke the teacher's leg. I said, well, then I'm not coming back then.
Hey, Tarla, and there's I know you ain't talking about all 613 commandments. You talking about that 10. They just
10. Go off 10.
You go off that 10, and I can't even get a 10. When I read the 10 commandments when I was younger, I was just like, yep. I knew all of that stuff was wrong. I think the one I didn't understand was like what was it, adultery and stuff. I didn't understand. I knew what it was, but I just didn't understand that word. The ones in actually, if you read all 613 and don't cry, you're a strong person.
But this is what I want to ask.
You gotta at least make your eyes water.
I get contradiction when it comes to this. When Moses went to go get the commandments, how many did he bring down? And some people say he brought down 2 tablets. Some people say it was just the 10 commandments. Some people say it was multiple tablets, and some people say it was 613.
Hey, I'm gonna go off the jump and say he ain't bring 613 down.
You know how many stones? You know how many stones?
That's not gonna happen.
And one guy told me this, that God was speaking, right? When he was writing the words in stone, and then a messenger had to go to Moses and tell Moses to tell God, if he keeps speaking, then the Jews are going to die because they hear him talking and it's breaking their eardrums and they're bleeding.
Had to back up. They had to back up far away. Far away. They had to get far away from that. Like, yo, man, if he keep talking, we gonna die.
So is that part of the scripture though? Or is that just something that they like word of mouth?
That is supposed to be part of the I think the Talmud, the oral teachings. And the version the one that's in the Bible, it states that they said we need to back up away from him because we're not worthy of speaking to him. So you and Aaron go up there. So that's the version that we got.
Aaron didn't go up there though.
Nah, he didn't. He ain't go. I think him and some other priests like stayed at the bottom, and then Moses in it. But they got an excuse for that too. Like they do patchwork on it. They got a bunch of patchwork.
This is what Aaron did. Aaron waited till his brother left. Then they created the golden calf or the golden bull, whatever one they want to play with. Aaron did that. He started the rebellion because his brother took too long to come back from that mountain. And then the Jews was like, we're starving and we're just sitting in one place. Let's go back to Egypt. That's what happened. So then Aaron and them, they all created this golden calf, and they were, I don't know where they got this gold from. Matter of fact, not only do I not know where they got the gold from, how did they melt it? You're melting.
Right. In the middle of nowhere, he over there smoldering.
That's just one part, right? Because after Moses came down and Moses took it upon himself to kill majority of the people, the elders that was in the group, even though he got a commandment saying he ain't supposed to kill, God was looking to kill him. But they don't tell you why God was looking to kill him. They just make it up. So then we can go past that. They're in the desert. Now they are, what do they call it? They are making statues or like shrines in remembrance of God. And they're burning stuff. Where are they getting this wood from in the desert? Then it's in the Bible. It said that they was burning stuff. They were burning stuff and like commemorating for God. So they're burning stuff to their God for the likeness of God. Where are you getting all this wood from?
Then you got to include the temperature. It has to reach a certain temperature before you can start making it malleable. You can't just burn gold and then it's malleable.
That's
You can
what,
form it.
how do you do that? You're melting the gold. After you melt the gold, you have to start letting it cool.
Oh.
Then how are you welding it together to make a golden cap? How do you do that? They had a whole ceremony. Not even, they had a ritual. After they resurrected the calf, they had a whole seance. They were partying, drinking wine. They were doing everything. They was doing everything that they was doing in Egypt before they left. And then Moses came down and killed them. Why would you do that? You just freed them. You freed them so they wouldn't die in Egypt. You take them out of Egypt, and then they disobey you, so you kill them. You could have just left them in Egypt.
Then they down there having an orgy. They
was living la vida loca.
They was down there having an orgy while he was up there talking to God. I was down there getting it in. Aaron, give me all your gold. We about to have a good time tonight.
How was Moses self-righteous? You can't kill people and then have other people justifying you killing them. That doesn't logically, that don't make sense. Even if they were bad people. They didn't kill anyone. That'd be like if you got a pedophile and someone killed the pedophile, a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, well, that was a righteous kill. But other people like, well, you shouldn't have did that. That man should have went to trial. Moses doesn't have the power to judge people. That's God. Listen, this is what you're saying. You're saying that after Moses got the commandments from God, he took it upon himself to act as God and kill his own people. God did not tell him to do that. That's what I'm saying. How is he self-righteous? He's killing his own people. That'd be like if we inserted the self-righteous rule today. That means if I believe in Christianity and I see people doing wicked acts, I can kill them. Because now I'm self-righteous. That's just like, hey, Mo, what's that movie with Gerard Butler in it? And they kill his wife and his son, and he goes to jail, and he gets out, and he's killing people. He's killing the people that killed his family. Law-abiding citizen.
Law-abiding
That's the
citizen.
name
Yeah.
of the movie. So in that instance, that means the character the character in the movie that's played by Gerard Butler, he's self-righteous then, because these people killed his son and his wife. God didn't tell him to do that. So that means everybody on this planet could act out what Moses did and say it was self-righteous. That don't make sense. Moses killed because he wanted to kill, even though he had a commandment that told him not to do it.
And where is this reason at anyway? Hey,
He made up his own reasoning.
Or tell Riley to get it. Yeah.
What? Okay, Tarla, what happened at the end? You tell me. Because from what I know, Moses ended up kicking the bucket after he wrote the 5 books of the Torah.
God killed him. Hey, yo. God killed Moses, man, and hid his body in the valley somewhere. He just killed somebody. He said, "You will not go into the promise." I still haven't found like the actual. There's no.
Oh, okay.
reason.
I see what she said. She said the dude in law-abiding citizen. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Wait, what I missed? So,
she said that's what she said. She said, and what happened at the end? She's talking about in the movie.
Oh yeah.
Sam Mass 7. We know those are stolen stories. We know this. I did a whole lecture on it. I just don't have it no more because someone stole my laptop when I let my mother-in-law and my son-in-law move in. I mean, when I let my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law move in, somebody stole my laptop. I had a whole lecture on it.
They're gonna be like, that ain't nothing but God.
Now, I think what happened was somebody left it on the porch overnight, and where I was staying, it was a halfway house, like 2 blocks away. So I think somebody just walked up and took it.
Tarla, I can guarantee you God killed him. God buried him himself. Out of his own mouth, God said he buried him. Hey, come on, man. This is the first 5 books. Y'all should already know this one. He did it, and there's no.
Oh, okay. I hear what you're saying, Sam.
Oh, he talking to her.
Yeah, but this is the kicker. Do they have any bodies of anyone in the book? Do we have an Abraham body? Do we have Abraham's son? Do we have Isaac? Do we have Esau, Jacob? Do we have Noah, Shem, Japheth? Do we have David or Goliath's body? Samson. The only one that they found, and they just found his tomb and I think his seal, was Hezekiah. I don't even think they found Hezekiah's body. I think they just found his seal.
No,
they found his
seal, and they found his name on one of the I think the Judah's kings list, and that's it. Like they's like, okay, if people talking about him, then he must have been a real person. But that still does not make him the Hezekiah in the Bible. That's just a Hezekiah.
When they found his seal is Egyptian.
That's the
but
other
they
thing
claim him as a Jew.
And they said they said because he went astray. He went astray. Did they go astray, or are we being told history the wrong way? Because Taharka helped fight with with Judah. He fought with Judah. So like, come on, man. They was on the same team. And then you think they didn't mix?
He helped fight the Assyrians. This is what happened. The Assyrians had him surrounded. They got Hezekiah surrounded, and they're taunting him. The king, I forgot who it was. He's taunting Hezekiah. He like, look, I don't even need to come in there, because he was in his town. He said, I don't need to come into your kingdom. I don't need to touch you. All I gotta do is wait you out. Y'all gonna starve. You can't get to your water, dog. We just gonna block the water from coming into your city. So if I wait a week, 2 weeks, y'all gonna run out of water. By the end of the month, y'all done. Y'all gonna have to come out. That's what's gonna happen. So then somehow somebody went up to the Assyrian guy and was like, look, Hezekiah is in there, he's trapped, right? But somebody told Taharka, you're here. He's on his way. So then the Assyrian king is like, fuck.
Yep.
I gotta fight the Egyptians. Because as soon as the Egyptians get here and they start fighting me, I know Hezekiah coming out this wall. So I'm in the lose-lose. And as soon as Taharka got there, he slaughtered all of them. But in the book, it says the angel of the Lord killed them. But when you go to Taharka Stella, the Taharka Stella lets you know what happened.
He went in there and whooped
It
their
says
ass
in the Bible, it says,
and got his boy up out of there.
at night, the angel of the Lord slaughtered them all. But the Taharka Stella says that he went there, he killed now I don't think he killed the Assyrian king. I think he killed enough of his people that he just ran off. Because I don't think I read the part where it said that the Assyrian king died. I think he was able to go back into his land. But he saved Jerusalem. Because this is not, well, a lot of people don't understand this, that Hezekiah was a vassal king for the Egyptians, which means that was basically like doing trade. But if Hezekiah had an Egyptian seal, in my eyes, he was an Egyptian.
Nope. Who else? What other civilization has that? What town, what village can have an Egyptian seal? Who has that? Who even has that, man? It don't make sense. They cover up everything like that. Angel came, boom, angel came. When we look at history, it got something. That's how you know, like, once you see a gap,
his name is Taharka.
Like with a T.
And then they get that wrong because at the time, Taharka wasn't the ruler of Pharaoh. He was like a general or something. Yeah, his name's not Hawker Stellar. Oh, are you talking about his story? It's called the Taharka Stellar.
I'm gonna put it in the I'm gonna type it in.
They have that where he went and helped out Jerusalem. He helped out King Hezekiah. Matter of fact, it's in a book, and the book is called The Seeds of Jerusalem. It's in that book where it says that Taharka went and helped King Hezekiah. The Seeds of Jerusalem. That's the name of the book. But it's not in the Bible. Because the Bible, they manipulated it so people can give homage to God. If they put in the Bible that Taharka came and slayed the Assyrian king's men, then a lot of people that read the book will start giving praise to the Egyptians, and they didn't want that. They're like, damn, he came and he saved the Jews. He saved Hezekiah and his homies. That means, because a lot of times they kept confusing the Egyptians and the Nubians and the Jews. So if you're confusing three people that they claimed didn't look alike, but in reality they did look alike because they were black people at one point in time. Because I think Moses got mistaken for a Nubian. I think that's what happened in the Bible. He gets mistaken for a Nubian. So that means they all looked alike. And when you go on the walls and you look, I forget where it's at, but they got the Hyksos, they got the Egyptian, and then they got the Nubian, and then they got the regular African. The rest, and they all look alike. The only people that don't look like they supposed to look is the Hyksos. The Hyksos look like Arabs. I just told you, Arabs. People in the Middle East. The people that work at 7-Eleven. Diamond Shamrock. That's my son. You can show him your face. He asked me a question.
Look, and there's so many of them. I gotta find the one where Taharka's fighting with Hezekiah. That's what people don't understand about this shit. It's so much of this shit. It's crazy.
Dude, it was going down. Like, that's what I don't understand how people think that this is the kick. How would God send down his angels to kill the Assyrians and no one wrote about it? The Assyrians ain't write about it. The king didn't write about it. Where's the literature?
Bury that shit somewhere else.
The people I just told you. Because the reason why God in the Bible sent the angels to kill the Assyrians, because they surrounded the Jews. They surrounded King Hezekiah, and King Hezekiah was in his homeland. And he needed help. So he called on his God. But in reality, it was Taharka who came and killed them. Taharka was an Egyptian. He came with the army because he was the general at the time. So if I'm the king, I'm not finna go into battle. I'm gonna send my best general. And that was Taharka, because Taharka wasn't the king he wasn't the pharaoh at the time. Even though they kind of try to make it seem like he wasn't. What did you have? You had I don't forgot who the ruler dude was, but it wasn't Taharka yet. Kemet, USA. Are you saying that Kemet is in the United States of America?
Please don't. Please don't do that.
It's some truth to that, but I'm not gonna say that the Bible takes place in America, because there's certain sites that were named here in America after the story came out.
Yeah, the migration didn't happen the way they said it. That's pretty much but this stuff did, like, it's too many bodies over there, man. They did not pick up those bodies from over here and then take them all the way to the other side of the world.
There is a geneticist. I think he's a geneticist. I might be confusing him with somebody else, but he is doing a study on Mexicans, and he's coming out with data stating that the African and the Mexican are closer related than what people have been saying. I just forgot his, and I read it what's today? Sunday? I read it Saturday. I think Saturday morning or Saturday night I read it. And he said that the Mexicans and the African American are closer related than what people are saying. But we're not the ones doing the study. You know what I'm saying? The people that are doing the study don't look like us. So they changed the narrative. You can't sit here and tell me that majority of the Mexican rulers they had some African descent in them, and we're not the same people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm waiting for the conclusion of the study. Because when you go to South America, right? When you go into South America and you go and you look at the temples that they got, you look at the Mayan, you look at the Aztec, you look at the Inca, and you look at the Olmecs, right? If you line all of that up and you go into Egypt and you line it up and you put them side by side, it looks like the Incas and the Olmecs were the older civilization, and the Egyptians were the. I'm just going off the clothes that they're wearing. It looked like they might be older. You see what I'm saying? Even some of the pyramids that they have in South America are older than the pyramids in Egypt, but they're not older than the ones in the Sudan. That's what they don't tell you, though. Because the people that live in the Sudan, their civilization is between 1,000 and 1,200 years older than the Egyptians, and that's where the civilization migrated into. But we don't hear nothing about it. That's just like the incense burner. I keep forgetting the name of this incense burner, but they found the incense. I think it's a Nubian pharaoh. I'm gonna just use pharaoh because people don't. When I say Nasut Biti, they don't know what I'm talking about, or Nasut, or Suitnik for that matter. Huh? Big's in his room. Okay, he's not about to leave. So when you look at that, you got rulers in the south that are older than the rulers in Egypt. So that means majority of the stuff that they have in Egypt migrated from the Sudan, which means that Narmer might not even be the first ruler of what they're calling Egypt. It might have been somebody else older than him, and they can't find the body. Because when you go and you look at the king's list, I don't think Narmer might be on there, but from my understanding, Narmer was a mythological person. Some people say he might be real because they found a skull on one of the pyramids, and a lot of people say that that's him. That's Narmer. I don't think it was Howard Carter that went over there and found all this stuff, and they didn't really find it. The Egyptians, the Arabs over there was telling them where to look. They was just making up stuff, man. It's so much. The history is deeper than what they're saying it is, because if you're talking about a civilization in Manito's, I'm just going off the works of Manito. If he's saying that civilization dates back thousands of years earlier than what people saying it is, then you can't line up historically. You can't line up the biblical dates, because that's not going to work. Because if we're saying, oh well, it's 6,000 years, they lined up from Adam all the way to who's the last guy, Jesus, because that's what the Bible stops after him. And you got Paul, which I don't even know why Paul's even in the Bible, because a lot of people said Paul was the Antichrist, and they don't even go off his teachings, even though he taught against Christianity. But that's just something. So if we're going to 6,000,
he still had a nice following though. So they had to use him for something. Just like people today, if your following gets big enough, they not going to necessarily kill you or like try to, get rid of you all the time. Sometimes they manipulate you. They'll extort you. They'll tell you, hey man, you better say it like this. Tell them to go take the jab. Do that. They'll do something else because you got a big following. You don't necessarily have to agree with them. They just saying like, hey, we could get rid of you. Or you know what I'm saying? Then when you don't exist no more, they can put out your music how they want to. They can release your documentaries how they want to. So they just use Paul because he had he put a big mark. He left a big mark in history.
But
whoever that writer was.
He didn't have a following of the people who were believers. He had to go to the non-believers. And after he picked up a big enough following of the non-believers, then that's when that's when he started coming out with what is the stuff he was, what is the name of the stuff he was, the
epistles?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he came out with all that stuff, when he picked up enough of the followers. Because when the people that wasn't believing start following him, he wasn't writing none of this stuff.
It's almost like when you read, like, Paul's stuff doesn't even make sense. Like it's hard to think that Paul, John, and Jesus would sit in the same room and be agreeing with each other.
And Peter.
Yeah, and Peter. Like they took Peter completely out. That stuff that stuff we see now, that's not Peter. That's what his name.
Peter and Paul were writing letters to each other from this is what they're saying. That there was a guy his name's not Peter, it's something else. They changed his name so people wouldn't get upset that Peter was the one challenging Paul. So they changed this guy's name, but it was actually Peter that was writing these letters to Paul saying, you never met Jesus in your life, so your teachings are absolute. I was a disciple. I know what this man said. So a lot of people, they're going to follow me. You shouldn't even be talking. You shouldn't even be writing. But they changed his name. All the letters that Peter was writing and challenging Paul, they changed his name to somebody else. So now we don't even do the teachings. We just go off Paul. And yep. Paul told everybody, he said, we don't have to follow the old law because Jesus did away with that. And they believe it. And Jesus said that he came here not to change a jot or a tittle in the law, to follow the law of the Most High. And that's not what they do. They all follow Paul.
And he don't even know they're doing it. That writer, we already know that it's not even like how they saying it is. Like it's this person was an Israelite and they became chosen by God to write. It didn't happen that way. This guy was a writer. He wrote. They know that. They know he wrote. And this is the other issue. They want people who are scholars to look at this text and see that people found it important to keep track of their lineage. For thousands of years, they kept track of their lineage. They can trace it all the way back to Adam. All of a sudden, the most important event takes place in our history, and everyone loses track of their lineage. Like, get out of here. You trace yourself all the way back to Adam. Now you don't know who Paul's dad is? Where's his kids? Where the uncles at? Where the aunts?
But
where these people at?
Whose lineage line are they using? Because Matthew, Luke, and what is another? Matthew, Luke, and somebody else. When they change the genealogy, it don't match up. All three of them should be matching up, and it don't.
Mm-hmm. What's the excuse? I heard an excuse for that when they said one is tracing Mary, and they don't follow the seed of the father. So I don't know how they're tracing it through Mary. And then they say the other one is
back then, the Jews followed the seed of the mom. So I don't know when it changed. Then I'm talking like outside of the Bible, historically. They followed the genealogy of the mother.
Yeah, in real life.
Somehow in the Bible it changed. I don't know how that happened.
Misogyny.
And then this is what they do. They always bring up homosexuality in Egypt.
They're using
right?
Siri. Siri.
But
who is Jesus' oldest ancestor?
The ancient Jews, they found a site where the ancient Jews were having sex with each other, man on man. But they don't talk about that in history. They even found another site where they did an archaeological dig, remains of them eating pig. But remember, eating pig is a sin. So why are they eating pig? Now, as a matter of fact, they were eating pigs and they were eating catfish.
No scales.
Now I don't know if they ate shrimp, but they showed it eat cat. Now I was telling one of my homies, I said, they sound like black people to me. They eat ribs and they eating catfish. They sound like brothers to me.
Yep. Yeah,
I never ate catfish until 2010. I don't know if you remember.
I ate catfish when I was young, but it was slimy. Somebody left
I
the
never
skin out,
ate
so I
it.
was scared of.
I never ate it. I was at Walmart, and Walmart had catfish dinners, and I thought it was a regular fish. So I grabbed my girl one, and I grabbed me one, and I ate it. And I was like, "Damn, this fish is the shit." She's like, "You know that's catfish?" I said, "I never ate catfish." We had perch in my house. That's all my daddy would buy. He would buy perch.
Yeah, we used to catch perch. Every couple of days we'd go to the damn lake, catch a whole bunch of perch, fill up the freezer. We just be killing that.
Yeah,
That shit
it's
is good, man. Perch is one of the best fish I ever had in my life.
right. It's like the majority of the stuff that happens with these people in the Bible, they don't tell us, and they don't write it in the book, because the book is to keep you from questioning. If the book keeps you from questioning, if you have any questions and you take it to your pastor and he cannot answer it, he's going to tell you, who am I, or who are you to question the ways of God? That's what they always say. Like, if you start asking them questions about the mythological creatures in the book, they're just going to tell you, who am I to question God? They can't tell you about none of, and this is the thing. Like, you got a talking donkey, you got a talking snake, you got the Leviathan, you got the behemoth, you got the cherubs, you got a fucking chariot with its eyeball is covered in eyeballs. Where do you get this stuff from? You got a creature, and all those people, the five people that's in the chat. If you go and watch the movie Constantine, one of the creatures that I'm talking about is in the movie Constantine. Matter of fact, he runs up on Constantine and he's telling them, "Hey, you're not gonna be able to stop us this time. We coming." Matter of fact, I think he got his face is made out of locusts. I think he got lion's hair. I forgot the other things that he got. He got like four or five different cherub. I think a cherub got like 4 faces. They got like 8 wings. They like there's some people say that they're angels.
They look like demons. Ain't that crazy though? How an angel looks like a demon, but we don't know what a demon look like.
That's what I'm saying.
We just know it's the most scariest thing or the most hideous thing you ever could see. And then when they explain how an angel looks in the Bible, it makes you think of a demon. That's some strange shit.
The most scariest thing that I have ever seen, and I'm not trying to disrespect, is a black queen when she's pissed off at you, and you cannot calm her down.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot calm her down. My wife has done this. Because I used to draw. She grabbed my art book and was about to put my art book in the washing machine.
Mm.
And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And then, like, I have a picture. I have a picture of my first child's mother. She passed, and she didn't know who it was. She ripped it up instead of asking me who it was.
Once they got it in their head, that's it. It's over with. They will not realize what they did till like a week or 2 later or something, or even longer.
She apologized, but I was like, "Are you?" But it was one of them pocket, like them wallet size pictures. It wasn't a big one. And matter of fact, it wasn't even my picture. I think it was for my nephew, and he never took it out of my wallet. That's the scariest sight is a black woman when she's pissed off at you. If a demon showed up right now and he looked me in my eyes, I wouldn't be that scared of him.
That's probably why they don't. I'll be asking people all the time. They're like, "No, I seen a demon, but for real, it's like, yo, why?" And you seem like you scared shitless. That's probably why I keep messing with you. You know how a dog is just ain't gonna do nothing. People, they lose that moment when that dog is looking at you. It's like, oh, it ain't scared. Are you scared of me? It's trying to figure out if you're scared.
That's what it be. You never seen people chilling on the block and then a demon show up. They always have these demon sightings when it's just them.
By themselves.
Like if let's say I'm having a kickback party, I'm having a barbecue. The demon ain't about to show up during the festivities. He ain't finna show, hey man, pass me a brew. Give me a cold one. Let me get some ribs. He ain't showing up. But when it's time for me to go to sleep, he's showing up. When I gotta walk to my car at night by myself, that's when he's showing up.
Yep. When you're near death.
He ain't going to Disneyland where everybody can see him. Hey, what's up? I'm about to get on the Mickey Mouse ride. He ain't doing that.
And who else don't do that? Who else don't do it? The angels don't do it. The God don't do it either. They all move with individuals. It's this individual thing.
It's individualism. That's all it is. They pull you. It's like you got a sister and her boyfriend acting up, and he ain't hit your sister yet. So you go over there, they arguing, and you pull him to the side. Hey man, let me holler at you real quick, man. What's going on? Hey, I know you and my sister arguing. I just gotta let you know though. That's my sister. So if you get out of line, then I gotta work you. You know what I mean? That's what happens. It's always one. It's one-on-one. It's never a group. It ain't never a group. The angels ain't showing up in a group. The demons ain't showing up in a group.
Nope.
The devil ain't showing up in a group.
Who is that? Jacob? Jacob is with a whole group. He got his whole family, they luggage, all of their trinkets and everything. Soon as he crossed the river, the angel attacks him. Soon as he crossed the river, he by himself. He went to go get the rest of the stuff, and he was on his way back. Boom! Hey, who are you? He wrestling with him and knock his hip out the socket and everything. And nobody saw that. No, like, come on, man. Who is this? Why would you have the same type of, see, a demon and a devil and the fallen angels or all that, whatever you want to call them, they should move in a deceptive manner where they whispering in people's ears and keeping everything secluded. Angel. The good ones are supposed to speak out in the open. They're supposed to be up because you're not like them evil beings. You speak out in the open and you let them work in secret. That's why. And they so ugly and scary. That's probably why they hide themselves, because if something that looked like that talked to you, you probably wouldn't listen to it. So I understand why they hide, because they probably hideous looking. But why are you hiding? Why are you doing the same type of activity, talking to people in their dreams and whispering in their ear and talk, and they all got to be epileptic? That's another coincidence. Everybody got epilepsy, or they everybody. Why are you talking to epileptics? You mean to tell me if that person would have took their medication that we wouldn't have a whole Old Testament? Like, come on, man, stop. The Quran wouldn't exist if somebody took their medicine.
Every key player in the book, they got pulled to the side. Think about it. You got a burning bush. You got somebody coming up to Abraham while he's by himself, telling him to kill his son. When Jesus is on the mountaintop, that's when Satan, his brother, comes to talk to him. They ain't coming when you with a group of people. They not coming when you with a group of people. Mary talked to one of the angels. One of the angels told her she was going to get pregnant. Where was her husband at? Where was the other two kids that was born before Jesus? They were like, hey, Pops, who this talking to Mom? He talking about, Mom about to get pregnant by another dude. And then Joseph would have rolled up, like, what you talking about? It's always individualism.
Exactly. He's talking to a burning bush. I think he burnt. He was
in the wilderness by himself, and he hallucinated. He hallucinated and saw a burning bush. You just dehydrated. You just need some water, dog. That's all it is.
Either that or one of them, because that was a volcano god that was messing with anyway. So a piece of coal probably landed on one of them weed plants, and he over there all in the smoke.
That Mount Olympus, that's what it was. They took that story. You know what? I asked the guy, I asked him, where did the Garden of Eden story come from? And he told me he thinks it comes from the Bible. And I told him, well, my new research has led me to believe that that's not where it originates from. It comes from an older civilization. This is on Bucks Live. The guy said, oh, I believe that you're wrong. I'm like, huh?
Why he say that? What was his reason?
I don't know. He didn't even research it. So I was like, okay. I'm not gonna say where my research is leading me to because I'm not done with it. But it starts with a B.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I still got some more research to do, but when I get done, you probably find it before me. You know the dude I told you to research. I sent. Yeah, he said that.
He said Barney. Look at Barney. Hey, at this point, shit.
But this is the thing. Like people always say, well, how is it that you got millions of people that believe in the Bible? And I said, do conquer and colonization. That's not true. How come it's not? If I come to your land and you believe that water is a god, and I'm killing your people, and I tell your people, convert to my God, or I'm wiping all of y'all out. You got children. You're trying to save the children. So you're like, okay, well, we believe in your God. When your kids are deceased, then their kids are growing up. Their kids might remember you. Now, when those kids are deceased, they're not going to remember you like that. They're not going to remember that you worship the water god. They're going to remember.
And they got to deal with the society and the way it operates. That's why people injecting themselves today. They taking injections not because they believe it. I got to go to work. I got to go to church. I got to go to funerals.
My job is
go
debating that right now, whether they want us to get it or not. Because a lot of the truck drivers said that they not getting it. So as soon as they say they not getting it, we ain't gonna know how. We not gonna have nobody to do the job. And from what my wife was telling me, that in January something goes into effect where if you got over 100 or 1,000 employees, I think it's 100 employees, that they're mandating that you got to get the shot for your company.
See?
So
now, where does the belief matter? The belief at that point don't matter because you're only thinking about your kids. That's the only thing you think of, like, yeah, but my kid, you're going to weigh out your options. That's how that shit works. And that's how it happened in history. And we talking about injections with some unknown chemicals and stuff in it. These people were just saying, worship my God. They wasn't telling you to stick anything in your damn vein. So it shows you that it works. It works. You mean to tell me somebody couldn't take a part of your culture from you when somebody can make you inject yourself today just for you worrying about your kids in your refrigerator? Come on, man. That's how it always has happened. What civilization just got up one day and changed their whole pantheon of gods for nothing? They do that for nothing. There's always a war that takes place, and then this new system is built.
Or you get a selfish king because Akhenaten did that shit.
Yeah, but they went to war. Upper and Lower Egypt was going to war, though.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were fighting with each other.
I did not know that.
Yep, they fought with each other. Nubia wasn't always good with it. They wasn't always tight.
No, they're not at that
there was
time.
A time. Remember, Taharka ran to get help with Hezekiah, just like Hezekiah was leaning on Taharka. Taharka was leaning on the Cushites for help. But there was a time
the Magi and the Egyptians fell out.
Mm-hmm. There was a time where Taharka couldn't even. It wouldn't be a good idea to go ask the Cushites for help. You know, so that at different points in history, certain things have to switch around, and then it'll still answer the question. And then, like you said, I think he was a narcissist or something. But he came out, it's all in wrong. That's it, because that disrupted the science. And they weren't even able to do things they were doing before.
He didn't want to do shit, so that they start losing power. And as a matter of fact, if you go to the King's List, he's not there. He's not there. Hatshepsut's not there. Who was it? I think Seti. I think Seti took them off the King's List.
Yeah, the second, right?
Yeah.
The second one, I think.
Yeah, the second. He knocked them off the King's List.
Because they disrupted it. It was they messed up the whole order. Their goal was to restore order after that. They were trying to restore the order. He came in and it was an outward influence.
They found another King's List. They don't talk about it though. They found another King List with more kings on it. So now
I was about to say, I know exactly why they don't want to talk about it, because it's going to stretch it out for another 10,000 years. It don't make sense. Like, yo, you know they found Enoch, right? The Enoch in the Bible. They found him.
I know that.
They found him in Sumer. Look, the reason why they don't want to acknowledge Enoch in Sumer, it's because the dude, they were talking ridiculous. He's saying, and I ruled for 11,000 years. They don't want to put that in there.
You talking about the Enoch and the Anunnaki story?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you said they found his body.
No. They found record of him, but they just labeling it mythology, because he's saying he was ruling for thousands of years. So it don't make any sense. So they leaving it alone. But it ain't like that person that they're talking about in the book of Enoch and the Enoch that shows up in the Bible. If you match it up to Sumer, it will make sense. You ain't got to believe it, but at least it makes more sense.
They can't come out and say, hey, we got it from there. Because ain't nobody going to believe
supposed to exist. That whole thing is supposed to be. I heard somebody say that they went over there and built all of that shit just to throw people off. Like, he said some demonic reptilians went over there and built it so they could mess up the history of the Bible. I was like, all right, man, that's great.
This is the thing. If you go, because I got what the fuck is his name? Shaka Amos. That's his name. I got it on my page where he breaks down where it says they talking about the Anunnaki. And it's talking about
Allah.
How you seen it?
Yeah.
And he got it from a book, and he got it from the top scholars that read the Sumerian King List in the Anunnaki story. And the book is called The Hearts That Wants. Matter of fact, it's a dude and a female, and they read what is the name of the language?
Cuneiform.
They're reading the language.
The cuneiform.
And they're the top scholars in their field. They're the top scholars in their field. And what they saying is that nobody else out tops them. So when dude came out with this book, as a matter of fact, I think she might have a book too. And I think she still studies it. She's the top scholar. And what she says, she came out and was backing everything in this man's. Matter of fact, I think he taught her.
Right, Sam. Right.
I think he taught her.
Even from Earth.
She picked up. She translated, because a lot of that stuff wasn't translated. Matter of fact, she was helping do the dig. She was in the site doing the dig, and while they were doing the dig, every time they found something, she would sit there and translate it. So because of her, they got even more translations than when the dude that taught her had the translations.
Mm-hmm.
So they're the top.
And it took him a long ass time.
Study. That's why
it took him forever to learn that shit. Yeah. For real. Why would somebody spend that many years trying to figure out what a language is and how to decipher it just to tell somebody a lie? He could have lied from the beginning. He spent years doing that, and he only spoke when he had it right. He's like, I figured it out. I think they said he ran out of the library.
He was over there in the early 1900s. So if you got somebody, at what point would they have went over there and made all this stuff up? Because they already carbon date majority of that stuff, and it goes back. It's one of the oldest civilizations. But remember, they moved the timeline. So if they're moving the time, they move the timeline to so the timeline can add up to the Egyptians and the Sumerians being around the same age. But if you go off what Manito said that the Egyptian historical records go back 2,000 to 3,000 more years than what they're saying. So then that means it would predate Sumeria, right? I'm just using him because he's the only person I know that's saying this. You got him, you had Herodotus, you had another person. I forgot his name. He's a Greek. And what they said was that the Egyptians were one of the oldest civilizations. So if these people are one of the oldest civilizations, what are the civilizations that predate them? Because we already know the Nubians predate them.
They can't have a timeline that long because there's no need for a Bible at that point. You ain't gonna need nothing and I think it's better that way because I think people would just take the teachings of Jesus and call it a day. They wouldn't even be worrying about Adam and Eve and then the serpent and he bit the apple when we know what evil is.
They don't want to do that. They gotta have a backstory. You can't just, we just go to Jesus. We don't care about nothing that happened before him. Because
Bantu. The Bantu. Look what he said. Look what Monday said.
Yeah, I see it.
And the Bantu, I think the Bantu people have the version where they got a garden and everything, but it says that the God, the one that where he's telling us to eat the meat, he's like, eat this animal and don't eat that animal. But Lucifer was trying to get you to eat the fruit. He said that they, in their version of the story, the Lucifer, that's the angel that tried to help us out by telling us that we're supposed to eat fruit. And the other guy was telling us to eat meat and flesh. You know what I'm saying? That whole shit is in reverse. But,
if you read the Bible,
they admitted here and there because he was like, let's guard this tree. Why is he doing that? Don't eat this one. Don't eat that one. If you eat this one, you're going to die. And then they ate it and they didn't die. And they caught on to us. He's like, we got to get them out of here. Go eat animals. Like, and y'all got to look at the Bantu story. And they still got like a similar reptilian story or Anunnaki stuff like that. They had that. But they knew these people weren't like almighty beings. They still could be battled. They can be beaten, especially on this terrain, like, because they not from this type of area. So it was easy for them to fight them because they ain't belong here in the first place. But some of them did. They claim that some of them tried to help us out.
Genesis tells you that the so-called devil, Satan, was telling you that what God is telling you is not the truth. Because God told Adam and Eve if they ate from the tree, that they would die right there on the spot.
Right.
So, but when he talked to her, he said, hey, look, if you eat from this, man, you're going to get the knowledge. And then you can take it to him because God's tricking you. So what she do? She ate it, he ate it, they got the knowledge. They realized they were naked in a garden. So therefore, before they ate it, they were dumb. See what they were puppets. They were being manipulated by God. Then they ate the tree of knowledge, what they call good and evil, but we know it to be the tree of knowledge. They ate the pomegranate. That's what. Then when I say pomegranate, that's just my thing, because when I go into the studies in that area, that's where they
started off with a pomegranate.
Yeah.
Right.
So
you know who switched it to an apple? It was an artist. It was nothing but a painter. I didn't know that. Yeah, it was just a painter. It was a painter at the time, closer to our time, probably like the 1200s, about 1200 AD.
Is that the apple with the snake going through it?
Right. That's all. He just painted that, and then they just took it from there. It never said apple. It was literally a pomegranate.
Like the three wise men.
And then he's bringing Adam. He's bringing Adam all these animals. We just look at the story like it's a good thing. Here, you like this animal? And none of the animals please Adam. Like, what were you trying to get him to do? Why was you bringing him animals? And you telling him not to eat the fruit, but you bringing him animals. You see what I'm saying? It's like something
So
is
he could
fishy with that anyway.
that's he
Yeah,
was bringing Adam to eat.
he was trying to make him eat flesh, and he ain't
But
want
see,
that shit. He was like, man, I don't want that.
that's how you know that part is not our story. Because when you go into Africa, we weren't heavy meat based. We were plant based with a little bit of meat. I'm talking about
Right.
just like in when we go back to modern time. Like you can go 500 BC, and even if you go a little bit before that, the only people who were really eating heavy meat was kings, like rulers. They called it rich man disease. Everybody in the chat looked that up. They called it rich man disease. Rich man disease means you are eating meat heavy like we do now. That's why we got all these diseases.
Get your protein, get your protein, you get your protein.
And the meat that they eating, the animals that they're eating that got the protein is getting their protein from plants that they eating.
Look at a gorilla. Look at a gorilla. Gorilla would smack your head off your shoulders with a plant diet. It hold itself up in a tree 20 feet in the air with one arm, swinging around from a plant diet. It's clear bull.
And that's why I'm on the fence of this evolution. Because if they're saying we came from these animals, if you get a baby chimpanzee, I'm talking like a young, like not firstborn, but it's been on this earth probably 4 or 5 months. You know, I can rip your face off. Yes, the chimpanzee will rip your face off. Show me a human that can go up to another human and rip their face off
With no drugs
just
or nothing.
with your hands. I ain't seen it. Like chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, they all are stronger than us. If we come from them, why are we not that strong? Matter of fact, we should be almost as strong as them because we evolved faster than they did. That's why a lot of this, like, it leads me to believe somebody dipped their hand in our genetic coding. We have consciousness. Other animals on this planet don't have consciousness. We have a vocal cord. We're able to speak, think. We can do math, arithmetic. We can do all of this stuff. No other animal on this planet is doing that. No
And we went
other
through the
animal.
same thing they went through. So it should be multiple beings turning into humans today, because we're all been going through the same thing: the volcanoes, the flood, the famine, the snakes, the poisonous plants, and all that. We went through the same thing. We were running from the same animals, and we
He
ended
said,
up at this point, and
Sam
nobody
said
else
the
ended up.
Anunnaki. Now, I explained this before, and Mo will tell you the exact same thing that I'm about to say. There's a lot of people on TikTok that are and on Facebook that are praising the Anunnaki's return. If you read the Anunnaki story, humans were created to be a slave race. So if they come back, they're not going to look at us as equal. They're going to put us back in bondage because we were created to be a slave race.
Of course,
Just
they're
read
not the good guy.
Mo, am I making that up, Mo?
Nope. Nope.
So
It's even in the Mayan history.
Well, I don't know that much about the Mayan.
In the Mayan history, they say the same thing, that something it's more technological, where like
something created us to be slaves.
Yeah, but it's the same thing, because if you're spinning an illusion out to somebody, because they're saying our reality, that they gave us this reality, that the reality itself isn't even real, and that the architects come through later and then help us break down their illusion called Maya. It breaks down as our consciousness rises, and then we're able to see the illusion of this little slave planet they put us in. So it's the same type of story. They just talk about it in a more technological way. They talk about time traveling and stuff like that, while the other civilizations just get straight to it. They did it. These beings came down here. They didn't want to do the work. They made us do it. And here we are running in circles. And this whole, and that's why it's dangerous to follow this rapture, because if this stuff turns out not to be mythology at all, we are sitting here about to accept them wiping us the fuck out. When it's just, you get what I'm saying? You're thinking that it's God coming and they're knocking the population back. The shit is stupid to sit here when you could at least fight back. You could be getting your mind prepared for this shit. And they don't say that we're not capable of going against these people. They just saying that we're not elevated to the point where we can defend ourselves. That's it. We're just not elevated to that point. And that could probably be the reason why they need us to be in fear and down and eating a whole bunch of flesh, because then you won't be able, when it pop off, you can't even handle it. You want to be thinking straight. You'll be like, oh God, I'm sorry. And this person ain't even here to take you to heaven. This person is just here to put you down. And you thinking that, oh, dang. Look, somebody would literally sit there and take a L like, damn, I was at the club. You know what I'm saying? You thinking because you was at the club, that's why you getting killed. You getting killed because
Little girl.
your deadbeat parent pulled back up. Your deadbeat parent pulled back up on you, and you reading a book trying to understand a fake ass story, and you thought, damn, when God came back, I was at the club.
Mm-hmm.
No, it ain't the club, man. You didn't know what the hell actually happened in your history. Oh, and that's the other thing. The Tanakh. Look at the word Tanakh. They used to call them the Anak. They got the people call them Anak, right? And you just put a T on it. Tanakh, Anak, Anunnaki, the knock. It's in there. It's still, you can still see it in our language. It's still there to this day. Anunnaki, like it's still there in all of the ancient languages. It's not like it's something that we just made up out of nowhere.
If you go to the Bible and you take the word God out, just take the word God out and replace it with one word. Replace that word with alien. How many people still gonna believe in the Bible? Replace it with alien or Anunnaki.
Hey, it wouldn't be far out, because where they come from? Where do they come from? It's extraterrestrial. The whole story starts off extraterrestrial. It don't say I was on the earth.
And when you read the Bible's literally telling you that beings are coming. They're going to come from the heavens. Here, that's an alien. They're coming with technology we do not have.
A Nancat, a new cat, a new, Anubis. Like the name is still there. It's in the people's names. Their names are there. And then who else takes the credit anyway? You hear people say, I built the pyramids. I built the pyramids. Well, no, I built the pyramids. But why is there this one writing, which is the tablets of Thoth, or the emerald tablets of Tahuti? This one person, the only person in history, nobody else has done this. They claim to have come here on purpose and set up the damn pyramids. All of them. How did nobody else in the Middle East who has a historical record ever claimed that they knew there were pyramids all over the world? That's the only place you find it. He claimed that he put all the pyramids around the world before we even knew about them. Ain't that some shit? Before we knew they were there, he already told us that he built all of them. But he didn't even travel the world yet. So how did he know they were there? Like, some shit is just common sense. You can't deny it.
They deny it, though. They deny it. You can't reason with people who read the book and they take the book for face value, because they always say in scripture, if you lead them on a walk outside of the Bible, they stumble with the reality.
What?
They always do that. So you can't sit there and talk to them about stuff outside the book, because they're always going to say you're lying.
And then they remove it. Whenever it's anything that will corroborate the stories of the ancient people or make their mythology less mythological, they remove it. Yeah. They take it out. It's a myth. It ain't real. It's a myth. Like what was it, Nahum? I think Nahum like 2:4 or 2:7, chapter 2, verse 7, it says that Cush had a power that was limited. It said Cush had a power that was unlimited, that was boundless. When it talks about the Tower of Babel, it says these people speak one language. Look at what they built. With them all communicating and understanding each other, nothing would be impossible to them. Who would say that? Who would start saying that when the whole goal of the Bible is to bring people together under one belief system and communicate properly? It's not looking for confusion, allegedly. But these beings are trying to confuse you. Let us go down. Who is us? Why is he not saying, let me go down? He's talking about some let us go down. Look what he's done. He has become like us. That sounds like you scared. That sounds like you scared. Look, he's like us now. I created you in my image. I didn't want you to have my power. I just wanted you to look like me. Sounds like some ego shit. I want you to look like me, but I don't want you to have the same abilities I got.
Yeah, I'm gonna create you in our image, but you can't have our power though.
Right.
I'm gonna create.
Not even. You should at least be able to.
That is the strangest shit. Like you're creating us in your image, but you're not giving me the power that you got.
Mm-hmm.
I want the power that come with it. Don't just create me and be like, oh, you're a mere mortal. You're weak, and at the end of your life, you're gonna die and wither away. But my son that I created is gonna come down here in the flesh, then he's gonna die in the flesh, and then he's gonna live the rest of his life as a spirit in heaven. He don't get to be judged, but I gotta be judged. Why I gotta be judged? Why can't I just go through the same process this motherfucker just went through? Why can't I do that? I'm good. So I don't. You can't justify the evil stuff that this dude is doing in this book. You can't sit here and say, oh, well, who are we to question God? We're humans questioning God, because if you're going by the book, he created us in his image. So any questions that we have, we're getting it from him. And that's one thing that they don't comprehend. Oh, who are you to question God? God created me. So therefore he knows that I'm going to be questioning things.
And you know the other proof that something clearly wanted to make you weaker? Look at how a chimp comes out. Look at how a baboon comes out. Look at how the lion cubs and stuff. Look how they all born, the giraffe, the horse. If we came from this, and this is our family, even the fish at some point is your family, but they come out swimming, they come out kicking, they ready to eat, they can move on their own, even if they drifted off away from their mother, they can still survive. You ain't doing that with your child. Your child comes out weak. If you have the same DNA from this gorilla, your baby would be ready to kick and punch early. Instead, it's trying to coordinate. It's like it has no coordination when it's born. For months, it takes them a long time to learn that. They got this grip that they have, a holding on grab. While the baby, that's why the infant always grabs something, because they used to being running around and the mother dropping them while they running from something. So they grip, they just grab on anything, hair, your neck, your skin, they just grab it on. I gotta have something in case I fall. That's a natural instinct that's embedded in them. If we came from these gorillas, why don't we have that? The baby should come out and be ready to deal with conflict early. So if it's evolution and we upgraded, what made us go, you know what, the baby needs to be weaker now? What does? That's not evolution. You're combating the elements in other creatures, and then your baby is going to be more fragile than it ever was in any of your ancestral history. A missing, and they say it's because of missing link why we didn't see this transition. If you add the missing link, it won't make any sense, because we're dealing with something that devolved, not something that the only thing we have is the intellect and a rationale. Where else is this upgrade at?
And it takes, what did they say? It takes us, what, till we're 25 years old for us to be mentally an adult. Do you know how long that is? How many mammals on this planet take care of their kid past the age of 2?
Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Insects don't even have to deal with that type of shit. They ain't got to deal with that. You got to guide the child all the way up.
Everything in a human evolves fast, except for the growing process of the body. Everything except for the human body, it grows slow. It takes a baby between 6 to probably 14 months to learn how to walk. When a giraffe comes out, it might spend 30 minutes learning how to do that. And then it's off to the races.
Yep. Gone. We got to go. I watched the video on that. The baby, it was so close. It was so close. And then it just took off and started running. Like it almost got caught because they tried to catch it when she was giving birth and they still got away.
And when it comes out, it already know who their predators are.
Immediately. You got to learn about your enemy.
They don't have to be taught that.
Bro, if we ain't do no research, we would have never known who the enemy was. We would have never known the system was corrupt. We wouldn't have known anything. There's people to this day, there's black people to this day that don't know. They don't know anything about. They just like, what? I filled out the application. I went to school. I'm good. There's nothing going on. Hey, you got your license and registration?
This is a boat. It's coming to the land. You know what? We're gonna go down there and see what they want. You're gonna have that one dude like, nah, man, let's kill it. Whatever it is, let's kill it. And they always go against him. Like, nah, man, let's see what it is. We just gonna go down there and have a talk. Go get the chief. No, man, we don't need the chief, man. It's just come on, let's go see. And then you look up, you in the boat going to a foreign land in shackles and shit.
Mm-hmm. Ain't nobody even swimming behind it. They jealous.
No.
Man, he got to go. I wanted to go. The Africans coming over here mad right now. You.
A lot of them mad at us.
Appreciate what they did for you. I'm not your brother.
Like I've had this conversation with Africans and other African Americans because they feel like we over here, we got a golden opportunity to make something of ourselves and we haven't done that. I'm like, laws are still on the books preventing us from doing that. And they're like, oh, well, no. I said, well, what do you call it? I think it's called the Carter Amendments. If you read the Carter Amendments, it sat there and says that they have to stop at nothing, to keep us from gaining wealth in this country and to keep us at war with Africans. I've never heard of this before in my life. I think I heard of that in 2011, maybe 2012. When I was reading it.
You won't hear it on anybody else's historical record because they don't even get. It's something about we got to keep these people down. We the last one. How we end up the last people to get reparations? How did that even happen? Someone planned that strategically. That is a strategy. That is a strategy.
Get it at all.
Hell no.
I'm hopeful. I don't see it coming. You might have. Like how they did marijuana, marijuana is legal, it's illegal federal, but states can still pass laws, which I think is fucking dumb. How is something gonna be a federal crime, but the state is allowing it? So I think that might happen. You might have certain states that'll give black people reparations than other states that won't.
Yeah, or like they did it, I think in Arizona, they did it with like felons, but everybody's included. The little bit of stuff they did do, it's so many other ethnicities that's included in it. It's like it's not really reparations. They just try to tag that to it to take the credit for it, like we did something. But why is that's not exclusive? You can't butt into a Chinese person's reparations.
States that they passed. Oh well, we gave them some type of reparation law, but the law is like you get loans loans and grants, and you get to go to school and do this and that. It ain't money. If y'all give them money for reparations for other ethnicities, why ain't we getting the same shit? I don't want no
Hey,
I don't
Brown,
want a business.
Brown, I heard that before, Brown. I heard that, but it still don't check out. It still don't check out right, man. Because then if we say that the reason why they're holding us back, if we use the Moorish doctrine and it's that we're held back because we don't know our identity, then we're at a double negative. Because how is it that someone can manipulate you and trick you out of it if the whole point of deception with deception is part of the slavery? Right? Being deceived about your identity is part of the slavery. So it's they have to, if they're actually saying, well, you know what, we're done with that. We're not supporting any of these systems that put you into slavery. Well, then they can't also say, well, you don't know who you are, so you can't get your stuff. They don't work that way. It's still deception there. So even if I agree with that, it's still wrong that they're using deception. Well, you can't get your reparations because you won't claim your real nationality. But who took it? Who deceived the people? Who made them think they Hebrew Israelites and Black and African American and
They
Negro?
don't tell you that. When you talk to Morris, they're like, what's your nationality? And you tell them, like, well, who took my nationality? They don't want to tell you that.
Right. What they should be doing, what the Moors should be doing is going to each one of these counties because they got people in every state. Go to each one of these counties and expose them for lying about people's nationality. Don't go to the little 15-year-old on the block and go, you know your nationality? What you picking
That's
on him
because
for?
the
He didn't do
Moors
that to
don't want
himself.
to change the system.
Yeah, I
They've
peeped
been
that too.
around since what, the 20s?
Yeah,
I think the Moors been around since the 20s,
I
right?
think 1918. Yeah, I think he started, Noble Drew Ali started his work probably like 19, earlier than that. I think the name was known in the 1920s. That's when, like, they started getting into, you know, uh, going from one state to another, like actually
Yeah.
setting up, temples and stuff. But he been working before that because he was like a magician and he was in Egypt and everything. He was
And they
traveling with
don't,
the carnival.
he never set foot in Egypt. He lied about that. And if he did, they don't have it on record. But he wasn't a magician.
Yeah, I thought they said he oh well they said he did. Yeah, because I don't know no proof of it. But
They also said
yeah.
that he met Marcus Garvey, and they have no records of him meeting him in jail. They just got a photo.
But
And
he
I've
he
never
definitely
seen the
was getting
photo.
around. He was getting around, man. The dude was moving around. I really don't know if he actually went to Egypt, but they
From
said he
what
was
from
he
what
was
from
traveling
what I
around with the
heard
circus or something.
from what I heard, he never went to Egypt and was doing anything. And he learned his stuff from Aleister Crowley and Madame Blavatsky. And
Oh,
another
Madame
dude,
Blavatsky is a piece of
I
work.
keep forgetting this guy's name, but he is supposed to be the most wickedest witch. I just keep forgetting his name. But he was
There,
with.
who tops Aleister Crowley?
But it's another dude. It is another dude that was with him. I just keep forgetting his name, but I think Aleister Crowley was the number one guy.
He said C.
Man, I
Freeman.
forgot this dude's name.
Is it C. Freeman? Sam said C. Freeman.
Uh-uh. If I heard his name, I know who it is. I forgot it. But anyways,
I'm trying to
like you
find
were
it now.
saying, if they go, no, it's not people that was with Noble Drew Ali. It's who he
Is it
learned
Harry
from.
Crosby?
I don't know. This sounds familiar. Look up Aleister Crowley in Madame Blavatsky, because it's a third person that was with them. When you put Aleister Crowley's name into Google, when you pull him up, it should pull her up in another dude.
All right, Alice A. Bailey, Guy Ballard, Who else they got? Benjamin Crane, Bob Sanders, Madame Blavatsky. You got the rest of them females.
Oh, well, it's another dude. I just forgot his name at the time. But these Moors, they got all this information, and they do the same thing the Hebrews do. They pull brothers off the street, they give them the knowledge, they get up there, they do their little lectures, but they're not changing the system. They're not changing the system. Oh, well, your nationality is a Moor. Okay, that's cool. And then they be like, oh, well, you're native to this land. That's cool, but you're not trying to change the system, bro. Y'all sitting there talking about y'all got all this knowledge and y'all can debate all these lawyers, and the lawyers they just working for the system. If you know that, then challenge the system. All the Moors here in America need to get whoever to get the top 10 together and bring your case to the Supreme Court so we can get our reparations. But they're not doing that. They're just teaching and doing lectures on the street, posting it up to YouTube and stuff. No, if y'all got the knowledge, if y'all can show and prove that we're native to America, if you can show and prove that historically we are Moors and we're owed compensation, take this case to court so we can get this money.
Or even better, the land. They can keep the damn money.
That too. But majority of African Americans is gonna want the money, but they gonna give it back. I already know it. I see it. You're gonna have, if black people got reparations, you're gonna have majority of them making new studios, buying stupid cars, putting stupid shit on their cars, buying houses that they can't afford.
And a whole bunch of jewelry.
I see it.
Because we do that today. I don't know how much neck. I don't know how much neck how much neck do they think they got? They put so much stuff for their neck. Like, man, you got one neck.
If they said, look, we owe y'all trillions upon trillions. We can't give y'all what y'all want. We'll give every African American $300,000 or $400,000, and then you don't have to pay taxes. Majority of us would blow this money within a year. Because one of the first things you would want to do, you're gonna buy a house. See, a lot of people don't have the investment to start a business or to invest their money into something like the stock market or something. So a lot of us, we're gonna buy a house. Then they're gonna put stipulations on it. Oh, well, if you got felonies or you've done this or you've done that, you're not eligible to get this money. Because they're gonna want to keep more money in their pocket. If you owe child support, you're not getting the money. See what I'm saying? They're gonna do stuff like that. I can see it.
Liabilities. That's what we invest in, liabilities. Yeah.
So when we get the money, you're gonna have people that's not eligible in your family. So the people who are not eligible is gonna be getting money from people who are eligible in their family. And then they're gonna start squandering it off. Because the African American culture is based off hip hop culture. So whatever hip hop's into, that's what we're into. So we're going to sit there and buy cars. We're going to buy all the jewelry. We're going to come out with 9 million mixtapes. We're going to have 9 million record companies. I see it. And then you're going to have like the jack boys that's not eligible to get the money. So they're going to start jacking. Then you got people that's going to be doing more scheming people out of their money. So whatever we got going on now, it's going to amplify times 10.
And they're going to issue it out in alphabetically, like it's going to be in alphabetical order. Everybody with the Z's and the V's is getting theirs today, and they're going to be looking for people in their neighborhood. Oh, his last name Williams. He about to go pick his shit up today.
And your family going to call you. because they know your last name. So the people in your family that's not eligible to get it gonna call you because they know you eligible. They know what day is dropping, so they gonna call you. They gonna make up something just to call you. Hey man, how you been? You know, how's your family? They gonna do you. They gonna do you like I did when I hit you up and asked how you was doing because of COVID. They gonna start the conversation off like that. You see what I'm saying? They not gonna care that you fighting COVID. They just gonna slide it in there for a conversation starter.
Right.
To try to get some money out of you. That's all they're gonna do.
Talking about some how the baby doing. My baby 15 years old now. Just talking about how the baby.
Now they probably don't know nothing about the little one.
Mm-hmm.
The
blue. They all just like they do on tax time. That's when they pop up. They all pop up on tax time.
Not only are they going to be buying cars and houses, but they're gonna go out to these expensive ass clothes places, and they're going to spend this money on. I'm gonna pay $200. No, I'm gonna pay $2,000 for a T-shirt. Are you fucking kidding me? $2,000 for a shirt? You gonna buy some True Religion pants? Come on, man. We got to do better than that. We would have to, and you can't trust your politics. If we get a representative to come in to show us how to invest our money so we don't go broke, a lot of them would take your money and run with it. They do this to athletes today. It's a lot of people that take these athletes' money and they run off. Then the athlete end up owing back taxes. Mm-hmm. They do it to rappers, they do it to athletes, they do it to actors. So who are we gonna trust? And then we're gonna have enough money, so we're gonna start trying to open up our own schools, which is cool because I don't mind trying to help out. So when we do get the money and we help Umar Johnson get to school, where's the school gonna go? Who's going to it? And if we give him the money to open up the school, where's the other schools gonna be at? Because now everybody got enough money, so they're gonna try to open up their school. Now, what happens when we open up all these schools to teach our children, and then they're not letting other people in, and then they take us to court because we're not letting their kids in? Then the school tanks. You see what I'm saying? The school is tanking. Because now we got to go to court because what do they call it? We're discriminating against them. So they're going to use reverse civil rights. They're going to use the civil rights struggle that we went through on us.
Booby traps. There's going to be booby traps everywhere.
And then you got, what do they call it? The people with they got the bougie mentality, which means they're not eating ramen noodles no more. They going to go get what's that expensive ass steak that people get?
That Wagyu.
So they getting expensive steak. They getting that, not the jumbo lobster. They got this, the shrimp. They got this one shrimp that's big as shit. So if I got the money to get the big shrimp, I'm gonna get the big shrimp. I'm not flying coach no more. I'm going first class. Matter of fact, I'm going private.
Ain't even a family man. He ain't got none of his kids or nothing. He gonna go get a freaking 15-bedroom mansion just to be in there by himself with a whole bunch of gold diggers. Like, it don't even make sense. I'm gonna get an Aston Martin. I'm gonna go get a 2-door sports car, and I got 6 kids. That don't even make sense for me to do. It don't make sense for me to not only like I said, I got grandkids. I'm gonna get a 2-door. I'm gonna get a 2-door sports car. That don't make no sense, man. It's just, now you gonna have some responsible people out there that know what to do with the money.
but it's gonna be few. It's real few. And when they try to teach the people that got the money that don't know none of this, they're not gonna be trying to hear it. Young males are not gonna want to listen to old heads. They don't do that no more. So if I got the money, I'm young and I got the money, and an old head come up to me and try to talk to me about being responsible with my money, I want the finer things in life. I'm not thinking down the line. I'm thinking right now. I gotta save my money because later on in life, I'm not gonna be getting it I'm not gonna be accumulating this money like that because this was a lump sum from the government. I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking I want it all now. I want the car, the clothes, the jewelry, the hot chick. You know, if they did give us reparations, how many homes would be destroyed? Happy black families destroyed because now the male has money. He has enough money to get out of the situation that he's in because him and his wife argue instead of sitting down trying to work out the problem. Mm-hmm. You know, and it's the same for her. I'm not going to be in this abusive ass relationship, which they shouldn't have been in from jump, but now they got the money to move, to get out of the situation. And then you got the manipulative dude that's going to try to get with the chick that's leaving a hostile environment, and he's hostile. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we're going to need somebody to help us with the money, to help us do the right thing. And the elders are going to have to come in and do that. But in the African-American society, we throw the elders in the trash. We don't take them serious. We don't take their wisdom. There's not that many people out there like, oh man, I talked to my grandma. My grandma gave me some good advice and I took it. They were, oh, my grandma gave me some good advice, but I'm still doing what I want to do.
And then even people like Umar Johnson don't even have support. They over there talking about something. Look, he messing with a stripper. Hey, look, right? he got some white stuff in his nose.
Scamming.
Hey, look,
he's scamming. He not
no matter what he does, it don't matter what receipt he shows. It don't matter. He can walk into the building with the key, with the director, with the person he bought it from. He can show you the lease. He can show you the mortgage. It doesn't matter what he shows you. It's all fake. It's all fake. Everything's fake. First, he's stupid. Now you know how to fake all these documents and records in a county clerk. Like, how's he faking county clerk records?
He didn't have the diplomas and none of that. He didn't go. And then when he pulled all that stuff up, they had to switch the narrative on. They went after something else.
Cosby with NBC. Oh, he raped bitches. Like, oh, damn. That's why didn't you say that 20 years ago? Why are you saying it with this NBC stuff? So they're gonna have sabotage set. It's waiting for you. As soon as you try to do something, they're gonna come up with something.
Not only that, when they give us the money, they're gonna probably wait between 3 to 6 months. And you know what they're gonna send? The IRS auditors in on us.
Straight to jail.
Yep.
I didn't know about that. Ignorance of the laws, no excuse.
Again, especially after that first year. Oh, you didn't pay taxes on this. You either can give us the money or go to jail. We're not gonna want to go to federal. Federal? Nah, you ain't, because you got to do majority of your time in Fed. They gonna want to give them the. Oh, well, here I already was broke before I got the money. So here, take the money.
You want to fix
the shit out of us.
They gonna be like, man, you want to flip burgers or stamp license plates? What you want to do? You can make $7.15 an hour, or you can make 15 cents a day. What you want to do, man? You know you're gonna give up all of that money. Take the whole thing, man.
My brother-in-law, when he first went to jail, he started working. He in federal. He said he made 3 cents. 3 cents. Jermaine. 3 cents. Who the fuck makes 3 cents an hour?
That's some horror stuff.
Who the fuck they do that at?
3 cents. God, boy.
They gonna audit us. Then we gonna pay the money, and we gonna be right back in the predicament that we in. I can see it. Not all of us. Some of us is gonna make it out. We gonna get some Oprahs out there. We gonna get some Rick Rosses, some 50 cents. We gonna get some of them. But all of us, when we get that money, we ain't making it out the hood. There's some people that live in the hood that live the dangerous life. They love to live the dangerous life. So if you get money, the Jack boys, instead of them nickel and diming, robbing people that ain't really got no money, oh, he got 400, he got 400,000. We about to go rob him. Now you got to worry about your homies that didn't get the money, because they gonna be trying to backdoor you.
Then your mentality is all messed up. Talking about something, I don't wear the same shoes twice. Like, how is that even smart?
Hey, Dame Dash, I don't wear the same shirt twice.
Like,
Motherfucker,
I wear this and I throw it away. You don't even give it away. I wear it and I throw it in the trash.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. If they gave me that money, I'm gonna be RBG'd out. All my clothes is RBG. It's all of it's gonna be, it's gonna be made by somebody black.
Facts.
Brother, we
Black
get your
all the
shoes.
way
I
up.
got my shoes from his black company over such and such. That's gonna be me. That's gonna be my downfall. I'm fucking with all black businesses that I like.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be my downfall.
See, the first thing we got to do is we supposed to be telling them we want to set up the tissue factory. You got to set up your own pencils, pens, your own textbooks. Like, you got to start at the foundation. They'll just think they go straight to the school. Like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a school. We don't even understand that these people built it from a different viewpoint. They didn't build it like, I'm gonna start a school. They started with the books.
No, that's the kicker. Because if you got states that's not letting us teach critical race theory, that means we're gonna have to oblige by their textbooks. And if we got the money to build our own schools, we're gonna have to teach them the curriculum of the state. So they're still getting indoctrinated by the European.
And then it might come with the shot. They might attach it to the shot.
You know it is. If we ain't taking it now, we give y'all an extra 100,000. So we give y'all 500,000, but you got to take the shot in order for y'all to get the money. Now there's ways around getting the money without the shot, but majority of us is just going, okay, give me the shot. And then 10 years from now, we gonna start dropping like flies. So they gonna get their money back.
And the insurance. And a life and life insurance. Because they back up everything they let out. All the funds they let out, they back it, they got it backed up.
How many funeral places is gonna jack their prices up if black people got reparations? How many places in general are gonna jack their prices up?
Every last one. They're gonna be in the hood with trying to buy $20 burgers. Like, when was a Whopper $20? It's bad out here, man. Like, but the one down the street don't cost that much. Really? Give me the address. I'll check it out. But you want the sandwich or no?
People love Chevy, Cadillac. So Chevy and Cadillac, they're gonna throw their prices up because now we got money. And not only are they gonna throw their prices up, all the rinky-dink cars that they got on the lot, they're gonna push all of that stuff to the back, and they're gonna start bringing in their most expensive cars. Me and my wife was at a dealership, and they had a $70,000 Cadillac. And it's right when you walk in. And I'm looking at it because I don't know how much none of these cars, how much they cost. So I'm just looking at it. I'm like, man, this is nice. I was like, my pops would love the shit out of this. Dude came out and was like, oh, that's a $70,000. I said, what the fuck you mean it's $70,000? When the fuck did Cadillac start making $70,000 cars? And I went online and they got many $70,000, $80,000 cars. They got an $85,000 SUV. You think if you have $500,000 in your pocket, you ain't gonna want a $80,000 SUV? That's the mind. This is the mindset that we have. So we're gonna be spending the money on shit we don't need to impress people that don't like us. That's all it is. And then when you get this $80,000 SUV, now you got to worry about somebody working for the chop shop to come and get your shit. Because they still exist.
Yeah.
Then you sending your kids to school. And now if you live in a state where they can't get you to a black school like Umar would have, that means you want to send your kid to a private school. So now you're sending your kid to private school. Now you're making him a target. All of us want a good education for our kids. So we're going to send them to the private school. The colleges are going to boost their tuition because they know our kids want to go to these schools. The HBCUs might not do it, but I know the other schools will. It's gonna suck. It is gonna suck. The first 6 months of us getting the money is gonna suck. I know it is. Then you got family members that are gonna be fighting over the money because some of them's gonna be eligible for it and some of them's not, and they're gonna want you to help them. So if y'all have a family get together, people gonna start fighting. I can see it happening. Oh, I'm not getting the money to help with my kids because I'm not eligible because me and my wife got felonies. So they're gonna be looking at other people in the family to help them out with their kids. Now, you got some nice people in the family that will do it, but other people.
Hey, Pharrell, I'm related to what's his name, Pharrell, right? He gave my cousins and him like $750,000. You know what they did? He told them how to build the studio. He gave them all the connects where to order the desks from, the speakers, the microphones. Gave them a whole building. You know what they did? They went and bought a whole bunch of cocaine with it. They went and bought a whole bunch of cocaine and went to jail. Like
who was it they gave him this?
Huh?
Who was it they gave him this?
Pharrell. Pharrell, the producer. Yep.
And they went and bought the drugs, huh?
And that's when I just started, like, they started knowing, my family down in Norfolk just, like, found out, like, oh, man, we need to connect you with Pharrell. But he was all scared at that moment. He was like, nah, man, I ain't messing with that. Because they wasn't doing nothing but buying guns and dope. That's all they was doing. They just blew all the money on guns and dope, and they still in prison right now. And that's what. And he
the
almost.
mindset. Think how many of our people gonna be doing that.
He almost got in trouble for it, so that's why he, because you can end up in that situation where you're just trying to help somebody else. He almost went to jail
like Ja Rule and them, huh?
Right, because he was involved. He's still the one who gave him the money, but they had to figure out, did he know that that's what they were going to do? So you can get in trouble. You could just be in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're trying to drop them off some money, and you in the middle of a drug deal.
Where's that at? Because all I see is 8. What does 3.6 thousand likes mean? I don't know none of that. Hell, I didn't even know how to put people in the live. My son over here hating on me, Mo.
What'd he say?
Because I apparently I got 3.6 thousand likes, so he's mad.
Well, tell him to tap the screen then. How many you want?
Why don't you grab your phone, go to your TikTok, and I'll add you to the live.
And tap the screen.
It don't have to be your content. You just join the live, son.
I can do it too. Yo, I'll be tapping the hell out of people's screen.
He over there playing with his puppy.
Yo, I sit there like certain times of the day. I just find black people. I don't care what they talking about. I just tap the hell out the screen. And then I
do that
just
too.
Find black people and just tap the hell out the screen. Like
that's A2 over there fucking up the blog. What is he eating? He got his hands stuck in a peach can. Little bad. He bad. I'm telling you, man. My husky dog had puppies, and we got 2 left, and they just eating everything, man.
Oh yeah, they can eat what they eat. How many in a wild they eat? How many pounds a day?
I don't know. They're big as shit. The fattest one, he in the kitchen right now looking for some shit to eat.
You said, but I got a question. So why we not building a community after all, man? For real, Like I got so many plans and stuff, but I just already know. Like I always delete the video when I say it. I'll be having all types of ideas, but I'm like, we can't even say this stuff online. So everything I know, like I gotta wait till we meet up in person sometime and then talk about it like while the device is off, because they ain't gonna do nothing but set us up. And that's why I think a lot of people, I know we be holding them accountable, like, man, hold up, man, you got this amount of money, and this rapper and actor and they black activists, they got all this money. I think they know if they tried to set up something,
Look here, you wanna
they can
lie?
get knocked down. Oh, that's just a puppy too.
This is the fattest one though.
Not that even first.
Corey, my ass, this boy fat.
It's French fries.
That's
How old is
AC.
what he's 6? What he's
Huh?
4, 5, 6 months?
I was in this organization, right? I think I told you this before. I was in this organization, right? We had 13 people. In less than 4 months, our 13 people went down to 7.
We don't like red
By the end of the year, our 7 people went to 4. The next year, our 4 went to 3, and then it went. The next year, our 4 went to 3, and then it went. It stayed at 3 for the longest. And then my homeboy called me and said he was thinking about leaving the organization. And so even while I was at work, me and him would talk from the time I go to work to the time I come home. And he kept telling me about the other guy and what he was saying about me. I didn't know none of this stuff, right? I thought we was cool, like, because I consider this guy my family member, because my brother's uncle and his daddy are best friends. Because me and my brother we don't have the same dad or the same mom he was married in. But I've been knowing him ever since he was little, right? Mm-hmm. And so the guy that's talking about me, he lived on my block as when we were kids. And I just called him my cousin. We used to do everything together. Then when we hit high school, we all went our own separate ways. So I'm like, why is this man even talking about me? Like, and so the dude told me that's why he was leaving the organization. Because if he's talking to me about me like that around people, he know he's doing the same thing to him. Hey. So I was like, yeah. I told her, I said, more power to you. Then I ended up leaving because we had different agreements. He wanted to bring this white girl in the organization so she can speak on something that happened to black people. And I'm like, I don't have a problem with her coming, because she wrote a book about it. I was like, I don't care about her coming in talking about the stuff that happened that she put in her book. I said, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with it is that the people that she's talking about in her book are still alive today. They live in our city, so we can bring them to the event. So after she talks about her book and what happened in her book, that these people can get up and tell their side of the story, because she wrote about them. And he was against that. So I was like, yeah, at this moment in time, I'm going to go ahead and roll out. Like, we just got difference in opinions right now. I didn't say nothing negative. I just said, we just got a difference of opinion. You see things one way, I see things one way. I woke up the next day, and this is when Facebook Live first came out. And he was on Facebook. You know how you can watch Facebook Live after it happened? So that's what I was doing. This man dogged the dog shit out of me and everybody else in the organization. Now it was up because I had to go to work at 11. So I think I got up at like 9:40, but I didn't watch the live till like 10:10. So at 10:30, I'm defending myself, right? And then I'm getting all these types of calls from people telling me I need to squash the beef. I shouldn't be talking about him on Facebook, on the internet, and on any type of social media sites. And I say, no, I'm real arrogant. I got a fucking attitude problem. My wife said I'm an asshole. So then I said, Why didn't y'all call this man and tell him all the shit y'all telling me when he was fucking dissing us? So I said, I don't need y'all to call me, text me, none of that. I said, he the one that started it, so he's the one that needs to apologize first. I said, what the fuck I look like apologizing to him and I ain't diss him on Facebook Live? I said, y'all got me fucked up. I was like, this is a pro-black organization and he dissing me and I'm black on live. I was like, man, you dissing me for likes? And then he gonna say, I dissed him first. How did I diss you? I just said I was leaving the organization because I said it's a conflict of views. Your views and my views don't coincide with each other. So at this time, I'm stepping down. I said I'll be back, but that wasn't good enough. Why would I go back after he dissed me? He didn't need me to be in the organization. It's like I wasn't the face of the organization, but every time you saw the organization, you would see me and my family. Nobody else's family was there. It's just me and my family, and I got a big family. I got 6 kids. So it looked like more people was at the organization than was really there. So I was like, yeah, man,
that's the shit we got to deal with. Like it's just something in us. It's like we can't stay to the plan. Like we can't stick to it. We always somebody get offered something. And that lady probably offered some money. Like it was better. It was more beneficial, financially to probably do it that way.
In her book, she was writing a new book, and he wanted to be in it. That's what it was.
Oh,
but a lot of people on the streets knew me. They didn't know him. So when they saw, because I used to rep my red, black, and green colors everywhere I went when I was out. Even when I was at work, I bring my flag. I would bring that flag that's hanging up. I would bring it to work. And then until I got my other flag is in the wash because they got dog poop on it. So I would take that to work and I would put it on my forklift because I got the poles and stuff that go with it. So I hang it up on my forklift. Now everybody that I work with has seen this. So when they're outside of the job and they see people with those colors, they're walking up to them like, "Hey, do you know Jeff?" And then they're like, "Yeah, we know Jeff. He part of the organization." And so then he'd be like, "Hey, did he mention me?" And they're like, "No, we don't know who you is." But they would always ask him, "Hey, which one of y'all is Spigs?" Because Jeff always would talk about this dude named Spig. And Spigs would be like, "Yeah, that's me." And then he would get upset because people knew who Spigs was and who I was, and they didn't know who he was. I didn't talk to you on the phone like that. My wife is right here. And she always said, "Oh, you're on the phone with your boyfriend." Because me and Spigs would be on the phone from sun up to sundown. Am I lying? Me and him would talk. We would talk every day. Like, he my long lost relative. And then the other dude started getting mad because he found out we would talk on the phone. We had more in common than anybody else. So I was like, man, it's jealousy shit. Like, you can't be mad at me because people don't know who you is. And then my son's teacher invited me to teach Black history at the school for Black History Month. And he got upset because I didn't invite him. This is my son. Why would I invite you to come speak at my son's school and the teacher invited me, his father, to speak at the school? That right there was like, dude, you shouldn't even get upset about that. And he was like, well, I invited y'all when the news people wanted to talk to me. I was like, well, you told us that he wanted to talk to all of us. He's like, well, originally he wanted to talk to me. I said, well, the school wanted me to come up there and teach Black history. So that's what I did. I didn't know I needed permission from the organization, and I had to involve you in something that my son's school wanted me to do. So we start bumping heads then. I should have fucking knew something. I should have just left then. But my dumb ass stayed.
Well, we so damn programmed. It ain't gonna something gotta happen in a way. We gotta do it outside of whatever method is. Like it's always, we got to start this organization. We got to go get this nonprofit. We got every time we do it that way, it's like the vibe gets messed up somehow. You get what I'm saying? Somebody like I think we just got to get the land and just build it from there. Everything got to be something that ain't too much talking, but it's just happening. You see what I'm saying? Because then it'll be in real time when you gotta, I got this lady coming over and she got this book and it's that here it go. It's a commercial now. Now it's turning into a commercial instead of because when you on land, you gotta also defend it. So it gets the whole showdown started. You know what I'm saying? That's why Tulsa was it was so much of a threat. Tulsa was a big ass threat, man.
She said she don't like you.
And you gotta watch out for egos, man. That is what took us down. Now, don't get me wrong, the organization is still in effect. It's still there. But everybody that was in it, no longer in it. It's just the one dude,
Robert.
the one guy that started it. He the only one that's in it because everybody else left or he kicked him out.
That's sad, bro.
Dude, like, they would call me, right? We would have a conference call. And they'd be like, oh, well, I think we need to kick such and such out. Now, other people in this organization are my friends. I've known them since high school. So, my job is to have their back because we all pay dues. We pay dues every month. We would pay 25, right? We pay 25. I thought that this man set up a bank account and was putting the money into it. He didn't. He just had a Tootsie Roll bank thing at his house that he was putting the money in. And I was one of those people that was willing to pay half of the members' dues that couldn't come up with the money. So I'm going to pay my dues and I'm going to pay half they dues so they can come up with the other half. And he kept telling me, no, you're not about to do that shit. If they can't come up with the money, then we need to kick them out of the organization. I'm like, bro, if they ain't got it, they ain't got it. The whole time he's telling me this went on for months. He's paying his cousin's dues or his cousin ain't putting in the money. So I'm like, how you going to sit here and get mad at these people because they not putting in the money and your cousin ain't putting in money but 2 times? Either you put the money in for your cousin or your cousin just ain't putting in no money and you ain't putting the money for your cousin. The same shit that I was trying to do. I didn't find none of this out until that dude called me. He called me and we had a heart-to-heart. And he was telling me all the shit that this other man was doing. I was like, man, that's so fucked up. And he tried to tell me that one of my homeboys was an agent working for the FBI. I said, dude, Kansas is small. We don't have nothing like that here. You ain't got no black person working for the FBI trying to take black organizations down here in Kansas because we ain't got no organizations.
Because
all the organizations that are popular here in Kansas, they're ran by the church. And I was like, and he's not part of the church, so he's not man. He went to the dude. Some dude that brought down, like, he helped bring down some organ. I think it was the dude that brought down that set up Fred Hampton. I think that was the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's showing me the YouTube clips. I'm like, dude, this dude ain't no agent. I said, I've been knowing him for years before we even started an organization. He's not an agent. Matter of fact, he was the t-shirt man. He would make Black Power t-shirts and we would get them from him. So I was like, man, yeah, you tripping. You just want him out the organization. So I was like, you do your thing, man. So for like, I say probably for a year and a half, I didn't talk to this dude. And then we finally start talking. Like when my daughter got shot, he would call me and ask me every day. He would call, ask what's going on. He is the only one of them that did that. He called me and told me that the news was trying to get him to speak on my daughter's behalf. and he told me that he wasn't going to talk to them unless he got the okay from me and my family. And I said, well, you part of the family too, because I still consider him to be my cousin. He said, yeah, but if I don't get permission from the immediate family, I'm not saying shit. And then he said, right. Then I told him, I said, if you want to talk to him, you can. And then he was like, no, I'm not. He said, I'm not going to say nothing to him. He said, I'm just going to wait. I said, all right. But he was the only one that reached out of everybody that was in the organization. I was like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, but I ain't worried about it. It's just if black people did get this money, we need to figure out who's gonna be in charge, how we about to spend it.
For sure. Like you gotta already be into something. You know what I'm saying? Like you shouldn't just get a knock at your door or an email or something, some letter in the mail like, yo, you gotta check. Like that ain't gonna work.
No.
That is not gonna work.
You got people going around stealing people's mail. You think they ain't gonna steal the check if it come?
Remesu.
Hell yeah, and extorting. They're gonna be doing ransom. They're gonna do some sloppy shit. We got your son. Give us the money now. They done trace their phone already. We already know where you at. I trace you my damn self.
Pretty girl, stop screaming.
Yeah.
Look, Mo, I'm about to show you something. Come here, son. Son, come here. I'm not gonna put you on the thing.
I would.
What do we call you? Remesu. You gotta say it louder because he can't hear you.
Remesu.
You hear what he said?
Yeah.
He said Remesu. Now you remember when I was talking to the dude and I told the dude that you can't call Ramses because that's not his name. His name is Remesu, and he said that I was making that up.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, I'm not making it up because that's what I call my son.
Right. And
but
that's
again,
what they called themselves before they were called. That's what they called each other. Like that was what they were called. The Ramesh.
But you can't tell these people that because they don't know.
Right. We got to keep saying Egypt. Yo, that shit makes me uncomfortable every time. But I know they're not going to know what I'm saying if I say anything else. I got to keep saying Egypt. And we talking about a time after they fell.
I do the air quotes when I say it.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, well, Ramses was doing this. Like, okay, well, show me the name Ramses in the book. Just show me it. I'll shut up. Oh, well, it was the Pharaoh. Show me what was the name of the Pharaoh. Don't say Pharaoh. I don't want that name. What was the name of the Pharaoh? If you can't give me the name of the Pharaoh, that means they wasn't in the land at the time. They can't tell you that, man. It's just, I think it's more they want to believe than actually wanting to be right. Than actually wanting the facts. They want the stories to be real, but they don't deal with facts, so they just believe. It's more belief. It's 80% belief and 20% facts. That's what it is. That's
and they speaking loosely. Everything they speak of is so loose. They speak so loosely, like all the terms are just loose terms. And we already showing consideration by just like entertaining Egypt, because we know if we try to break down that, so it's going to be so long. Just trying to explain to them that it's not even called Egypt. The Egyptians did this. The Egyptians did. Those people weren't even Egyptians. Like that wasn't even the name of the original people that were there. They're using it. They're trying to attach the history of our ancestors to the invaders. That's how weird that shit is. Like that's not our history. That's their history.
But when we tell them that Egypt is a Greek name, they don't believe it. If you say Hekapata, they don't know what you're talking about.
You little shit fucker.
They don't know what you're talking about if you say that. Egypt is a Greek name, so if the Greeks come after the Hebrews, what was the name of Egypt?
You get my slipper.
They don't tell you that. They can't tell you that.
Those people who spoke Hebrew around that time didn't even call it Egypt.
No.
They didn't even call it that. Be ass backwards, man.
That's if they was even in the land. You probably had some. You probably had some of them that was in the land. But when they talking about it was thousands, hundreds of thousands, I ain't buying that.
I don't know, man. How did we miss that? Like all of the man, nah. That's those events are too bad. Like, how are you sitting there having a war with somebody for that long, and these supernatural events are taking place, and they just going to not say anything about it? Nobody's going to talk about it. Not just the kings. They act like the kings were sitting there writing it from the top, like from the top of the pyramid. They act like the pharaoh was sitting on the top of the pyramid just writing in his book or something. There's people who
Right?
was writing about the pharaohs in their own books, and they weren't like high class people. They were just writing what was going on. Everybody kept records in Egypt.
Yes. And when you read any manuscript coming out of there, where's these Hebrews? Because they always go to this. They said, well, when we left out of Egypt, we outnumbered the Egyptians. Show me any civilization where foreigners come into the land and they outnumber the people in that land. You don't have that unless the only way you get that is if the foreigners came in there and they was on some crusader type shit. If you come, they came. Remember, they said they came in peacefully. The only way you outnumbering people is if you're killing off the people that was in that land. That's the only way you're outnumbering them. But they said they did it through lineage. That means they was having babies. The Jews were having babies. So you mean to tell me y'all was in this land for a certain period of time, and these people been there for thousands upon thousands of years, and y'all been there for less than 500 years, and y'all start outnumbering them? Scientifically, that doesn't make any sense.
And another thing I was thinking was that they probably broke treaties. That's what really opened up the floodgates for Egypt to be taken down by so many different civilizations, because helping those people, helping Judah out, caused a problem. They probably weren't even supposed to do that. They probably broke hella treaties trying to take them out for them, but they felt like it was worth it. Like what the people was doing was wrong, so they was like, "Fuck them damn treaties." You over here, it says they set them free from the stronghold of the Assyrians and Babylonians. Like when you set somebody free, that means they were in bondage. And then when you tell a story now from the
After
Bible,
that
all of a sudden they were
happened,
in bondage under
the
Egypt.
Assyrians went to war with the Egyptians.
Right.
You know, this whole Bible thing is so fucked up, because Hezekiah was a vassal king for the Egyptians, right? So they had to help him. So when they went to go help, it basically fucked them up. That's what happened. Matter of fact, who was it? The Egyptians was trying to get help from
Hey, if I cut out, it's because I'm driving.
All right. The Egyptians was trying to get help from somebody to help them with a war. I think they were going against, I don't forgot who they was going against. And I don't want to missay the name. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
I
said
can
if it
hear
cut
you.
out, it's because I'm driving.
All right. Well, it shouldn't, because you're not showing your face. It's just like I don't have a strong beef with the people that believe. I don't. I have the beef when you try to tell me that it's right. The whole book is right and we're wrong and we're just making up lies because we hate.
Exactly.
the Bible and we hate the God in the book, but you can't validate the God in the book outside of the book. When he
We getting
comes here,
offended.
he's gonna
All we saying
slice.
is something ain't right.
That's what I'm saying. That's the key. We're saying, well, something's wrong here. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. And they tell you, oh, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. The Bible makes perfect sense when you read it and you can understand it when the Spirit of the Lord moves into you. Then you can fully understand and grasp the words in the Bible because it was inspired by God, and it was inspired by God, and the words were written down by man from God. How does that show me where any other God is doing this? He's the only God doing that. The metanoia does not say, oh well, the words in the scribes are inspired by Amun Ra. It don't say that.
Nowhere.
And then even when you look at the Egyptians, they have multiple gods. They got Amun Ra, they got Amun, because it used to be Amun. I think it used to be Amun Ra. I think Amun used to be the moon god. And Amun Ra was, or it might have been Amen was one god and Ra was one god, and then when they merged Upper and Lower Egypt, they
Right.
just
It was
created.
Amun Ra.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
They just made it one god. But when you go to the Bible tells you, and this is what trips me out. It tells you, forget about every other god you've known, all the gods before the flood, and just worship your boy. That'd be like us saying Michael Jordan ain't the greatest, Kobe Bryant ain't the greatest. You got to go with the person that came after them, because now he's the true greatest basketball player to ever play the game, and that's LeBron. Well, that's still up for debate. But they're like, no. It's not up for debate. It's LeBron. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, they don't count. It's LeBron. It's always been LeBron. LeBron was the number one. Even before LeBron was born, he was the GOAT. That's their logic. Because before Jesus was born in the flesh, he was already in heaven, knowing he was coming down. The only person who knew he was coming down was God. And God was okay with sacrificing his son in the flesh. This is the sick stuff we got to deal with in the Bible. I love
And
my
the
son.
devil knew who he was. I don't know if he knew he was coming down, but the devil knew who he was. He's like, hey man, let me holler at you. Like he just pulled up on him, and I don't know how he transported him to the mountain, and he just like, I don't know what that was.
It's like, hey man, look here, man. Say player. Everything you see, and the devil wasn't lying. The devil was not lying when he said you can rule all the things that your eyes lay upon. The devil wasn't lying, because who rules earth? God gave the devil permission to rule earth until judgment. So the devil was not lying. But Jesus is arrogant, and he loves his daddy so much. He told him, you can't give me power to rule over something that you don't own. Even though God gave the devil the power to rule earth.
Who did that in that movie? Nino Brown? He had him on top of he had him on top of the building.
Am I my brother's keeper? That's what makes the Bible kind of suspect, because if God cast the devil out, he cast him out of heaven, and he told him that he was going to rule the land on earth. And then when he got to Jesus, he told Jesus, "Hey man, I'll step aside if you want to rule this. If you want to rule earth, I'll step aside. Go ahead and take it." And Jesus was like, "Nah, man, I can't do that because you don't rule. You don't own none of the land." But God ordained him to rule earth. God doesn't rule earth.
And then what we supposed to believe anyway? Like, are we supposed to believe like he's looking for him?
I don't, man.
Like, are we supposed to believe like, because the showdown seems choreographed. Like, how is it that planned out? It's planned out so perfectly. They gotta know it's going to happen that way. It don't even make sense. That how the hell is it planned out so perfectly, and they all going to do it? Not just the devil, everybody. They all going to fall into the line of what God planned out in the beginning. Like, that is some weird shit. I don't know how they got adults, or
But
almost a whole planet of adults to fall
where are
for this
they
shit.
at? Where are these giant angels at? Because this is how they trick us. They say, "Oh well, when he cast the angels out of heaven, they're just spirits." So that means, listen to what just listen real carefully what I'm about to say. If the angels got kicked out of heaven and they had to come to earth, and they're in a spirit form and they're having sex with human beings, that means that they went the same route that Jesus went, because God put his spirit into Mary and got her pregnant. So therefore, that's not divine anymore, because the angels that got kicked out of heaven are doing that to the humans. So that virgin birth ain't divine, because if that's the case, every human that came from the angels came from a virgin birth, because they're talking about the spirit, right? So now you got the spirit of the angels getting all these humans on earth pregnant. So they went the same route Jesus went. So Jesus ain't divine. He didn't have a miraculous birth, because everybody, all the angels, they got cast out of heaven, their kids have miraculous births. The only thing happened was he got ascended into heaven. That's the only miraculous thing. Jesus is a fraud. Jesus is a fraud. His story doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. It don't. But people believe it. So we rock with it. We rock with the book. The book is the truth, the light. Nobody goes against the book. If you go against the book, then something's wrong with you. I don't understand it at all. If you point out the inconsistencies in the book, when you point it out, they still don't believe. They don't believe. No, I don't believe that. You're lying. Hey, who was that? Sam Mass 7. That is still up for debate, because you got scholars that say that the Egyptian civilization predates Sumeria by 1,000 years. And then you got some that say Sumeria predates Egypt by 1,000 years. And then you got another scholar that says that the Egyptian civilization was 5,100. And then she also says that the Sumerian civilization is still at 3,100. So it's just different scholars on different debates. That's all it is. But it still don't matter. It don't matter what civilization comes first. We know where they got the stories from. You see what I'm saying? We know the stories come from other civilizations, and then they complied all of these stories, and they put it all in one book to make it seem like it's one civilization. I know. I was just letting you know, just in case they tried to say something to you. You can't. We as a people, we can't take African American history. I'm not talking about the stuff we did in Africa. We can't take African American history and then write a book as if it's American, like European American history, because it don't add up. And that's what they tried to do to the Bible. They tried to take multiple civilizations and insert it into a book and make it seem like it was one civilization that was going against all these other civilizations. But the main civilization that they're writing about, they're trying to make it seem like they're the good guys. Robert! I gotta get some. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. Wow. What's up? All right, I'm back. I had to tell my son to put the dogs up. They just running around the kitchen. When you first open the book, that's when the contradictions start. Genesis contradicts itself. Then when you move past Genesis and you get to what they call Adam and Eve's children, that's another contradiction. Well, I'm not even going to say contradiction. It's a mistake, because you got two kids. From those two kids that are boys, one guy kills the other kid, then he goes into the land of Nod. Where does this land of these people come from? Where do people come from? Because they're not talked about in Genesis. They're not. Most still here. They're not talked about in Genesis. So all of a sudden, Cain gets a wife, he has kids, but they don't tell you where these people come from. So then we can move
I think
past.
they even say that I think Cain's wife was older than supposed to be older than his mom. Then they talking about some nobody can kill, or like, I think he put some type of curse on him, saying that people would try to kill him. Whoever killed him, they'll get cursed sevenfold. Like, who gonna try to kill him? Who is there trying to kill someone? There's people that know how to kill already. So this whole Cain killing Abel, and it was the first death. If somebody trying to kill Cain, they already know about killing. Moses
like
running from he running from murder, and he the one who supposedly he taught people that it's wrong to kill. But he's running because he killed somebody.
He was wanted for murder, right? In Egypt. Then he goes back into the land. This is what I'm talking about. He goes back into the land. And they don't arrest him? Where they do that at? If I kill a man in Kansas and I leave Kansas for 40 years and I come back into the land and they look my name up and it says that I got a warrant out for my arrest for murder, they finna lock me up. The Egyptians kept records. And matter of fact,
they would have put it on their record that he did that. They don't even need to tell a story about
even if they didn't. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, Mo. Even if they didn't put it on record, he grew up with the so-called Pharaoh that was ruling when he came back. So the Pharaoh and him they grew up in the same house. So when he left for murder, the word would have got back to his home, to the dude he grew up with. Hey, Moses just killed this dude, and he ran off on the land. So now I'm the ruler, and you come back. I know everybody else might not know you killed somebody, but I know I'm the ruler. My job as the ruler is to punish you for something you did to one of them. Remember, they're not kin. Moses and Ramses ain't kin. But Ramses is the leader of the Egyptians. So he has to make an example out of Moses when Moses comes back into the land, because if he doesn't, then that's going to give the other Jews that's in the land permission to make it seem like it's okay for them to kill an Egyptian and get away with it. So Ramses would have had to make an example out of Moses. That don't, in the Bible, it don't make sense. They just making up shit as it go. But when people read it, they're not putting two and two together. That's why I always say when people read the Bible, their common sense goes out of the window. You cannot sit there and tell me Moses killed somebody, he left, and he came back, and the one dude who knew who killed somebody is the ruler, and he ain't put him in jail. He ain't put him in jail when they were having a battle with the rods. When he put his rod down, and the snake appeared, and he killed both of the other snakes of the rod that the Egyptians put down. I would have had him locked up right then on the spot, because now the reason they did that was to see whose God was better. So now your God just defeated my two snakes. So now everybody's looking at me like, damn, his God's better than his God is better than Ra. No, nigga, I gotta lock you up. I gotta lock you up, Moses. I'm sorry. Because now you're showing that your God's better than my God in my land, which means my people are gonna turn on my God, and now they're gonna worship your God, and I'm gonna lose power. So Moses, nigga, you gotta go to jail. Bye. You going to jail? If we wouldn't have made it to the Red Sea. Moses wouldn't have made it. In real life, Moses wouldn't have made it to the Red Sea. He wouldn't have split anything. He would have got locked up. Especially when the what did they say? I think it was the angel of death moved into the land of Egypt to kill all the firstborn sons of the Egyptians. Moses, I wouldn't even have waited. I wouldn't even have waited till the next day. Hey, y'all gotta find this nigga now. He gotta get locked up. And if he don't get locked up, I'm taking him out. I would have told my general, hey, look, we're gonna have a public execution to show people that Ra is still the most powerful God in the land. It's not his God. My son is dead because of his God. So now I got to show everybody that since his God killed my son, I'm killing his son. So Moses is his messenger. So Moses got to die. He got to die in front of the whole city. We're going to string this motherfucker up, and he got to die. It's going down. Moses is done. Moses ain't finna take his people out of the land. But no, that didn't happen. The Pharaoh had a soft heart because his son died. Because the other God killed his son. So he was like, damn, I fucked up. Maybe this is the true God. So he was like, Moses, I'm burdened for the loss of my son. Take your people and get out of my land. Because I don't want nothing else to happen to my people. So take your people and get out of my land. Then you mean to tell me in mid crossing of the Red Sea, God comes in to the Pharaoh and hardens his heart. So now he makes him more upset. Remember, he's sad for losing his son. He ain't sad no more. He's filled with rage and anger because his son is dead. But the person that killed his son is the one hardened in his heart. So now he's going after Moses to bring Moses and the Jews back to kill Moses. I would have killed Moses before he set foot in the Red Sea. But God is making me go after this man after I'm already devastated because I lost my son. And before I make it to him, this is a trap. This is the setup. God set Moses. God set the Pharaoh up to die because he didn't chase him at first. God intervened, hardened his heart, so he chased after Moses. When he got enough to get to Moses and his people, God let Moses close the Red Sea where the Egyptian army was. And it supposedly had killed. He had killed the Pharaoh. So God set Moses up to die. But no one's talking about that. They're just talking about how good and nice God is. God set the Pharaoh up to die. And then when Moses went up to get the commandments from God, the people that was down there started worshiping the calf. God knew they was going to do this. He knew Moses, because he knows everything. He knew Moses was going to come down there and kill him. So God set the Israelites up to die. He set them up to die. When Hezekiah was surrounded by the Assyrians, God knew he was going to be surrounded by the Assyrians. Did he give him a heads up? No. So God put Hezekiah in a position to get slaughtered. And the reason he didn't get slaughtered, why? Because one of the Egyptian niggas came with his army and helped them out.
Yep.
God is
and
the
he
evil
died
son of
for
a
it.
bitch.
He got Hezekiah and Judah out of it and saved Jerusalem and freed them from 2 different captivities. And then Taharka got killed. So he took he died for them. And then they took the credit and gave it to their God because they want to make Egypt the enemy. They want to make them the bad guys.
They gave it to the angel of the Lord.
That still ain't kill the devil. He said all this killing, but the devil's still alive. Exactly. All this killing and the devil.
He didn't kill the devil. He didn't kill the demons that Solomon was controlling. He didn't kill Moloch. Why are you not killing Moloch?
And you know how they cover that up? You know how they cover it up? They said those gods weren't real. Why are they fighting? You fighting people that ain't real?
It said that they suffered a great indignation, which means they lost the battle to another God, but God said he's the all-powerful God, and all the other gods are false idols. But you just lost the war to these people that's worshiping. See, this is the thing. When you read who Moloch is, Moloch ain't some weak-ass God. You see what I'm saying? He ain't some weak-ass God. These people were burning their firstborn sons to a fire. They were sacrificing to Moloch because Moloch was a god of sacrifice. So you're sacrificing your kid and you're gaining power. He wasn't a weak God. And when the Jews went up against his people, they got smacked. So God ain't true and powerful if your people, man, it's not even the people. God was with them. God was with them in the war, and they got smacked. So that means Moloch is more powerful than you. And when you tell Christians that, they say, oh, that's not true. Then why is it that the people that God was with lost the war? They took an L.
And then you had times where they were other people were under captivity, and they prayed to their gods and defeated the different tribes of Israel. They prayed to a fake God and won.
The book, the Jews are taking L's. And now you want me in modern time to worship a God who in ancient times, his people in him were taking L's. Because it said that when the Jews went to battle, other civilizations, God was with them. But y'all go into captivity 5 different times. So your God is taking L from the other gods. But in the book, he says, I'm the true, I'm the most powerful. Everybody else is false. But you're losing to these people that you're saying are weak or they're false.
That's crazy.
How do you do that? How?
And then when they made the claim, when they did make the claim and say, well, that God ain't real, and there was a debate going back and forth. Is that God is real? No, it ain't. Yes, it is. Well, yeah, and they by performing one of their little ceremonies to see which one is real. They set up the altar and they put water on it. And they said, if your God is real, it should be able to turn it into water. And it could have been Elijah or
The Yahweh
Wasn't
struck fire.
Elijah his
So they was
favorite?
like, this God, it gotta be real because it struck fire. Yeah, he was one of the perfect dudes.
I don't even think he died. God just took him up to heaven, didn't he?
Yep, just like Enoch.
And they're the same person.
Look.
You know what's fascinating about the Bible? One of the fascinating things about the Bible is you always got 2 people with the same exact story. It never fails.
Yep.
You got 2 people with the same. The only person in the book that I think that don't have the same story as somebody else is Samson. Everybody else,
Yep.
you can line their story almost be almost similar to somebody else in the book. It never fails. You got Joseph, then you got Jesus. You got King David, you got Hezekiah. Oh, man.
Hey, yo, you can hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know why the hell they keep on kicking me out. And then, damn, what was he saying? They got the same story. And then, right, guess who has that writing technique? Guess who uses that?
Who?
The Romans. Their technique is to backdate their history. Even if an emperor doesn't fulfill, as much as he's supposed to, he'll just piggyback the story and fix the record on his way out. He know he getting old and he got to move on. He'll say that he did something similar to what somebody did before and then make it look like he was better than what he was. They always did that. So when they took over Jerusalem, they just did the same thing with their text. They just kept backdating everything, but made it fit the political agenda of that time. And it's called typology. They call it typology. You take an old story and then keep inserting new. You use it for the present time, but you insert little aspects of the older story so it's familiar with the people who already know that literature. Yep, Shakespeare too. He put his little signature in there. You can't
Right.
put your finger on it,
write
but
the New
that's a hell of a
Testament.
coincidence. Huh?
He helped write the New Testament.
Who? Shakespeare?
Yeah, they call it the Shakespearean experience.
Yeah, you can't. Who else speaks like that? Who else even talks like that? I remember those plays, man. I had to memorize those scripts when I was in like middle school, and I was like, "Why does this sound like the Bible?" I'm talking like I'm somebody straight out of the Bible.
It's a trip, man. Like, they make it seem like this stuff is real. Like, no matter what we say or what we prove, we could, like, somebody could come in right now and say, you know what? everything you guys are saying is a lie. I want to debate you guys on this. And we said, okay, well, we'll do it on the weekend. One of these weekends, we'll set up the live, and you bring your information, and we'll bring our information, and we'll see whose information is gonna win. And then they're like, okay, well, I'm bringing the Bible, and we're like, okay, well, we're gonna bring all the biblical scholars that say what you say, and they believe what you believe, but they wrote books on the subject matter that we've been talking about. Even though because a lot of these biblical scholars, they still believe in the religion in the book, but they tell people that the book is flawed. It has a lot of stuff in it that shouldn't be in there in the first place. So if you just bring in religion in the book, then we can tear it to pieces. We ain't even brought up no authors yet. The only author that I've brought up was Joseph Campbell, and that ain't even a biblical scholar. So if we tore the book up by just stating stuff in, because that's majority of the stuff we've been saying it's in the book, and we're tearing up the Bible with the Bible. Why do they think that you can debate us with the Bible? You have to bring other source material to the conversation. You have to. You can't just say.
They say, why
I
would this
don't
book
believe.
be printed? They be like, why would this book be printed out and taken all over the world? Like, all right, why they got cigarettes in every store? Why is that in every store?
They know why, because Gutenberg invented the printing press. They know this.
like that's a major point. Like when you go to a hotel, it's a Bible in there. Yeah, if you reach in everybody's pocket, it's a picture of a president in there. So what? What does that mean? They push what they want.
If you go to an Islamic hotel, the Bible ain't gonna be there, and they know this.
Are scholars still our enemies? I wouldn't say scholars are our enemies, because, see, here's the thing. You can see when somebody has an agenda. I can even look at a black scholar and go, he got an agenda. But then you got to find out what his agenda is. And if his agenda doesn't lead to you picking a religion, then it's safe to go ahead and use them. Because not all scholars are trying to make you. Matter of fact, with Noah's Ark, most of the scholars that were involved in finding the Ark, most of the people in that group that went over there that got the grants from their country and everything to team up and go look for the Ark, they were trying to prove that it was real, and they end up finding out that it wasn't. They found, instead of finding the Ark, right, they found an older story where they got it from. And it screwed up the whole timeline. And then it made sense why they couldn't find the Ark, because the Ark wasn't even part of a worldwide flood. It was just a local flood. So these people had to go back and face people in their church. Some of them ran churches.
They had to go back and tell these people that we squandered millions of your dollars. It wasn't like they just gave them money for 1 year. They were they was over there for decades. Yo, I am not lying. You guys can look this up. I forget the name of these people, but they were over there for decades. Wasted millions of dollars. What is it? The Exodus Society or something? I think that's the name. The Exodus Society. I think that's the name of the people.
Yo, and some of them even died, bro. They died for this. You think they're gonna sit there and lie? Some of these people caught diseases when they got over there. The West Nile virus and they died looking for this stuff. And you think they're gonna lie about what they found? They trying to tell you.
Man, it's just, you know what trips us out? Like, because we can laugh because we know this. Just think, if you was having a debate with somebody and you put that on the screen, these are people that believe. And they wasted millions upon millions of dollars, decades upon decades, to come to the conclusion that it's not real. And they still believe, yo. Do you know how hard that is? You gotta go back home and say, Pops, look, I wasted tens of millions of your money. We couldn't find.
How'd you do, son?
We couldn't find no historical evidence of anything, but we still believe. That does not make sense in history. People grasp to this religion so much that they cannot let it go. It's a lady, her house was burning down. It's on YouTube. It's a video of a lady's house is burning down. She ran back into the house to grab her Bible. She risked death to grab something that she truly believed in. These people, they squandered millions upon millions of dollars to come to the conclusion that they can't find historical evidence of Noah's Ark. They found, not only were they looking for Noah's Ark, they was looking for the Exodus. And they could not find it.
They still looking for it.
No, the Biblical Exodus Society gave up. They gave up.
Yeah, not them, but there's new people that's still looking for it. They think they're going to find it. They found a chariot. There's a chariot. There's a chariot in the ocean. It could be a damn chariot. What does that mean? Because there's a chariot in the ocean. It should be a chariot in the ocean.
No, it was a wheel. I didn't know they found the whole chariot. I thought they just found the wheel.
Yeah, I didn't see the whole thing. It was just a wheel. It was a wheel. It looked like the wheel of a pirate ship. That's what it looked like.
Dude, they got a I forgot what the name of it is. It's a place where you can go to see it, and they make it seem like, oh well, this was the Pharaoh's chariot wheel. I'm like, hey, yo, man, you can't do that. You can't be like, oh well, the Exodus happened because we found the wheel. That'd be like, you know what? I was at the park and I saw some Jordans. So Michael Jordan must have been at this park playing basketball and he just lost a shoe. We all know if I said that, if I went on national TV and said that Michael, this is after he passed, and after he passed, this is years after he passed. Let's say my great grandson was like, yeah, you know, I found Michael Jordan's shoe at this park, so that means that's evidence that Michael Jordan was at this park and he played basketball. We all know Michael Jordan ain't finna come to Wichita, Kansas to play no damn basketball at a park. We know this. It's a shoe. It's a wheel. You have no evidence that this wheel was part of it. And even if, let's say it was real, let's say that the chariot was the Pharaoh's chariot. He did not die.
That's a major problem.
That's what I'm saying.
That is a major
so
problem.
How can you say?
And
you can't be like, oh, it's real. It's real. But he didn't die. So the Bible's lying. You can't, this is what they say. It's the word of God written by man. So that means God lied multiple times in the book.
Then you got when they did find it, right? They found, and don't get it twisted, throughout history, they did find pieces of large boats. It just didn't fit the timeline. It don't fit. It wasn't impacted by a major flood. It wouldn't have survived it. It was more close to our time. Then the pieces that they found stuck into the mountain. I don't know how the hell a mountain would grow over and mold over a boat. That don't make sense. But the pieces they did find, when they finally did testing on it and put it together, because it was like fragments, and it was just furniture. Like it was just furniture that people had. They had chairs, tables, and that's it. And they thought that was pieces of a boat. It was people who lived on the side of a mountain because they like to live in high elevated places. And then they just left it there when they left somewhere else. They left the furniture there, and the water kind of ate it up, and it was corroded and everything. And then they were able to put it together. We got machines that can take pictures of stuff and put it together by itself. Just like all you got to do with your web browser is refresh it, and these little bots that we have solve complex algorithms, and they'll fix your browser for you. We got the same thing. We got things that solve problems for us. That's how we know that there's different writers in these stories. It's not all one writer. They're taking different people's works and putting it together. They're taking the best of the best of the best. We do that with people's albums. We want the best of the best. We don't just want all of their work. We might not like all of their work. But if we take a couple of different people and put that together, we can attract more people because we have different songs. We got different poetry books with different poets in it. It's going to sell better than one person singing. If you sell one person's poetry, you just getting that person's work. You put take a poetry book and put a whole bunch of different people in there, different types of poetry, haikus and stuff like that, love poems, then it's attracting more people because it has more variety. So it's not like this stuff is not there. It is there. But you got the first issue that you have is who in the world is going to listen to them when they say what they found.
What is the name of that? They got a love poem in the Bible. What is the name of that? Is it the Songs of Songs? Where they're talking about love. They're talking about like how they be making love and stuff. I forgot the name of it. But that's poetry that they got from another civilization.
I know they got some in Corinthians. It might be Proverbs. It might be some in Proverbs or Psalms. It may be one of those. I know they definitely got it in Corinthians.
Yeah, they stole a lot of stuff from other people, man. It's just when you have like brainwash, it's passed down. So your grandmother is taking your mother to church, then your mother gets pregnant with you. From the time you come out, you're going to the church, you're getting baptized. Before you can walk, before you can talk, you get indoctrinated because you're hearing this. So you're getting indoctrinated from the time you come out of the womb. If you're going, it's some people, they're diehard Christians. They go to church every Sunday. And at 55 weeks in a year, so you got 55 weeks. And you got you're 18 now. So every year, for 55 times you go on to church every year. Now, I'm not even including the stuff that they have, like banquets and stuff that they be having outside of the church. Sometimes they have little they have like the tents and stuff that they do, and they do sermons outside the church. They have like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday prayer. I'm not even including this stuff. I'm just sticking with the bare minimum. You got 55, all the way up to you 18 years old. So now you can go to church by yourself. Hell, by the time you start driving, 16, 17, you can go to church by yourself. So you're getting an indoctrination. Then you're reading the Bible on your own. So now you're getting more indoctrination. Then you're having group Bible study. You're having group Bible, what you say? You was on a Bible study retreat. Hey, my cousin went to, when you young, when you a teenager, they have, what's the name of it? They have a Bible lock-in where you spend the night at the church.
Yep. Oh, man.
So y'all playing music, and then y'all have the Bible lock-in. So you got multiple weeks of you getting indoctrinated, all the way up. Yeah, that's what they do at the church. They lock you in, and then your parents come early as fuck the next day to come pick you up. And they're indoctrinating you. Then they send you home with a packet full of a whole bunch of shit. They give you a coloring book. The coloring book ain't got no black people in it, though. They all
Yeah.
like.
You and
So
that
you're
get your
getting
brain cooked.
indoctrinated. And as soon as somebody like me and Mo come to you and they tell you, well, you know, majority of the stuff in the Bible comes from Sumer. They don't want to hear that. But if you come to them and you give them documentation, after documentation, after documentation, you fuck their mind up. And since you fuck their mind up, they can't let go of the religion. So they're telling you all the stuff that you just brought them doesn't mean anything because the scripture says that my Bible says this. That's their last resort. It's like when we're in a war, we have a fallback. This is the fallback. If everything else goes awry, we fall back here. We push for the last stance. Their last stance is the Bible says, the scripture says. So I believe what the scripture says. This is what the dude told me. This is what the drop dude, that's his name, drop something. He told me, if I have to believe what you showed me or believe what I see in the Bible, I'm going to believe what I see in the Bible. Because what you have, all the documentation you have was written by man. And I said, the Bible was written by man. He said, yes, it was written by man, inspired by the word of God. And I said, how do you know that? And he said, because the Bible told him so. So that's their fallback. The fallback is the Bible told me. That's it.
And it's too much history for you to only have to use the book. It should be everywhere. This shit should be everywhere. It shouldn't have to be what the book said. The book said.
Yes. Now I don't have my I think my history book is in the shed. If you came out, now they have a book, and I don't have the book. I think the book is like 700 pages. It's like world history. I think up to 1940 something. It's a world history book. A matter of fact, I think it's like 8 volumes. If you brought one of them, you ain't even got to bring the first. You can bring the third or the fourth. If you brought one of them and you say, you know what? During this debate, I'm just going to use this world history book. I'm not using nothing else. I'm just using this world history book. And you go to the timelines in the Bible and you start debunking the historicity of the Bible with the historicity of the book, the historical book, they're still going to say, I don't believe what you're telling me.
On no ground. They ain't got no ground to stand on. You just start removing stuff from under them. Like, what are you even, you clearly using your imagination because you ain't using your legs. You're not standing on anything. You just floating in the air.
You remember that movie called Weekend at Bernie's? They got a movie, it's called Weekend at Bernie's. Then they got Weekend at Bernie's 2. And they did a ritual because they're trying to find out where he hid the money. And they try to bring him back to life. But instead of them bringing him back to life, he only can move when the music starts playing. So whenever he hears music, he gets up and he starts walking toward the money. That's what Christians are. Whenever you stumble they believe, they go back to the scripture. So they only can move when they go to the scripture. If you hit them with historical facts, they're dead. They're dead in the water. The only time they start making noise is when they hear the music of the scripture. That's it. That is it. Let's say it's me and you, Mo. It's me and you, and we're debating. people on TikTok. Let's say we say, you know what? We're going to take it out of the realm of TikTok. We're going to set it up so we got to meet in person at a lecture hall. We set it up. It's 200 people in there. And we tag teaming. We going in, right? We going in. We putting everything we saying, we putting up from on the screen. And we're killing them. Because, you know, we're going to have our side of people that's rocking with us. And then we're going to start taking some of the people that came with them. Because I'm like, damn, they bring historical fact after historical fact after historical fact. And after we demolish them with historical evidence, you know what they're going to say? They won the debate because their scripture says that no matter what we say is wrong. What's up? That's what it's going to be. Okay, pretty girl. Our scripture says this. So therefore,
And then we just gotta believe it. Like, what in the world is this big ass sponge doing in my head when somebody say it was a boat and all the animals came to it? And like, I'm just supposed to just accept that. Like, I feel dumb for accepting it when I did. So now I'm trying to think now, and it's like, people, you're offended just because I'm thinking. Stop thinking, brother. Don't think no more. Like, you can have the God. Look, it's to the point you can let them keep the God. And I'm telling you that they're lying about the damn ark. You can keep the God. They're lying about the history of Egypt. You can keep the God, and they're lying about David. You can keep the God, and they're lying about Ramses. They're lying about Moses. They're lying, and the God can still exist. They think that the God leaves because the man lied. These men lied, and you can still keep your God and call them a liar. But that's how you know that they're under some type of spell, because they think that the God leaves away with the book. The only thing that's in the book is what man said. The God ain't really in the book. It ain't like you opened up the book and then the Spirit of God came on you. You opened up the book because somebody told you that the Spirit of God could come through the word.
They say that, Mo. They say that. They say, when I start reading the Bible, the Spirit of God moved into my body and I can understand the scripture. And when we start debunking the scripture, they say, well, you won't understand the Bible in its totality until the Spirit of God comes into you to show you how to understand the scripture.
That's
what they say.
I wouldn't even give them that one, because I still haven't seen two Christians agree. I've seen them try to do it. They try to, but then something happens. They be talking and talking, and they clapping hands, cheerleading for each other. And the next thing you know, I can back out the conversation because now they having a debate. Now they debating, but the Spirit of the Lord is on both of y'all. So what y'all in disagreement for? Wait, well, I don't know about that part. I wouldn't say that. Like, no, but God said it to both of y'all, so you should be saying the same thing.
What was the point of giving me this?
I just plugged mine into my battery pack. You act like I don't punch back.
I wish you would.
Because I don't hit females. You think you won.
I did win. Just by saying it.
You ain't win.
The lies you tell.
Emmanuel, that's very poetic.
What'd he say?
How did you? He said the ignorance you display is only visible to those who know the truth. You know what? It's funny how you ended up with the name that the Messiah was supposed to have, and he ended up with a different name. How's that for ignorant? Emmanuel. How you end up with the Messiah's name and he don't even have it?
Ain't that a sin? And he can jump in the lob if he won't.
Whoopsies.
No, but there's not like liquid squirt.
Hey, yeah, but that's how it happened, man. And then you can even break down the etymology of it. Emmanuel. He even has the name of the original God. The original God. They used to name the people closest to the God, the special people, after the God. So if their God was El, it would make sense that his son's name would have his name somewhere in it. Just like Ezekiel, Elijah, all of it, they had their names on it. Just like when they started worshiping Yah, Hezekiah, Jeremiah, you can see it. They always attach a piece of their God's name to themselves. But now today, right? Emmanuel is just a regular name, and now we got this Jesus character.
Malachi.
Right. Yeah, it's cool. Your thinking is ignorant. Hey, look, it's the same thing from when we first started trying to read and write. You're ignorant. You're always ignorant when you're trying to learn as a black man. There's nothing new with that. There's nothing new with that. I know I'm ignorant because I'm trying to think, but I guarantee you, you ain't gonna do nothing but talk about what another man said. It's another. I know y'all butthurt about the God. That's fine. You're supposed to be because you done worshipped it so much and you've been programmed into it so much. Just like people think money, they think money is actually real, and you tell them like, "Hey, man, this stuff ain't even real." What do you mean it ain't real? It gets me bread. It gets me this. Right, but it's not. It's not a real thing. We just all agreed upon it. Just like we all agreed that this God was real, so it became real. Just like the paper money in your pocket, it's not really a real thing. We used to use shells. We used to use seashells. Yeah, live access is needed, man. All you got to do is get your Bible and read scriptures every day and post up the
And you'll
videos.
get
You're gonna have
1,000
more.
followers. I
Yeah, you're
swear
gonna
you
have
will.
more followers than us. You're gonna have like
Yep.
50K followers just off of reading your Bible. We don't get that much activity because we telling the truth. That's how you can tell it different. The truth is not popular. Lies are popular.
Nope.
Everyone falls for lies. So just read your Bible on your TikTok, and you're gonna have millions of followers.
Just spend a whole day, make like 10 TikToks just reading scripture, and you're gonna get 1,000 followers before the end of the day. And then you can come up here when we go live, and you can tell us what we're not telling the truth on.
Right. And matter of fact, you can do it in the comments too. You ain't doing nothing, but you just got a smart ass mouth. Just go ahead and say it. Say what I'm lying about. Just say it flat out.
Oh, shit, he done woke Mo up.
Just say it. Just say what. Just say because they never say it. Like just tell me what I'm lying about, please.
Hey, I want to know too, Emmanuel. What are we lying about?
Hey, look. Hey, we would be talented if
That is not true. The Bible was not the only thing our ancestors could read. That's just something that they tell us. Do you know when they first started bringing slaves over to the New World, they still let us practice our own rituals, and we still worship the deities that we worshiped when they came and picked us up. But they don't tell us that. You got black leaders that tell you, oh, when you came over here, they beat your native tongue out of you, and you only thing you were allowed to read in worship was Christianity. But that's not true. That came later. When we first came over here, when we first came over to the land, we still had our own practices we had in our own land. Then we started rebellion, so they was like, yeah, y'all got to cut that shit out. Here's the book. Shut the fuck up and read it in English. And then they only gave you certain passages to read. We weren't even reading the books that they have now. You have to read the slave Bible. That's it.
Emmanuel, you still thinking about that lie? Because I know if somebody tell a lie, I'm gonna be on their ass quick. I don't know what be taking them so long. I've been asking people what I'm lying about for months. They won't say
He
it.
probably left.
Where's the lie at? No, he's still talking.
I don't see it.
He said, "You mad right now because the demons in you.
Okay, there you
The
go.
battle is against flesh and blood, but against principalities and the spirits in the high places." That's cool. Where's the lie at? Where's the lie? Come on, man. What you want to do?
Okay,
we talked about Moses. We talked about the ark.
He wasn't
What
here
else we
for that.
talked about? What else? What else did we talk about? Yeah, we was just sitting here. We were talking about the ark. He was here for the ark.
Oh,
He
he's
had
not
to be
gonna
here for part
believe
of the ark.
you. Hey Mo, I think it was in the late 80s or early 90s that they found the ship in ice, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, in Antarctica.
They found the ship in ice, and everybody in the world that believes in Christianity thought that was Noah's Ark.
Yep.
And
Without
then when
even
they
they
looked
didn't
at
even
it,
let them finish. They didn't even let them finish doing studying what it was, the testing.
Them not some octopus saying,
yeah, they
See,
can
it's the
play.
boat.
just
And the problem is way before even trying to entertain the boat. We should right now be wondering why we got lions in America. We should be wondering like why we should be wondering why animals are displaced. Bro, you can add me on Clubhouse, Emmanuel, if you want to talk. I set up the Clubhouse so people can talk to me over there who can't go live. I don't run from this stuff. I've been doing this for too long to be sitting here running my mouth about this stuff. Matter of fact, and you can attest to this, right?
We
Isn't there
can't.
things? Hey, 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 Susan, look.
Go in the kitchen till you get it
What
out.
is what's the Android? Oh, they ain't got that on Android. We can figure. I can figure
I
something out.
got
We
an
can do
Android.
Instagram.
I got Clubhouse on my phone.
I'm about to say something
When
so
you told
smart,
me
but I ain't gonna do him
to
like
put
that.
it on my phone, Mo, I put it on my phone. I got Android.
Yeah, download it. Go to your store and download it, man. It's free and everything. Just add
You
Mofactz,
know,
and you're gonna see
yeah,
that I could
you
do
don't
way more.
want both of us on the chat.
Yeah, I could do way more, boy. I'm gonna go straight into yo. I could do way more on there because I ain't got to use no.
You don't want both of us on the chat.
Yeah, I could do way more, boy. I'm gonna go straight into yo. I could do way more on there because I ain't got to use no filter. I ain't got to watch what I say on Clubhouse. I can go 100% in.
Hey, Emmanuel, if you do that, make sure you bring some backup, man. You don't want to go in there alone, man. I'm just letting you. You can't just bring that book. You got to bring something other than that book.
Nah,
If
I
you
ain't gonna
just
do you
try to,
like that, bro.
if
He
you
said,
just
"What was
try
I
to
gonna
come with
say?" I ain't gonna
scriptures or
say it.
rap,
I'm not gonna say that, man. That's messed up. I, if you don't
if
get
you just
offended,
bring
I say it.
scripture, if you bring just scripture, you're done.
If you don't get offended, I will say what I was gonna say. I let it go because I said I ain't even right to say to my bro like that. But I'm trying to put a filter on it. If you ain't gonna get offended, I say, all right, cool. I was gonna tell you to get a connection from your God. Like, just tell him to make it work. Like, that's what I was gonna say. Just make him make the shit work. We can talk through him. We ain't got to use these Androids and iPhones. Just make him do it. Cause you teaching me the truth. Shit. But yeah,
What's the
man.
truth? That's the point. What is the truth? Emmanuel, what's the truth? What is true about the Bible?
Hey, look, Suitin, right? I'm gonna show you how careful we are with this, right? Don't there be stuff that you want to say right now, and you know it'll be a major problem, but it will reveal some truth to them, but you did not prove it yet. You don't have enough information to prove it. You still got to keep
That,
studying,
I
right?
told you what it was.
Right. We don't even say nothing.
The Garden of Eden story. I ain't researched that enough to just, man, that because that's in Genesis, right? That's the beginning of the book, right? So
Hmm.
if I prove that comes from where I told you I think it come from, then that dismantles the whole book, right? Just from jump. After God creates the earth, and He creates the sun, He creates the planets, the animals, the sea life. Then he jumps to create who? Adam. And he sticks Adam where? In the Garden of Eden, right? So if I can prove that the Garden of Eden, the story, comes from a civilization that predates the Jew civilization, they have no leg to stand on. Matter of fact, before I go to sleep tonight, I'm going to do my research on it.
Stop that line.
Yeah, man. And there's a lot of stuff I want to say too, and I just don't say it. We talk about what we know, what we can prove. Because for one, I don't want to be sitting here looking like a fool in the first place. So I'm not going to tell you anything that I haven't proven myself. I did research on it, so I know. I already know. I'm not gonna tell you something because I don't even want to lose. I don't even like being wrong. That's
I
why I
don't
put that name. I
I
don't
don't
like. I
care
don't
if
like.
I'm wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. I just know if you bring the Bible, you're not going to be right. That's just a fact. Emmanuel, you're gonna have to bring more than just the book.
Yeah, but Emmanuel, we're talking about a God, bro. This is
Hold
different
on,
from
hold
talking
on,
about where plants came from and where
because
animals came
he's
from.
he's
That
he's right. Science and research is always subject to change. But when you have the Bible doesn't change. It
and
stays
it's not
the same.
supposed to, right? And it ain't supposed to at all. There's not supposed to be a flaw in it because it's God's word. It don't matter what science shows.
Okay.
Science should
Okay.
prove the Bible, and instead they're just sitting here waiting. They sitting here waiting. It don't take this long to find a piece of a damn boat that was the size of New York City. Come on, man. What is going on with
We
that?
need to find the key players in the game. If you can't find the key players in the game, why am I going to think this stuff is true? You can't find one key player in the game. See, look what he said. You're looking too much into the physical Bible.
Ha
So
ha
what are
ha
we
ha ha
supposed
ha.
to, what are we supposed to look into then? Tell me. I'm curious now.
We
We're
talking to you,
supposed to go
bro.
to
Teach me
we're supposed to
something.
go to a spiritual plane.
He thinks that
I'm
for some reason, I think he thinks that like I was born like raised by atheists and Egyptologists or something. I've recently got out of this whole Bible thing, man. I thought I had the spirit and the word was true and all. I had the same thing.
It's funny
I
that you say your eyes aren't open
my
when you
eyes
guys
not
don't
open.
even know where that concept comes from. If I'm listening, Emmanuel, if I'm reading a book, if I'm reading the Bible, my eyes have to be open in order for me to read it.
Let me scroll up and see if I can find this lie that I told because I still don't see it. I must have missed it.
Show me where we lied. What is too magnificent? You can't sit here and say the Bible is magnificent where you're not showing me where we lie at. Where did we lie about the Bible? If the Bible is so magnificent, if the religion is so magnificent, what's all this chaos and death doing on the planet?
Why is God telling us to eat flesh, man? What's he telling us to eat meat for? What is he doing? We use science to figure out that we supposed to have a low meat diet and a whole bunch of fruits and herbs. We figured that out. There ain't no way around that. And I think you can completely exclude females from eating meat, especially at a young age, because they just don't need it. We kind of got to hunt and lift stuff and everything, so we may need that extra boost of protein and energy here and there, especially if we fishing
What
and,
is
and,
the
and trying to hunt.
frequency of God? Because I want to be on the same frequency so I can become a God, so I can live forever because I want immortality.
I'm
If
not
I
even
get
disagreeing with the God, bro. I don't even disagree with people's gods no more because I find it to be a very distracting technique to talk about the God. The God, I'm not concerned with that because I'm talking to humans. The God, forget that the God part. God is always in somebody's head. It ain't never real, like out here in the open. So it's dumb to talk about it.
you can't sit here and say spirituality gets the idea from the word of God when spirituality was here before God. Try again. Let me guess. You got that from scripture. My
Tell
Bible
me
told me.
something, man. And why do we always talk about what men talk about? We never say nothing like you. There's certain things that you know how like we look at certain things in history and we go, "What a human couldn't have did that. This had to
I
be from
don't
something
need
else."
you to reach the kid version of me because that means you're trying to brainwash me before I become an adult. Like your parents did with you with the Bible. Like my parents did with me with the Bible.
Okay,
Like my
Emmanuel,
grandparents did
you
with them.
you wish I knew what? What are you talking about, bro? If I believed it, if I believed it, what would be so amazing? Give me a scripture that I just don't know. Like I don't understand it. Y'all all better listen. Believe in me, love me, accept me as your Lord and Savior, and I won't kill you and burn you forever. What else do I need to even figure out? There's nothing else to figure out. Everything else is allegedly historical. So I can look at human history myself outside of the book to see if that's right. The part where it connects with God is more about living for an eternity and then not burning in hell for an eternity. And they're using a wrong word. People don't even know what the word eternity means. Immortality, long lasting, and eternity are three different meanings. You know, eternity, look, if you burn in hell for an eternity, it means you had no beginning and no ending. How did it even make any sense? They're using the wrong words, which shows you that they don't even know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. Immortality, with immortality, you cannot have an ending, but you have a starting point. Long lasting could be a long period of time, but you could die eventually, whether it's 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years. These are different words. Eternity means no beginning and no end. That means you were going to burn before you were even created. That means you were destined to die from the start. That doesn't even make sense. That means, how could you even get punished when you were already burning if you have no beginning, no end? You just were in hell.
Emmanuel, what is the truth?
It's poetry.
It's pseudepigrapha. That's what it is. I want to know what the truth is. What's the truth? If me and Mo got it wrong, what's the truth for us to get it right?
Please. Because I like correction anyway, because it still makes me right. Give me some more facts to use, because I'm loaded already. Just adjust the facts I got. Some of them wrong will help me fix them. The truth is the life, and the life is the light of mankind. That's cool.
Yeah,
It's very poetic, but
I don't disagree with that.
It says beautiful, but it says I'm always smiling. I love exploring, having fun.
I'm not understanding what his bottom line is.
Make people around me laugh.
He needs this to be real. It needs to be real. You know, some people can't exist without this thing as a foundation, but you can keep it. I don't even think Emmanuel would be burning prostitutes and all. I don't think he agrees with all that stuff in there. He's just letting the God get away with it. I don't think you would follow it. So you ain't got to put it away, but I'm still going to tell you the truth about it. And if I'm wrong, help me out and make me so I can go back into my book and make the corrections. Because I ain't going to be wrong about too much.
No.
And it's very, it's flattering that y'all think that we can make all this shit up anyway. You think I'm that fucking good at this shit? I could just sit here
hold on,
make
Mo,
all of this shit up.
This is the sad part is you got the lab, you got the computer. So anytime anybody says something, you always go to the computer to pull it up. So
Right.
even if me and you are saying incorrect stuff, you look it up and be like, after I speak and after you speak, you come in with the correction. That always happens. If we say something and it's not correct, you come in with the correction.
Yeah, I've gotten dates wrong. I got scriptures wrong, and they say, "No, brother, that's Luke. No, that was 100 years before." Oh, my bad. All right. But nobody ever just said you're wrong. They ain't never find a boat and do no carbon dating testing on it, and there was no people that got grants and everything to go out. Nobody ever said that. Nobody's ever said anything like that. They make minor corrections.
Yo, I'm still bugged out on that. These people spent tens of millions of dollars. And they came back and said, hey, yo, it ain't real.
And then after that, right, they started thinking critically. They started thinking like, wait a minute, how did he get the animals on the boat? They started thinking like, what else am I missing? How did he get all the animals on the boat? Well, some people say he rocked them to sleep with the sound of the Lord's flute or whatever they talking about. He magically put them to sleep. He made them not hungry. He made them hibernate.
He put a spell on the animals so they
Put a
wouldn't
spell
eat.
on them, so they wouldn't fight each other. He made all. How did he get them to the boat? God made them all come there. Well, Noah didn't even have to build the boat. If God had the power to make all these animals come there in pairs and in sevens and pairs of seven. That's what a lot of people, when they show you in the cartoons and stuff, when you're in Sunday school, it's just two of each animal. It was two of each animal that was, what was it, the unclean? And then for the clean ones, it's seven of each.
Yep.
Come on, man.
You know what happened? I'm gonna tell you a story that happened to me at work. It's this guy, and he's one of those Christians that believe Mother Goddess in, I think, in South Korea. He believes this wholeheartedly. And me and him used to have like debates during lunch. So one day he tried to tell me I was wrong. He got everybody to believe what he was saying. Oh, you're wrong about the Bible. And he was like, and Noah only took two of each animal. He said, so I already debunked you. You don't know what he's talking about. I said, you think you're debunking me because you ain't read your Bible. And I said, keep reading. And he kept reading, and when he got to the part where it said seven, and he said it said take 7 unclean animals so you can eat them. And then when he read that, everybody was like, "Damn, Jeff did tell the truth." I said, so therefore, I told him, I said, so from now on, stop talking to me about your Bible because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. I was like, you tried to sit here and try to make it seem like in front of everybody we work with that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when you're the guy that don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're supposed to know this book. And he got upset. But before it was, oh, I was right. It was, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. But then when I debunked him with his own book, like 4 fucking sentences later, then he gets upset. That's why I tell people, if you just want to bring the book, you can bring the book. I don't need to bring nothing else. I'll just debunk you with your own book. It's not that hard.
Then they try to when you bring up, when you young, you bring up like what is the fish? Well, how did the fish get in there? And they go, well, he didn't take the fish because they were already in water. Well, we shouldn't have these sharks. We shouldn't have these dolphins because he said that he killed everything that had life in it on the earth. Everything that had life died besides what was on the ark. So we don't even have sharks anyway. These sharks are older than the boat.
And this is the deal. When you deal with science, science tells you that you don't have that many sea life that can survive cross-contamination with salt water and fresh water. How many fish are surviving this contamination? We're talking about a biblical flood of mass proportion. So we got fresh water and salt water mixing. It don't work like that.
Is a fish a living creature or not? Come on, man. You see how they try to make it? If a fish is a living creature and he said he destroyed every living creature, there are no damn fish. It's a living creature. It's gone. It's that simple. You just want it to be true.
And Emmanuel, how long does that take? Because when it started raining, it started flooding. 40 days, 40 nights. So how long does it take for you to convert freshwater fish into saltwater fish and vice versa? Because we're talking cross-contamination. It ain't like I got a bag of fish and I'll put them in. I put my freshwater fish in the salt water from the bag, and I gradually let them go ahead and migrate into it. This was a flood of biblical proportion. It's all right, man, because I don't know how long it takes. So I know you don't know how long it takes. I'm just saying it's not just going to be like that. Right after he built the boat and he closed the doors, it started raining. It started raining fast. The same night that he closed the doors and trapped his family in that boat, people were knocking on it trying to get in because the water was rising too fast. So fish ain't surviving that, buddy. They're not. If the people ain't surviving, the fish ain't surviving. It ain't happening. It's a good story, though. Gilgamesh had a good story. Jefferson had a good story. A good flood story.
Yeah, listen, you could look it up all you want to. You're gonna find living thing. You're gonna find nostrils. You're making these statements. If you say, man, I'm gonna get rid of every basketball player with a jersey and a left foot. You may have met basketball players that had jerseys and a left foot, but you didn't know that there were other players who had a left and a right foot. You get what I'm saying? It's like the person that was putting this down didn't know that at the time. So they said they're going extreme and everything but a nostril and every living thing on the earth. Like, yo, that is the land and the water. The earth is the land and the water. And if you got nostrils, you're out of there. What do you got left? A sea urchin? They got nostrils.
And let's say we believe the Noah story, right? There are animals in America and in South. As a matter of fact, I think South America got more animals and more different type of species of animals than any other continent. How did they get onto the boat if they're on a different continent separated by an ocean of water? How'd they get on the boat? How did jaguars get on the boat?
They said that God made them come to the boat.
How? They ain't swimming that far. That's 6 months. That's 6 months of them swimming non-stop because ain't no land in the ocean. And they're getting carried by a current. They did that. It's called the Ra expedition. It takes 6 months there and 6 months back because the winds change. They change direction.
Bro, Emmanuel, why would I need to name elements if it says every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground, both man, cattle, and creeping things and fowls of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth. So you have ground right there, right? And then you have earth. That shows you that there's separation between ground and earth. So when he says up in 19 or 17, it says something about the nostrils. If you got a nostril, you gone.
Okay, we can leave fish out of the equation. Tell me, how did the jaguar get over to Noah's Ark? What other creepy things? Like, you mean insects, reptiles? Where on earth does the Komodo dragon live? Does the Komodo dragon live on every continent? How'd they get on the boat? He said Machu Picchu.
I don't fucking know. Listen, man. Listen, if all flesh died that moved on the earth, right? I showed you the part where he said ground. So they're making a distinction between ground and earth. Everything that's moving on the earth. He was already specific in the ground, and that's the mistake when they're creating this God. They're making mistakes there, and I'm showing you that it's a man. It's not supposed to make sense Because you in your head, you're like, well, God wouldn't make that mistake. He was specific. He said everything on the earth, and earth is one of the elements, and we call that dirt today. But if you go to the text and use the text, he's separating ground from earth. He says ground like 3 times in the chapter, and he uses earth separately because he's saying everything under the heavens, everything on the earth. He destroyed everything on the earth. Every living substance that moved on the earth was dead. If someone says they destroyed every living, is there any living substance moving on Mars? You're not going to turn that and go, no, we said there's living creatures in the water, but there's nothing on land. Like you're playing that game so you can make your belief correct. But I don't need to take your God from you. You keep the God. I never even met him. I'm saying that these men who wrote this are full of shit. And they made mistakes, and I can catch them in it because I write myself. They didn't feel like they didn't need to edit it because they were dealing with slaves. We don't need to edit it. You're going to accept whatever the hell I said anyway and take your ass out there and pick that cotton. They wasn't worried about if they made a mistake in it or not. And then, and anyway, even if you did, it don't matter what level you want consideration for. If you want consideration for that, he got all the animals on the ark. Well, how in the world did that thing float like that? If you want consideration for the ark existed, where is it that you cannot hide a boat that is big? You can't hide smaller boats from that predate the ark. So how are you going to hide a boat after these smaller
And
boats?
Noah's Ark
where's
would
it
have
at?
had a capacity of a certain amount of pounds. You're not fitting every animal on the planet on that small ass boat. If the boat wasn't even bigger than the Titanic, come on, stop playing, man. Stop playing.
Yo, can you even imagine? Listen, I'm stuck at just the giraffes, the rhinos, and the elephants. Like, that's the part that just be blowing my mind with that. What is that? What are they doing, man? What are they doing with that? He got he killed the birds and everything. What
We
did they even have to do with it?
take Noah's Ark into consideration. Let the flood happen, right? They got the animals on there. The boat didn't sink. When they got off of the boat, how the hell did they rebuild civilization with 8 people?
And all the animals returned back to the places on the earth where they evolved at. They all returned back to where they belong. How they
Ain't no plants. The plant life is dead. It flooded. 40 days, 40 nights. All the plants is dead.
Hey, anybody got plants in their house? However much water you give your plant, triple that, and watch how fast them roots come up. Triple the amount of water you give your plant.
They don't die within the first 2 fucking days. So even if we take the story into consideration, logically it don't make sense. So you mean to tell me they got off this boat, they landed on Mount Arafat or something like, ain't that the name of the mountain? And then they didn't build civilization where they landed at. They moved down south and built the first civilization into the south and then started moving up. That doesn't make any sense logically. Wherever you lay your head is your home. So that you're going to build that up. You're not going to walk thousands of miles to the south part of the land. Build it up and then start moving back up to where your boat is. Because you ain't got no food. How'd they rebuild the pyramids? How'd they rebuild the Tekkens? How'd they rebuild the Medu Neter? How did they go into Sumeria and rebuild everything that they got on their walls? How'd they do it with 8 people? You're right. Not every species existed back then, but majority of them did. Matter of fact, it was more species living at that time than it is now, because humans, modern humans, have made a lot of species on this planet extinct by us evolving and taking over land. Prove that it goes back further than 2,000 years. Prove it. We didn't inhabit all the land during the time of Noah. So scientifically and logically, you would have more species of animals on the planet because we haven't moved into the land to make them go extinct. Perfect example of this would be when we came over here to the new land, we damn near exterminated the buffalo. The buffalo almost went extinct because of humans. The Tasmanian devil is done because of humans.
I just looked it up because we got some
modern day humans.
We got animals today. I think if we use the animals we got today, it's like somewhere around between 20 and 30,000. But back then, we looking at 50 to 65,000 animals. Come on. Like what? How, on a boat, bro? What is this bullshit? Like, why are we even talking about this? This is how, and people wonder, and I know it's gonna sound like I'm off topic, but people wonder why they can do stuff to us like they doing now. These last 2 years of this bullshit they've been doing, they know people are not paying attention to reality. They knew they could get people. Lift up your sleeve. And they know they can get you. Because look what the hell we talking about. We're talking about a freaking boat with 50,000 animals on it, bro. This shit is crazy.
That's what I'm saying. I love my black people. That's what I'm saying. They almost extincted the buffalo. And matter of fact, it wasn't just the buffalo, it was a couple of species, and they had to pass laws to protect these species from going extinct. And they moved some of them into zoos, and they still went extinct. So we had more animal species back during the time of Noah than we had now. So when they say, well, the species that existed then didn't exist now, there were more then than it is now. So what you talking about? Noah he would have had to put way more on the boat back then than he would have today. So what is he talking about? There is no prophecy in the Bible that is happening now that didn't happen during the time it was written, or they say it was written. All the prophecies have been fulfilled.
And the one thing that never happens is the God and the angels that's supposed to show up. Notice every time, and it's a technique that you really got to be smart. That's another thing that we're forgetting here. We look at the men and women in history as if they were stupid because we got all of our gadgets, right? We like, oh, we smarter than them. Some of these men were smarter than you, bro, and they knew if these people dead, it don't matter if we lied to them about this ending.
Okay, look.
The ending don't matter if you dead.
He said that it's false what I just said. When they asked Jesus when the kingdom will come, he said, "Some of you here will not taste death." Right? So that means before they die, the kingdom of heaven is going to come in their lifetime. Right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know about the Euphrates River. It floods all the time. That is nothing new. The Tigris in the Euphrates. But that's not where civilization started. That's just where civilization started in your Bible.
Yo, they listening to people online, bro. They're not really looking this shit up because they have the same responses. They got the same responses. The Euphrates, it's drying up, and it keeps drying up. If you did your research, you would see that this place was drying up so much.
He said, but okay, now he said it went dry. It might be some truth to that, but
yes,
you know what also, went dry? The Nile River went dry. That doesn't prove that there historically was a biblical flood.
And they put plans into play because they noticed, they caught the pattern of it drying up. They knew it would dry up, and they started storing water, and they made anybody punishable. I think some of it was by death or imprisonment if they touched the water storage, because they knew it was going to dry up. This is before we had the Bible. The Euphrates is going to dry up. I guarantee you. Let it dry up right now, and it's going to come back, and then somebody can say it's going to dry up again.
Emmanuel, do you believe that the Noah story is right? That it actually happened? I'm going to wait for his response. Okay. Are you close to a laptop, Emmanuel? Do you have a laptop or a computer by you? If not, that's okay, because I'll just ask Mo to look it up.
No, we're not putting limits on God. God said how he did it. Remember, the word of God said
Mo,
how he did it. So we can challenge that. They could have easily just said God magically built the big boat. You ain't have to tell me the size of it. They told us the exact size.
Okay, he says, why are there seashells on the top of Mount Everest? You want to know why? Because at one time, the whole planet was underwater. Before humans. At one point in time, there was nothing on this planet but sea life. There was no land. All land was underwater. And thousands upon thousands of years, the water started receding because the planet started getting hot and water started evaporating. It's doing that to this day. We are running out of water to this day.
Right. And that's why you still have fish right now that can scale up the top of a freaking mountain. They live in the water, but they can scale up to the top of the mountain and lay their eggs all the way up there.
You know what, Mo?
That mountain used to be underwater, so they always were laying their eggs on that mountain, and they still climb all the way up that mountain and lay their eggs right there. And their babies are born, and they slide right down that stream and go into the water. Because that's just how fish are. A salmon will swim all the way to the other side of the world to lay their eggs where they always lay their eggs at. So that shows you that mountain used to be underwater. Like, this stuff is not a mystery no more. And the only reason why people won't even accept that the whole planet was underwater is because that's actual history. That's actual science. When you use the Bible, the world was never underwater besides a flood.
See, this is what it is. Emmanuel, you came on here and you thought that you were going to go up against a whole bunch of know-it-alls, and I'm going to teach them. You can't teach us because we study this. We attacking like Kid and Play. Now I'm gonna show you where you're wrong on this Noah. Because you believe in the Noah story. You believe that after Noah, they went in and created civilizations. They went back into all these civilizations to rebuild up humanity. Mo, pull up the date for the Noah's flood. I'm about to prove him wrong.
You about to do that? You taking that's gonna be a haymaker. That was one of the first things I said. What the hell is this date?
Emmanuel, I'm proving my point because you believe in the Noah flood. I'm proving my point right now. How you're wrong.
All right, man, this is so ugly. All right, we got. Hold on, where we at?
What is that, 23?
It's nah, man. They at 10:56.
Oh, okay. Well, that messes him up even more. So if we got 1056 BCE, right?
Because it used to be 3000. It used to be like 3200 or something like that. So they switched it. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can find another one too, because this one ain't. I don't like that one myself. That's crazy. They moved it up to 1056. That's not even possible. That means the Egyptians were ruling, the original people who were ruling Egypt before it got overthrown. That means that they were living before the earth was even created. That is nuts. That ain't even right. Let me see. All right. Yeah, this is a better one because it uses his age. All right, they get Noah's age, everyone that came before him. All right, boom. So then, all right, is that the beginning of the flood? They said the beginning of the flood had to start at 4050 to 4060.
Now look up how old the Egyptian pyramid is, the Pyramid of Giza. Now he says that does nothing for me. That article is man-made and not God-inspired. The argument is too weak. The Bible is man-made. Once again, the Bible is man-made.
Giza?
The people that put the Bible together just said it was inspired by God. You have no evidence that what they said was true. You're just reading things in the book. And if you want to take the book to be truthful in its totality, then you have to show me where on earth the behemoth is buried or the Leviathan.
Yeah,
Can you show me that?
Giza
If they roam the earth.
Giza is just under 46. I mean, just under 5,000 at 4,600 years.
And that predates what? The Noah's flood.
Yep.
So that's what I'm saying. So he's wrong.
And then the other ones are there's older ones at 5,000 years, over 5,000 years old, because the Giza ain't even the oldest pyramid.
That's what I'm saying. you got Seneferu, you got the Bent Pyramid, you got the Red Pyramid, you got the Step Pyramid. That's right. He said the Sphinx had water erosion, and it's older than all of that. Look, it's not a think. I'm not thinking. What you're doing is going to a book that said it was written by man and it was godly inspired, because that's what they want you to think. You have no proof to back that up. That's just a statement. I just proved to you that the pyramids, multiple pyramids, are older than Noah's flood. And then when you go into Egypt, which we call Kemet, there is no break in the king's list. There's not one break in the king's list. You got this son ruling, then you got this son ruling, then you got this son ruling. There's no break. If there was a biblical flood, you would see a break in the lineage. You don't see that. Matter of fact, if you go to the Sumerian's king list, you don't see a break in that either. If you go into Asia and you look at the civilizations that they had when it migrated from this tribe to that tribe, from this ruler to that ruler, there's no break in the lineage of a biblical flood. You just want to be right. That's
and then
all
look,
it is.
check this out. Who got their father drunk? I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all how to do the proper analysis.
That's where the Moabites come in at.
Yeah, who got the father drunk? When did that happen? Wasn't that after the flood?
Yeah.
Right. They got the father drunk. I think it was his daughters, right?
Yeah.
So check this out. You gotta pay attention to the context clues, right? This is how a teacher catch you cheating on your test or cheating on your essay. It says that the flood myth in Egypt, right, involved the god Ra and his daughter Sekhmet. Ra sent Sekhmet to destroy part of humanity for their disrespect and unfaithfulness, which resulted in a great flood of blood. However, Ra intervened by getting her drunk so that she would pass out. And the daughters, after the Noah's flood, they got him drunk.
That's
Come
segment,
on,
right?
man. Like, you can see they took it and then put their own spin on it. We ain't gonna make it blood. We're gonna say he flooded the whole. You always want to outdo the people that came before you. You want to outdo their story.
You gotta one up them, man. You have to one up them always.
He was going to destroy part of humanity. Well, our God is going to destroy all of humanity. You get what I'm saying? He got his daughter drunk to save humanity. Well, no, the daughters got their dad drunk to take his seed, and then, you get what I'm saying? Like they spun it how they wanted to spin it. It was for their thing, but it's all, you can see it in the story. They clearly took it from the other story, and then this flood story in the ancient Egyptian mythology predates. It predates. They weren't arrogant enough to go, we're gonna make these people think this flood really happened. They saved their own asses. They was like, well, he got her drunk and she stopped. So we don't even have to deal with, did the Egyptians say a whole world flood happened? No, because the dad got the girl drunk and she didn't even get to make it happen. So now we only dealing with water erosion. But with your story, they had to make your God so damn strong that it started making no sense.
No, they didn't make him that strong because he kept taking L's to Moloch.
Right. You're but a vapor in time on the earth. You will find out the truth soon enough. Whatever. Bro, I'm good. And you know they talk about this dude, right? They talk about him like everyone's dying to go with him. Like, I don't even know why they talk like that. They don't even approach you the right way and say, hey, would you like to go to heaven with me and my God? You didn't even ask me. Who said I wanted to go where you going? Go by yourself. I never even said I wanted to go. They just like, you going to find out and you going to be sorry. I'm not going to be sorry for none of that, because if this stuff even happens to be real, this person is wicked as hell. What the hell I want to go with them for? This is wickedness.
They justify it by saying it's righteous. He righteously killed people.
Yeah, they call it the righteous evil.
We're doing everything we're doing for the good of the colony. Remember ants?
Right. A Bug's Life.
Every kill is for the good of the colony. And we killed eight children. That's for the good of the colony. We got to move in the right direction. It's like everybody that does evil in the book is evil but God. God does most of the evil, wicked acts in the book, and it's justified because he's righteous. But everybody else that does evil, they're just evil. How does that make sense? How?
Nuts. You know, he got away from the jump because he created evil. Like, you did the ultimate. Like, you know how Satan has the ultimate sin because he conspires against God. He goes against him. He wants to dethrone him.
He said God killed people who were killing babies to a god called Baal. Do you know that the Jews were killing and eating their own babies because God commanded it?
Whoopsie.
So that goes back to what I said. When God commits the evil act, it's justified and he's righteous. But now Baal is making people kill babies and he's evil.
He said, no, that's not correct. That's it. All right. You could have added something else to it, like a scripture. Nope, that's not right. It's and this is why it's dangerous to use.
So are you saying that the Jews didn't eat their own babies in the book? Stephen, however you want to pronounce it. What are you saying? I don't have my book with me, so why don't you pull the scripture? You're the one that made the statement. Why we got to do all the work, Mo?
I don't know.
We gotta pull up our sources that debunk the book. Then we gotta pull up the scriptures in the book so they can get the feel good of what the scripture is saying, so they can try to make us out to be the bad person.
You agree they deserve to die, right? That's how humans are supposed to think. He thought the whole world was supposed to die for something that a small town did. The world is full of evil. Those babies didn't even have any evil yet, man. They didn't even get influenced by anything. He killed babies, man. And what was Noah doing after he got off that boat? Y'all so stuck in accepting it. You didn't even think, use your imagination and think about what he saw when he got off that boat. Bodies everywhere, just babies. Man, come on, man. That'd shake anybody up. Ain't no man got that tough. His heart would have bled for months and years. Like, you just seeing babies floating. He probably would have. At what point did Noah go, man, God, what you kill the babies for? Like, say the
He
baby.
never said that. Because remember, when Moses came down from the mountain, he played God and was killing his own people. God didn't tell him to do that.
You're just clay. That's what he said. You're just clay. Yeah, right. That's why it don't mean nothing. That's why human life doesn't even matter, because we're just dirt. That's what the story keep telling you. You're being desensitized, man. You're being desensitized in your own book. We're clay. We ain't nothing but dirt, and we got to go back to the dirt. Nobody values human life to the point where you can have a God saying he's gonna kill everybody for something. Kill the people that are innocent. I mean, kill the people that are guilty. What are you killing innocent people for?
I want to go back to what he said. God created everything. God created everything because that's what the book says. The book tells you God created everything, so you believe it.
God became clay and died. Guilt trip.
In
Hey,
other
notice,
civilizations, they say that God said they created everything. That their God created everything. So whose God are we supposed to believe? Stephen?
Yep. When children have a disagreement about what their parents said, who is the one that clears it up?
It's 66 books in one because they stole stuff from other civilizations and they put it in books.
Man, I seen a Bible that had 100 and something books, man. They've been doing editing for a long time.
Jay Benz, hey, what's up, Jay, man? Where you been, man? I thought you was going live tonight, man. What happened? I was waiting on him to go live. He didn't go live, man. You disappointed me, man. I was waiting on you.
I thought I saw him live earlier.
I didn't see it. I was looking.
"600 years on whose timeline? Do you not understand that they created the timeline to try to fit the Bible? And then once they found out that there were places that predated, they didn't know. They looked at these buildings, was like, oh, that's just a bunch of rocks. We didn't have these devices we have today to date things. So they thought they had it perfectly figured out. They didn't know we would do it. They didn't know we would have DNA technology where we can trace someone's DNA and find out who's related
Hold
to
on.
who.
He's not digging. Have you heard of the maximalist and the minimalist debate?
He said Google. Bro, hey, you know what? Go find out. Go try to Google the creation of the timeline. Go try to do it. Find it. I don't think he know what he's talking about. Like this, everything doesn't come off of Google. And what is Google anyway? It's a search engine. I don't understand what that even means.
Sam, he doesn't know that. He's gonna make it up.
No, it's called backdating. That's what it's called. Where did Psalms come from? Where did Proverbs come from? Where did it come from? Where did they get these texts from?
Some of Proverbs came from the Egyptians.
A minimote. So you add what you want to it.
Where'd Jay go, man? He left?
He probably about to start his live.
Oh, this late?
Where?
How?
Where is he getting this from? Show me where I got this from on Google. Show me. Give me a name. Give me one of the person's name. Like, do they have a name of these people that you talking about? They respond to what you're saying because they don't know about it. So they go, Google. You don't even know what I'm talking about. You're supposed to ask me who, where, when, who are the people that were involved in making this timeline. You think that 300, right? You know, the real one for our timeline is 300 something BC. I mean, AD.
The Bible was not banned, so I don't know what type of question that is.
This isn't new age information. It's old. Download an app to your phone called Encyclopedia
Look, this is
Britannica.
what I'm trying to tell you, Stephen. You have to research the maximalist and the minimalist debate. Because what Mo is telling you is part of that discussion. And you know who won the day? You know who won the debate? The minimalist. Oh, who they had? They had Thomas L. Thompson. And they went in there and crushed the whole maximalist. The maximal, I'm gonna tell, because he probably don't know. The maximalist was trying to date everything in the Bible as early as possible, like they do in the Bible. And the minimalist was like, no, this cannot be right. And the minimalist,
look what he
the
said. Look what he
minimalist.
said. He just told on himself. The minimalist debate. What's this about?
This is my third time saying it. I told you to look it up. You got to look it up. You got to look into what we see. What you think, we just get on here and talk. That's what you think. We just get on here and talk. And it's Google. What I'm telling you is I have had conversations with biblical scholars who know this stuff.
You don't need to Google it. Go to CornellUniversity.com and look at their archive.
Not even that. Go to the Copenhagen website.
Go to Encyclopedia Britannica. You don't need Google.
There you go.
Don't need Wikipedia. Go to school, man. It don't take that much.
You just, oh, well, they're just up just talking out of their ass. No, man, we're not doing that. I can, though. I can talk out my ass. But you won't be able to refute nothing that I'm saying.
I gave you a source, bro. Who to say they got all the answers? They got all of the scholars that were even involved in it. Things are peer reviewed, man. Do you not understand that people have to sit down and be criticized by other people? They try to find something wrong with
it. It's called peer review. It's all peer reviewed. When you peer review work, that means if something doesn't match up or is agreeing with the professors in the field, then they all examine your work to see if you have groundbreaking ideas and new concepts that are true. And if they all come to the conclusion that it's not true, then that means you can't put it in your book. And if you do put it in your book, then they're not going to accept your work. You're just going to be one of those unknown Amazon writers.
Definitely.
That's what they do when it's peer review.
Hey, we will. We do need to stop doing this for free. It ain't even appreciated.
I'm not telling you not to believe in the book, because the book gives you guidance on how to live your life. What I'm simply saying is that stuff in the Bible is not 100% accurate. And when I say stuff like that, a lot of people get mad because of the way I say it. Okay, I might say a joke or two and have fun with it, but that's That's just for the TikTok live.
Right.
I'm not telling nobody, oh, don't believe in the book. The book is trash. I will never tell anybody to throw the book in the trash because the book gives you guidance on how to live your life. And I'm not saying that, oh, people follow it 100%. They take things in the book that's sustainable to their lifestyle and they try to follow it to a T. That's cool. Because I think everybody should do that. Everybody has laws, rules, and regulations that they should live by. And that's what the book gives you. But when you try to push the book on other people as though it's true, and it's 100% right in its totality, that's where the disagreement is going to come in. Because we know that they took certain things from other people and put it into the book. We know this. They took certain stuff out of the book to make it seem like it was true. We know this. See, this is when I talk, I don't really talk about Jesus. I don't really bash him like that. I bash Paul. A lot of the times when I'm talking, I'm bashing Paul. Jesus didn't write one thing in the Bible. Other men wrote for him. So I can't sit here and say, oh, well, Jesus said. I'm just going off what people wrote about him. Jesus is the savior in the book, even though he didn't. See, like now what I'm about to say, some people be like, oh, look, you're bashing Jesus. Jesus didn't save one person in the book, even though Moses did. He just died for our sins. And after that, people still died for their sins. You see what I'm saying? So in my eyes, this is my belief that Jesus just died. He didn't save anyone in the book. That's just my belief.
It's for your imagination. It's for your belief. You feel like you saved in the afterlife that may not even be there. Who wouldn't question that? You just like, no, man, I got you after you die.
Listen, Stephen. The majority of the information that we are telling you are coming from people who believe in Christianity. It is a lot of biblical scholars that believe in Christianity. They just think the book was altered because they have evidence to back it up. That's what we're saying. They're believers. They are believers.
They don't even know who actually put together the AD BC timeline. They just know that the Catholic Church was the one screaming it out their mouth. They was the first ones pushing it. So
okay,
there's no coincidence.
Hold on. He said we have the Dead Sea Scrolls to back it up, and they match. Do you know that when you go into the Dead Sea Scrolls, one of the guys, he's still doing comparative study on it. He said that some of the stuff in the Dead Sea Scroll is misspelled, and they're not using Old Hebrew. Do you know that?
He don't want to know that. He's Googling stuff right now. He's doing it. He's switching back and forth to Google, trying to hurry up and find something. And you got to study for months and years.
It's a guy, to this day, he is still going over the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he is telling people this, that there's mistranslations in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and there's stuff in there that they didn't spell right in Hebrew. And he's like, how can you get that wrong? Matter of fact, they found a new manuscript of the Dead Sea Scroll, and it looks brand new. And he said, well, we don't know how it looks brand new because all the Dead Sea Scrolls we got are brittle to the touch. You got to wear some specific gloves. Because if you don't, the book starts crumbling. And the ones that he's doing a study on now, you don't have to do that. And that's where he says that a lot of the mistranslations and misspelled words are coming from. So he don't think it's authentic.
Facts.
It doesn't. What is what when you say that is everything is the same to a T? What do you mean? Because Jesus ain't in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Find the name. Find the name Jesus in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You're not gonna find it. So it's not to a T. I'm waiting. Jesus is not Yahweh.
That is the new belief, man. They just made this. He was never considered a god, and he said he wasn't a god. He said he didn't even say he was God's son, man. This is all of
He
this is
just said
new, bro.
he said he was the Son of Man, and then other people said he was the Son of God. Okay, if Jesus is God, then why is it in the book it says that he's God's son? Is that a contradiction? I would never call myself my son. I'm not going to call myself my son. Sounds like a contradiction to me. Now he's God's word. So he went from being God to being Jesus to being God's word. I got it. He's the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Hey, give me the person that's behind the Dead Sea Scrolls, bro. Where are these groups of scholars that are checking it to see if it's real and if it's accurate?
I
Where is it
forgot.
at?
I forgot that it's a dude. It is a dude that's doing that though.
Yeah, but is he from Israel?
I don't know. He
See,
old though.
yeah, the problem is that they're only the ones that they have today are people that are probably like it benefits them to make it something authentic, right? But it's supposed to be passed around to all the scholars so everyone can work on it at the same time. It's going to take too long for one person to do it. So they get what they have 50, I think they had 55 to 150 people involved in just the KJV. The Dead Sea Scrolls is a more complicated work. Why would they put just a handful of people from the same place on it?
All I'm saying is he knows the word Jesus is not in the Dead Sea Scrolls. He knows this. And you can't say Jesus is Yahweh because Yahweh is God. Jesus is not God. He knows this.
Dad, take this off me.
Take what off you?
This.
Okay, tell your big brother to take it off you.
But mine has something bigger.
Okay, come on. Hold on. Let me move this. Arms up.
It's supposed to be able to be challenged, man. Come on, Stephen. Who's challenging it? That scholars challenge each other's information. Who put this work out so that somebody could
Yep.
challenge it to see if it's really authentic? Who did it? And from what I've seen on the Dead Sea Scrolls, they're not even done. So I don't know how we just came to the conclusion that it's all perfectly matched and they're not even finished with it. Who did that?
It's
I
not.
bet you it'll lead back to
They
the church.
have
I
not.
bet you.
They haven't found a complete Dead Sea Scroll. They just found fragments. So how is it
Look at
matching
all the
line for
dreams.
line?
Mr. 100, I think you're confusing uh, literature with people's personal God. I have nothing to do with your personal God and what you think about in your head. I'm not worried about that. I can't see what's going on in your head. I don't know nothing about that. Dreams and visions, I have dreams and visions. I've seen the future and all of that stuff. I don't know how it happened. I don't know who did it. I know I didn't have no religious faith at the time. And when I did have religious faith, I was dreaming and seeing the future. I had deja vu. I had epiphanies and all. And then after I wasn't, it still stayed there. It still was the same. So it didn't come from the book. I just always had it. And then when I met my family from Haiti and Southern Virginia and Louisiana, they told me that's something that just runs in our family and they do voodoo. We just always knew how to. We just had shamans and stuff in our family. It had nothing to do with the Bible.
You believe because of your testimony and faith. That's why you know you don't know Jesus is real. You're going by faith. That's cool. You can go by faith, but you can't come in here and tell us he's real. You have to prove that to us that this man was real. Prove to me that Jesus in the Bible did all those miracles he did in the Bible, outside the Bible. Okay, I survived 3 months being premature. What's your point? I survived open heart surgery. What's your point? I survived being born without a butthole. They had to cut the side of my stomach open for a colostomy bag. What is your point? I survived a crack right here in my skull when my sister pushed me off the bed and I hit the edge of the bed rail. What is your point? That has nothing to do with God. I survived
attributed to it. If he was
getting stabbed in the side of my fucking rib by my sister's ex-boyfriend.
And if you was Muslim, it would have been Allah who did it. All your miracles would have been attributed to Allah. Right? If you was raised where my family was raised at, you would have thought it was something from one of the ancient tribes where we got our traditions from. Right? Like, come on, bro. If you was Native American, you would have gave it to one of your ancestors. Who is that? Ghost?
Just because you have something profound happen to you in your life and you accredit it to a being doesn't mean it's true. That means it's good. You got good leather. The Bible was made out of good leather. I'm happy. You guys, like, y'all make it seem like the Bible is true in its totality. I wish I had my book on Nostradamus. I lost it in, I think, in 2008. If I had this book, I would go in there and show you the majority of the prophecies that's in the Bible. He got in his book. It's nothing new.
And look, you know the manuscripts they have in the library of the Bible in DC and in Chicago. You know that scholars already challenged it. They already challenged it and said that it was a lie, that nobody has ever. And these people who do the groundwork, they don't know where they got these scrolls from. They don't even know where they got them from. They have them. And the only reason, I'm guessing, now this is where I'm guessing and I'm using my opinion. The reason why they left them in those libraries, in those museums, is because it's making money. They're getting money from the government. People are coming there every day. People are going on field trips to go there. The kids are bringing $2, $4 snacks and everything from their mom and dad to go on this field trip. Come on now, like this is why it's still there. They already challenged it. They already told the churches that, yo, y'all translated it wrong. We understand that you guys are church fathers and everything, and you're trying to hold up this culture and everything, but this was translated wrong, using the wrong form of Greek. They used the wrong form of Greek to do the translation. Fuck out of here. Why would I play it back and listen to myself and it's already, I just know I've been talking about this for so long.
That's what it was. It wasn't Hebrew like Greek. It was Jerusalem like Greek.
That's all they got now, though. Names. Well, I got all types of names to call y'all, but I ain't even into all of that because I'm just trying to put information out. I'm real slick with my mouth. I can get real slick.
But they say it was inspired by God. So that means the Greeks were inspired to write these codexes before the Hebrews were inspired by God to write their own word. That doesn't make sense.
I need to record this, play it back, and listen to myself. For what? I already researched all of this. I already read it. I'm not speaking out the side of my neck. I say this all the time. This must be your first time talking to me or being on my live or something, because this is what we talk about. We've said it a million times. This stuff is memorized. You don't see us like looking down at a piece of paper or anything until y'all want to read scriptures, and then we got to go pull that up so that you know that we're not lying, and then you can go read the Bible. You ain't gonna even if I did pull out some articles or open up my book and let you or go to Encyclopedia Britannica or Cornell University or the ancient manuscript archive. If we go to the Codex Sinaiticus that has the whole microfilm, you can go and translate that yourself. If we pull that up, you ain't gonna look it up. Like, come on, let's be real. You ain't gonna look. Oh, I want to read along with him. Like, you ain't even that considerate. You're not considerate like that. If I wanted to go citation for citation for citation, you ain't going to check it anyway. You don't care about it. You just want your God to be real, and you can have the God, but these men who wrote it are lying. There's no way around that. They're liars, and humans are liars. Your book even tells you, let every man be a lie and let God be the truth.
Stephen, I'm not saying that that did not happen, but just because your Bible survived doesn't mean that it's true. That's all I'm saying, dude. Like, okay, what is Stephen? What's the oldest codex that they got?
He over there talking about cars. No offense, bro, but we getting shot and this other shit going on. Man, we got other shit. We got
Yes,
other shit going
I
on,
do
bro.
think it's coincidence
God
that
dang.
your Bible was made out of very strong leather.
Bro, they can't find one. They can't find one manuscript. And what is it? Quran? What's that place called where they found the Dead Sea Scrolls? Qumran, or whatever it's called.
I don't even know that. I just know they found it in the cave.
Yeah, that's what they said. But people tried to check it. They haven't found anything over there. They're lying.
Hold on, wait, Mo. Guess what? I got to tell you. It was people that was in the cave before that dude found the stuff. And they said, I didn't remember seeing none of these. Remember, they weren't just hidden. They was in like
A
vassal.
vase. Yeah, a little vase, yeah.
And so they were like, oh, we were in there. We didn't see none of this. They have this written down. So they're like, well, somebody hid them. They preserved them so they wouldn't get burnt up. So we don't know who put them in there, but we think that they're authentic. That's
Right.
what they said when they first
And
found
once they found that out, they smelled something what? Fishy. So they went and they tried to check it and see, well, let's check it ourselves and see. And it took them years before they can get their hands on it because it ain't easy to just, get a piece of something from a museum and go test it and see what material is made from. But once they finally did, they had to take it out the museum because it was shoe leather. It was made from shoe leather, bro. And it was way too well preserved. There's people who this is their profession. Like they know when they look at it, like there's no way that is actually a real manuscript because it would be too corroded. It would have something like it would be fragmented. It was too perfect. They just found another scroll just like a few months ago. And I'm looking at it myself. They unrolled it from it's a big scroll wrapped up in this wooden pole. And he's unrolling it across this long ass table. And the
Mm-hmm.
first problem
And
with it is
he
it's
got
flawless.
on white gloves.
Right, yup. Because they not trying to mess it up. They got cloths and everything and it has a whole bunch of mistakes. That is the one reason they know that this text is authentic because it has too many mistakes. It's a red flag when it has no mistakes. That's how you know something's wrong with it. Because and this is where other people mess up. These people who try to do these forgeries, they didn't know the actual history of the Bible. They thought the Bible was a book that was already put together and then people built on it over time. They didn't know that they took texts from different civilizations as they conquered them and then put it together. So they accidentally trying to make forgeries. They wrote the whole Bible out and then didn't know that people already knew it was put together at a later date. So their forgeries made no sense because the book wasn't even put together that way yet. So it shows that you wrote it after it was put together. This man is a liar. He makes mistakes. They looking for profit. They looking for followers. They looking for control. The God don't need to look for no stuff like that. The God is already in control. Have you been keeping the commandments? Ask why you show feel free, true love. Okay, yeah. What commandment are you talking about? Because I'm going against the laws already by just changing the stuff I changed in my diet. I'm already going against the laws. Just me trying to be healthy, I'm going against what God told me I can eat. And it's 613 laws. Stop talking about keeping those 10 commandments. Everybody know about those 10 commandments. Open the scope up. It's 613 of them. People know right from wrong. Be sitting there with thou shalt not kill. I know I ain't supposed to kill nobody. And that's why I don't do it. Like what? I don't need to keep reading a scripture over and over to know that I shouldn't be hurting nobody. If you got to do that, something is wrong with you. What is wrong in somebody's head that they got to hear that they're not supposed to sleep with their neighbor's wife, that they're not supposed to kill somebody? What's wrong with you that you don't know that? What in the world is wrong with you, man? I don't understand that. But it says don't kill. You think that's wrong? What did you think it was before you read it? Because I knew before I was even able to read it, I shouldn't be hurting nobody, let alone kill them with shit.
That's not even the half of it. They got a it's a book, and I don't even know if it's a book. It's manuscripts of Jesus when Jesus was young, and it states that one of his classmates brushed him on the shoulder, and Jesus killed this man.
What?
And then the other one is it was something with his teacher. I think he blinded. I think he blinded the little boy, and then he killed his teacher, or vice versa. I just forget where it's at. It's like it. You know how Jesus goes from 13 to 33.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the missing chapters of his life.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So the missing chapters of it's like they have it written down where he's trying to he knows he's the son of God and he's trying to control his powers, but he's fucking up.
Guess who else? 20s and teenage life and part of his adolescence is missing. Guess who else got that same thing? Muhammad.
Who?
Muhammad got the same thing. It's a big gap, a big ass gap. They drifted off somewhere and they don't know where they were at, but then they come back with all this knowledge.
If you don't believe it, then why are you reading it? I did believe at one point in time, so that's when I was reading it.
I still know rap lyrics. I don't listen to that shit no more. Like I still don't know the lyrics. I still know lyrics from a whole bunch of songs. I'm talking about the music I used to listen to. Like I don't listen to that music no more, but I still know the lyrics from it. It's not a song I'm gonna just play today. Like it's club rocking, jumping around. And
they act like just because we don't believe in something, we're not supposed to pick up the reading material and see what's in it. It's knowledge. We're not supposed to learn knowledge. I'm not supposed to learn about knowledge because I don't believe in the stuff that it's talking about.
Singleman, exactly. I always wonder, read the Gospel of Thomas, Singleman. You're going to see all the stuff he was talking about.
They're not going to do
that. He was
that.
talking. He was running his mouth. And then the person who wrote it is supposed to be his twin brother. You think he don't know what his brother was talking about? Why would you leave his twin brother's book out of the box? Come on, man. It's obvious. You don't even need to read it. If someone took someone's twin brother's book out of the book, you know why they did it. They don't want you to know it.
Book, I think it tells you not to follow any man. I think it says you are your own God. I think that's what the book says in the book of Thomas. So if his brother is telling you this, his brother, that's his right-hand man. Come on, man. It's his twin. It's his right-hand man. Y'all know how twins is.
And then they try to flip the story. They turn Judas. Judas is supposed to be Thomas.
He's supposed to be what?
Judas is supposed to be Thomas. Thomas is supposed to be Judas. And then
Uh,
even Jesus and Judas have a similar story when you use the other text, right? But if they were twins, then they probably just killed even Jesus and Judas have a similar story when you use the other text, right? But if they were twins, then they probably just killed both of them because they were a problem. That's the point. Like that ain't
that
it's not
makes
much to
sense.
figure
That
out.
makes sense.
Yeah, and then they just told us, well, he betrayed Jesus. So he was his right hand man. It was his twin brother, and they killed both of them. It's not that much to figure out. And then they took pieces of what he said. What do they got? Like 30,000 words from
Yeah,
Jesus? That's about it. That's all they got from him.
it's 33 sayings.
Oh, 33 sayings. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's not 33 like words. It's his sayings like his what was I about to say? It's like his commandments. So it's like 33 commandments from Jesus. From Thomas though. But they don't follow Thomas. They don't follow James and they don't follow Peter. And them was the people that was there. They just follow Paul. Paul's
We
the
want
guy.
you to be in heaven with us. It must be true if you are reading it for knowledge. Hello. I'm not reading it for knowledge. It's information in there, and they took it from somewhere else. And I can go to other texts to find it. They got it from somewhere else. And I don't know what this heaven place is you're talking about. And if I hear about it and I sit down and talk with the person, whoever, whatever, I should have a choice. I shouldn't be. How are you going to tell me that you want me to go somewhere? This don't even sound right. The conversation with this is weird. You just want me to go with you. What am I? Am I a person in my own body? I want you to go with me. Like, what are you talking? Who are you? What are you
Mr.
talking about?
100, can you describe heaven for me?
It's going to be everything on earth that you ever wish for. Well, I'll
That's
just
what
stay
I'm
here then.
saying. It's man, it's man-made objects in heaven.
They can't
Why
even
is it
describe
man-made
it.
objects in heaven?
It should be described without using anything from the earth because it's supposed to be something that ain't
Yep.
like earth. The beings there are unearthly. The earthly, they don't even like the earth. They're not of this world. They shouldn't have gold paved roads and all of this stuff and fruits and
Right?
virgins and all of that. It's
Pearly,
always this stuff that men
pearly
dream
gates.
about.
There shouldn't be no gold. There should be no gold in heaven. But that's to get it. That's to get you there, get you to believe you're gonna live in eternity. Why do I have to die to get my reward in heaven? I want my reward while I'm living on earth. I don't want to go to a spiritual plane to get a reward. That don't help me now. I don't die in my
And
spiritual form if I'm in heaven.
and then they completely disconnect you from it and say you won't even remember the past life. You won't remember your suffering. Well, then what am I gaining? For me to be when I'm cold and I put on a jacket, I remember being cold and I'm warming up, and that's where I get my sensation from. I'm not gonna remember nothing. I'm just gonna be in heaven. Then what is the gain? I'm not even gonna know anything.
That doesn't make any sense because if we don't remember and our family's in there, what's the point? What's the point? What's the point? God wipes our memory, then sends us into heaven. You can wipe our memory during judgment when we fuck up and you send us to hell. So that means you got the ability to put everybody who fucked up that's going to hell into heaven. He has the ability. So the concept of heaven and hell don't make no sense if he got the power to change it.
He said, read the Bible, bro. Tell me something from the Bible I don't know already. The only people that tell me things from the Bible I don't know are people who don't even believe in it. You learn the most from people who are non-believers. Believers never tell you anything new. They tell you the same thing over and over and over. You're going to heaven, immortality, Adam and Eve died on the cross. You say the same thing over and over and over. You won't give anybody anything they can use in their life right now. It's always something they already know or some supernatural stuff that you heard on the toilet. I think of all types of stuff when I'm on the toilet, when I'm by myself in deep thought. I ain't gonna say God did it. Like, come on, man. Why don't people who are mentally
Who's God?
retarded find God? Why don't mentally retarded people find God? They didn't do nothing. They be the perfect people to use as apostles and saints and prophets. Perfect. That a kid getting up and just reciting the Bible and they ain't never had it before. They never saw it a day in their life, and they don't even know how to read. They just reciting the Bible.
Yes,
That'll make me
Rob,
wonder.
hey, Paul, you're right. You are absolutely right.
Patchwork.
Why is it that when Paul was speaking the gospel, nobody was listening to him? This is after Jesus died. He picked up the teachings and was trying to teach the gospel to people after Jesus had already died. So they witnessed him during the crucifixion. So they would know that he was real, right? So if Paul picked up the teaching and was going town to town, city to city, speaking, people would have known who Jesus was. So they would have followed Paul. But Paul had a hard time trying to convince people that believed in Jesus to follow him. He had to go to the people that didn't believe.
They don't even know early Christians were Catholics that turned against each other. Like, people don't know Bloods and Crips were the same. There was one gang, and then they split up, and now you think a Blood and a Crip is something different. Just the same way it was with Catholicism.
They had a war, a whole war. You had new school Catholics that was killing old school Catholics. Oh man, I watched it on the History Channel, bro. I was like, huh? This don't make no sense. Those that did not believe in Jesus were getting killed by the new Christians that believed in Jesus. I never heard this before in my life till I watched the History Channel. Matter of fact, it was a marathon, an Armageddon marathon, and they were playing everything that had to do with the Bible. And they played that. That's the only time that I seen it. Because at first, the Catholics were going around killing off the pagans. And instead of them going into the pagan shrines and temples, getting rid of everything, instead of them getting rid of everything, they converted all the signs and symbols into Christianity. The old Catholics did that. Then the new Catholics came in and was murking them because they didn't believe in Jesus. And then when they was doing it, they messed up.
How do blind people know God from birth? Big facts. Big facts. We was talking to somebody 2 days ago, talking about miracles, and they still happen today. And they seen somebody who was amputee get all their limbs back. And we asked them where that happened at, and they said, see, this is the problem. No, just give me the reference. We was on there for like a couple of hours. They just would not give it to us. So you willing to lie on your God. Like, it shows that you don't even believe it. You're going to tell me a lie. And they was like, I think even at one point they said, at one point they was like, my sister was one of them. My sister was one of the people that it happened to. It's like, man, that is crazy. You think that like I'm about to sit here and just believe that somebody was an amputee and they grew their limb back and they related to you, and you're not even famous? And we nicely asked them, like, yo, just give me the person's name. You think I'm going to give you my family member's name so you guys can torture them with this? I'm not trying to do that. I want to find out where that happened at and how y'all did it so I can help the other amputees. Like, I'm going to go attack somebody that grew a limb back. I'm going to protect someone that grew a limb back. That's an important person.
From the government. If you did that, the government coming in.
Right. That's why I say that.
You grew a limb? Study yourselves. He's the new Henrietta.
Boom. Exactly. That's what they did with Henrietta, and it was just her cells. If somebody regenerated a whole limb, but Jesus was bringing people from the dead and making them walk, they're not going to kill you. They may abduct you. They're going to abduct you and find out how you did it and then kill you afterwards. And they may never kill you. Like, that's not even their style. That's the humans. That's not their type of mentality when it comes to seeing something supernatural. When there is a whiff of anybody doing anything supernatural, they want you to stay alive so they can get that information. They're not about to kill you. I don't need to explain someone finding a Bible after they pray for one and Bibles are burning up in a house. Like, I don't need it. Why would I need to explain that? I don't understand why I would need to explain that. Y'all just throw it. It's called the God of the gaps. Anytime something can't be explained, they just say God. That's easy. That's the easy way out. I dreamed the future before. I was 7 years old, and I told my teacher that my brother killed himself. I didn't even meet that brother. That was my stepbrother who killed himself in 2009. I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that came from, but I'm not about to go, God. Like, that doesn't, I don't understand how we just keep making God everything. Like, it's everything. I done seen some stuff in my life, man. I'm telling you, I done seen some stuff. But it doesn't, I'm not going to sit there and call it God every single time. And then we all agree that it's highly likely that there's other beings that exist. So why are we just jumping from human to God? Like, there's no in between. Like, something else ain't possibly something else messing with us. Like, just human, even if you get rid of other beings, right? You can say that humans here have gotten to a certain point where they know more than you, where they found a plant or something. They got some technology where they can think faster than you. They can send out, what do they say, like frequencies and shockwaves and control your phone and the phone towers and all that stuff. So you're admitting that these people have high technology and they can use it to manipulate humans. But then you're also thinking that you're actually talking to a God in your head and it's not nobody doing any type of trickery on you. That doesn't even make sense. And then the red flag should go up when you're talking to your fellow Christian who talks to God, which is just one person. That's one being. Y'all all talking to him, but he's giving you different messages. Y'all all got the one Holy Spirit, but it's making you interpret the word different ways. Come on, man. There's tens of thousands of different accounts all over the internet with people preaching the doctrine differently, but they all have the same Holy Spirit. So, Mr. 100, you're special, huh? No, you got it. You're right. And then when you get off and somebody else pop up here, that person is right. All of you are right. And you're just trying to save our lives. You just want us to go to heaven with you. It sounds sweet, but what are you talking to? What are you in communication with? Why does it want to wipe your memory and make you go to a place where you're living freely? And if it's rewarding you, doesn't the reward come from hard work? If you think about this, you go to work for 2 weeks, right? On Thursday, on Friday morning, you get your memory wiped, and you just get money in your account and you don't even know where it came from. You want your reward from what you did before. That doesn't make sense.
Man, what he's saying doesn't make sense. Explain how I have zero income and I prayed for a car in the house and received it. That doesn't have nothing to do. Look, you're not supposed to pray for personal gain. That's a sin. So you're telling me God rewarded you for praying to him for personal sin, for personal gain, which is a sin, and he gave you what you wanted.
Bro,
you're the only one. You broke the commandments and he gave you what you wanted.
Even if I did become religious again, I guarantee you I would not waste my time asking for material things. I will not ask for nothing material, bro. That is crazy. She said, so you got Section 8.
You got millions of people on this planet that pray to win the lottery. They pray. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. They're praying to win the lottery. They don't win. But you prayed for a car. You prayed for a car and got it. So you're telling me that out of all these millions of people that believe in Christianity, and they all asking God to heal their family members, to give them money, to give them cars, to win the lottery, to give them a place to stay, help them farm their children. Oh, my son got shot. Please pray that he doesn't die. God saw fit to ignore all of them and give you a car, give you money in your bank account. I call. Oh, shit.
Right? Hey, what are he gonna do when he get up there after he told you to not worry about worldly possessions? Don't worry about anything. I got you. Don't even worry about food. Don't worry about the clothes that you will wear. Don't worry about anything. Let the world be of the world and you don't be of it, even though you're there. So you gonna get up there and go, man, thanks for the car. Hey, God, remember that car you gave me? Thanks. Thanks for the chain, man. Thanks for the shirt. What that I told you not to worry about, I think you may be getting he may inform you that you probably got that from Satan. I ain't give you no car. What you talking about? That must have been Satan.
It's the Satan mobile.
They're gonna be up there talking about where the Christians at. Where you want to hang out today, my son? I want to go with the Christians.
What's up, son? What you need?
The hell is a Christian? I guarantee you talk that Christian stuff to Christ, he ain't gonna know what you talking about. There ain't no Christian.
Get that MLK
They
shirt.
called themselves saints, and we're sitting here disrespecting them.
It's black.
Right, I need a Honda.
Hey, man, I need more than a Honda. You know what? When I got COVID, my son took my car and was going to go get his mama something to eat. And a block from the house, he hit a car. Even if the car was in the wrong, totaled my shit. Both airbags popped out the whole front of my car. Gone. I need a whip. So God needs to see fit to give me a new car.
Right. And
But you know what? That's not going to happen.
Teaching them for free.
That's not going to happen. What's going to happen is the car insurance company's going to send me a check for like $2,000. Then I'm going to have to take my Nissan Maxima with the messed up transmission, take that to the shop to get it fixed. That's what's going to happen. The people who are in need and they're suffering, God's not helping them. But the one guy, Mr. 100, that needed money in a car, God saw fit to give it to him.
He said every time I've run out of smoke or food, something comes up and I get more right away. That has never stopped happening to me.
That
has never stopped. I don't pray to anything and everything just keeps going right in my life. It's a moment where things go down and then everything goes back right. I don't pray to anything. I'm not worried about it. Y'all sit there and just break down over everything. Oh my God, I ain't got no smoke. What am I going to do? Wow, a miracle. You so butthurt over how this system has things running that you break down. I've given people money for food and gas and just pulled out a $20 or $50 bill, just gave it to them, and they just fall down to the ground. I got to lift them back up, man. Get up. Get up.
Hey, you see
they
what Sam
down
said?
To the floor over a piece of paper. Oh my God, thank you so much. You know what that showed me, bro? It showed me that the world is so fucked up that this person is so mind blown that I gave him $50. Ain't that some shit? That just shows you how fucked up the world is. It's not God. That he's thanking God. Oh my God, thank you. God bless you. I hope God blesses you. Man, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. I got something extra. I'm giving it to you.
You know what it is? That's Satan. Why would God answer his prayers and no one else's? That sounds like Satan.
He out here putting in that work.
You prayed and Satan showed up. That's what it was. You a Satanist, man, and you don't even know it. It's all right. It's cool.
Anything material has something to do with Satan. It's the mundane. It's the material world. It's anti-spiritual, which is anti-Christ. If Christ is the elevation of man at his highest point, then anything material that you get as a reward is anti-spiritual. You're not. That's not a reward. These are just games that we play here. Exactly, in the flesh. Like this. This is a game we playing here. This is not your spirit. This is not spirituality or your mind. The physical is the game that you playing.
Oprah gave him that car, man. Tell him to stop playing. That's all that is. I know, man. Oprah gave you a car, man. It's cool. We understand. You ain't gotta say God did it. Hey, what's that? Hey, what's that thing with the dang, what's the name of it? Where the fiend got the car and the fiend ain't got no money to pay you for the drugs, so you rent the car for the day. Hey man, it's cool. Honest, that's what happened, man. That's what happened, man. You took the fiend's whip. You gave him crack. He ain't pay you back. He signed over the title. Now you got a whip. It's all right.
You keep assuming I'm a fake Christian and putting words in my mouth, bro. I'm straight up. No, if you're a Christian, you're fake. They called themselves saints, man. They called themselves saints or the followers of Christ. The men of Christ, the women of Christ, followers of Christ, saints. These other people in Antioch just called them names. It was a derogatory term. It's like, yo, look at these Christians.
The original word for Christians was poor people.
Uh-oh. Watch him like, so what scripture is that? What scripture is that?
We can go in and out the book. Whatever y'all want to play with, we can play with. Whatever y'all want to use, we can use. It's not that hard.
Yep, nice meant fool, or you don't know. Yep. A fool. We say nice today. Somebody be like, hey man, look at this picture I drew. Nice. The whole time you sitting there saying you're a fool or you don't know. Like how does that
or the term jaywalking? Because jay was a derogatory word back then. They're like, oh, you're a Jay. That's here in America. They're like, if someone called you a Jay, that means that's a derogatory word. Now we call it jaywalking.
Hey, you can't deny the Holy Spirit. You can't deny the Kundalini. Can you deny Kundalini? Can you deny the Tekkim? Can you deny that? Can you deny the chakra system? Can you deny the third eye? I can make up a whole bunch of stuff with you.
Shechem Ra, ain't that the name that they call the Kundalini?
Yeah.
So what makes the Holy Spirit better than that? When that came before the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit was an invention; it was created. They ain't got no answer for that. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. You got three different entities and they all form back to one. That doesn't make any sense.
Right, the Merkaba. Like, how y'all gonna deny that? The God body.
And that's a dude's name on YouTube.
Come on, man.
They just make stuff up as they go.
Did y'all know that Jesus spoke Aramaic, right? Y'all all admit that now. Y'all used to deny it back in the day when I seen them old debates and lectures from the elders. But now y'all all accepting it. They were liars and condemned back then. Now you're like, oh, he spoke Aramaic when y'all want to win an argument. But what is the name of God that he's calling on in that language? Because then if you say that, you know why they don't talk about that? They'll accept Aramaic and then stay away from the word of God, like the word that they use for God. Because it would make the Muslims correct for the name they're using. When they say Allah, that's what Jesus would have said. He would have said Allah. That's it. It's the same. They're using the same word.
There's no H though. There's no H. It's ALLA.
See? So there you go.
But
they would be called.
They don't know that.
That means that means that means the Muslims are using the correct name for God.
Because they Christians. That's why.
They used to pray together, bro. They used to pray
Yeah,
together. People
look,
don't even know that.
this. I've said this before. The Islamic faith it was the new version of Christianity. Not a lot of people know that. It was another form of Christianity. Quran means Bible scriptures. And Syriac, that's the grandfather language of Aramaic in Arabic. Matter of fact, when Islam was on the scene, they had to adopt Arabic for their letters because they didn't have a language yet. Because they stopped using Syriac. I'm talking about the new Islamic people. The old Islamic people use Syriac, which is the grandfather language. And when you go and you look into Syriac, you're going to tie a lot of that stuff back to Christianity.
Bro, when you live without any parents, he adopts you, and you can't deny it when he's all you have. You just answered your own question.
Mr. 100, you just going off belief, dude. That's it. You don't have no facts. You don't have no statements. You have no archaeological evidence to back up nothing that you're saying. You just faith. You're a faith-based Christian. That's cool. I'm not knocking that. It's cool for faith. People need faith to keep believing. Every day you wake up and go to work, you have faith that you're going to get there safe and you're going to clock in, do your job, clock out, and go home. That's faith. That's cool. Everybody got that. Everybody has faith that eventually they're going to find their soulmate, get married, have kids. I'm not knocking that.
And no matter how much work these humans put in to bless people, because there's a lot of organizations and a lot of kind-hearted people that are walking around doing this stuff for people, and they just give it to God. God did it. Like the car just fell out of the sky.
They don't give them credit when kids die, when kids come up missing, when you got car accidents and it decapitates people's heads. They don't give that to God. They give it to the devil. He gets all the praise for everything good and no praise for nothing that happens that's bad. Mm-hmm. Even though he created the bad things.
Send them straight to buck. Send them to that buckology. I, the Lord, I create peace. I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Right?
That's not what he meant. Look. What type of discernment do I need to understand someone taking credit for some elementary words? Like you're taking credit for things that are simple that a 5-year-old knows, good and evil, and I do all these things. Oh, I don't have the spirit, so I don't get what he's saying. If I had the spirit, right, and then look, check this out. This is what they do. They have the spirit of discernment or the Holy Spirit, whatever you want to call it. They read the scripture and they get something different. He's saying that I do evil to fight evil or whatever. So why didn't they just put that in the scripture? You see, so your discernment could have been the scripture itself. So you're telling me that you're doing better than the messenger. Who's going to just leave it that confusing? All of the people getting blessed. Americans should be the last ones getting blessed.
They love God so much they gotta justify the evil actions that he do. That's what it is. But now I will tell you that, like, you got some people that be like, "Oh, God he did create evil. He does do evil," but then they spin it. It's righteous evil, though. Mm-hmm. What is a righteous evil? That's like if I'm outside playing with a bunny, I throw the bunny down and I smash his head. And then everybody asks me, why'd you do that? It scratched me. So I'm justified in killing it. That makes no sense.
Remember those? What'd he do? What'd he do with them bears But they laughed at a bald dude in the Bible,
He
and he
sent
sent those bears
the,
to kill.
the bears went. He killed the two bears. Killed the children. They killed children. Yo. He killed the children.
Oh,
Why
Royal,
would you do
that's when Allah was a female. That's what they don't know. That's when it was a female. We're watching the fall of the female deities. It was female deification back in the day. Now the men took over and they put their own face on it, put their own spin on it, and that's it. That's one of the reasons why they don't like the real Egyptians. They don't like that shit. Nah, the woman can't be out there with me. They butt hurt. Cause and you can kind of feel it. You can see because there's so much work men gotta do, but that's what you built to do. You just built like that. It don't mean that you gotta get mad like I'm gonna try to find a way for me, because you're gonna disrupt the order of things doing that. You can just play your part. They didn't want to play it, especially the Greeks. They did not like that the how powerful the woman was. That's why they made sure they kept their foot on her neck. They even killed all the
They
oracles.
took the oracles
The
out.
Romans and the Greeks
They took all the oracles out.
They killed the oracles, bro. They killed the oracles. The oracles are the women. Y'all want to know where Revelations came from? It came from oracles, and it was written to the ancient emperors. It wasn't written to nobody at this time. That's why when you read it now, it don't have no specific names in it. But when you read the older versions, like the Sibylline oracles and the Sibylline books, when you read those, it still has the names of the emperors that they were talking to. Now it's just this you can put anybody on it. You can say it's Trump, it's Biden, it's this person. You can put any name on it. It's Bush. Every president in the last
One of
50
the
years
good
is the
movies
Antichrist.
that it would be the Scorpion King with The Rock. When the guy that the Rock was fighting against, the chick that's with him is an oracle. They just call her a witch. How ironic.
Check that out.
Or you can watch 300. Because then 300, he had to go and talk to the oracle.
Yep, and they didn't even accept it. Remember when they was trying to take over Egypt and they talked to one of their oracles, or their high priestess was like, "Am I the son of who?" That was Alexander the Great.
That was Alexander.
Alexander the Great. Am I the son of Amun Ra?
He said no.
He said no. Then he pulled out his sword and was like, "I said, am I the son of Amun Ra?" And of course, when you under the sword, what you gonna say at that time? But he still wasn't the son of Amun Ra. Everything went wrong for him after that. Everybody that had their hands in it, and they told them, if you open these graves, if you touch anybody there, you're gonna get cursed. They told them it wasn't the Bible with the plagues. The Egyptians told them if we meet our demise, you're gonna get wiped out
And
by a plague. And they got
every
wiped
single
out by a
person
plague.
that had their hand to opening that tomb, because they read it. They had the lady come in. I think it was a lady came in and she read the inscription to them, and it said, "If you open this, you are cursed." And I think it was 4 people. It might have been 3 that ended up dying right after they opened the shit. I think within 3 months they all died.
Check that out.
They are fucking idiots.
And look, after Rome won, they thought they was about to be living lavish. They all got wiped out. All of them were wiped out. They couldn't even stop it. They put on masks and everything. They tried to do everything we doing today, trying to beat something. They got wiped out. They don't even know. People don't know how the Romans got to Germany. They were trying to get out of there. The whole Mediterranean got wiped out by, what was it? The Julian plague.
I ain't hear about that.
Yeah, they got wiped out. That's right after that the stuff with Jerusalem happened. No, it's the Justinian plague, not Julian. The Justinian plague.
Yeah, I ain't hear about that. And that happened to the Romans?
It happened to all of those people along the Mediterranean. All of them got wiped out.
That was God.
Right.
Oh,
That was
man.
God. Yeah, but who spoke about it first? The Egyptians told them that was going to happen. They told him it was going to happen. So they take the credit for it first. You can't give it to somebody else who spoke about it hundreds of years later. Egypt
Egyptians
fell in
told the Greeks.
1150 BC.
They said, y'all will always be children. Y'all will always be children on earth. If they're telling you this, if a civilization is telling another civilization that y'all always going to be children, the terminology is y'all will never understand the world the way we understand it because we've been here longer than you. And they tell the Greeks, they tell on themselves. They wrote down that they got all their knowledge from the Egyptians. They told on themselves. They said, yeah, we got the knowledge from them.
Mm-hmm.
They're the timekeepers. They recorded time. They recorded everything. We got it all from them. They tell you this, but you know what they say? They say, "Oh, Herodotus lied." I swear.
Hey, but look, you won't see their development though. You can see the evolution of how they develop their different sciences in Egypt. The Greeks just got it out of nowhere. So there was no need for them to lie. They know they didn't have it at first, and they just had it out of nowhere. So it's like there's no need to scholars who study it look for where they got it from because it just pops up out of nowhere. Just like after you deal with the different developments that they had with their sciences in Egypt, it gets to the point where, okay, we see how you developed that, but where in the world did you get this high science to build these type of buildings from? They know that had to come from somewhere else, and they think they got it from someone else. The Sumerians, they like, well, that had to come from somewhere else because we watch your development, and if you're developing this at this time and the pyramids are already there, then you couldn't have built the pyramids. So common sense is used in all civilizations when people are studying it. They don't get into, let me not disrespect this person's beliefs. I'm going to accept that they just made it up. They're not dealing with that. What they're trying to do, and this is what people don't understand about people who check records and pass them on. They're trying to make sure we have access to the truth in the future. They're thinking about their children. They're not thinking about other people think like that. Like, man, who cares? As long as I can do what I do in this world, and I can chill and do and I'm good. But these people don't have kids. When we talk about the elites, go find out how many kids these elites have. Where they kids at? They don't have a lot of kids, so that's why they don't care. When you run into those elite people who do have kids, they're trying to preserve knowledge and pass it down. So they're being careful with it. They don't really have a bias. So that's why I'm not scared of scholarship for once. For one, I'm not gonna just look at somebody and go, okay, that person's white or that person's Hispanic or that person's from Israel, so I'm not listening to them. You can do your research on a scholar. If this scholar just pops up out of nowhere, then it should be a red flag.
We don't have that many people that look like us doing the studies. So we have to rely on other people. We have to rely on them. And then we do our own competitive study when we get the information.
Exactly.
We've always done that in history. So if these ancient civilizations, they're no longer here, then we got other people coming in to do the study and to say this is what they said. Then we have to do a compare. We take the information, we do our own study, because you can't just take what they say as being truthful without actually doing your own. Because if that was the case, then everybody would like the Egyptians are white. Herodotus lied about the Egyptians. Alexander lied because Alexander said the same thing that Herodotus said. He said, "Oh yeah, the Egyptians over there, they're black," and he was like, "They're black and weak like the Nubians. That's why we conquer them." Herodotus and Alexander said some of the same stuff. And matter of fact, I think it was Herodotus that stated that the Egyptians were excessively black. I think he used the word called melanis or something like that. It means excessively black or dark. But they always say, "Oh no, he made that up. That's not true." But it's his own words. And Alexander said the same thing. The Egyptians were dark. They were just as dark as the Nubians.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, we can fix that. we're gonna flood the Nubian temples.
Right. And then sometimes when they were at war, they didn't even know who they were fighting. They were just getting attacked. So it was sometimes they thought it was upper, lower, Nubia, Cushion. They didn't know who they was fighting because they all looked the same. They didn't know who they was fighting.
Alexander avoided a fight with the Nubians at one point in time. He was like, "Yeah, we're not going that way," because he didn't want to fight them, because he knew that the Nubians and the Egyptians, they were at odds with each other, so they weren't messing with each other. They didn't go to war; they just weren't messing with each other at the time. But I guarantee you, if he would have ran up on the Nubians, the Egyptians would have came down, and they would have reunited, and Alexander would have got washed. You've never seen. Matter of fact, I think the Romans avoided a fight with the Nubians also, because they didn't want to get worked. They didn't want to take that L.
Yeah. They backstabbed them. They had treaties in place. They were already, when Rome finally attacked in Greece and the Greeks finally attacked them, they were breaking treaties because they saw that they were weakened after helping Jerusalem. They were weakened. They're fighting Babylonians, Assyrians. They're fighting a whole bunch of people. Who's the other? The Typhonians. They're fighting a whole bunch of different people. And once they saw that their military is weakened, they're like, this is the perfect time for me to go in. But they were already at peace. They made peace with the Greeks and Romans. You do your thing, I'm gonna do my thing. Here's a little bit of knowledge, build up your kingdom. And this is they gave them a little bit of science. Go build up your thing, because they were really butthurt that they wouldn't mix with them. They're like, yo, how come you can take our daughters, but we can't take yours? Because we don't mix with people. We're not mixing with nobody. So they saw that opportunity. It's like, yeah, they weakened. They've been fighting wars for decades. They are weakened. We know they weakened. And this is the perfect time this is our moment to take over Egypt. And they beat it down all the way to Cleopatra was the only thing left. And then after she got, what's his name? Anthony. She got Anthony. She almost got the kingdom back because he had everything. So she got him, and then she mixed kids with him. Boom. That was her opportunity to get the dynasty back in order. But then, what's his name? Octavian. Octavius ended up killing Anthony, right? And then she tried to play the same thing. She was like, well, shoot, maybe I can get him. If I can get next to him, then I can get everything back. But he was fruity. So there was no need.
I think he died because what happened? I think somebody did something to him. And I think Anthony ended up killing him because he fled. The dude fled to Egypt, right? And Anthony ended up killing him, right? And it made Augustus mad.
Yeah, Augustus. That's who it was. Augustus, not Octavius. Augustus.
Yeah, I think it made Augustus mad that he killed this man. Matter of fact, I think it was his brother-in-law.
Yeah, and he was defending. He was with her sons because I think what's their name? The Ptolemies.
Yeah.
The Ptolemies is those her kids, right?
One
of the generals is her kid.
I didn't know all that. I know the Ptolemies got there when Alexander got there. Because one of the Ptolemies was his like right-hand man or some shit.
Let me see. Hold on. What's her name? Cleopatra. Kids.
That's where you get Serapis from them motherfuckers, which eventually turned into Jesus.
Ptolemy Philadelphus is her son.
That's the second. He's the second. That's where Philadelphia comes from. It's named after him.
Oh yeah. You're right.
And he was the one that put up the Asar wooden statue, but it's white. And then he created Serapis. So her son was the dude that was fucking up history. So if it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for Philadelphus, there wouldn't be no Jesus, because Serapis wouldn't exist, because that's where it came from. They just fucked up history. That's all they did.
Yeah, she was the last. That was her. She was the last chance at anything, but that was when it was completely over with. She was the last chance, man.
and then it was abandoned. The pyramids went under the sand like that. This is what I have a hard time with. If the pyramids was built by white people, when Egypt fell for the last time, it was abandoned. Thebes, all of that, it was abandoned. Luxor, abandoned. All of this was abandoned. So if it was built by these people and they had a chance to go reclaim the land, they would have did so. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't. They had to go on years later and start digging this stuff out. And they didn't even when they started digging this stuff out, they were memorized. This is what they call Egypt mania. When they went back into Egypt and they started finding all this stuff, they went crazy with Egypt this, Egypt that, Egypt mania. That's what they were doing. And they just put Cleopatra on, they're like she was the face of Egypt.
Yeah, no, it was Octavian. It is Octavian.
It wasn't Augustus.
Yeah, she tried to seduce him, and Anthony died first. I mean, Cleopatra died first, and then Anthony killed himself.
I thought she killed herself too.
She did. She used a snake though. After he found out that she poisoned herself with a snake, then he killed himself, and then she tried. I think before she did it. But something happened though. Something happened in between because I don't remember it happening like it was for some reason she knew she couldn't use. That's what it was. Octavian it went against Anthony because he was mad. He was mad that
he was on his way to Egypt with his soldiers.
Who Octavian?
I think that's what it was.
Octavian, right?
Yeah, I think that's who it was. I don't think it was Augustus.
Yeah, because he was mad at Anthony because basically him getting with Cleopatra is giving them the kingdom back. Like you giving it back, and they just took it from them. They just took it from them, and you about to give it back. If she gets a hold of that, then that's going to be left to her family. Because those kids are his kids, and they're going to be it's basically like them getting it back. So he couldn't have that. But when she tried to seduce him, he wasn't having it anyway. But there's rumors that he was, he was with the same sex shit. So that was never going to work. He wasn't going to fall for that.
What the fuck this was?
he probably was like, "You can't seduce me." She said, "Man, I'm about to go ahead and check out. There ain't nothing I can do with this. I'm about to get out of here."
Yeah, man, that's sad though.
It is. And guess what? The time span of this, right? What nobody pays attention to. This is happening around the time that Jesus is walking the earth. That's what they don't get. The demise of the Egyptian, the last chance that Egypt had was Cleopatra, and that's right at the time where Jesus is existing. And they're confusing it. They're actually marking, in my opinion, this is my theory. I'm thinking that they're marking the fall of Egypt, and that's why they reset it. They finally took over the Africans' highest civilization, and then they restarted the dates. We're going to start from 1 because they completely defeated him. Octavian it's done now. The last lifeline they had was Cleopatra. That was it. And I think even she was mixed, right? She was mixed too, right?
Yeah. She wasn't full blood Egyptian.
But she knew. She was one of them hardcore light skins, you know. I gotta put in that work. They almost took me completely out the cesspool. She said, I gotta get this back. And they said, we ain't letting her get that.
Yeah, they got a lot of people say, oh, well, Cleopatra was Egyptian, but she wasn't. She was a mixed breed. I just forgot. Was Was she Phoenician or Libyan?
I forgot what she was.
I forgot which one she was. It's just the way history is told to us is not the way it went. You actually have to sit down and study. And when you sit down and study this history, you get pissed off. I was pissed off when I first came into this knowledge. I was so upset. But the thing, this is the thing. When you get into the knowledge and you get upset, you don't stop reading. Because it's like the more you know, the more you don't want to know, but you still learn it.
Ah, that's what it is. You was right. Look, that army was named after Octavius. They call
Who
the
was?
army. So when they say that Octavian attacked the Ptolemies, they're saying that the army is named after Augustus's father, but Augustus was the emperor at that time.
All
He
right.
just named the army after his father. So you right.
They went in there destroying shit. Well, that's just like was it? It was Alexander that went and he destroyed what did he destroy? Was that him that took over Timbuktu?
Who, Alexander?
Yeah.
I don't know if he did. Did Alexander go that far? He was on a warpath though. I wouldn't be surprised.
He went all the way into India.
I think he did. Yeah, he did, because that's what made it so crazy. Hold on.
Yeah, he put all the way into India, and then they fucked him up. But he still ended up winning. And he lost majority of his soldiers when he was in there. Because they fought. No, that was the Romans that fought. I think that was the Romans that fought Hannibal. He fought. Damn, who did he fight? And they took over Persia. That's what Alexander did. He fought somebody and took over Persia. And then from Persia, he went into Asia. Like, give me this shit.
He wasn't playing. He wanted books. He's coming for books.
Alexander wanted to take over the world.
He wanted everybody's doctrine. He didn't care if it was real, fake. Give me your books. He wanted your books. Every boat, every ship. Stop. Y'all got books? Books. Maneto's writings. That's why we don't have much of Maneto's works.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Manetho is talked about by everybody. Everybody said Manetho. They keep quoting him. The Greeks quote him. But where's his work at? We can't even find that much of his work, but they keep quoting him.
Yeah, they don't know where it's at. I found that out. What is this? December. I found that out in July or June. They don't have a lot of Manetho's works.
Mm-hmm. But you keep hearing his name pop up. His name keeps popping up by his enemies.
I say it all the time.
Right, and you can't, because when you using the Greek records, they keep saying Manetho. They keep on saying his name, and some of them are his enemies.
You know, there's a new debate on if Manetho was even real.
Yeah, yep. I heard that first before I even got into it. That's what I ran into first, that he wasn't even a real person.
I just heard about that in September. I didn't even know that. They're debating if he was real and if Hannibal Barker was real. Because a lot of people think that he was a Roman story.
Wait, who? Manetho?
No, Hannibal. That's what one of the debates is, that Hannibal was a Roman. He was invented by the Roman army to make them seem like they were better than what they were. But I'm like, well,
Mm.
y'all fought his daddy. So if y'all fought his daddy, is that real or is that still a story also? It's strange the way that they do things. Now, I'm not one of them people that believe that Hannibal Barker was made up, because you got campaigns of his work. He has victories. You have people writing down his victories, but they say the people that wrote down his victories were the Romans. So I don't know.
It could. That one, I don't know, because
That's what I'm saying. It's a stretch.
it just
You
seems like that, like, because people,
you got coins with him on it.
right, and they just gonna do that for nothing. That's too much. Like, that's too much
They
of a
got
footprint.
little statues of his elephant, because he was on an Indian elephant. He didn't ride an African elephant, and they have as miniature statues of this. So when they say, "Oh, well, they're debating on whether he was real or not," to me that's a stretch.
And then even when you get into the damn Hyksos and stuff, that don't make sense. They can't be. You can't even use the Bible to explain that, because if the Palestinians are the people that the Israelites ran into, and then the Hyksos are the Palestinians, and they were ruling in Egypt, then we should see, it should look like Israel is in Egypt. You get what I'm saying? It should look like that. So that shows that the
But
Canaanites that we're talking about, that's not
the
even a
Jews,
real group of
the
people.
Jews say they the Hyksos. They always say that. Yeah, we're the Hyksos. We went in there and we were ruling. Well, these other people are saying that was them. So why are you saying that you them? It don't make sense.
They left and came back. We're out of here.
Yeah, they probably did. I'm not. I don't think that the Jews go back far enough in time to be considered historical accurate when it comes to the things that they said they did in history. I don't buy it, because you can't find them in these other people's lives where they say that they were living at the time. You don't find them in Babylon at the time they said that they were in Babylon. You don't find them in Egypt at the time that they say that they were in Egypt. You don't find them in Canaan. Where are y'all at? Where y'all at?
Just
But
hiding.
we can find them. We can find them being the Canaanites, but we cannot find them not being the Canaanites. How do you pull that off?
And then even if they use Josephus, if they use Manetho, it why are they leaving out so much? The history of what they're talking about in Josephus's works, it don't match up. The shit just does not match up at all. Like, how could someone miss so much details? They're talking about supernatural events that took place, and then Josephus, along with people that came before him and after him, are just going to leave it out. Let's not talk about supernatural things. For
And
what reason? Why would you
I
leave
don't
that?
even see how they considered his works when he was selling Jews over to the enemy, the Romans. You're selling these people.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote his own. Josephus has a book, and when you look on the cover, it's just like in the Bible. You got 3 people on crucifixes, and when you read that book and you go into the Bible, there's similarities into it. How is that?
That's wild. Then they smash up the kings. It's so many people that's supposed to be living the hundreds of years apart. You can see them in the text. If you use the historical record and keep trying to pair it up with the Bible, you can see them. It's like someone pulling a rubber band, just pulling it. You're stretching time out. and all of these things happen at a closer, like it was closer. That window of when things was happening with Jerusalem and everything, that was happening in a short window, and they stretched it out over hundreds of years, and that's not even how it happened. But that rubber band pop, when so many people start reading and trying to fact check this shit, the rubber band pop, smack their fingers, and then everybody trying to get up and talk about the Antichrist because we saying that your historical
This is
record
what they
wasn't
did.
accurate.
You got Moses. Moses lived to be 120, right? Before he died, who was ruling Egypt at the time? They don't talk about that.
120 years old. Damn, that's two. You can get
Look,
almost 3 people.
he went into the land, right? And he left. He stayed in Egypt for 40 years, right? Then he left. Then he came back. That's 40. No, I think that's 40. So he came back. He came back when he was old. So that's 40 years. Then he spent another 40 years in the wilderness.
So he 80. He running around going crazy. 80 years old.
To my understanding, he spent 40 years in Egypt until he killed Pharaoh's soldier. Then he ran off for 40 years. He came back after the 40 years. So that's 80 right there. He takes his people and they wander in the desert for another 40 years. Who was ruling at the time? Because we know Ramessu died. He ain't lived for 120 years. And if he was living, you tell me who was the ruler of Egypt when Moses was a little boy, up until the time he killed Pharaoh's soldier. They don't even have that. So what is that? We got that's four pharaohs in the Bible that they don't have the name for.
And they try to smash it all into one.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't do that. Historically, it does not make sense. And they should know this. But you got people who love the book so much that everything in the book is real. Everything in the book is real. And when I tell people in the Bible, there's a passage where they were supposed to have went into the land of Tyre and they were supposed to destroy everything and no one lives there. But you can find people living in the land there today. So
yeah, and a lot of people was never displaced. There's a lot of people that didn't even move. They weren't important. They weren't any type of there wasn't anything of importance. They didn't have anything to trade and nothing. They just were living there minding their business. So they ain't never leave. So it's people with there's nothing tainted about their historical record. Nothing. They just been living there for thousands of years and didn't even go nowhere.
Right.
Didn't even move. Like some of the tribes, the tribes of Israel and stuff that didn't even move. They didn't move. None of them left. They were just there. But in the story, it's like
they didn't exist during the time that they said if me and you had a time machine, right? And we went into the land of Jericho, right? And we tried to find the people there during the time whoever came after Moses died. Who was that? Joseph?
No, Joshua.
Okay. So during the time of Joshua, when they were supposed to be in the land, right? And we went there, we wouldn't find these cities because they didn't exist yet. So we'd be just wandering around in the desert. And then the Bible tells us that the dude that came after Moses, they were at war. They kept saying that people were trying to take the land. But we have no historical records of the people who met Joshua in the desert and tried to take his land, that went to war with him. Where are the records at?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the records of the Jewish person that killed this fat king? Where's their records at? You only find that in the Bible. It said that this man was left-handed, and he reached out to shake this other man's hand with his right hand, and he ended up getting stabbed. And there was so much blood everywhere because he was fat.
What?
It's in the Bible.
That's wild. What the? Because he was fat?
This is what they say. They emphasize on him being left-handed. So when the guy reaches out, I don't know if it was a guy or a girl that killed him. So when whoever reached out their hand to shake his hand, matter of fact, this is the story. Whoever, I think it was a dude, he said that he had a secret he needed to tell him from God or prophecy. So the king at the time called all his security guards out of the room so he could tell them the story. And the guy reached out with his hand to shake the other guy, the king's hand. And when he did that, he stabbed him. And then he fled.
Mm.
It's in the book. But we don't have no record of the king that's dying because he got stabbed by another man. We don't have his people writing down that he died from the hands of another man. We don't have historical record of all the things that the Jews said that they were doing when they met these other civilizations. All we have to take their word for it. We were in captivity. That's their main thing. Every time they meet another civilization, they end up going into captivity. You don't do that in history. If my tribe met your tribe, you're not going to take me into captivity. The first thing we're going to start doing, we're going to greet each other, we're going to sit down and eat, and then we're going to start a trade. You're not going to be like, damn, Jeff, y'all weak, man. I'm going to just enslave y'all. It's for the better good of the colony. You're not going to do that. Everybody that they meet, they go into captivity. 5 times. How does that happen? How did you get enslaved 5 times and you still believe in your God? We got African Americans right now that don't believe in the Bible because what happened during slavery. And that's just one slavery. Y'all had 5 different slaveries? Come on, man, stop playing. Stop playing. You had 5 different slavery, and you mean to tell me that the Jews still believed in Yahweh? I'm not buying it. I am not buying it. Every time y'all met another civilization, y'all took an L. And y'all still believe in it, and y'all got it. And then God told y'all, when y'all got y'all freedom, y'all didn't need a king. He said, y'all do better without a king. But no, they kept pressuring them and said, oh, we need somebody to rule over us. So guess who they sent? They sent King David. So King David became their ruler. Even though God told them that they didn't need nobody to rule over them, they didn't give a fuck about that. Just, I don't know. We need a ruler. I think it was King David that God sent. Like, no, man. It was David or Solomon. It was one of them. He sent. It's like, yeah,
that's his son anyway. So shit.
Right. Hey, man, have you read that story?
Which one?
How Solomon came into the picture?
Nah.
This is what happened. King David got some other dude's chick pregnant and tried to get this man to go home to be with his wife so he can trick him into thinking he got her pregnant.
Ah.
But he didn't want to leave his army because they had just won. And then he knew that the war wasn't over with. They still was fighting. So he was like, no, I'm not going to lead them out to dry just so I can go home and say hi to my wife. My wife will understand that I need to be with my people right now. King David got upset. He had this man killed. He had that man killed because he wouldn't go home and lay with his wife so he can try to blame the baby on him. And yeah, I'm just going to take him out. That's exactly what happened. So he took him out. And then Solomon came. Why would you do that? And then from what my understanding is, he tricked the wife into having sex with him. I think he came to her at night. I think he went to the wife at night, and the wife thought that was his husband, and ended up giving it up.
Mm-hmm.
Then she realized it was King David, and she got upset. But there was nothing she could do.
And look, those little things that be happening like that, where they be getting pregnant and God said you're gonna have a baby and all this stuff, it's always a man when it happens. Every single time, it's always a man. You notice that shit? It's always a man. Whenever something miraculous or crazy or some patchwork is found, it's some man, and he's a great man. Every single time, every time the books they take out is something it's something that could explain any confusion in a book, and a book is gone. How is that a coincidence? Every single time something happens, they remove it or they patch it up, just like they did with what's his name? Who's the dude? What's the dude's name? The one where damn, Jeremiah. Jeremiah, the book of Jeremiah is in there, right? Everybody attributes that to him. Some people even try to stretch it and make it Moses. They take out the writer, the person who wrote Jeremiah. They remove him from the book. he has his own book, and he's a scribe. He's a well-known scribe. And they remove him from the book. But they leave Jeremiah in there, and he's the one who wrote it. How does that happen? How you take the book out that I wrote? That's tough.
That's because they took the women out of the Bible. When who was it? John the Baptist was going around baptizing people. There was a female that was traveling with him that was doing the same thing. But you don't hear about her.
And they had priestess. The women had a priesthood.
Yep.
That should never be talked about. That the women had. What's the female priesthood? What is that? Anybody know? I'm still trying to dig it up. Like it's not even known. They clearly wanted to get rid of that. For some reason, one reason or another, they got rid of it. It's hard to find. You just don't find. And then the Greeks admit it. They openly brag about it. We took out the oracle. They mad at the oracle because they didn't hear what they wanted to hear. They hear something from the oracle. Wait, my kingdom's gonna fall. Say something different. Say something different. I don't want to hear that. It was all good when you winning, but once you say you're gonna lose, you're gonna kill her, and you still lost anyway.
Take my kingdom? No, man. You can't take my kingdom, man. Do it again. Read it again. Read the cards again.
It's already written. Where are you getting this information from?
What's your source?
Give me a reference or die.
I don't believe that. Redo it. You're lying.
And what does that
The
show
gods
you?
will never say that my kingdom.
That shows you that the women, sorry fellas, the women were willing to die. Because the oracles died. They didn't even give a fuck. They was like, all right, cool, kill me.
And this is what they did after they got rid of the oracles. After they got rid of the oracles, they brought in the Punics. In order to become a eunuch, they chopped your shit off. So you walked around like a woman that was an oracle anyway.
Maybe this will help us get in. Look, it was too late because they already killed all of them. They're like, well, shoot, we got to find out. You think you're going to trick the divine essence? It's like, well, if we cut it off, it won't notice that we males, and then we can get the oral.
They chop it off. They had to dress a certain way, and they had a high-pitched voice.
Shows you. They knew it was something with the feminine aspect of it. They knew it was something, but they had already made the mistake. Just like when Alexander, he probably realized that he was making a mistake at some point, but it was too late because they didn't just take these different texts from these people to use them. They just wanted it destroyed. They was like, we can take over with our science. Our gods can take over as long as we get rid of them and they gods, and our gods will take over. Nah, you needed the science, and they sat there and destroyed it.
He went in there and had them copy all the scrolls. After they copied all the scrolls, matter of fact, no, I'm not telling it right. Half of it burned down. So they didn't have that much stuff to work with. So they copied what they could.
Mm-hmm.
After they copied what they could, I think somebody, or he had them, burn it down. So who knows what they did with what they did with the copies that they got from all the scrolls.
Yeah, and what they still got now today. Because that's a big thing throughout history, to run through people's shit, take what they got, and burn down what they have left over. Take the copies, put them in your language, and even though you got slaves that speak their native tongue, it don't matter because the new books you got, it's not written in their language. You copied it into your language. It's not a copy of their language. Some of them was just translating it. They translating it, and then they taking the booty, they taking the females, they taking the men that they can break and everything. So even if they did stumble across the text, it's in Greek now. It's in Coptic. It's not even in the original, the language. The alphabet is different. And then when you look at the letters, you see they flip it around.
The kicker is, if you have this stuff, if they're taking everything from the Egyptians and writing their scrolls in Greek, how do we know that when they find these codexes written, they're not in full codex, they're just on scrolls that are written? How do we know that they're talking about Jesus? They could have been talking about Haru just in Greek. And then when they went to retranslate it, they changed it to Jesus from the original Greek text. See what I'm saying? We don't know this because we don't know what all they took from the Library of Alexander when it finally burned down. We don't know what they took out. We're just going off what we think. They could have took all the text and everything they had was Egyptian this, Egyptian that, and they wrote it in Greek. Then later on, everything that the Egyptians said about their people, about their gods, about their Messiah, they translated it from the original Greek, and then they just rewrote it into the God that they wanted to. Oh yeah, but it's Jesus now. It was Horus or Haru. Now it's Jesus.
Exactly.
Oh, let me not say Jesus. Let me say Serapis.
So don't even do that right now.
That's who it would have been. They don't want to talk about him. I've never met a Christian that wants to talk about Serapis. I've never met one. But hey, you know who is Serapis? Jesus.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that?
He got the same story, yo. What are you talking about? It's the same guy. It's the same dude. They don't want to talk about it.
And then
That's
they leave you little hints, like with the Greco-Roman and the Greco-Egyptian and the Greek. They're
hey
showing you what they
Mo.
put the
Look
what
at the comment. You see it, Jewel Goddess. You see it.
where do you start to do research? I'm new to this. A good start, just start off. I always tell people when they're dealing with the Bible, start off with, because the KJV is the most popular one. Just start off. How was the KJV put together? Just start off right there. Once you find out how they put it together, it's going to open up a new word. You're going to keep trying to find out, okay, well, where did this come from? Well, where did they get the manuscripts from? Well, who did the translation? Just keep tracing it back, and it's going to open up a whole new world for you. Because you're gonna ask questions. You got to start off by asking that first question: who put the KJV together, the King James Bible? And then it's gonna lead you to the Textus Receptus, because there's only a certain book, there's only a certain group of manuscripts that they accept as valid to use to build the KJV. So once you see those manuscripts, you're gonna see the name Textus Receptus. And the
Yep.
Textus Receptus is that group of manuscripts, and then they have the people who did the translations. Once, right then and there, once you get to the part where you're looking at the people who did the translations, you're going to see that they never even finished. They never even finished what they were doing, and then they found out later that they used the wrong language to do it, and they made corrections later.
Hey, son.
And that's, but you got to start off there. Just start off with, and even if you have like the NIV, just find out who put that together. And it's going to open it up to you, because you're going to keep asking questions. You just start from one good question, ask one good question. Nobody wants to know where the Bible came from. They just accept it. So once you ask where it came from, that's when that whole new world is going to open up for you. But you got to ask the first question. And get into these different universities. They have archives. You can join even if you didn't attend. Sometimes they got fees or whatever, but it's like for a year. It's real cheap. It's real cheap or whatever. If you know somebody with a student login that's in college, they can use you can use their login and log into there and get access to all of these archives. You can use their login and log into there and get access to all of these archives. But it's nothing, and you can use, and that's kind of big. That's a big study to do. You could start off with one book. You can start off with Genesis. Well, where did Genesis come from? you can start off with that. Where did Leviticus come from? Where did Proverbs come from? Because everybody, the book itself doesn't even claim that someone sat down and was just listening to God and wrote the whole book. So the book is telling on itself. It says a whole bunch of different people wrote it, and it makes you think, well, this is Matthew's book, but you just never ask the question.
Okay, you didn't bring me my macaroni. Oh, I'm trying to get my phone charged, so I have to
Sabbath.
leave.
I want to say that what you say?
I said I'm trying to get my phone to charge, so I have to leave out my living room.
Oh, yeah, the Sabbath day. I think I personally, from what I saw, there's no like specific day besides like Saturn. I see like with the Greeks and stuff, Saturn, it came from Saturn day and all that stuff. But I found that the Sabbath day was important to people before the Greeks. So once I found out that like it's important in the animal kingdom, like bees and insects and stuff like that, they also rest on the Sabbath day. To this day, Saturday is important to them. So I'm thinking, not to, be biased or anything, but the Egyptians were the ones who studied nature. They always claimed that they studied nature and got their knowledge of the earth from the earth. That's common sense. Like, I'm going to get my knowledge of this place that I'm in from the place that I'm in. So they studied nature. So they probably saw that everything was resting on Saturday. Instead of making it like this is what God did. God was resting on his day. They looked at the damn bees and the scorpions and and other animals and stuff that were doing the same thing. We didn't even know they had honey. You saw that? Did y'all
Right.
see that? You saw that article when it came out and they found a 4,000-year-old jar with honey in it?
And it's still good.
Yep, still good. And you want to talk to me about a damn ark? And they got a honey jar from 4,000 years ago. What the hell am I talking about a damn ark for? About a damn ark. Where them bees at? How did bees get back? He had bees on there. He had a whole bee colony on the damn ark. Don't forget the bees. You know what they say if it wasn't no bees? The Egyptians already knew it was something important about the bees.
If it wasn't no bees on the ark, that means life didn't. Then life died. Life died on the ark. If there was no bees.
They said within a matter of weeks we would die without bees. So that means if he killed all the bees, God would he killed all the bees. Noah would have died in a couple of weeks after he got off the ark. You've been done. You've been finished. Ain't no bees. He got all them animals on the ark, and he would have died because he killed the bees. Like, it don't make sense, man. This is elementary shit.
Don't.
Type of logic is that? And we lucky we found that out, because we found out it was like, whoa, bees are important. Those little things that be stinging you and getting on your nerves all the time, you come to find out you need them.
Did you know that the bees got put on the endangered species list? This was what, 2016, 17, I think. I don't think they're on there no more, but they started dying. They were dying fast. And a scientist came out and he said, look, we got to preserve these bees, because if these bees die, if they go extinct, then humans would go extinct. And a lot of people thought he was lying, so other scientists had to come back. But I already knew that. I knew that when I was in probably middle school, because I was watching the Discovery Channel with my dad, and it came on. And they said the same thing that he said. So then they start preserving the bees.
They sitting there, these things that fly around are feeding you, feeding the other bugs. You didn't even know how important they were. You just thought, oh, this a little annoying bee stung me. And people was probably swatting them, trying to kill them, dumping chemicals on them and everything. Then you find out like, oh, shit. But you would never use the Bible to try to understand that. A person that's looking at the Bible, they would have never thought in the back of their head, a bee ain't important. God killed them. God wiped them out. We must not need them, because if we existed without the bees, what the hell am I saving the bees for? And it tells you two things. That couldn't have been God that told this person to write that. Because God would have already it would have put that in the book in the first place. Don't make sure you never kill the bee. The bee is sacred. and then we would have found all of that out later, and then we would have referred back to the text like, whoa, now there's something divine about this, because it just says in one scripture, one sentence, one little passage, the bees are divine, protect them. That's all it needed to say. We would have observed our environment and learned that, and then went back and said that must be the word of God, or it must be the word of something benevolent.
But that's what they're saying right now. Everything to them is the word of God. If something traumatic happens to them in their life, it's God. I don't understand where you can make that connection. If you get into a car accident and you roll 4 or 5 times, there's 3 people in the car, 2 of them die and 1 of them live. They're going to say, oh, God spared your life. Why would God spare your life and not the 2 people that rolled over with you?
That's tough. Like when those people in other countries, we kicking their ass and they praying to their God, and then they get saved. Like, how does that even work? I understand if somebody is a Muslim and they praying to Allah, they would say Allah saved them, right? But if we fight in another country who is also Christianized, we both praying to the same God. There's people over here with family in the military. They praying that God bring them back, and the other people praying that God get us out of their damn country.
Oh, these puppies is bitching.
So who does God like?
And what was people doing on the planet before Yahweh was in the picture? Get the pups. I think they hungry.
Playing mind games with people. Yo, it was always a mind game, man. Playing mind games, they get lucky. They see a lightning strike. It's
Well,
God.
go back to sleep and don't grab him. He was just bitching. And then how do we know that the God of the Bible is Yahweh? But just because they said it don't make it true. Because they could have just translated that from somebody else's language and ran with it, like they did. I'm not buying that you got one person, like I don't forgot the dude's name. Who was it, Mr. 100?
What with his
God is
testimony?
doing all these miracles for him and nobody else. I don't buy that.
Jules, so there is no God? Nah, that's a little too extreme. That's not, we didn't even get to that point. We just dealing with what men are claiming. We didn't even get to the point of what that is. And I think that's what the big deal is. I think that people don't, it's not necessarily about God, because that's still a man-made concept. I think that these people do not want us to know what this place is. That's what we don't know what
Now that's deep.
this place is, bro. You got to think about it. We never really sat here and thought about it. We don't actually know what the hell this place is. So it's not God, it's not the devil and the angels. You don't know what this place is. And as long as they keep telling you the answer to the question, you won't ask it anymore. Humans used to always wonder what this place is and where we came from. It was a mystery. The highest civilizations on the planet called it a mystery system. And then people look at it thousands of years later and look back at it and go, oh, they had it all figured out. No, they didn't. Or they claim they had it figured out. Then why would they call it a mystery system? Because it's still a mystery. They're just asking questions and trying to find the answers to it. They don't claim to be in contact with the creator of all things and have all the answers, because they would have never admitted that they're studying nature. They admitted to that. So they're not getting the answers from some magical place. But people twist their teaching tools up to mean that this person claimed, or they'll use a person with a enlarged ego who ended up ruling, and claim that was the belief of everybody, just because you got one little bad seed. Oh, so that's what they all believe. You notice that, right? They won't use like the pre-dynastic stuff. They won't use the ancient Egyptian teachings. They'll just use they use the corrupted one.
Akhenaten said this.
Akhenaten used to believe that you blow on a rock and grow a flower. Like, that's cool. That's him. That's him. And then
And you
after
know what
these
this one
different
of the
rulers came into
saddest
place, they
things
try to
is?
restore it.
They killed King Tut because King Tut gave power back to the priest. He did the same thing Akhenaten did, except he didn't shut down the temples. He gave power back to the priests, and after they did that, he ended up dying. That is a fucking shame. So that lets you know that they had egos. Now, these are supposed to be the most civilized people on the planet at the time, and they let their egos get in the way. Because remember, at one point in time, certain rulers didn't have no money. So if these rulers in Egypt are running out of money, that's letting you know somebody's fucking up the money. They're not building their kingdom up like they're supposed to. It's just like how you got corrupt leaders in England. So anytime you get a corrupt leader, you're gonna get people to try to come in and overthrow you because you're not leading the people right.
Hey, she said, do you know now that what we talking about is a symptom of COVID? I just read that article yesterday. Or no, early this morning. I just
You
read that
lying.
article.
You lying, man.
No bull. No bull. They saying that this is a symptom of COVID, this conversation. And that means I had COVID for the last 9 years.
That would what put me at
I done had a
when
COVID.
did I?
I done had COVID for a whole decade. I've been doing this for a long time.
I started. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what got me on my journey. Hidden Colors. I watched Hidden Colors in 2012 or 11, I think. And I said I'm gonna go on a knowledge quest. That was the worst and best decision I made.
Same here. Same here. Gotta lose. You lose a lot on the way, but your head is screwed on right. You know, it's like you can see straight. You can see through all types of bullshit.
It scared the fuck out of me when I was on my knowledge quest. Because I was now all throughout my going to school, elementary, middle school, and high school, I thought the history that they were teaching was the history that's real. And then I found out that majority of the stuff that they're telling us in history is not the way that it actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, well, if y'all lied about this, what else have y'all? Then I went into science. And I was like, y'all lied about history, now y'all lying about science? I was like, I need a break. I said, I need a break. So I took like a break.
Yo,
I took like a month off. I think it was in July. July, I didn't study shit. I said, man, I can't do this. I said, because everything I know is starting to be a lie. And then after July, I picked it back up. And I picked it back up because there was a Muslim at my job. And he tried to get me to become Islamic. And I was like, well, let me see what it's all about. So I went on my phone and I was researching like the Quran and everything. I never went and got one. I just was reading into it. I was like, hey, this seems like pretty cool. But my dumb ass went into Sharia law or Sharia, however they want to, whatever they want to call it, Sharia or Sharia. I went into the law and I was like, these motherfuckers is killers, yo.
hey, watch Brown pop up. Brown is about to pop up. I bet you he gonna pop up out of nowhere. He gonna pop up out of nowhere. He always show up. He be sitting there chilling in the cut, then he pop up as soon as you say Islam. What you say about Islam?
I was like, man, I can't get down with this. So I was like, it's cool for those that want to be into it. I said, but I can't get into those laws. Those laws is tripping me out. They like killing people. They like stoning people. Everything is a stone. Everything you do is you get stoned to death. I'm like, damn. Y'all just like throwing pebbles at people? So like, I can't do all that. So then I got into the teachings and I was like, I'm gonna be a Hebrew. I was watching so much shit on YouTube about Hebrew Israelites. I downloaded the audio Bible on my phone, and then I found out that shit was a lie. So then I wanted to become a Moor. So I'm studying this, and then this is what I did. I made the mistake. I went over to my cousin's house, and I went to go grab it's a thing on YouTube. It's called Why Are They Spraying? And then the other one's called What Are They Spraying? It's the chemtrails. So I grabbed that, and I asked him what he was watching. He was watching Sarah Suit and Seti. He sat down with Brooklyn Supreme Intelligence and Severe Bay. They were having a sit down about the Moors in history. And he said, hey, I can put this on your flash drive if you want it. So he put it on my flash drive and I took it home and watched it on my laptop. And that made me not want to be a Moor.
Mm.
And I was like, who the fuck is Sarah Suit and Seti? And my cousin was like, man, you got to look into him. And he fucked my head up. But I didn't get into him heavy. Like, I probably watched maybe 7, 8 of his things. Cause I was on what is the name of this show? It was on damn what is the name of that? It's something radio. It's the guy Mike I think his name is Michael Imhotep. You know what I'm talking about?
No, who's
It's
that?
a guy that he used to have a radio show. And it used to come on one of these, it wasn't Pandora, it was like YouTube or something radio. And I used to listen to it all the time. His name was Brother Michael Imhotep. Matter of fact, he got a website where he sell all the lectures. Yep, that's his name, Michael Imhotep. Because he was the first one to tell me about David Imhotep's book. You know, have you read the David Imhotep's book? It's about okay, well go get the pop in the living room. It's a 7-Up on the side of the couch, son.
Hold on, I'm about to look it up right now.
Yeah,
You
his
said
name is
David
David
Imhotep?
Imhotep.
I be feeling bad taking all these books like that, but when I when I can, I go back and just be like I just be buying shit from them for no reason, but I'll be getting any type of book I want, like for real.
He
But
based his book.
I
He
do need
based
to
his
get back
book off
into getting a
Ivan Van
physical one.
Sertima's book.
Say what?
David Imhotep based his book off Ivan Van Sertima's book.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of this radio station. But I think it was called Black Empowerment Radio. I think that was the name of the radio show, Black Empowerment Radio. He had everybody come on there. Umar, Claude Anderson. He had Sarah Seti on there. Man, he had so many people coming on. He said, what's her name? The chick that got the post traumatic slave syndrome book. He had the
Francis
new
Cress
Jim
Welson
Crow. No, it's not Francis Cress Wilson.
or
It's
the white lady?
Dr. Joy. Her name is Joy something.
Joy, who is that?
It's Dr. Joy something. I forgot her last name, but she wrote the book called Post Traumatic Slave Syndrome. And then he had the Alexa lady that wrote the new Jim Crow. She was on there. Man, he had so many people come on this show, the Black Empowerment Radio show. I used to listen to, because I work third shift. I used to listen to that all night long. And then when
Oh,
it went off,
DeVry.
I used to replay it. Yeah, that's her last name. On Monday, that's her last name. You right? She
Joy
wrote the
DeVry.
book. She wrote the book on that shit. Real smart. She is real fucking smart. Yes. What do you want, son? Am I done with what? No, why? You want to say hi? Are you scared? Why? Why do you want to say hi? Why? Is there something you want to ask me, son? You sure? You sure you don't want to say hi? They can't see you. Maybe they want to see what your arrogant ass look like. What? Okay, Junior. You always want to be anonymous. You want something. That's why you're in here.
No, I don't.
Okay. Son, you don't just come say hi to me.
I said I was saying hi. I was going to see you.
You want something. You probably about to try to sneak your mama's ice cream. Okay.
Hey, if he start beatboxing, you know it's trying to cover up all the noise.
We just gonna turn the ice machine on.
I'm just getting ice.
Okay, bye, son.
Yeah, this
But
shit
it's
ain't no
just
joke, bro.
one of the strangest things is you never stick to one subject when you're learning the knowledge. When you first come into the knowledge, you learn one aspect and then you'll read something and it'll change what you're researching, and then you start researching something else.
Yup. It branches off. That's why I can't tell anybody anything specific. I gotta tell you to just start asking the question. Because it's gonna take you, man. I done filled up notebooks and hard drives, like it does not stop. And then when you think about it, I'll be like, I'm like, why in the world wouldn't they, when you first in the beginning stage, well, for me, my beginning stages, I was like, why would they leave this out of the Bible? And it'd be stuff that's not even biblical and ain't got nothing to do with the doctrine. It's just so important to human history. I'm like, why didn't God tell them to put this in the Bible? And then, when you fully break out of the whole indoctrination, you like, I know why now you know why they ain't put it in there. Because now look at you. You stand up and look at yourself in the life you in now, the people you hang around, what you talk about, what your lifestyle is, and you like, that's why they ain't put it in there.
They
Because I would have
stopped
been a
fucking
different person.
with me. When my friends and family members found out that I wasn't messing with the Bible like that, a lot of them stopped fucking with me.
Quick, real quick, just a
It's like,
few
oh,
sentences.
you're part of the Illuminati. Then I told them I don't believe in Illuminati. That shit fake. Like, what you mean it's fake? No, it's real. Everybody in my family, when it comes to my sisters and my nephews, think that the Illuminati is real. I can't convince them otherwise.
Yep. First they say that's how it start off. They say you a part of the Illuminati, right? Then you tell them like, yo, that shit ain't even real. I know where it came from. I can break that down for you. And then they trying to convince you that it is real. But I thought I was part of it. Now you part of it because you trying to make me believe it. That's
I
some
tell them
tough
this
shit, boy.
all the time. I said, in order for the Illuminati to be real, that means the devil has to be real. And since I know the devil's not real, then the Illuminati is not real. And if you think that they're worshiping it, then they're just worshiping something that's fake.
Right. And everything, all of the power that you see that they had, it comes out that it was science. Every time, every magical power you thought somebody had, every supernatural event that you thought was unexplainable and it was some type of superpower, it was scientifically explained how it happened. You find out they had technology. Well, how did this person communicate with this person? They were all the way in Australia, but the CIA sent this person all the way to Taiwan. They had cell phones, man. You just didn't have a damn cell phone. Everything can be explained later. It comes with time. You just gotta wait for it. The answers will come out.
But they don't see it, though. It's like you gotta, when you go into new information and you really trying to study it, you gotta take baby steps. And a lot of people, like, they just jump in it. Like, you'll see it on TikTok. They jump in with the Anunnaki. Oh, the Anunnaki's coming back and they're gonna come rescue us. Yo, you ain't read the full story, man. You can't just post that. You have to read the full story. Or they be like, oh, well, the African American is the true Native American on this land, and they were the what do they call them? The Gullah fighters or whatever they say. And I'm like, hey, yo, in Africa they're called the Gullah Gochi, and that's where they originated from, and they were one of the first people enslaved here in North America. But they don't have all the information. They're just posting it like they do. So then they get these people to back them. And I'm like, hey, you can't keep saying that the Gullah Indians are native to this land when they got captured in Africa and they were the Gullah Geechee. So I'm like, make it make sense. Y'all just winging it. Then they're like, oh, well, You know, the Bible's true because the Bible said it's true. You can't do that with intelligent people. That'd be like if I buy a Snickers and you ain't never had a Snickers before, and I say, man, this is the greatest candy bar you ever gonna taste. And then you look at me and you're skeptical. Well, how do you think that, Jeff? And I say, because it says so on the wrapper. Look, it says it's the greatest candy bar that
Nah,
you
it don't work. They'll say all of that stuff. It's the Rockefeller family that's involved in that. The Rockefeller family own the museum where the Bible is at. So that don't count at that point, right? Rockefeller's behind all of the other stuff the Rockefellers are behind
when
that.
it comes to the Bible, it don't work. No, that's they can own the museum, but they didn't have their hand to do with the Bible. But people don't know how far back the Rothschilds go.
Mm-hmm. He said, so I can find a Bible when I don't have one. The Bible don't burn in a car or a house fire, but
That's
yet
that's
you
Mr.
tell
100 saying that
he
shit. I
said, look,
guarantee it.
he said, so you tell me I shouldn't believe, but you use it for knowledge to make sense. When did we tell you not to believe it? How do you get someone not to believe? We're not coming with violence. The only way to get a human being, the way we're delivering this message is different from how people delivered it in the past. We're just telling you to do your research. We're telling you what we have, and that's it. You're supposed to go do your research and come back and tell us, make some corrections. Say, hey, that wasn't right. I found this. Here's the link. Let me get your email. Boom. And we go from there. We're building this together. We're researching together. We're sharing information. Before, it was horses and carriages and swords and blood and fighting and extortion. That's what was going on before. So that's how you got what you got now. That's how you got it. You got it through somebody forcing you to do it. You were either taking this sword in your stomach or you're going to accept this as your God. Now, if God is the one that's going to judge me, why are you trying to kill me for not following your book? That tells you right then and there that these people who are saying that you're going to die because you ain't following it, they're judging you. You didn't even get a chance to repent for anything. Who are you going to repent to if you're supposed to get to know God personally? But he's going to kill you because you don't trust him, because he's riding up with a horse that already got blood on it. He already got blood on his horse and his sword. And people are telling you that they're coming. The Crusaders are coming, and you don't trust them. So come on, now you're going to die. You're going to die just like everybody else did off of a threat, not because someone was trying to introduce you to God or because he had God on the back of his horse. It ain't like you denying God. You just denying what another man said because you don't trust him. And you got your family and their culture, and what you've been doing thus far is working for you. And these people are invading. They're taking your women. You cannot trust these people. Anybody who is connected to any benevolent God would know that it's a bad idea to run through people's civilization, their villages, their little towns, and tell them to accept the book when you're sitting there raping people and stealing and burning things down. They're not going to accept your God. They don't want your God if this is how you bringing it. So it was an automatic turnoff.
Then you force them into it.
He waits till I leave the room to address the comment. I don't know you left the room. You see, look how superstitious
Right?
people are.
It don't tell us if you left.
Look how superstitious people are. You think I know that you left the room. Your mind is stuck in some wizardry, like some magic. Everything is magical and it doesn't, it's not common. It's like, this isn't common sense. There's no logic. He waited until I left the room just to answer I didn't know you left the room. You keep giving power to all of coincidence. Your God is coincidence. Your God is superstition. Your God is fear. You keep sticking God in every single gap. Stop sticking God in every gap. He giving me powers. Okay, now Mr. 100 left the room. Now I'm going to answer the question. Like, you giving me powers now. How did I know you left the room? So women are important. Hey, you got to know already. You already know the answer to that one. Look around you. The stuff I got to teach my daughters about is, while I'm saying it, I know something's wrong. The fact I got to tell them, the stuff I got to tell them is backwards. Why would I even have to tell you that? That means someone made the effort to put the woman down and make it look like she's not important. Because you got to reteach all this
Hi,
stuff.
family. Yes, and it's very stressful, especially you got to start over and learn it all over, like, bro. Because I got to teach my niece and nephews because my sisters and them don't know. So it's like, damn, I got 6, 7 kids, and I'm still a kid myself because I'm still learning. Like, bro.
Yeah. You gotta unlearn and relearn. Unlearn and relearn. Unlearn like over and over and over. Why these
Yes,
other people, all they gotta do is learn. Because they forefathers left them in good condition. All they gotta do is learn. The only thing they struggling with is racism. Some of them genuinely do not understand that just because I can go to the same job you have in the same school you have, that don't mean we equal. So they have a hard time grasping that. But the other people, they know damn well that this shit is real. They know that we put down for a reason. They know they text is full of bullshit to keep you down and keep you submissive, looking for a future reward after your death. They already know that's real, and they just enjoying their life. Everything's a playground for them. It's a
pretty
playground.
much. Yep.
We gotta unlearn. We gotta deprogram and reprogram and uninstall. We got viruses, not even the virus of a disease. We got a virus in your thought. The way you think is
Yes,
backwards. You ever get a virus on your computer and you click something and it opens something else out? It like something else open up because you know you got a virus. So you try to find truth and open up a lie in your own thoughts.
bro.
You know, people
It's
we in here
crazy.
arguing. We arguing with grown men talking to us like cars fell out the sky. That car did not fall out the sky,
We
man.
are
Somebody gave it to you.
arguing with grown men who believe in fairy tales.
I mean, look, all I can say about it, because I was deep into it for like 21 years. And I can put myself in their shoes because I remember hearing people have these conversations and hear it and be so like
That's what it is. It's the fear. It's not so much that they believe in the fairy tale. They believe in the fear. If I don't follow this belief, and if it's real, and I don't follow it, I'm going to a dark place where I'm going to burn for eternity. That's what it is.
Yep.
Just
that's
they
I'm
what
trying
tell
to
you,
save you, bro. I'm trying to save you from hell, bro. Like I
I
already
rather
accepted it.
they'll tell you they'll rather believe in it, and if it's not true, what's the worst that could happen? But if they don't believe in it is true, then they just missed out on going to heaven.
I ain't gonna lie. That
That's
should be
all it
freaking me
is.
out when they be saying, "But I want you to go with me." Like, yo,
see,
that
I
means
hear
talking to me the
Mofactz that he
wrong
trying to
way.
get you.
I don't even get what are you talking about. We haven't even
I done seen people
established.
try to convert you so many times. Like they is trying to get this man. And it sounds so crazy. It's like they in
It's
a
like
cult. Like, I'm trying to help you. No, you're not. The fuck? You trying to put me back to sleep. You think you sleep. The fuck?
it's
That's
like
what it
Right.
is.
when I get around my brother, right? And I get around majority of the people in my family, they all smoke. And they be like, come on, man, just hit it one time, man. We know you don't smoke, but just do it for the one time. That's what religious people do.
Yes,
I
that's
gotta,
exactly what they do.
I gotta, they feel it's their duty. It is their duty to bring you back into the religion.
Mm-hmm.
Once they do that, it makes them feel good about themselves because they saved another life. That's what it is. I'm saving you from yourself.
That sounds sick.
Even though I never asked to be saved.
And then
Just
half the
try
time
it,
they don't even believe in
Mister
themselves. They don't
Mister
even believe
100.
in themselves.
Mister
Actually, they don't
100.
believe in themselves. They put everything besides themselves. Like, don't even believe in themselves, but you want to save me from myself. Save you first. Then come back and check on me.
Right. You go for it. I don't
Right.
trust it. Something don't smell right, bro. Mister 100, just try it. I did. I grew up in it. What do you mean? It's all I
Oh
had.
my,
What do you mean try it?
exactly.
I
Bro.
was in it. I don't know why they
Deep.
think that we just saw a Bible and just kicked it or something. Like somebody said, "Here's the Bible," and I just
No.
smacked it out their hand.
No, what happened was I was deep in it. Choir rehearsal, Bible rehearsal, dance rehearsal, church retreat, Bible study for adults and the young ones. Yeah, I was there. So you can't tell me to try it again. I already did it. It ain't
That's what
working.
I'm
Sorry.
saying. Like they act like we were never in it. We were never in it. And so they gotta bring us into it. Like we haven't studied this stuff. Like we didn't go to Sunday school. Like we didn't sit by our parents when the collection plate came around. We've been there.
Exactly.
We had questions, and they're like, "Well, if you don't understand the scripture, then get your Bible out, go to the passage, and I'll help you understand it together."
And then you get more
We
confused because I still didn't understand. Back to my first question. You said who he was now? So you missed. No, I'm
we've
still
all
confused. I don't
done
like
this.
this.
We've all done that. We've all had that old ass Bible where it says "Yao, Thou, and Ye." We've all done that.
Yeah.
We've been there.
Why were they talking like that? Like, why y'all could just tell us the story if that was the case? Like, y'all know what year it is.
Emmanuel, what are we lying about now,
He
Emmanuel?
ain't gonna say it. It's been a whole damn 2 hours, and he won't tell me one
He
lie.
never said.
He lying. Just making up shit. He lying. And I'm telling you, it's different when you get up here. I done seen plenty of people get their page up to 1,000 followers, and then they get in my face and freeze up. It's different. It's different when you got to talk to me outside of them comments, and you got to hurry up and answer me real quick, and we going back and forth. It's not the same.
No,
You
it's
just
not.
think you can do it.
You too loud, honey.
When you grow up and you're in a debate, the debate hit different when you got people watching you that you don't know. Because you know if you slip up and say something that's not accurate, that they're gonna condemn you. He said they call him Black Panther. What is that? What does that have to do?
I never
Oh,
freeze.
okay, I
Says
never
he
I
never
see it.
freeze.
I see
All right.
it.
Okay, I see you. I see you.
I thought you was going somewhere like a revolution, but you talking because I never freeze. And you confused
You
me.
Man,
can't okay, but this is the thing though. Can you walk us outside the Bible and show us historical evidence that the Bible is true? And don't hit me with, oh well, you're just using a physical understanding. You got to be in the spiritual to understand what the Bible. I don't want to hear none of that. We want facts,
It's two
reference,
stories I need facts on. I need facts on
sources.
the Adam and Eve story, and I need facts on the Noah story for real. Just give it to me, please.
Well, I already killed the Noah story
I know
earlier.
you already
So
killed the Noah
he
story,
can't
but
he
still, if you
can't
come up with
use
something different,
that. He got to use Moses. And I killed Moses early, so now what is he gonna? He better stick to Abraham.
and actually, we beat a dead horse because God killed Moses. God killed Moses himself, and he didn't want nobody to find him.
Moses didn't want that smoke with God, so he tapped out.
And before that, before Moses died, what's the name? Before God actually killed Moses, he was planning to kill him, and he didn't
Yep.
kill him because his wife Zipporah took the foreskin of her son and cut it off with a flint knife and rubbed it on Moses' foot, and that's why he changed his mind about killing him.
But this is the thing, though. What was support? She was a Medianite, right?
Yeah,
She wasn't a Jew. All throughout the book, these Jewish men are taking wives that are not Jewish women to spend the rest of their lives with.
Hey, Emmanuel, I can almost hear your fingers smashing that damn screen. He said, all you talk about is minuscule things like boats and rubbing feet and shit. And rubbing feet and shit.
Oh, fucking god, bro.
And look, it's so funny, right? When you bring up the stuff that they book is saying, they say you said it. I'm not saying this shit. I'm quoting the book. I'm not saying it. The book is saying it. I don't know
He
why he
said
liked
we
foreskin or
don't have
whatever
to.
that was.
He doesn't have to prove anything in the book because the spirit lives in him. But when we start talking about historical evidence that debunks the Bible, he says it's a lie.
Stop.
Hey, listen, Emmanuel, if you could take me somewhere other than the surface, I'll be glad to look at that part. Right now, I'm on the surface. I'm not trying to be. I'm in a reality. I'm living in a world where there's real people, man. You real to me. I'm talking to you. You talking about dead men. And then, come on, man. Your God came from the dead. No offense. It's coming from dead men. It's not actually there. It's that you just trust these men that wrote this stuff, man. And it's not like we not even going against the God itself. The God itself, there's no problem. It's just the men that are telling lies. If you show me where they were telling the truth, then I'll leave it alone. If they're telling the truth, I ain't got no
Say
problem.
his heart is hard when your God in the Bible was killing people. Mo hasn't killed anybody that I know
Hold
of.
on, y'all.
How is his heart hard? You can't say that. This is the thing, Emmanuel. Where does God come from in the Bible? I'll just leave it at that. I won't even go. That's not the surface. That's we skimming past the surface. Where does God come from in the Bible? What land does he come from? You said he can't come from anything, G. But the Bible tells you he comes from the land of Edom.
He came from the people he hates.
Yep.
How that happen?
He came from the Esau. He came from the tribe of Esau, the land of Esau, which is Edom.
Don't laugh.
That's
just
in the book.
Tell me where it's a lie, and I'm gonna pull it up for you. Just tell me I'm lying, and I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up. He told the people where he's from.
We know. You don't know.
What you mean? Only they knew. What you trying to tell? That's why what y'all got other than what we already know?
We
what
know.
Y'all know that we don't know.
You're looking to find answers. That's why you keep reading the Bible. We don't need to keep reading the Bible because we know where the answers are coming from.
Listen, bro, Emmanuel, I could believe you. I could follow your way, pick your book and follow it, and it still wouldn't mean that the God is real. It would not mean that, bro. I'm telling you. I don't know what disconnect happened with your logic. You can say that everything that you believe in makes your life better, and it will not mean that that is God. You can be right and the God still not be right. That's how dangerous this is.
It really is.
And I don't separate these things from other people. There's people that don't even speak about what we're speaking about right now. They're arguing about two other religions. And they're confused about, well, I got miracles. And the other person's like, well, I got miracles. They don't get it. We are the constant. The humans are the constant. We are the ones here with all these miracles under all these different religious belief systems. And we still didn't get the picture yet. It doesn't matter which God you pick. You always going to get a miracle. What person said, you know what? I was praying to God and I didn't get no miracles, but I'm going to still keep on holding on to it. They always have their proof. Whether it's them, their grandmother, their brother, sister, the pastor, they laid hands on the person themselves. They always got proof. They got proof of it. So it's like, what God is different from the other? What separates? And look, Emmanuel, right? What's the difference between your God and the God of Islam? How do I know which one is correct if I wanted to entertain that?
Mr. 100 said, all information is man-made. The devil is a liar, master of deception. Show me where the devil lies.
Get the strap.
There go Brown, get the strap. I told you he pop up. As soon as you say Islam, he pop up. I'm telling you, it never fails. Islam, get destroyed.
Bro.
Mr. 100, show me where the devil lied in the Bible.
Hey, yo, that is one of the craziest questions I tried to find it. The devil is a liar. He's called a liar more than he lies.
Okay.
He said he's the master of deception. How is he the master of deception when God is the one deceiving people in the book? When Satan was talking to Eve, he told Eve that if she ate the apple, she was not gonna die on the spot. Right?
Mm-hmm.
She would have infinite knowledge, right?
Yep.
She got the knowledge after she ate it, and she still lived out her life.
And then, hold on, let's not skip over this part. God confirmed that what Satan said was true because he said, behold, he has eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and they have become like us, just like Satan said. He didn't say, listen, if Satan was lying, right? If Satan was lying, what God should have said in response to them eating from the tree, he should have said, oh no, they done eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and now they're going to die. Dang it.
Exactly.
That's what he should have said. Instead, he confirmed what Satan said. You just don't read it like that because you're believing your way into it instead of just reading it and using your brain. God confirmed what the devil said. He did it again in Job. We all believe that Job was sitting there that Satan was destroying Job. And we skipped over the part that Satan tells God to stretch his hand down and destroy everything around Job. And when Satan got down there and he was in our imaginations destroying Job and everything around him, they said that they saw God's fire fall from heaven. They didn't say they saw Satan fall from heaven and destroy everything around Job. They said they saw the fire from God fall from heaven and destroy everything around Job. But we just believe God didn't do it. We blame everything that God does on Satan. It's called a scapegoat.
Right? And that's what the devil is. He's the scapegoat.
Pull up the scripture, you disbelieve your way out of it. But which scripture? I just talked about two of them.
Or
They love the book so much. We gotta lie about it.
I'll just make this up. Hey, yo, I'm about to get on TikTok and start making up shit about the Bible. That's a great idea.
That don't make no sense.
It's like this is what they think, that we hate the Bible and God so much that we're gonna get up here and we're just gonna discredit everything he says by lies. Everybody has some type of electronic device outside of their phone. So if we're saying something, they can pull it up right when we say it, and they can see if it's true or false.
Exactly. But they not going to look because they too scared.
Even if they go into their scripture, where Mo just talked about Job, they could have pulled the scripture up. When he just talked about Adam and Eve, they could have pulled the scripture up. But what did they do? They get on here and say, "Oh, you're just lying." Look it up. Why he's saying it?
Right. I don't get it. Or just tell me you're wrong. That ain't what it says.
In matter of fact, you can copy and paste because you're not in the live chat. So when he says it, you can go Google it on your phone
and expose me.
And then paste it, copy it, and come in here and paste it. Why is it that we have to pull it up? We gotta do the research to debunk the Bible. Then we gotta do the research in the Bible to back up the statement in the scriptures that it says. Why do we gotta work twice as hard when all you gotta do is believe? If you have your book, you can pull it up. He read the scripture to you.
It don't make sense, bro. Look at this. Even while I'm trying to find it, right? What isn't the book supposed to give you wisdom? What did the dude say earlier? You read it to make sense of things. That's wisdom. That's wisdom. You can have knowledge, but that's not wisdom. You get what I'm saying? Wisdom is important because that's the execution of that's the application of knowledge, right? You can know something, but if you can't apply it, then it wouldn't matter. So you got I think it's Genesis, what is this? Chapter, what is it? What chapter is this? It's chapter 2, right? So on the way to try to find what he want me to find, it says that this is what Eve is doing. She looked at the fruit. Where is this at? She looked at the fruits of the woman. When a woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom. So you telling me that the book is, just read, right? So you telling me the book is for wisdom. It's for us to get wisdom and gain knowledge. And in the beginning of it, this person don't want them to have no wisdom. She took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband. And he ate of it too, and both of their eyes were open. You just told me earlier in the chat, your eyes are closed. Your eyes aren't open. Your eyes aren't open. Why is everything the reverse of what y'all claiming to teach?
Because it's the reverse thing. They don't want us to know.
According to him, I'm supposed to close my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And not the two in the front, the one in the inside the brain. That's what they're talking about.
Behold.
Okay, look, y'all got a theory. And I'm like I said, it's a theory. I'm gonna say it one more time for people that's just coming in. It's a theory. So everybody always asks, so how did everything begin? Yes, my love, yes. Okay, how come? So let me help you finish. So look, so you know how they say the higher consciousness, we say the higher self, the most high is pure consciousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
He
now,
said
what
you twist words, he can't have a conversation with you.
Hold on, I gotta give me a second, y'all. I gotta cheat kids to do it. I'm gonna come back to my theory.
What words did he twist?
Okay, have the conversation with you.
There's no need to twist no words, man. She ate it and her eyes were open. She saw it was desirable for wisdom. Why wouldn't you want someone to eat that? And it was called fruit. There ain't nothing negative attributed to fruit. How many people went to the hospital? Get your fruits and vegetables. Get your fruits and vegetables. We read the word of God and fruit becomes a bad thing.
There's no more. Want a sandwich?
What's it called? Scurvy? If you don't eat fruit, you get scurvy or some shit.
Mm-hmm. You go too long without it.
No, you're not getting that.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you put the tree there if he knew that what it is God he's manipulating us to do things that are evil so he can justify the punishment that he's given us. He knows everything. So if you put the tree there and you tell him, hey, don't touch it, but you already know that she's going to touch it in the future because you see everything. So he could have just removed. Remember, he created the Garden of Eden and placed them in it. He could have just removed the tree. He didn't do that. He didn't remove the tree. He left the tree there. Because he knew that eventually Eve was going to get Adam to eat from the tree because he knows everything. All God is doing is manipulating us to play his sick and twisted game because he already knows the outcome of it because he knows everything.
Pretty much.
And then it's not like he's saying if you keep crossing the street without looking both ways, you might get hit by a car. And then you get hit by that car and they're like, hey, man, I told you, but you should learn your lesson. At least you ain't, lose your legs. You just broke it. Got a couple fractures. You should be good. Back up on your feet. Start looking both ways. No, this is a God. This ain't your parent. This is a God. The God already knows everything that's going to happen. So at that point, it's a game. It's not someone trying to protect you from something. It already knows what you're going to do, and it's telling you not to do it, but he know you're going to do it.
Oh, I got it.
Right, and then ask where you at. Where have you been? Look, God even asked Satan where he was at. They said God was people always say God is invisible. He's a spirit. And then he's walking through the garden. You can't see Satan, but he's walking around. Why is he walking around? Just say you floating around. I'm floating. I was floating through the earth. He's walking around. You're cursed. You gotta crawl on your belly. You are a spirit. You're a ghost. You're invisible. So how are you crawling around on your belly? Doesn't even make sense. And then he said he was walking through the earth. After he lost his legs, he's in a meeting talking to God, talking about he walking around. Where you get legs from?
Okay. I'll lose my
I'm trying not to laugh. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Yo, it sounds like that. If I was there, I say this all the time. We should have been given a chance, each one of us, to see if we would have ate from the tree. But looking at what Eve was seeing and what they experienced, it looked like I would have ate it too.
Okay, they was.
Right. I want wisdom, and it sounds like God wants me to have wisdom, but only in Genesis he don't want you to have wisdom. The rest of the movie, he wants you to have wisdom and knowledge, and he wants your eyes to be open. He even has people in 2021 on TikTok telling other people that they need to open their eyes, but he wants me to have my eyes closed because he got mad when they opened it. Their eyes are open, and you shall work by the sweat of your brow. Like, what, you got punished for opening your eyes? And it makes sense because in order to get into this indoctrination, you do have to close your eyes. So I guess you might be right.
And then somebody said, once you think about it, do that mean that stop them from, or they, like, once they ate the apple, would that have help them, like, question what's going on, like, see what's really going on? Is that why they was punished? Because they started questioning too much? They probably was asking too many questions. He probably got kicked out. Like, y'all gotta go. Oh, y'all gotta go.
Hey, that's what the Bantu say. That's what the Bantu say. They was trying to kick them. They was trying to prevent them from knowing. One group of beings was trying to prevent people from gaining knowledge, and the other one, who is the evil one, allegedly, was trying to give us knowledge, was trying to free us from slavery. It told us that we were slaves. It told us that we were being deceived. Now, all of a sudden, it's good to have wisdom. It's good to have knowledge, and the devil is a liar. And the dude is lying out the gate. On the day you eat from that tree, you will surely die. Oh no, behold, man has eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and he has become like us. Where's the part where you said they're going to die? You just skipped over what you said.
They come later in the story. Yeah. They lived the natural life, and then they tapped out. That's right. They teach us not to question.
They definitely do.
They always revert back to God works in mysterious ways.
I had to go back to that book.
Hated that.
When I read the Bible over from the start, when I was 23 years old, that's when I caught the story. I was like, wait a minute. He just lied. But then I'm looking, I'm like, what did I read before? Because I was reading this story over and over and over, and I did not catch it. It's because I was believing that believing a story that someone told me before I read it. So when I was reading it, I was just filling in the blanks.
It's like when you were a kid, you see a cartoon or like Power Rangers, for example. When you was little, you be like, they was raw as hell. But when you look at it now, you be like, what was I really into? Like, was I really into Power Rangers? Like, look how the whole vision of it is just different. As a kid, you definitely just gonna listen. Because you think your parents, I'm not saying they don't care about you, but you believe they care about you. They won't steer you wrong. They push you on the right path. And the whole time, they don't even know what path they on.
He said, "Can we talk sacrificing cows or the lamb?"
Oh my god! Please. No.
This dude named all the animals. He brought all the animals to Adam and told him to name them. Like, name the animals. Where's this book at? Where's the book with all the animal names in them? Why do we have to name the animals again? He already had names for them. They be talking about camels before they even had camels. They didn't even have camels in that area of the Middle East, and they talking about camels. That's giving it away that you're writing it at a later date. You weren't writing it at the time where you didn't have camels. In order for you to talk about a camel, you had to meet the people that introduced you to the camel.
They're not ready for that conversation.
They're really not. He said when he down on the cross, and you said he down on the cross, but I'm hearing he got hung on the tree. So they get hung first on the tree, and then did they put him on the cross, or was he on the cross?
The cross was introduced by Josephus.
They not ready for this. They not ready because they're gonna think, and they're gonna think that we're talking about the character and the story, man. We're talking about what happened in history. The Romans did not take people down. That would make no sense. Why would they take you off the cross when they hung you up there to be embarrassed and tormented, and the birds peck out your flesh, and you just sit there and rot and stink and be an example of to anybody else who has an idea to come against Rome? That's why they put you up there, but they're going to stab them in the side and then take them down and give them a proper burial. That don't even make sense. Why would they give you a proper burial if they're trying to disrespect your corpse?
Right.
He'd be the only crucified person in Roman history to get taken down. And then look, his body ain't important, but he took it with him.
I was just gonna ask them, like, yo, they come up with see, that's my question. Like, okay, we got all our mommies and all our ancestors Egyptians, they wrapped up, you can still see them. Where does man's body go? Like,
but listen, though, listen. He said it himself. Don't worry about those that can kill the flesh. Worry about those that can kill the spirit. He said that himself. So why is it that when you die, you take the spirit in the flesh up to heaven with you?
Mm-hmm. And then look, didn't it say he gave up the ghost? He ascended twice. Hold on, I'm gonna double check before I hang myself. Pun intended.
Please. What's the problem? Okay, come on.
They're not ready for the conversation, man.
Wait, come here, boy.
Look, it says, and when this Luke 23:46, and when Jesus had cried with a loud voice, saying, "Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit." Having said this, he gave up the ghost. He gave up the ghost. And then he ascended again.
Wait.
He gave up the ghost on the cross. He already left. And then he leaves again and ascends again. Like, come on, what is this? You gotta ascend twice.
Bro.
But that wasn't his first time here, remember? That they always say that. Oh well, Jesus was in heaven, and then he went into the he was in spirit in heaven, then he came here in the flesh. But this is how I always catch them.
Melchizedek.
I catch them with this right here. Was Jesus the second coming of Melchizedek? And what do they always say, Mo?
Nope.
They say yes.
They say, oh, I heard them say no on Buck Live.
I only heard one person say no. Even Ralph will tell you that Jesus is the second coming of Melchizedek. And he's a scripture fanatic.
Yeah, somebody else was saying, well, not yeah, because I wasn't up there on the line, but in the comments they were saying it was that there's more than one Messiah. They was trying to
I
say
know
he was
y'all
just
hear
one
me
type of
echoing.
Messiah.
Hold up.
Oh, we can have
Hello?
three on
Can
here.
y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, how y'all doing?
Hi.
What's up, boy?
Hey, ain't nobody gonna say how you doing? I'm good.
You ain't hear me?
Oh, hi.
You
You can
said
hear us?
you said hey Royal. Anyway, yes, I hear y'all.
Okay.
I do much better like this. Cause it's so weird. How do y'all do it when you just talking to like the camera and nobody is there, like you ain't interacting with nobody and you reading the comments? I gotta get better with that. It's so awkward.
For me, I don't know. I triggered so many people from what I was saying. They couldn't wait for me to pop up. I had them
Lord.
trick. I'm telling you, my first couple days, I was talking to straight Christians.
What?
It was just me by myself talking to Christians. I was like, oh man, where my people at? What's going on? It took me a couple of weeks to get to meet y'all. At first, I was dealing with straight Christians because I was posting videos giving them the history behind it, and then they was all in my lives, just like
Oh
jumping me.
If I didn't add Mo,
wow,
I
wow.
wouldn't have one person in my life. I spent like
That's not
10,
true. I be in your
I,
live.
I spent like 10 or 15 minutes today talking to myself. And then he came in.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I do the same thing. Like, I be just talking. And then people come in, like, what you talking about? Blah, blah. I'm talking about this. It's like talking to myself. Like, it's really like therapy, but it's not. If you come in and see me talking, then you can join, but I'm going to be still talking to myself because it's really for me. Yes, my love.
Yeah, see,
Yes, I
Buck came in, Buckology came in, but he didn't send the request. He came in and then he left.
oh wow.
I don't
So
know if he went live today.
So I got a theory. Well, before I ask that, before I forget, how y'all got y'all screen throbbing like that? Like how
I don't
y'all
know.
do that?
I
What
have
you
no
mean?
Like you
idea.
see how Pretty Divine and Mofactz is throbbing like they circle is got
Yeah,
a
I see it.
heartbeat.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know
it
what
does
that is.
that.
Mine don't do that. Look how my eye
What
just sitting up there. They thrive. They
do you have an
thriving over
Android?
there.
Wait, is it because you got an Android or is it the type of phone
That
you
may
got? 'Cause
be
that's
it.
what
That may
On
be it.
mine,
That may be it.
I just see them. It's still they don't have the thriving, but on certain times they do have it. I just don't see it on
Okay.
mine.
Okay. Maybe that's it.
But
But
normally
yeah.
it's like when you start talking, then that thriver pop up.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I am here now. This is what I was gonna add. Like as far as trying to convince them of anything, like as far as the crucifixion go and during the equinox and how the sun dies on the cross then rises the highest at its highest point after 3 days, like that's their crucifixion story. And what goes on, we know what go on outside of us is also going on inside of us too. So I wanted to say that. To add to that, think about how they got us celebrating Christmas, right? I think that during that time of the year, or during this time of the year, that's when you're supposed to reflect on all the shit you want to fix and throw away, right? And then you rise from it after you done got rid of it. But they have you doing the opposite, focusing on other people and giving gifts to others instead of giving to yourself and dealing with, taking time to self-reflect.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all think about that?
Yeah, because
Like,
even when you try to do something good, because there's people that go out and they just spend their money on other people, right? You still going into the matrix, like you going into their stuff to go give something to somebody else instead of like giving somebody knowledge or giving somebody a hug or telling them you love them or something like that, like trying to encourage you going into the system to go get them something from the shit that we all need to be avoiding in the first place. We keeping that circulating. so they can get ready for the next year with their black books and their black ink and red ink. You know how they do? Like, we got to get rid of all this stuff out of the inventory right now. Christmas is a perfect time to do it. They can fix their books however they want to because it's an influx of so much income coming in. They can fix it however they want to fix it, and then their taxes end up smoothed out right and everything, and then you trying to bounce back off of some shit you shouldn't have been involved in the first place.
Exactly.
And everybody, I think the precursor of it is still there. Because it's like, what do they call it? The thing you do before the New Year's? The resolution or whatever?
Oh, yeah, your New Year's resolution.
Yeah, people still try to do it. So I think it's still a glimpse of it there. Because they're trying to do something. They're like, yo, I'm going to quit smoking. I'm going to quit doing this. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to stop using cuss words. Like, everybody tries to do something right before that New Year comes around. But they just got to go full throttle. Like, I go dark. As soon as holidays come, I don't do nothing. I don't do nothing because I don't want to be part of it. And if I do something, I'm doing the exact opposite of what the ritual is. Whatever the ritual is, I'm undoing it.
That is so
Exactly.
true.
And that's what I was saying. Like, during that time of year, they got you focusing on other people, like outside of yourself, when that's the time that you're supposed to be going inside yourself, getting rid of old habits. Like what you said, it's crazy how they do the New Year's resolution at New Year's, but the time that gate is open for you to get it done and actually be able to make some headway with it would have been during that time, like the 21st to like the 24th, 25th. So
and they start kicking your butt. They kick your butt with the Christmas in November. they start getting that engine ready in November.
Right. Exactly. Now, I'm going to say this. I hear a lot of people talking against rituals when I believe in them. I believe that it's a certain thing that goes on in the heavens and it should be as above, so below. But if you don't know, you can't take advantage of the opportunity for it to work. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't.
Right.
People look at it like magic or dark magic or something like that. But I do feel like it worked for us back when. You know what I'm saying? They was doing something right until they wasn't. So
yeah, as long as I'm not influenced by somebody else, or I could trace it back to like a people that wasn't influenced by anybody, like they just been sitting there by themselves, I'll pick it up from there. Because they not who influenced them to do it. You know what I'm saying? It must be something that they just using on their own. It's something they've been doing for thousands of years. But once it comes to like getting a book out the library, how to do a ritual for money and all this stuff, I feel like I may be putting my energy into something so they can take it and use it for what they want to use it for. It could be anything. I don't trust it, or I'll make it up myself.
I mean, that's what most people do anyway. When you do rituals or whatever, you put your own. It's not a certain way you're supposed to do it. That's why people come into spirituality, like with the crystals and the candles. Like that's the tarot readers. They think that's what spirituality is, and it's not. That's just something you can do as a tool. It's so many other things you can do.
But you also gotta take into consideration that even the ones that weren't doing rituals with the crystals were wearing crystals.
Facts.
We've always wore crystals. You know how you have females that shave one side of their head and they leave the rest of it long?
Mm-hmm.
We've had that hairstyle in Egypt.
That's crazy because I did that to my head.
And you know where they spray paint or they dye their hair color like orange, red, or green, or blue, or purple. They also did that in Kemet also.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they
So
said
it's
they was obsessed with what, purple? I think it was purple too.
lapis lazuli. I think that's the name of it. Because purple is a divine, it's a royal color.
Yeah.
And it's like divinity.
Yep, Monday, everything you say is a spell, everything you do is a ritual. That's what I'm saying. Like it is that. It's just if someone else is influencing you to do it, then that's when you gotta kind of be, you know, skeptical. You gotta like, what is this? Why did this person make that? You don't know what the author of that spell book or whatever they were doing. You don't know what they up to. You have no idea. And then my thing is, I always test stuff out. So even when I was into like the crystals and stuff, I was like, so what if I get the crystal that's supposed to be like, it ain't supposed to help me with any type of peace or anything like that? What if I do use that one? What if I do, if this ritual is supposed to help me be protected, what if I just don't do it? What if I still believe that this ritual right here is going to protect me? Is it still going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
And I did it. I mixed everything up. I read one sign. I took, instead of reading Aries, right, I read Pisces. It still worked. I read Sagittarius and it still lined up with my life. So I'm like, how is it still working? I'm still able to follow it, and it ain't even a right sign. So
Well,
then at
because
some
we all got all signs in us, right?
That's what I'm told. I know I got like 5 signs
it gotta be.
on my chart.
It gotta be.
I mean, everybody is the 12 signs if you think about it. I mean, like everybody, you may not have all. If you were born under all the constellations. It's just more dominant in the month of a particular constellation. But we all the signs. That's how we're all connected.
Facts.
That's how we're all from the one, the whole.
Hey yo, and I was just, I think that's what I was just, hold on. I just saw something on that with one of these words. Dang, what, we got off that topic, and I was, oh, the Anunnaki, right? The
Yeah.
Anunnaki in Hebrew, Anaki means I am, right? That's what they call the I am, Anaki, Anochi, right? And then you got Anu. Anu means we or us. So that would go, if you put Anunnaki together, they're
It's I
saying,
am.
or the us is first. It says we are I am.
Mm.
It says we are, so it would mean we are one.
Yep.
Mm.
You
I
see,
mean, it makes
so
sense.
Mm-hmm.
And
it
that's
would mean we are one.
and that's like come back to the theory I had, y'all. Like I said, it's a theory. I be just thinking. So you know how people say like how I believe the Most High is pure consciousness, right? And I was thinking about like how pure consciousness connected to the Mother Earth, and I was just thinking like, what if before it was a full Earth, it was just the core of the Earth, and since the core of the Earth is magnetic, it pulled the consciousness within itself, and it became one. And then like you know how different like from the water, from the insects, it's like different levels of consciousness, and we was like could have been a higher frequency of the consciousness. That's as far as I got, but I hope y'all catch what I'm saying.
And then the earth itself is on a frequency. The
Exactly.
earth
Right.
So it's
itself
like two
has its own frequency.
Matter of
facts.
fact, I think the earth and your heartbeat on the same wavelength.
It do, and then like the earth got different frequencies. I mean, not the frequencies, different chakras, just like the human body also do, and different body
Yep.
parts too, like in different parts of the earth.
See, and that's what I think Tahuti was saying in the tablets. Like when they were saying that, when he was talking about the body, I think that's what he was talking about, because he's the only one that talks about all of those pyramids all over the earth, and they put them in a certain place, and no matter where you draw a circle at, you can pick
Mm-hmm.
any point in the world and draw a circle, and it's going to end up at a perfect circle when you
Yep.
connect, and you're going to run past each major civilization with a pyramid there.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the pyramid in Giza is the when you stretch it out and magnify it, it ends up being perfectly the tip
The
of the earth,
dimensions of
the
earth,
radius. Right.
the
It ends
radius of
up being,
earth.
how the hell do you do that?
That's
That is
crazy.
some,
Not
that's
only is it
crazy.
the radius of
Wow.
earth, but when they do the other dimensions from, I think from to the sky and to the to I think Sirius A, I think that's what it's pointing at. The Sirius constellation.
Right.
They say that it's it points to the the light year. So what it's saying is like it's we're Earth, but if we also have the speed of light.
Right. The what is it? The coordinates. The
The
exact place where it's
coordinate, the
located
coordinate
is
Mhm.
the speed of light.
equals the speed of light.
Right.
That's
That's crazy.
crazy. That
Like
is,
you
bro.
can't do nothing like that. There's no way you could do something like that unless you
That's
knew something
crazy.
important. That's nuts. You made your coordinates the equation for the speed of light. That's how in the world is that even possible?
And it has pi inside of it.
And phi. It's the only building with pi and phi. The 3.14 and I think 1.83 or something like that.
I
The
don't know.
only the only building in the world to use both of those mathematical formulas. The only one. Nobody has ever done it.
But the Egyptians were evil.
And we see why. We see you see
That's
you
so
see
sad.
you seen the what's that dude name? The funny dude, the old comedian who set himself on fire. What's his name?
Richard
Um,
Pryor.
To my
Richard
Richard
Pryor.
Pryor.
Yeah, you seen that video where it was like a clip from one of the movies he was in, and
Uh-huh.
he went into the temple and he saw that the Egyptians was black. He
That
said,
was that was a comedy bit that they was
right, that was
doing.
a comedy skit. I think that's, I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
"Yeah,
Wasn't it Saturday Night Live? Or no, it was his show,
Oh
but they
yeah, then he was
canceled
like,
him real
"Now
quick.
these people
Yeah,
is black." Yeah, I
it
remember
was his
that.
show.
And
It
he
was
was with
his
some white
comedy
people. They was
show.
looking at him
And he was
sideways.
going around performing it.
Yeah,
And they was
he was
like,
with some
yeah,
white
they was
people. They
like,
was
yeah,
looking at him
Nikki, you can't
sideways,
do this
like,
no more.
hold on.
He
But
said,
he's
watch
not
out, white boy." He said, "I gotta
there
go
is
tell them about
there
this."
is a
Right.
what is I don't forgot the dude's name. But he's like the top Egyptologist. And he's telling these people that the Egyptians are black. He
You
is
talking about
over in
Dr.
Egypt
Ben?
right now.
Oh, okay.
No, Dr. Ben passed. I
Right.
think Dr. Ben passed in 2015 or 16. But this
Okay.
is an Arab. He's an Arab. And he is telling these people that the Egyptians were black. And they are
Wow.
madly upset at this man because Egyptologists, they have been stating for years that the Egyptians weren't black. They were like Arab or white. And he's saying no. He said when you read the Medu Netter, they're telling you that they're dark skinned. So we know that they had to have been black people.
Make sure you mess with your chakra. Open up portals for demons. Baby, that is a lot. That is lies. That is lies. Only no. See, that's what I be talking about.
Listen, well, I'm gonna tell you now, when you start digging, you're gonna find something in yourself. You're gonna find yourself. So if you better make sure you right, because people tell me all the time, and these are people I trust, and they were really, trying to find their way, and I just never understood until like recently that people are gonna find what they are. If you finding demons when you meditate, if you thinking bad thoughts,
Mhm.
you got something that you got to beat in yourself. Because I
Mhm.
don't think none of that ever happens to me. I don't go to bad places when I astral project. I don't have these bad thoughts when I don't think none of that ever happens to me. I don't go to bad places when I astral project. I don't have these uh these bad thoughts when I'm just sitting there thinking to myself. I'll be coming up with ideas. How can I do something better than I did it before? How can I invent something? I'll be trying to think about what can I invent. I don't have to make, you know what I'm saying? Think about how can I defend myself. I'm always sitting there like, I need to get a gun. I need to make sure I got a gun in my garage. I need to make sure I got a gun in my car. I got to teach my kids. I'm thinking like, what if I could make a weapon out of something else where like it's just defensive? It ain't necessarily something it just, if you mess with me, then there's something, I'm trying to think like the sun.
Mhm.
That's what I'm thinking positive. I'm thinking of a different way. Like I ain't gotta hit somebody with a projectile. I'm trying to make this weapon better than what it is, where it could just be used for defense. Like you can't use it for offense. It can only be, you see what I'm saying? And that's how you go deep into your own mind when you're trying to find something in yourself. It could
Facts.
be any thought you thinking. I was thinking of that when I came home. I was like, dang, I gotta always walk around with this gun. Like, is there something else? Do we have a defense mechanism that we don't know about? Like, what is there another way we can protect ourselves? Is there a better way of growing plants? Is there a plant that we don't know that we can eat that we're just walking past every day? Like, I don't have no where's the evil thoughts coming from? I think evil thoughts come from people who are already like that. So don't be afraid of it. If you find that and you need to figure out where that's coming from.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what other people are experiencing, but I have been around people who said they experienced it, and then I had to connect the dots. I'm like, that's my homeboy and everything, but he is kind of evil. Now that I think about it, he just was on
Mhm.
my side. So when we out there on the block, I'm just like, he on my side. He crazy on my side. But I'm thinking about it from the other person's standpoint, like, that's a wicked dude. Dude is evil. You get what I'm saying? And that's just who he was. So when he would sit there and meditate, he'd be thinking about those things that he want to think about. You know, like some people who smoke, they smoke and they say, I think about doing crazy stuff. They used to say that back in the day, like we got to get rid of this marijuana because they smoke it and they start killing people. And
That
I was like, man, that's a lot.
that's what got Marcion killed. The same stuff that you're saying is what got Marcion killed. Because he said that this God is evil. He's wicked. There was no reason for him to destroy us the way he did. And they killed him for that. Because he was saying that the God of the Old Testament is evil. And there's two different gods. He said the God of the Old Testament is evil, and the God of the New Testament is a different God, and he's nice. And they killed him for that.
Mm,
Wow. Now, see, y'all know I'm already jumped back to astrology, right?
mm,
So you got your positive or yang polarities are fire and air signs. So your positive signs are Aries, Gemini, Leo, Libra, Sagittarius, and Aquarius. Then you got your negative or yin, which are water and earth signs, Taurus, Cancer, Virgo, Scorpio, Capricorn, and Pisces. So that friend you talking about, which I'm probably sure you like, I ain't say, hey man, what's your birthday or whatever, but maybe people that have like more negative thoughts or attributes that they bring, which would be considered the devil, but we know that the devil is merely positive and negative energy, right?
mm.
Mhm.
So maybe the likelihood of a positive sign represents more of like a God mind, and the negative sign.
Did she just go out? Or it's just me.
Oh, I don't know. I think she stopped talking.
No, I think she cut out. You can, Royal.
And she cut out.
I get what she was saying though.
I definitely.
I think he was a Gemini.
I didn't know they had negative signs. Because if they have negative signs, they trying to say that Sagittarius are positive. We are some of the most evilest people on this planet.
But I'm pretty sure you mixed with some other signs too. Because she did say we all different signs.
All the Sagittarius that I ever met are assholes.
Okay, yeah, my sister definitely asked her. And it's like
Arrogant,
y'all don't talk. Y'all be
they're
think y'all talking
arrogant
about.
assholes, and they love to tell people the truth about themselves.
Yeah.
Well,
And dumb.
asshole don't necessarily mean evil. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened to me.
Facts.
My shit just
That's
cut
true.
off, y'all. That was
you
crazy.
know how it go. You know
You
how it
know
go.
how it go when you get to touching stuff too much. You know what I mean? But Sagittarius, all the Sagittarius, I know they are blunt and straightforward, but
Hmm.
that's not necessarily a negative thing. They're still a fire sign, which represents positivity, energy. You know what I mean? High energy. So that would be considered positive yang.
Yeah, and I'm a Aries, and that's uncontrollable. I can't even control it. I sit there, and that's one of my things. I'm like, yo, you need to find a better way of delivering your message. And then 5 minutes later, I'm just slicing. Like I don't care how I deliver it. I said what I said, and prove me wrong. I don't
But
give a fuck what
that
you talk.
that only happens when you get mad, though.
That only happens when
Oh,
what?
When Mo gets mad,
people think I'm mad all the time.
I was just
Even
like,
when I'm calm,
If
I'll be
you could,
calm and
was
they think
laughing
I'm
a few times
always
because
mad.
ancestors did
Yo,
that.
Pretty, you seen them on my lives, right? They be like,
Yes,
"Why you
I've
so
seen him a few
mad?"
times. He was calm
I'm
as
like,
ever
"Why are
and
you
just talking
saying
to
I'm
them.
mad?
Why
I'm
you so
chilling."
aggressive?
And then that scares me too, because I'm like, yo, then that means when I'm mad, it's even worse because I'm like, if you think this is mad, then you ain't seen anything.
Exactly.
I see it coming though, and I call it out. I'm like, they done made Mo mad. His whole demeanor changed. I'm like,
Have
yep, they done made him mad. Somebody said some shit that he didn't like.
I know. I feel like I'll be chilling. I feel like I'll be chilling. I'm being neutral. I'm accepting. I'm like, yo, all right, yeah, I can consider that cool. I'll
This
be like,
is
yo, man,
this
keep
is
keep your
this is
God.
how this
That's
is how
cool.
I can tell, because you start talking faster and then you say slick stuff. So when you start talking fast and it's not only you talking fast, you're talking fast and educated. Then you throw the slight in. I'm like, oh, there's somebody that pissed him off. Somebody done said something to piss him off, and he done went there.
What if I
Yeah,
said
because
something
then I
stupid?
start coming with low blows out of nowhere.
Yeah, he be real nice, and he tries to see their point of the argument. Then they say something to piss him off. Then he go in with a historical fact that just knocks out everything that they just said. But he's doing it. He's doing it, and then he sets you up for the punchline. But the punchline he does it in the slight of a joke.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
That's funny.
It's still contained though. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all might see if you see something else, y'all might see me get out of character. Just people ain't pressed the right button. Like if my kids get involved in something, somebody do something like that, like it's gonna go to a whole different level, a
Shall I
totally
see this?
different level.
They say stuff like that to get under your skin or to get you banned. They love to do
Like
that.
one thing I hate is the racist ones. They be trying to low key. I could smell it when you came in that she was racist, and you steady making these comments. And I'm trying to be nice and not because the ancestors don't be holding back. They be like, look, I can't, and I can't talk because it be like, calm down. I know what you saying. Like you being racist. Like I could like on JB laugh a few racist people that came in. Like, bro, if you don't let the ancestors flow through you before they come through me, because like no, I don't like that. I'm sorry. I'm a little. You could call them racist, but I don't like Caucasians that much, and it is what it is.
They set
Girl, you
themselves
better.
up for that.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that one. That one right there get you kicked out of room.
Definitely would. I ain't gonna say it again, but I said what I said, and I got my
Yes.
reasons.
Say
I
yes,
don't hate
that's
y'all.
racist. It ain't, man. Cause look, I guarantee you, if it was nothing to be on guard about, I wouldn't even care. I wouldn't
But
even care. I
it's
do.
not even all of them. Because I know y'all got some good ancestors, the ones that helped my ancestors. But I'm talking about the ones that you know your ancestors was doing dirty and you study trying to act like they want to come in. Colors, it's no such thing as color. Why we can't just be all one? Now you want to play with my intelligence. That's what I feel like.
Right.
You
You
know,
gotta be playing with me.
I done got so confident that there are, other people that understand what I understand that I don't even be caring about races no more. I promise I don't. They don't even bother me. Like before they could get under my skin and I'd be ready to fight or ready to say some shit. Now it just be like, man, get your ass out of here. You know what time it is. You done heard this shit enough. Bye
Well, I ain't
bye.
make it to that
Next.
spot yet. Because
Yeah.
people know
Trying to
if I
trigger somebody.
encounter if I encounter any type of that, I'm not gonna be the one that pull out my phone. I'm gonna be the one that's in the back of the police officer's car and say, "Yeah, I did it. What's up?" Because
I
I
feel
can't,
Mm-hmm.
I can't. On
I
the
learned
internet,
a
yeah, you can say
long
what you
time
want.
ago that you are not going to be able to change a racist mind on how they view you. So it's no point in
absolutely.
arguing
True.
with them.
Because they know that's the whole reason why they racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the conclusion I done came to with a racist person. You're only racist because you know what you looking at right now and you mad about it. You know what I'm saying? So, moving right along. Excuse
And
me,
you
I'm
know,
looking through
they
you.
they also know that if they can trigger you, you gonna look like the monster
I
anyway.
look like a
Yeah, they
Y'all
gonna
think I'm a
trigger
monster
you.
anyway if I'm calm. Come on now, you be talking calm to them and they still make you why he's so loud, why he's so aggressive. Like, come on now. We having a conversation. Why your skin so thin?
Now I get rowdy with them. I ain't even gonna lie.
Facts.
Actually, their skin is thicker. Their
I'm talking
skin
about
is thicker than ours.
it
Oh,
is
you
okay,
saying
you're
like
right. Yeah, like sensitive.
like
They
okay,
stolen.
that's what you're talking about.
I'm
Okay.
talking about they literally skin.
I thought you was talking about biologically.
No, I mean like grow some thick skin type.
No.
Yeah.
We get out the bed black. They don't get no thicker than this. We get out the bed black.
Did y'all know
We
they
get our
shed their
things out.
skin? They shed their skin like every night in the bed. Like I
Huh?
didn't know that. Like I
Hmm.
just found out that like you might go to bed next to somebody, you know what I mean, or whatever, and you wake up with a powdery substance on you
Mm-mm.
because they shed their
That's
skin.
that's what the bed
Mm-mm.
bugs be eating.
Uh-uh.
That's my.
Yes,
That's what.
that shit is
That's my.
crazy.
Oh no.
Our, our humans. Our humans shed their skin, but they do it at a rate faster than us.
Right, because
Right.
they getting cooked at the same time. They can't absorb any of that. So it's just frying their layer. That's the only layer they got.
Hmm.
If you get like a
I never
broom
knew
and
that.
you go to your mattress and you smack your mattress, that dust that fly up, that's dead skin.
What? Wait.
You
Oh
see,
boy.
pretty, you ain't got no reason to be arguing with these people. I mean, it's just like
Hey, look what she said. She
none.
said because we're serpentine. Look at it.
Oh my
Serpentine. What's
god.
the serpentine energy? The
Bruh.
Awarian flux.
Not y'all shedding. Okay, I'm done. What?
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason. You know, you only gonna argue with somebody. Well, me, I done got to that point. I'm only gonna argue with somebody I care about. If I
Well,
don't
some
care
people
nothing
like raw
about
meat.
you,
Oh my god.
But this is
I
We
this
ain't
is
definitely
the
no.
talk about
thing
that.
though. When we outside and it's hot and you go and you stand by somebody that don't have the same complexion as you start getting the strange smell. And what that smell is, that's their skin burning because they have sulfur embedded in their skin.
I always smelt that, especially at Six
Hmm.
Flags. When I'm
But
at the
we
amusement
call it
park,
when they
Wow.
get when they get wet, what do we always say they smell like?
wet dog.
No
And
wet
that's
And
dog.
exactly
that's sulfur. That
Yup,
is the
ammonia.
sulfur
Wow.
on the skin you're smelling.
That's
wow.
crazy.
It's real shit, man.
It's like
It's
if you
it's
have a child, right? If you got a black child and the child stays outside in the heat for like 2 or 3 hours, when they come back in the house, you say you smell like outside.
Outside, yeah,
You
somebody
Right.
next to
too.
you.
They don't have to be outside that long. And in the history of human beings, I've never seen where the
Oh,
one thing, listen to what I'm about to tell y'all. The one
this stuff.
thing that gives majority of the living creatures on this planet life kills them. I've never seen that. The sun gives majority of the things on this planet life, and it kills
Right.
them.
you gotta think about
Right.
it. You gotta think.
Right.
You gotta
That's
let
what
it
I'm
sink in.
saying, boy, man. Like, and but we don't appreciate the sun, man. Stop it.
Oh, they appreciate it because they're trying to block it out. They got this new. They got
Mhm.
this new. They got this new sunblock, and it's deep melanin.
Yeah, where they getting the bro? Where
Mhm.
they getting the
They
melanin from?
say
That's
they
my
get it from a cow. They say they get it from cows.
But some of them, some of those sunscreens are synthetic melanin. Do you guys know? In order for him to put a satellite or a spaceship out in orbit, it has to be covered in melanin,
Yes.
or it will burn up.
Yes. They have to coat it in melanin,
They
or
try,
else it
yo.
can't
They
make it
used
out the
to.
atmosphere.
They used to try gold, and that wasn't
And
good
it didn't
enough.
work.
The only thing they could use was melanin. That I don't even know what else you need to hear after that. Like if it's better than gold. They used every metal they could. The only thing that worked was melanin.
They start using the woman placenta. They just might, because a lot of women don't even take their placenta when they have their babies.
Yep. Yep. And aborted
And
baby cells.
Yep, this
the
is my first one. Look,
placenta,
out of all 8 kids, this look damn 9. Out of all 9 kids, it's my first time taking a placenta. The first time.
Mo, I
Where the
can't believe you got
all
that many kids.
where the all the rest of it? I got an early start.
you ain't got an earlier start than me.
How many kids you got?
Mo, you hear me?
Yeah, what all right, go ahead.
I was
15?
13.
Oh, 13. Yeah, you got me.
Wow.
You got me on that one.
Wow. Wow.
I got a
13.
possible at 14, but that definitely not 13.
Possible at 14. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that one. She
I
gonna get
was
in
in the
trouble for that one.
streets.
So that ain't going to ever be admitted to because she gonna get in trouble. But that's just
And
one
this is
placenta. That's a lot
the
of
sad
placentas
thing
gone.
about this is when you get people that are on your side fighting the good fight, you can't distinguish like who's really down for the cause and who's not. You know what I'm saying? Because you might have some people that come in and their job is to deceive with the people who's actually trying to help. That's not the same color as you.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have 10 Europeans in the organization fighting the good fight, and 2 of them they're just deceiving you. So now when you find out that those 2 are like that, now you're looking at the rest of them like, hey, they might be just like those people. So now you're
Facts.
skeptical on letting them into your event.
That is true. I ain't gonna lie.
So they're messing it up for the people who really want to help.
Right, because it's just like my analogy of having like a cup of white flakes, right? Or a cup of flakes, and then you got they for the cause. Then you got a second cup, and they not for the cause, but you pour them all in the same cup. You don't know who is who, so it's just easier for you to just not trust none of it.
And it's bad enough I can't trust my own people. Like, bro, I
What you
can just easily
said?
crush all of them. And
Shit.
still, with my
You
people,
You
look,
know what? When I
I'm
first
gonna
came
get
into
y'all
the
get rid of
knowledge,
them.
I was going to the grocery stores, and when I saw a black male, I would say, "What's up, King?" And they would look at me like I lost my damn mind.
Well, females start there in Chicago. You can't smile at them. They think you up to something.
I can't. My daddy told me I could never go to Chicago. I get shot.
Okay, yeah, kind of. I was gonna say no, you won't. But I said okay, maybe.
You try to be optimistic.
My dad's side of the
The
family is there.
optimist,
I
the
got I
optimism
got
is gone.
I got I got family there right now, and I can't go visit them because they said I have a smart mouth and I get shot.
I mean, what side are you on? That's so sad to ask, but what side is they on? They live on the
I
west
don't
side,
know.
south side,
I don't know because they
suburbs.
moved. Nah, they
I
don't live in
mean,
the
most time people is
suburbs.
cool. I ain't even gonna
My
lie, it ain't
one,
even really that
my
hostile out
uncle
here.
my uncle lives in the heart of Chicago.
Oh
I
yeah.
just forgot the street name. But I will say this. My dad's side of the family, they're deep GDs.
Okay, yeah, you on the south side. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. We ain't that
My
hostile.
one of my cousins was the right hand lieutenant of the GD Nation, and he in jail for life. Matter of fact, him and his brother in jail for life.
Wow.
And they even told me I couldn't go.
This when you was young, or this was like recent?
They still say this to this day. I'm not making
All
this
right.
up.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not that it's bad. I really hate the way people see Chicago because of course you would think it's really dangerous. You just gonna get shot. It's not. It's bad, but it's really not that bad. Like in neighborhoods, it's not
No,
like they
that's
gonna
not why
absolutely
they say I
storm.
get shot. They say I get shot because I got a smart ass mouth.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
Lord.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
Because they don't fight.
let me
They don't
ask you
fight.
about the Lamont side because I'll be running out of Chicago in the next couple of weeks. What about Lamont?
Lamont. Lamont? I think that's the suburbs.
Okay.
Like what they give you a street name, like or just Lamont area.
It's the Lamont area.
Yeah, that's like near suburbs.
Going into Joliet, I think I'm saying that right.
You ain't nowhere near Chicago. That ain't
Oh,
Chicago. That's
okay.
Illinois.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Illinois. That ain't
That's
Chicago.
Illinois. It's a
Yeah, it ain't
totally different
Chicago.
set. Okay.
Yeah, a whole different
So
area.
I'm safe though. I'm
Yeah, you
safe.
safe. Yeah, you safe.
Okay. That's what I
Y'all go
need to
south my
know.
city. It ain't that bad out here. We got a pretty
It,
downtown. I mean, our
it's
downtown decent.
it's bad if you ain't never been there. You don't know what
That's
to wear
facts.
and what
Yeah.
not to wear.
No, we don't even care about colors.
Shit,
They don't care
y'all
about
wasn't
colors.
y'all wasn't like that in 2005.
Okay, yeah, 2005 they was on something different. Everybody's wearing big t-shirts anyway, but we not talking about that. We don't care about colors, like no. But the conversation, how you talking, yeah, they not into the fight. Oh, they
I
don't fight
think
no more.
personally, from just the outside looking in at what's going on, I think it's so much mixed with the drugs, man. Mixed with the drugs, I think
Right.
people are so paranoid. They don't know what is going on. They don't know who's the enemy. They don't know who trying to backdoor them.
That is
They
so
don't
true.
know what's going on. So I
That
think
is
they
so
just
true.
be. I think they just jump at any smell of something
That is
because they
true.
just
That's what
don't
it
know
is.
what the hell is going on,
A
man. And
lot of that
I
comes
don't
from
think that
people
it'd
who
be.
can't fight.
Huh?
Yeah, that too. You got that anyway. But I'm saying when they get because they getting into the industry now, I think that they getting wiped out by other people. I think it's cops and these industry people involved in it. I don't think that's all them doing that by themselves. I think they jump in here and there and take some of them out and make it look like they beefing.
You saw
It
with all the
might be.
killings. It's
Yeah,
definitely that.
because come on,
And you
man,
know
it's
what's
money right after that. Right after
bro?
they drop somebody, if they drop the right person, both sides gonna make all types of money. And looking at the record labels, they
And
gonna
I've
make
been
so
saying
much money off of
that's
one person
crazy
dying.
that you saying that. That is so crazy that you saying that because like around the summertime, like it was going crazy where I was living at. Like they was shooting everywhere, and it was like to the point where I was literally feeling in my soul like that's not them beefing. Like I really feel like that's the because it's around here's a lot of police anyway. Somebody did a little quick drive by, like you said, the FBI, and it's just
That's
to
what I'm
stir it, keep
saying,
stirring it up.
yo. How can people be doing all this killing when you got police on almost every block?
They still do it.
I've never heard of that. You
Yeah, that's
got
crazy.
every 2 to 3 blocks there's police officers. So you mean to tell me people getting shot, y'all can't solve the crime?
Nope.
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
And
that's
you can't
crazy.
get out. You can't even get out. I remember because I grew up in Montgomery
No
County,
ghost.
Maryland, where the police was guarding our neighborhood. It was so bad they had the police at the front of the neighborhood, so you could come in and you could do crimes, but you're not getting out. Good luck getting out.
And they got
That's why they call
cameras
it the trap.
everywhere.
Yep.
So you mean to tell me no camera, no police officers is catching this?
They
Mm-mm.
watching you run for blocks. They watch you run all the way to your house, and then they got the neighbors' cameras. So if they miss anything, all they got to do is get the people with the ring and get the people with the cameras they installed themselves. Like, come on, man, you not. It's not happening. It's not happening.
So
Whoever's doing it, they doing it right.
They
so
definitely is.
whatever came about that train car that had all of those guns on it?
They stopped
Whatever
talking
happened
about it.
with that?
They
Yeah, they
stopped
let
Yeah, you
that
talking
didn't
go.
hear
about it.
no more about that.
The gun. I seen the guns though. After that, I seen them with the guns and the RPGs and grenades and all that because they was showing it off. But they just stopped talking about where
Before
it
they
came from.
found the train, it was some teenagers was talking about it. They might have been young adults. They were talking about, yeah, they're pouring the guns into the communities wanting us to kill ourselves, and they're coming from train. And
But
they
they
went on the
was.
news and was like, "Oh, well, they're lying. We don't have any record to back this statement up. They were just saying that." And then a
No.
couple months later, boom,
Bro, the
they
Yep.
first
found
I
It's
already
actually a
know.
documentary on that. It's one of the like the gangs, like when they was talking about Larry Hoover and stuff like that, when he before he got locked up, and some other gangs that was to it. He was telling people like the police in them is bringing drugs and guns here. How you think we getting it? How you think these other kids is getting it? It's
Bro,
not us. They
just
bringing it
just
here.
just in Norfolk, Virginia, this is where I got my first gun from. Like I had guns, but this was like me my first time purchasing a
Yes, they
gun
dropped them
myself.
off in the hood.
I got it from a DEA agent. He just pulled up and we was like skeptical for a minute. We was like,
Wow.
man, this dude tripping. But then he did so much stuff. He did so much dirt. And I ain't gonna go into all of it, but he just did so much dirt. We was like, ain't no way this a cop. Because he just kept coming through and then he would just put himself in situations where he doing something dirty. And we was young, so we fell for it. We was like, well, he can't be a cop. And if he is, then we gonna tell all this shit that he did. You know what I'm saying? So we end up going to this little apartment and he gave us everything. Shotguns. I didn't even know they made 18 gauges and 12 gauges. He was showing us
Wow.
all types of stuff I didn't even know existed, right? And the price was insane. He just kept throwing a gun, but he took the price up $10 more. And then say, I'll throw this in there, 10, and just adding 10. He was adding dumb numbers. And then we was like, dang, we gotta leave. We gotta leave. I got the money, but I'm gonna leave and go get the rest of it. He said, nah, you can take all of it. I trust you. Just give it to me later. Like he just wanted us to have it.
That's
And then we
crazy.
leaving out the door. You know how you make a deal so good and you trying to leave out the door? You like, man, we got it. Let's get away with it. Let's go.
You
You know what I'm saying?
speed. Yeah.
And he said, wait, you want bullets? And we was like, damn, we done forgot the He said, you want bullets? We got bullets too. He's like, he just gave us
Wow.
bags and bags of bullets. And then like something happened. I end up getting locked up because I had one of the guns. And I found out later, I ain't gonna get into all of that, but they basically was locking us up using one gun. Like we all kept getting caught with the same. I already got locked up with the gun. They took it. Then my homeboy got locked up with it, and then his brother got locked up with it. It's the same gun over and over and over and over, right? So we get out. Everybody do their time because we young, so they only gave us like probation and a couple of months and everything. I get out and I ain't got nothing. I'm naked. So I'm like, man, I gotta go back. I remember where the apartment was at. And I went and knocked on the door and a lady opened it. This is nothing but a couple of weeks later, a lady opened the door. She don't know what I'm talking about. The whole house looks exactly like it looked, but she's living in there. It looked
Wow.
exactly how it looked,
Wow.
but she was in there and then she's inviting me and she's like, you can come in. You can come in. And I'm like, what? It don't even make sense. So I'm going back, I'm talking to them. I'm like, yo, did y'all go over there? Did y'all holler at him or whatever? And then a couple of weeks after that, I get locked up again for some robbery that I didn't even do. And the only reason I got the gun charge dropped is because somebody else committed the crime again while I was locked up. But that shit it blew my mind that as I got older that I was like, I got a gun charge from a DEA agent because this dude was the same person that was on the case of my homeboy's brother. And he's sitting there saying, he's like, man, this dude is a rat. He's a rat. He kept calling him a rat, but he's a DEA agent. He's not a rat. He's just the person that was setting us up. And the reason I found that
Yeah.
out because we had this judge called Let Him Go Blow. His name is Let Him Go Blow, and his daughter always had all of the weed. She always had all of the weed. Nobody knew where she was getting it from or nothing. Then we found out when we went over her house that her dad was a judge because we saw his picture on the fireplace, and he's a judge. We was like, yo, that's Let Him Go Blow, and her last name was Blow. And he's standing there with the DEA agent, with him giving him his little reward or whatever, his little whatever the certificate or whatever. Like he arrested this many people or whatever. So they shaking hands in the picture. It was like, yo, this is the dude. His daughter got all of these drugs, and then he's shaking hands with the dude that sold us guns when we was like a year younger. And it all just came full circle. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. They're involved in the whole thing. And then when I thought back to it, I was like, yo, I've never even done anything illegal with people from my neighborhood. The neighborhood I was in, like, we just kept getting influenced by these other people.
Mhm.
They would pop up and then it would disappear. We had grenades. shotguns, all types of stuff, and people thought we was bluffing. Like the older kids be like, "Yeah, man, I don't really play with them weapons like that," and we pulling out stuff they don't even know about. And it's like, where did this stuff come from? So we know that they doing that, but then the question is like, guns get made. They have serial numbers and stuff on them. Where are you getting them from? Where no one's looking for it? Where are you getting it from the evidence locker? And then you just and then this made it make sense too, because if you locking multiple people up with the same gun, right? You can put it back. Your plan is never to let someone get away with it. You watching them so you can lock them up in the first place. And I always wondered how that cop knew where I was at. He knew exactly where I was at. He just pulled up right where I was at and arrested me. Like he just knew I had the gun. Nobody ever saw it. None of that. He just knew where I was at and arrested me. He just knew it was like, that's it. You already know you got the weapon. Well, I ain't pull it out on nobody. I ain't do nothing. So he just knew. And that means that they're all involved in it. So and that's not even Chicago. That's Norfolk, Virginia. So if they doing that there, then I know they doing it in Chicago. They doing that in Baltimore. They doing that in the Bronx. They doing it in Atlanta.
All the places they consider hoods.
You know,
they not really even hoods.
They have the citywide turn in your guns anonymous, and that. People are going to these places turning in those guns anonymously.
I'm sorry.
What you say?
I said
they
because
just redistribute those guns in another state. They gotta be. How else would they be getting all these guns? We talking about they got boxes upon boxes of guns. The manufacturers ain't just giving away guns like that for free.
Exactly. Yeah, everybody got their gun card, so.
And the sad thing for me,
man.
This is just for me. My favorite artists are from Chicago, and they are no longer living. And that is sad. All these people had to do was pull together, unite the community, but they got caught up in gang violence. So now they're no longer living. And it all starts with the. Go ahead.
And you can see when they try. Like they try to get romantic with their lyrics and get it. You know, they try to they drift off and try to do something, and then they see the views go down. You can see it on their videos before they die. They try to go somewhere else, and then they go right back to the dissing and all of this other stuff because the views is more. They like, dang. They're like, man, I made 10K that month, but I made 25K on this one. I'm gonna go back to doing this. They trying to do what works.
The dead ops. Oh, that was my number one video. This is the dead ops. I'm gonna diss the dead ops again. Well, it's repercussions that come with that.
Because they know that's what sells. And that's what get attention. Negativity always get attention.
That's what gets you the record deal. Oh, you got like the number one. I think now I might not be sure on this, but I think the number one diss song in Chicago is by Wooski. I think that got more views on YouTube than any other diss song from Chicago.
Yeah.
And he ain't even getting no money for it.
Yeah, that was bad. And then he took a L right after that. So he wasn't even in his right mind. No offense, but he wasn't even in his right mind to even say nothing about it. He trying to recover, and then damn. I don't even think they knew that was going to happen. I think they was and when did this shit turn into?
Look, he just said two of my favorite artists. See that's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, you can't even. It be feeling funny. It be feeling funny listening to them. It's like, dang, like they all good. They
were just kids. Y'all know, honestly, like King Von, he used to live down the street from where I used to go, and Chief Keef used to go to school with me and elementary school, and they was literally just kids. Like, to me, they still was kids because I'm older than them. Like, I'm 29 years old, so when I was seeing them, they was just on the block, like they was kids. These are literally kids. Like, no matter, like, that's how to see them. Like, most of the people that's doing the killing anyway is people from high school. These are children.
Man, there's people that it just never got that disrespectful. It just got so it got so disrespectful. It just went to another level,
Like,
man. But it was always verbal combat. It just got to the point where you touching somebody's soul with it.
yeah, they were fighting. They was all fighting each other, and then somebody just had to pick the blick up, and it's a wrap.
I
Like
think
my
drugs play a big
era
part too.
of growing up, the hardest diss song we heard was Ice Cube "Throw Vaseline."
Wait,
That
what?
was
Yo, hey,
that
low
was
key,
the hardest.
the hardest diss song is Royal. Royal got the hardest diss songs I ever heard in my life.
Stop it, bro.
Her shit is flames.
Stop it.
Her
I used
shit
to like
is
bars.
fucking flames. I just had to throw that in there. I ain't gonna do it.
Thank
Exactly.
you,
I was just saying they're
love.
not kids, they're shooters. They're still kids. What you talking about?
Wait, who said that?
Lil Brown. So they are shooters. What? A child with a gun to come on now, please.
They don't know no better. That's what they see. You know what? When we watch Boys in the Hood, everybody wanted to be like Boys in the Hood. We didn't get the message.
Mm-mm.
We didn't get the message till we got older.
And you know what's so crazy?
Yeah.
Boys in the Hood was kids. These were high schoolers. Dude was just gonna go to college. These was like 16, 17-year-old kids. Like,
I love how y'all all just skated past my plug like that. I love how y'all just skated
What he
past my
say?
wait, what happened?
plug.
Nah, hey, nah, I'm gonna say,
Mo was plugging your
I
girl
already
in and
said,
y'all skated right past it.
yeah, I said
Oh.
earlier I was going to ask you if I could send it to him because I know the right people to send it to. So you know what I'm saying. But I had to throw it out there to ask you first because
You
I
talking about
definitely,
this song?
yo,
Please
I'm
do. Please
Yo,
telling
I
you,
do.
wanna listen to it.
the
I'm
hardest
telling you,
the hardest diss song I ever heard is by a Chicago artist, and he is dead because of it.
Shit, I might
I
die
don't think
because of
that
mine too. Then.
that's what I'm saying.
I don't think there will ever be a diss song harder than that.
Royal, who are you talking about?
Shit, I'm just talking, girl. I'm talking to any and everybody who wanted to smoke. Whoever got
Oh my
offended, that's
god.
who I was talking to. Whoever got mad, I'm talking to
I need to
your
hear
ass.
this. Oh, I need to hear
Hey, you
this.
talking about Duck or Pappy?
Duck. He
I
said
knew it was
Pappy.
Duck.
I heard Pappy ain't got no hard diss songs like that.
But you know, what's the name what's the other dude name? Damn, he kind of in the cut though. He stay out the
Okay.
way. What's his name?
Who?
Damn, he got the braids. He kind of look like somebody aunties. What's
Looks
his
like
name?
somebody auntie.
Oh no, he probably got dreads now. He dang, what is his
He from
name?
Chicago?
Yeah, dang, what is
He
his name? He
he
came
like
out with
somebody
I think
auntie?
he did it on a Tupac song. It
Lil
was a
Durk?
while ago. No, not Dirk. Come on now, it ain't Dirk.
He said, because I like somebody auntie. Why you?
Nah,
I'm really
Dirk.
trying
Oh
to
shoot,
think.
he do now, but he ain't look like that at first. This dude still look like that. Dang, what is the shirt?
It ain't G Herbo.
No, he
And
don't
he
diss that
go
much.
hard though. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
Yeah, I
lie.
Herbo is
love
a
G. I
beast.
love Herbo.
You talking about Polo G?
No, it ain't Polo G. He don't diss that much either. It's
Nah,
what's the
he
name?
don't.
The dude who, damn, not Ricky. What is his name? He got in a fight with Lil Mister in the store.
Little Mister.
You talking about Rico Reckless?
Rico Reckless, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you talking
He
about. I'm from
he had the
Chicago.
hardest diss, but he wasn't that disrespectful with it.
I ain't hearing this.
Yo, you gotta go hit it. That was wild. But it was more. It was I think he had the last professional diss before it
Lil
got
Brown, I'm
extra
from Chicago.
disrespectful.
Was it harder than Ducks though?
No, because Duck went underground. He went to the afterlife with it. That's the problem. When you start going into the afterlife and bringing people back up through the dirt and stuff and all that, that's they crawling under. Like you can't do all of that. That get too crazy, man.
This
I
one they be like
definitely can't.
smoking
I
in their
can't do
ops.
that. I can't do that with my own people, man. I don't care. Like I
Yeah,
got
that's
enemies
facts.
and we got crazy stuff going on both sides. But I already know how it happened, so I just cannot talk like that. But Like for the cops that kill people in my family, I smoke on them all the time. I smoke on them in every single song I do. I'll make that my intro. Like I ain't got no problem with that. I can smoke on Mansa Musa, like for capturing slaves and runaway slaves. But it's like that's not important enough because we know how we got into this fake ass war. So it's like why are we sitting here mad? I don't
But
know,
the
man. But
thing
then
is,
they
we can't stop it. I don't
Hold
think
on.
the GDs and BDs will ever stop beefing with each other.
Yo, bro, it's at the point where it's BDs killing BDs and GDs killing GDs. Like
Okay, I was just saying it ain't
Right?
even
it
a war
went
no more.
way
Like
too
Boy,
far.
they just kill each other.
Wow.
It don't
how?
even matter. What that
This
dude
is what
say?
I
What's
don't
that dude? What's that
understand.
dude with the big nose with the crazy eyes? He be talking wild. What's his name? YBN? What? FBJ? What is it?
FYB
FYB. What he say?
on Merc Hill,
Right.
on
He
Merc.
BD, but he's BD, but he dissing the BD. So it's like you can see that there's a different line being drawn, and that's why they probably
Yeah,
they it's too close for comfort. That's why the backdooring is so easy because it ain't really about who BD and GD no more.
it's
It's
fine. That
about
is so true.
it's something a little different going on. But hopefully, I mean, they got to catch on to what's going. If they can at least get a hold of if they can get a hold of their own careers, I think that's going to start because they starting to be independent, and I think that's why it's kind of dying down a little bit.
And that's true because like we used to have a lot of like Boys and Girls Club. We used to have a lot of
Because
after school
everybody
programs.
did.
Wait, wait, what happened? They be flipping
He
out
said
The
here.
it.
biggest, hold on, listen. The biggest
Bruh.
people that was in the beef is gone.
It's still a lot of it. They not known.
And
They
then
not
how
known,
you?
but they there.
You had Vaughn. Vaughn was one of the biggest shit talkers, right? In his music, talking about his op. And you had Duck, talked about the ops. They are gone.
Yeah. But like I was saying, like I remember having like Boys and Girls Club after school programs, like different stuff so they can go to. We don't have none of that. They closed all the Boys and Girls Club down.
That's
Ain't no
facts,
more
Jay.
centers you can go
That's
to
facts.
or nothing. So they just be out here because they don't got nothing to do with themselves but shit, kill each other. The school ain't teaching them nothing. The parents ain't teaching nothing. They too busy working, trying to keep the house they live in. So yeah,
Mhm.
They need to like cut it all out. It's hard to cut it out.
they need
I
help.
ain't gonna lie, man, because we ain't got enough bloodshed in my little beef from my hoods and stuff. And it's if I already know what's in my head, I can say whatever I want to say. But if I see
I
somebody,
left
like
all
I
that shit
always say,
alone.
like
I knew I
I'm gonna
would have
just
got
try to
back
make
to it.
peace.
Yeah.
My old
Exactly.
homies didn't like me, so I said, "Fuck them."
You know, sometimes I feel like we don't know how to do constructive criticism. You know what I'm saying? It's either the person don't know how to deliver it or the other person don't know how to accept it or both.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because it is sometimes where I done heard some shit I didn't really want to hear, but it was the best thing I ever heard because it was true. You know what I'm saying? Like it just depended on the delivery whether or not it was going to penetrate or not or how it would penetrate. So if people could more or less work on the delivery to correction and people be open to receiving that constructive criticism, but it's very hard to do. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
And that's crazy because I heard something like that. I forgot who said it. Like, if you ever try to tell a grown man like what they doing is wrong, or try to correct them, not even try to be their big brother, but just because you care about them, they'll fuck around and kill you. Oh, excuse my language. But they'll kill you just because you're trying to
They don't
trying
want
to
to hear
tell them
nothing
something
you
right.
gotta say.
Especially they coming from an old head because they feel like the old heads failed them.
Yeah, I said that earlier. These young cats don't listen to us old heads no more, man.
Because a lot of old heads were in Chicago was crackheads.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh
They was
damn.
crackheads.
Well, it's hard to say that too because it's like what you saying is true, but they don't want to hear it from somebody who went through what they went through, and they don't want to hear it from somebody who avoided what they went through. So they just don't want to hear the shit.
at
We got to
all.
figure that out.
Yeah, man. And that's
If
why I
you don't
start.
have after school programs to reach these kids, then it's a waste of time. And then you have to set up after school programs in the neighborhoods where these kids live, so you won't have people from different sets going to these other people's places or rec centers. If you put rec centers in each ops neighborhood, that
Yeah,
gives them a chance.
that's true.
But the
Yeah, and
cities
some
don't want
people
to spend. They don't want to spend the money to save the kids, and
Nope.
that's nationwide.
and some people can't live in peace, bro, because they don't like their life. They don't like they self as a person. I noticed that when I was gangbanging, it's like that we get to the point where we
Facts.
squash beef. The OGs are talking everything and everything squash, and then you know everybody back chilling on a block, and then you still got one or two people in there like they don't even like their life. And I noticed that I'm like, yo, you violent because first of all, you don't get no play with the women. You you were beat up like yo for it's for real, man. It's like you getting beat up all the time. That's why you even joined us in the first place because you keep getting beat up. When you look at their story, it's like, dang, you just mad at the world. It ain't really about protecting the neighborhood and nothing like that.
Yeah.
So squashing the beef takes away who you are. Now this person ain't nobody scared of them no more. They need that. That's who they are. You done took their identity from them because it ain't no war to fight. So they find a way to start trouble. Then start
Facts.
it back up. Just go up and shoot it up for no reason when the beef was squashed because they
Yep.
needed to pop back off. This is who they are, you know. So that everybody else enter a different way. Like everybody don't enter because they was just out there in the streets or they had to make money or somebody protected them from a bully or something like that. Some people just that's just who they were. They mad at the world, and that's their new identity. And you
Yep.
took the identity from them when the war is over. If there's no war, then who am I now? I'm not a soldier now. I'm
Right.
back to this nothing.
And
So
yeah, I
it's
hear
But
like,
that a
yeah,
lot,
you got to be aware of that.
especially
we could have
talking to
stopped.
black
We could
men.
have stopped a lot of this. It's just we didn't know no better because we had Boys in the Hood came out. And You had South Central, right? And then
Hmm.
HBO premiered Bangin' in Little Rock. When
Mm,
Bangin' in Little Rock came out, everybody from where I was from wanted to be like the motherfuckers in the documentary. They're not looking at the deaths, the people that got shot who ain't never gonna walk again, they got flesh missing out of their arms and legs because they done got hit with guns. How they done lost their brothers, their sisters, their mamas, their aunties. They wiped out. You got genetic bloodlines are wiped out, and we still wanted to be like them. And then
mm-hmm.
after Bangin' in Little Rock came out, you had another DVD called Hood to Hood. And we all
I
wanted to
remember
be
that.
like the motherfuckers from Hood to Hood.
Oh man,
When I
I
I
mean,
saw
they
remember
Hood
that.
to
had
Hood,
one.
I was an
yeah.
older adult. It scared the fuck out of me. I told my girl at the time because the hardest places on there were Chicago, New York, and Omaha. I'm like, I ain't never going to these places ever. But when
Hey
you
man,
young, you attracted to that.
right, and I think what messed me up is that I accepted a early death before. Like every day, I was like, yeah, I'm probably about to die today.
And
Then
that's
you
so
end up
sad.
you
That
accepted
is fucked
I
up.
am way older than I thought I was going to be. It blows my mind. I'm like, how in the hell am I still alive? I've been accepted it a long time, but that was the mind fuck. And then I'm like, dang, now I look at my homeboys and shit who ain't even here. They probably was thinking the same thing, like I'm gonna die anyway, and they didn't even know they had a chance. Like you wasn't gonna die.
That's so
You
true.
just you were tired of looking over your back when you never had to look over your back. You like, man, I ain't about to turn around. And it got to the point where I'm going into my early 20s and stuff like I'm about to turn around because if somebody coming, I want to see it. But when you're younger, you just like, oh, it may happen or it may not. That's not how
Yeah,
life works. You trying to
it's
survive.
not.
Animals don't even think like that. Animals are always watching a back. They hear a noise and they stop moving because they want to see where it's coming from. And once they find out, oh, that's just a bird. All right, I'm good. and we walking around like, well, I'm about to die. I'm probably gonna die today, but if I die, I'm gonna do it like this, and y'all better bury. We be talking about what to do when we die at a
Yeah.
young age, like, yo, bury me with this, and make sure you go get this and put me in this suit. Tell my mom to put this on me. Like, what type of dumb talking is that? You trying to live? Like, the goal is to live. You be
No,
setting up
but
your
see,
death as a teenager.
the new generation, their goal is to diss the ops. That's their goal. We didn't have like diss tracks. You know what I'm saying? When we saw the enemy, when we saw the rival gang, we just wanted to beat them up. We didn't have this diss track where we dissed the dead ops. We dissed they dead homies. We didn't have that.
Nah,
So now
definitely
when
didn't.
you got people dissing the dead ops, now they want to retaliate. So now instead of them dissing you, they finna put one of y'all on the shirt and then make a song about it.
But
There's
we
a
didn't even
song on
talk about it.
TikTok right now that I do not listen to. It's
I
called,
know the song you exactly talking about.
it says such and such got shot, such and
Yep.
such got shot, such and such got this.
Yeah,
Then they be like,
I can't.
oh, this person
Damn.
got kidnapped.
And
And
you know
they be
he
like,
kept
well,
going.
they're like, who's Corbin? I don't listen to that song because when I
What?
first heard the song, I knew that these were actual people that died in real life.
And you know what's so crazy?
I
He
don't
kept
even
going
listen
after
to
that.
the TikToks
Like,
when they
he
pop
kept
up.
naming people.
I just
Yeah,
scroll past it.
I keep on scrolling. I can't do it.
I be
I
telling
can't.
people all the time, like, you know what? You might have got me to look at this, but your music, people don't even know how many of their videos get skipped because of the song.
Yeah.
But see, my thing is, my favorite artist, he dissed people, and he got energy, and I love listen. I don't like the message. I just love the energy when he rap. I love the energy when he rap. But his songs, majority of his songs, he's dissing his ops.
Mm.
So when I get around people, when I'm in my car, I have to turn that shit all the way down.
Yeah, I
I
just
don't
had to
want
get
to
on my
I
son.
don't want to disrespect nobody's dead family
Right.
member.
That is so
So I
true.
have to listen
Mm.
to it. But then, like if I'm on the highway, I crank it all the way up. So
Yo, my son
but
was
I'm
confused when
probably like the only
he thought
person
it
that
was
do that.
innocent.
Other people, they're not gonna turn that music down. They
No, they
stopping the
don't turn
big
it down.
gas, they blasting it, and it's talking about killing they dead op. So now other people's hearing it. Hey, he talking about such and such. Oh, he about to go on a t-shirt. But you just stopped to pump gas. Now you laying 6 feet because you was listening to the op music in a neighborhood you didn't even know was their neighborhood.
Facts.
Mm. My son just went through that, talking about something. It's just a song. I
No,
went
it's
the
not.
fuck off. I went off on him so bad. He was confused. He was looking at me with the puppy eyes, like it's just a song. Like it ain't no damn song. You ain't smoking on nothing. Anyway, you don't smoke at all. What are you even
I don't
talking
even
about
let
that shit for?
I don't even let because my son he like Polo G King Von. And I told my son, I said, you can listen to King Von all you want, but don't come around me saying smoking on Tupac because I don't want to hear that.
This is the first thing I think we need to understand is like, what is it? Like affirmations, right? If it's true when you're, speaking positive on yourself in the mirror, and you do that and you do that, that is the greatest sorcery that they done used on us was music, because when you reciting them lyrics, you actually calling that to yourself. So people think it's just music. I done been abused with music. When I'm in had a disagreement with somebody, and they couldn't argue with me about something, they would use music to express how they felt with the most vulgar shit. That see now
I'm
I
that
can
type
give
of
you
person.
an idea, of where that music came from, Mo. It came from that place of a person weaponizing music against me because it's just a song, right? I can't get mad that I just been called 80 bitches and 45 hoes in a song. that they bopping to. How you know what I mean? How I defend myself against that because it's just a song, right? So that's where the energy for that came from. But we not understanding that when we reciting these words, we calling that to ourselves. It gets so much deeper than
But
that.
sometimes we do though. Because there's a song out there, and it's the Baby Daddy Anthem. It's by Don Tripp. So we play this song and we want our baby mamas to hear us when we play it. We want her to hear us when we play it.
Right.
We pull up picking up the kids playing the Don Tripp song.
Y'all gonna have to take that by yourself, bro. I don't never do that.
I don't even know what that is. Well, I might be the oldest head in here.
Oh man, I can't.
Don Tripp has a song with CeeLo Green, and he's talking about how he's going through a custody battle with his baby mama.
Oh, okay.
I was just confused. Like, which baby mama song?
He says so much stuff.
Okay.
The original version don't got CeeLo Green in it, but when it came out, the video on radio, it had him in it.
Yeah, so that's number one. I think if we just understood stuff, more in depth, maybe we would make better choices with what we listen to, what we fed our brains, and then what we repeated over and over and over and over again. Like that ain't that's not an affirmation.
That's
you
true.
know?
That is true. It's the simplest things we gotta change. Like the music we listen to, the food we eat, the people around, like this small stuff. Things we say to ourselves. These things we say to other people around us. Oh.
But see, then, like, let's say you depressed. When you depressed, when you put on a song, you want to listen to a depressed song. You're not listening to a song to make you happy.
And that's so. I had to change. I had to tell my nieces that people got that bad. When you say you want to listen to sad stuff, no, this is something that's gonna make you feel good, make you raise your. Yes, my love. Yes, your hat. Put it on. Yeah. But that's what people do. They listen to stuff that lower their vibrations, then just bring them up.
Like,
hey man, I can't listen to anything that ain't got
out there that they talk about the male. You got albums out there. Like when I was growing up, it was Too Short. Everybody was listening to Too Short. Now you got Summer Walker. Summer Walker talks so much trash about the man, and they love it. And black men are upset about it. I'm like, but why y'all upset when y'all had Too Short and Too Short and the 2-5 Crew was dissing the shit out of females?
I mean, the whole 90s era, if you can relate to me, in the 90s, women wasn't nothing but bitches and hoes, and women was begging men to treat them right. You know what I'm saying? Like the dysfunction. Right. So it's like they always keeping us at odds with each other. So there has to be something powerful with a union between the black man and black woman. It's just period. And they keep us at odds with this music.
That's true. When you think about it, yeah, this definitely the music. It's definitely the music. Every time you look up, is a female to drop an album, and then a few months later, the guy drop an album, and it's like a competition. Like, yeah, because if it ain't the City Girls, it's who else out here that's making good music? If it ain't the City Girls, it's Megan. And if it ain't Megan, it's yeah. And we musical people as black people anyway, so we're gonna.
Yeah, but we don't really have that much positive music.
I mean, there's some out there, but nobody be looking for it.
I think the problem is that we got the positive music, but when you don't act on it, when you see that it doesn't become a reality, you can't relate to it. So when you hear that negative music and then you can relate to it, you like, yeah, I went through that, and then you relate to it. So then it becomes push. If we don't act on it, when they was talking about fight the power, they wasn't acting on it. Okay, you dropped the fight the power and you headed for self-destruction. Now act on it. Once you act on it, then all of the people in these different states that you interacting with, but you pushing this new movement to fight the power and stop people from heading to self-destruction, and they can relate to it, then it would have shifted. But instead it stayed, the war stayed internal because it was just a fight against the male and the female in the community. And that was all they could relate to. So it was like it's
Yeah,
just a bunch of relationship problems and abandoned kids. You know what
that's
I'm
so
saying?
true.
You always you cling to what you relate to, man. You gotta cling to what you relate to. Like nobody, people these days, not to get off topic, they wouldn't be so um attached to the whole rapture and the end time events if they didn't think that the world was so corrupt and we being so controlled and everybody's in slavery in some in one way, shape, or form. Like it's like if it ain't the slavery, if it ain't the war, if it ain't the wicked leader, if it ain't you being manipulated and lied to, deceived. It's got to be all of them or one of them. You're going to relate to it no matter where you at on the earth. So everybody starts seeing the ending. Well, this must be
So
the end.
true.
God must be on his way because now all of these wicked things are happening to you. So you can relate to that. You relate
Right.
to it. Well, that's why we don't talk about anything else in these religious texts because we can't relate to that time. We relate to an end time event. So it's like that's it. It's gloom and doom, and that's the same thing with the relationships. It's like the male and the female can't get it right. They can't get it together. The kid's abandoned, and then the kid is lost in the world, and then he's going to the gang banging, and he got a song for that. They got the song for the messed up relationship. They got a song for the abandoned kid. They got a song for the gangbanger that grow up in the streets. They got a song for everything. They don't have
For
a
the
song
deadbeat
for the person
daddy.
that made it out.
That's crazy. Mo, when we was watching Matrix, what that dude said to Neo, he said every people just feel despair and hope, and it's if what did he say?
He said despair. He said no. It's no. He said oh, it's hope and fear. I think it was hope and fear. It's like those are the two main triggers. It's either something you're afraid of
Or
or
something you hope for.
yeah,
Yeah.
something you're hoping for.
And he
Yep.
said that's right there. And all I gotta do is keep putting it in y'all face and keep making y'all feel that way, and y'all feed us energy. I gotta watch this shit again. I gotta watch
I
that
heard it
again.
was
It's almost
trash.
like they dangle an unobtainable goal in front of you, and it keep you in that constant state right there.
Right.
The male is always trying to get something. He's trying to get something. He's trying to get something to hold on to what he has, and he already got it. Like I caught that stuff at a young age. I was like, yo, they got me busy every day, running around, going crazy for pieces of paper to sustain and hold on to something I can't even spend time with. I was like, yo, this is nuts. Like I can't even. I'm not even here. I'm dropping them off here and I'm picking them up there. And then next thing you know, like time flies. The whole couple hours you spend with your kid gone. Get in the bed, do your homework, go to sleep. It's gone. And then you have no tolerance for nothing because it's like, yo, I need to go to sleep because I got to get up. Stop, be quiet. You can't even pay attention to what's going on. Like when I was working the hardest in my life, that's when my kids were led astray by other people and start getting into stuff because I
That's
couldn't
so
even
true.
pay attention. They already know he's tired. He going to sleep. All I got to do is act when he arrives and then get back to what I'm doing when he leaves. They knew
Yeah.
exactly what to do. And they
Yeah,
played with that window and they admitted to me later. They was like, you weren't even paying attention. Because I was trying to focus on just sustaining them. And it's like
that's what I just said
that's a
earlier
big
too.
distraction to keep
The
you
parents
busy.
too
Because if you
busy
don't have
working.
kids need time. They
And
need
they don't
time.
got
If you
time
take your
because we
time
gotta
from
pay
them,
rent.
that's it.
That's so
Your
And
true.
time is
that's the
gone,
crazy.
it's gone.
That's the crazy thing. Like we think, and it take us so long to fall up out of that. We think that we don't realize how blessed we are because we done connected having money to God. But that's not a God made thing, that was man made. So you don't even realize that you're the blessed one, and because you think they're blessed because they have money, but blessed
Mm-hmm.
by who? You know what I mean? Blessed by
Yeah.
who? Because a blessing from God grows from the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I just recently found out that we can't even say getting paper no more. You got to say getting cotton.
Yep.
Because, you know what I'm saying? You got to
Polyester
say
and
you
silk.
getting, yes.
Oh,
Money is 75% cotton.
And the rest of it is what?
what?
Polyester and silk. Like,
Yep.
that's it.
Y'all,
Yes.
y'all, wait.
No bull. No
Wait.
bull.
Yes.
No bull, bro.
You
And
know
then
what?
I found out that the hard way. Like once I was 18, I was like, yes, because I was in the streets early. I was like, as soon as I turn 18, I'm gonna start all these businesses because I know how to do this and I know how to do that. Then I found out, I said, man, I gotta do paperwork for that. I gotta get that license. I already know how to do this. They making you pay to do something that you already know how to do, that people are already
Mm-hmm.
willing to pay you for. Like people are already trying to make you make a business. But you just ain't allowed to do it yet because you're not old enough. And I found that out the hard way. They make anything that you naturally talented at illegal. That business that you could make off of that is illegal, or they make it really hard for you to get permission to do it. So then you take the shortcut. I was like, dang, that's exactly why people do illegal stuff. I was under the impression that I was doing it just because I wasn't 18. So 18 was like a big number. Like when I turn 18, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
And then that made me look at my father because I was like, yo, he's talented. He knows how to do a lot of things. Why? So I was looking at him different. I was like, dang, he couldn't do it because it's just too complicated to do it. It's way too complicated. I watched my mother lose. She got sued and lost her business. They shut her down and she was just doing hair for the neighborhood, and somebody snitched on her. Somebody told she was doing that, and they shut
That's
her down.
crazy.
She was the
Mm-mm.
best hairstylist in the whole neighborhood. Like there was nobody that could compete with her. And these other people had business. They had their own salons and everything, and she just did it out of her living room. And they sent her a letter and told her to shut that down. That was like one of the craziest moments in my life. I was like, what? Like we went from one lifestyle to the other one. It was like, how did that happen overnight? And they was just taking money from her. And they was like, well, if you can't pay it all at once, then we'll just take it from you slowly but surely. Like, well, we gonna get it though. Like either way, we gonna get it. And I always wondered, like, who are these people that came to take all of that money from her? She had to go
That
get a
shit is
job to
crazy.
pay them back when she had her own business, but she didn't have her paperwork in order. So it wasn't like people was complaining like, "Oh, she did my hair and my hair fell out." Somebody just told on her that she was making money without
Because
cutting them in.
she's probably making more money than them. And they want to
Mm-hmm.
Yup,
stop what
that's
she
what
was
we
doing
always
so
thought.
all the customers could come to them. That's what they did.
This is the one thing I want to understand. I want to understand why you got to have a lot of money to do what it takes no money to do, which is which is do nothing and eat natural. You know what I'm saying? Like that is everybody that make money's end game is to do less and or do nothing but spend time with their family and eat natural healthy food. That should cost nothing to do,
But it costs to do it.
but it
It's
costs a lot to do.
Well,
This shit is
I would say
crazy.
it costs a lot. It was just a way of doing it. Like if you a business where money is coming in regardless you working there or not. We don't not do that. That's the thing. People don't know how to make what's the called residual? I said it wrong. What's it called?
Residual,
Yeah,
residual
residual
income.
residual
funds.
income.
Yeah, we never was
Yeah,
taught that. That's
but
why I
see, that's
like
what I'm
people tell
saying,
me that
pretty.
broke dad, rich dad, because that's where I learned from.
But that's what I'm
And the
saying.
funds,
It shouldn't take money to do that. It
that's
shouldn't take
true.
residual income to spend time with your family, do nothing, and eat healthy food because
That's
healthy
so true.
food just grows. You know what I mean? But they
Right.
around here planting all these male trees that produce no fruit, hiding the damn seeds and shit so you can't do it.
Yup.
Taking all the land and covering it with concrete. So
You can't
you
collect
know
no
what I
seeds no
mean?
more. And I used to save
Yes.
seeds all the time when I was younger. Now you can't even collect seeds because it ain't got no seeds in it.
That shit is crazy. But they got the system and the game so locked up that you have to have a lot of money to do what it takes no money to do. This shit is fucking crazy. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I ain't to be on here long, but I just want to say we could just all go to the woods. Just go off grid somewhere because the United States, it ain't giving what it's supposed to give. And I really want to build a community with my people. But I don't got time to be wrong to say take my own people out because you want to be with the other people. And it's just like it's like I want to, it's like a bittersweet feeling. Like I want to see my people sprout. I have our own schools and our own, police stations. But it's like, is we really gonna get there? Cause look how they mass is right now. It's like at this point, I don't know.
Hey,
Right.
my
Is the
my
meek ready to inherit the earth?
hey, my mother
Shit,
moved
nah.
right out of America and went into some other shit. She moved into a land where they trying to be American.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she in Africa right
Oh,
now going
shit.
the most. They trying to do the same thing. As soon as you come over there and they see you American, they on your ass. They just think you rich automatically. They just start taking prices up and everything. You think you reuniting with
Wow.
your brothers and they looking at you as a gold mine.
Mhm. I heard about that. I
Wow.
heard that they jacked the price up because they feel like you rich already, so they trying to get the bang out they buck off of you. I heard about that. I heard about
You
that.
know what? I don't even know what to say no more.
I mean, it shit, like I try to be. No, I'm very optimistic. We're gonna
I am
figure our
too. I'm
way up out
Aquarius.
of
Like
this.
this is what I do.
Yeah, I ain't trying to be
I come up with
hopeless. I'm
beautiful
just saying.
plans.
But shit, like
Well, look, it's power in numbers, so just know everybody can't go. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be one of those that everybody just can't go. Everybody getting a reading. Everybody getting a spiritual reading. I'm pulling cards on everybody. I don't care. At least twice a month. I don't got
Mm-hmm.
time for none of that. Like, if you want to come into this community and build and grow and be loved and all that, all right, let me get these cards pulled on you and see what spirit say. If spirit agree with you, then you come in. But
But see,
no.
then if we do that, right? We got our
Mm-hmm.
community. We in the forest. We put in our own. We put in our own stuff. You know what they're gonna say?
What they gonna say?
We're a cult and take us to jail.
Yep.
Oh my God! No, they not. We ain't
Yep.
kill nobody.
they did it to
Yep.
Malachi Z. York, and he was the closest one in our lifetime that did it. And
Well,
they and they,
he said he did that to himself.
what happened with that?
He was such and such kids, and he went to jail.
Oh,
It can happen if we collectively pull our resources together. The facts.
His own kids came out and said that's what he was doing. And
oh,
one of his sons said that he had a conversation with his father, and his father said they didn't stop me from doing it, so I did it.
what?
Yes, he
Yeah.
said that the children could have told him no, but they didn't.
What?
I noticed when you have a person like a black male in a position of power, females they flock to that.
Yeah, and I'm not going. The one thing I'm not going to say though, I'm not going to say that that's why they were concerned with bringing him down. Though we do got to draw the line. I don't think that that's what they found. I think that they were trying to find something anyway. Their whole goal was to bring him down in the first place. I don't think they knew they were going to find out about that.
Yeah, I think their job was to bring the whole community down.
Yeah,
Because
Mm-hmm.
period. I think if
after
they
he
didn't find
left,
anything,
they
they was
took
going to make up
over
something.
the whole reservation. It's not owned by nobody no more.
Wow.
Right. Because he could fall. Why did the whole thing fall? The, the
Right.
the power was built off of the people who were dedicated to the movement. Now his mistakes, whatever he made, cool. You take that on the chin and own up to your shit. Now why did the whole thing fall down? That don't make sense.
It
Right.
don't.
How you knock the whole thing down? You're like, yo, he messed up. You out of there.
Like
If
domino
somebody,
effect.
if a president mess up, cool, he messed up. America don't fall because he messed up. Somebody else take the spot. That's how it go. Nobody took the
So
spot. They just
somebody
crumbled
else
the whole
picks
thing.
up. They do the teachings, but that ain't what happened. That is not what happened at all.
So even though he did it to himself, though, like Mofactz saying, that still wasn't a reason why the whole thing had to fall.
Because this is the thing.
So
He had people in a position of power to take his place.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, the community they had in Georgia should still be here. It should be owned by the Nuwapians if he had leaders that was ready to take his place if something happened to him. But the government came in and messed all of it up.
Mm.
you can't keep what you
Get what you
can't
can't
protect.
protect. Look,
I
let me
like
guess.
that.
Let me guess. I know where he going with that.
I
Let me
He
already said
gonna
what I
guess.
say it. He
said.
got to say
Where
it.
he going,
He
Mo?
got to say it.
Go ahead, Brown. Go ahead, tell him. Put your plug in. Plug it in, Brown.
He gonna do the 50 Cent.
I know exactly where he's going with it. You can't keep what you can't protect. The fence wins championships. Exactly. And somebody should have been raising hell after that. Cool. You got him.
Exactly. Like nobody be just.
Well, they were
That's
fighting
another
to try
thing.
to
They just
keep
be
the
letting it
land.
happen.
But I think what happened, they said something about the deeds weren't in order, or they weren't authenticated right, or something. So they weren't able to keep the land. That's what ended up happening. Because if the deeds for the land was in order, they'd still be there to this day. But a
Okay,
lot
so basically
of them moved to New York. So that's where they at.
Yeah, then they even said he was bringing young females from the Sudan.
I ain't hear that.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, he's tripping.
they said he
Damn.
was bringing them from
Shit.
other countries. So
Wow.
it wasn't just New York to another state. It was from other countries as well. So
I'm definitely gonna take your joke seriously one day. I don't look. Everybody can go. That's all I got to say. I'm tired of being in this. I'm tired of this. Like I'm tired of this loop. I'm tired of this circle. Like at this point, like we got to do something.
We
yeah, man.
try. We always try.
And we're gonna continue. And
But
just
it
come
gotta
back even
be.
better.
I guarantee you, this one it gotta be a lot more quieter than it has ever been.
Yeah, very much quieter.
It gotta be quiet. People gotta connect on the outside, and then when the talk actually goes down for what's going on, you're gonna have to leave your phone somewhere else.
Outside.
Yeah, you gotta leave your phone
Outside.
far away from where we talking at, and we can't even talk in English. Like we gotta
Nope.
start. We
I'm
gotta
fine with
start with
that too.
another language. We gotta
No,
make a
but
whole new
this is
language.
the thing, Mo. They will copy the language. Because that's what happened to the Nuwapians. The Nuwapians were speaking Nuwapu, and they had somebody come in and start learning the language off their recordings.
Right?
And
Yeah,
so
I
they
heard
started
about that.
picking up on the lingo, and that's how they took them down.
How about this? I know this sounds real far fetched, but everybody just get in line with their line. I mean, they chakras, and we could just start speaking through our minds when we gotta talk. And
Yo,
then what they gonna say?
it's at the point.
Telepathy.
Then what they gonna say? Let's just do a little
It,
telepathy. I mean, the
it
whales do
is
it.
at the point where shit is going so far, it ain't even nothing to talk about. You already know,
Facts. That
like
too.
you
That
gotta
too.
know already.
That too. That too. I didn't talk that. I'm talked out. Like, can
You
we
gotta
start?
know. I think people could be quiet up until the point where they try to pull up on you, and then I think that's when
Facts.
people start talking
So
and
they gonna
trying to
nuke us.
debate. Yeah, when they try to debate and talk about what we should do, I think we should surrender. I think that's when the debate starts. You know what you're doing. You
Right.
living in peace. You surviving. You independent. And then they pull up and they start trying to infiltrate and shit. And then you be trying to question what you should do. It ain't no question at that point. There's nothing to talk about. You don't need to talk. Like we did all this talking for thousands of years. We don't know how to survive on the planet. What are we even talking about? There is nothing to talk about. You
That is
survive,
true.
somebody try
Absolutely.
to threaten your existence, and then that's it.
Facts.
If there's a debate, just how to who did that? Was that Ashanti that was killing the men off that wanted to debate with them when they was pulling up with them boats. Like there ain't nothing to talk about. There is nothing to talk about.
That is facts.
We ain't going.
Cause I'm sorry. I don't know how. Cause that's the case I would have been gone, but I'm still here. So, and I got a kid, and people got kids. I'm looking at they need better. It's not really for me. It's really for them because they deserve better.
Hey, I'll leave out so Kenya can come in. So I'll leave out.
Wait, y'all good? I've been in here a long.
Mo, you always gonna be in here the longest, bro.
Right? He always in everybody laugh on.
I'm everywhere though.
I wanted to talk to her.
I want
Oh
to talk
yeah,
to
all
her.
right. Go ahead. Bring her
Okay.
back. Bring royalty back. I'm
No, Mo.
He left. Don't say I can go out.
That was just gonna be me.
He might come back. Come back in, Mo. I'm waiting on her to send her thing. There it goes.
Hey.
Hey, sis.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
So the day I was eating, were you not seeing my messages?
Oh.
I'm good.
Good.
So the day I was eating, were you not seeing my messages?
Like
I
you
was
mean
telling
like
you I was done, and I was waiting for you to request me live.
Kenya? I believe I left out shortly after that. After you told me you was eating, I was
I
like,
was
you know
still in your
what?
live though.
I don't know how, because I think I left out right after that. Like
Yeah, I was
shortly after
eating.
that, I left out.
Yeah, I was eating, and I was still in your live.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I would have loved to have a conversation, because the last live we was in together, like I think we really cleared we really opened a new avenue of thinking that day.
With that one guy.
Yes, and that was so cool, because I'm like, Kenya you are definitely one of those people that you know a lot, you know what I mean, about the Bible and all that stuff. So Mo, you need to come on back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out.
Oh, pretty, you still here? I thought
Yes, I
that it
was
was
right
just
here.
I know. See,
I ain't.
I didn't know he had 3 at first until I got in. I was like, oh, there's already 3 in here. I only saw
Yeah, because I'm only
1.
seeing 2. I'm
I
only
only had
seeing
saw
me and
1
you
at
right
first. I
I
now.
only saw
came in
Z.
for some reason Mo what's name was out. You couldn't see his what's name till I came in. So it looked like it was only like 2 people here, but it was 3. He said keep the 3.
So what are we talking about?
Well, we was
Everything.
just, yeah, we was jumping subject to subject, music, from the music being destructive, from how to get out of this circumstance we in, like everything, astrology, religion. We was just chopping it up.
Yeah,
So we need to discuss real options.
like here of late, I've been having visions, and my dreams been draining me.
What you
I don't
been?
know what that means. Like my vision's been like a dark cloud coming from the east, and like it's made it to the States now. And that we need to get spiritual or we're going to be like consumed by this cloud.
Oh wow.
And yeah. And then like what's weird is like I had a hard time getting spiritual, and then I broke down on live one night for I cried for like an hour on live. And I was able to, I guess, tap into the most high. And ever since then, like this toy that's in my daughter's room goes off every night. Not during the day, but only at night. And I remember that some Christians gave that to us. So I need to get that toy out of here.
Wow, wow. So Kenya, do you think there is a difference? Is there a fine line between religion and spirituality, or are they one and the same? But we've been taught that they're different.
I don't really believe in religion. Okay, so like I was agnostic, so I just believed in God for like over 20 years. And then in December, the Most High brought me back, and it's like He knew what my problem was. It was like, what did my people do to deserve the life that we got? I never understood. No one could ever tell me. And then He showed me the verses, or like He showed me to go to a guy's live, and it showed me the curses in Deuteronomy. And instantly I was back believing. I don't believe in JC or Yahweh Shai or whatever they want to call him. I just believe in the Creator. Um,
Okay.
to me, JC is a idol or a deity to keep our people in sin, because our people had a problem with idols. Um, so from like I question the Bible because and the Tanakh, because to me it's like, why would they allow us to read this if they were trying to keep us from it for so long? But here of late, I've noticed that the Most High is like in me, like His Spirit is in me, compared to what I've ever had before. I'm getting visions. Like I like had a long time where I wasn't dreaming, and now I'm dreaming. Um, so like from the Tanakh, I don't believe in religion because this is supposed to be my heritage. This is the things that we were supposed to do. So it's not a religion to me. Um, when I used to hear the word spirit or spirituality, I always thought it was demonic, but it's more like I need to get on the same frequency or the same radio station or like CB radio station as the Most High. And
I
I
like that.
think I'm doing that now with meditation and prayer and repenting. And I feel like He's coming with me now, close to what it was before. Yeah.
That's what's
The
up.
end.
So I'm gonna ask you this question. It's a question that Buckology usually asks in his live.
Oh,
He'll
please.
ask the question. He'll ask the question. Do you believe in God because you believe in God, or is
Okay.
something that was passed down to you, or something that was influenced before you were even able to figure something out on your own or come to your own conclusion? Was it something that was pushed on you, or not really pushed on you but just taught to you?
Like, of course, we always heard about God. Um, I believe in a creator. I don't believe in like science and the Big Bang Theory. I used to. I think when that day happened in December, that changed my whole outlook on things. Because I mean, I wasn't spiritual, I wasn't religious, I wasn't any of those things. Like I've been like in May, I got diagnosed with cancer. Okay, stage 3. I do my monthly breast checks. Never had a lump or anything, and then automatically, like all of a sudden, I have a lump in my breast. I did 4 chemos out of 8, and now it's gone. Never was sick. I was never, even with the chemo, I had the worst chemo like combination, and never was sick. Gained weight, all of that stuff. Back on the God question. So my parents wasn't very religious. They didn't make us go to church. Um, and so I really can't say that was something that was taught to me. I just know that I feel, or I can't say I know because I really don't know, but I feel like there's a creator. Um, I do at times question the books that are given to me because I just don't think my enemy will want me to read it, you know? And so I don't know. I do believe in a creator. And that's something I believe in. That's nothing that was taught to me or anything. I believe someone created me. Am I wrong?
Right.
No.
No.
No. Like really all I want is truth. That's what I'm seeking. I don't want to look like a fool out here. That's why I stopped believing in when I was younger, like 16 or whatever. That's why I stopped believing in Jesus and all that stuff. Really, I stopped believing in religion. I just knew there was a creator. I didn't know which religion was the right religion. There were some that are older than others. I didn't know. But when he showed me, I think it was him that showed me in December, and he answered my question. That was a big problem for me. Um, and he's been holding my hand ever since. I feel um, I try not to question his book, but it's hard for me not to question.
Mm,
Now I believe that. I'm sorry, Pretty. Was you about to say something?
mm-mm.
I believe that the term "honor thy mother and thy father"
It's in
comes
heaven.
from the fact that there are creators, and they were supposed to have created us in the name of God, which is love.
So you
That's
think
my opinion.
so? Honor thy mother and thy father is our earthly parents, or do you think it's our heavenly parents?
I think it's our earthly parents that created us. You know what I mean? Because it took our mother and it took our father to create us. And I
Right.
think that the name that they created us in is supposed to be love. So God is love. So when God comes together, it creates us with our earthly mother and our earthly father. Like that's the only thing that makes logical sense to me, and I can see it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
Yeah.
have to ever question that fact. Like my mom and my daddy, your mom, your dad, their mom, their dad,
It's like
came
you know.
together. Yeah, right. Came together and created us in the name of God, which God is love.
Facts.
I don't feel that. Yeah, I don't. I like. I mean, it's like I don't know because like here of late also, things I say come to pass like quickly.
You manifesting
Ever since
fast.
say that again.
You just manifesting fast. And like around this time, I don't know if it's the planets in a certain type of way, but you do got to be careful what you think or what you speak because it do come into tuition pretty fast. Not fast,
Yeah,
but yes, fast. It's
Mm.
pretty fast.
y- yeah. I mean,
So just be
like yeah,
mindful.
mine like it comes like pretty much kind of instantly lately, and I don't know. I don't think I can. I mean, I'm open to like I'm open minded, but I'm just going off the things that I'm seeing now compared to what before I allowed him into my life are totally different. Um, Also, like I don't know. I really I just don't know. That's what made me stop believing. Also, was the fact that I don't know. I don't want to worship the wrong thing. I just didn't know. Um,
It's okay
but
to not
my
know.
yeah, but my heart though, I really feel like what I'm doing now is the correct thing. But I don't know. No one knows.
Well, if
So
you dreaming now and you hadn't dreamed in a long time, then more than likely you're doing something right, because our dreams actually, when you know how to dream right, like lucid dream or even direct your own dreams, you can see those things, like Pretty said, coming to fruition pretty quick. It's
yeah, I
our
used to could direct
dreams.
my dreams. I used to could like wake up from a dream and then get right back into where my dreams was. And like I used to could direct my dreams, but now it's like it's like my dreams are sucking my energy out of me.
Are you sleeping a
I,
lot?
Yeah, I go into like 3-day comas. Like I feel like someone's trying to tell me. Like only time I get up is to pee, and then I go back to sleep, and I will sleep for 3 days straight.
What I thought about dreams, because I can't remember my dreams unless I'm in Pretty City. Like I got to be in Illinois to dream. Like you laughing, but I'm serious.
No, I'm talking
Every
about the comment because he said, "What's name going to sleep?" He said, "You
he
going to
said,
sleep?"
"What? Yeah." All right, somebody else got to start a live because this man got to go to bed.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Because I do not want this to keep you up. Like,
No, I'm
yeah, I already.
tired, but I'm gonna stay up. I'm just listening to y'all talk.
Oh, okay.
I
It's
ain't heard
three.
nobody
See,
talk about dreams and stuff like that. So
You
if
finna
it was
start
some
dreaming.
testosterone in these boxes, he'd have been woke. It's all these soothing, calming women voices
Yeah,
in his. We rockabye baby in him to sleep. But
right. He said we could listen on one of our
yes,
laughs. Because you finna go to sleep, at least you go to sleep
wow,
with the phone in your hand.
yes.
now
So
when I get off of here, I'm gonna eat. I ain't gonna go to
you
sleep
said
and shit.
you gonna do what? You said you gonna do what when you get off?
Eat.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. I heard that. But what was? Oh yeah, I haven't had any dreams that I can remember and actually felt the dream. Like I could feel the emotion in the dream when I was in Illinois the first time 6 months ago, and then the last time 2 months ago. So before then, I was saying to myself, the reason why I couldn't remember the dreams is like I was going somewhere else and getting like information or something to bring back. Like I know that sound crazy, but that's the thought that I had in my head. Like my dreams were taking me somewhere, but I wasn't supposed to remember where I was. And
Mhm.
then a lot of the information that I have ain't mine to keep. I'm supposed to share it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, like going to a higher dimension, that's what happens really. You start to accept certain things. And when you come out of religion or you come out of religious thoughts and practices so much and go into a spiritual way, it's almost like you travel. It's almost like you travel.
I like to think
And
of
when
it
you
like you being reborn, honestly. I feel like a baby all over again. I ain't even gonna like come from Christianity to spiritual, I feel like a whole newborn. Like I had to learn how to walk different, talk different, like think different. Like I had to literally start over. So yeah, traveling would be just going from one place to other, but also I came out the womb. I was born twice. That's what I was.
Like sometimes I hear footsteps outside my bathroom door. What is that?
I want to say you. I want to say you because you did say you was manifesting kind of fast. So it can't be your own energy, or it can be an ancestor, family member that's nearby. They know that you now you kind of woke, so they peeking like, can I come through now? Or it could be just the house. I mean, look, they said footsteps.
Yeah, like I was in a live before, and it was this one girl that is part of, I guess, my Torah only group, and this one girl that's on TikTok came in and she started reading everybody, and she read one girl and told her husband that he needs to get his tire on his 18 wheeler fixed because she had a vision that he was going to have a blowout and like a rollover, and he got like kind of like creeped out because she knew that. So of course I'm like, what about me? What about me? And
Uh-uh.
she said that the Most High wanted to tell me away from everybody. So the next day she called me and she said that the Most High knows I'm not praying, knows I'm not meditating, which was true. Um, Told me to read the book of Isaiah. And then, see, this creeped me out because she had me read Exodus 17, which was about Amalek, which is the pure evil spirit, I guess.
What?
And because I guess she was saying that the Most High was going to try to get me into the spirit.
What?
And when I read it, I got into something. I don't know what it was, but I came out the bathroom rambling. Um, my youngest daughter, she was like acting weird, like growling at me and stuff.
What?
Uh,
Shit.
yeah, and then I went
Oh
to sleep.
shit.
Then I went to
Wait
sleep
a
for 12
minute.
hours.
Oh
I woke
wow.
up right before midnight. And then I was like creeped out. So then the other day I went into like just flipping through the FYP and the lives or whatever, and there she was. And I'm like, shit. So I'm trying to flip, but it wouldn't let me like scroll past her. And she called my name out. And I'm like, okay, now I gotta say something. I'm like, yes. And she's like, you got in the spirit, didn't you? And I'm like, yeah. And then she's like,
What?
have you moved out your house yet? So she told me that there was something in this house that was holding me back from getting the most high spirit. And so I said, no, I haven't moved out the house yet. And then she told me to read Isaiah again. And then she told me to read about Elijah and Elisha. And she said that the Most High said, then I will understand what my duty is or what my purpose is. So I was reading it, and I guess Elijah told Elisha that if he gets swept away in the whirlwind with, sorry, um, in the whirlwind with God taking him to heaven without dying or whatever, that he'll get double the spirit. And then that after that, I got on the live and cried, and then now I feel him spiritually. So I'm confused. I don't know if this is good spirits, bad spirits. I
What
don't
do you
know.
feel?
I feel like someone's always watching me in this house.
Do you feel
That's why
fear? Like, do you feel like
I'm
scared?
not scared,
You just like
but
being watched, and that's kind of
I
creeping
feel like
you
I'm
out.
being watched. And
Okay.
that's why I stay up all night. Um,
You know you could tell them to leave, right?
I got like a bite mark on my arm. Something bit
Oh hell
me.
no.
Wait a minute. Kendra. I mean Kenya. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
I'm serious. I got a bite mark on my arm. Well, hold on, see if you can see it.
I was like, ooh. Mofactz,
Wow.
be quiet.
Let
What?
me
and
ask you a question.
I wake up with scratches.
Kenya,
So
do you feel some kind of guilt for having new thoughts or for questioning your faith? Do you feel guilt for it?
I feel like I'm growing. I don't feel guilt.
Okay. Because you are. I'm just here to tell you you're definitely growing. I'm just trying to figure out what you're manifesting right now. What kind of energy, you
And they
know.
bit you? And they scratched
Yeah,
you?
so, no, it's like yeah, I have scratches. I know I didn't scratch myself on my back and stuff. But like I have bruises, but I am clumsy. So bruises could be me running into stuff and not remembering, you know? Um, but the bite freaked me out and the scratches freaked me out. But I'm not scared per se. I'm creeped out, but I'm not scared.
Yeah, I
Mofax
totally
just
get
said
that.
something interesting. He said she's at the ceiling and she's battling with herself. So that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking
Yeah, I
that
was
you're
getting the same thing.
fighting to hold on to your old faith and something else is trying to come in, like another way of thinking is trying to take over. And the reason why you're not scared, I guess, is because subconsciously you might know that. Subconsciously you might know that it's you that you fighting with right now. It's you that's fighting to hold on to one way of thinking, but the actual you, the physical you, is trying to let go of it, but the spiritual you is trying to hold on to that stuff, to
Mm-hmm.
the other stuff, possibly,
And then like I have skylight,
perhaps.
and I feel like something's always staring at me through my skylights, like from the outside. Yeah, it's weird. And then like I had a friend, he was living here, and me and my daughters left, and he said that when he was in the bathroom, somebody was calling his name, but we weren't here. And then like my brother was staying here also, and he said he was in the shower and someone opened the bathroom door. And like both those situations, like everybody's situation happens when they're in the bathroom.
Mm-mm. All right, Mo, you wanna go up and I can just get off because Mo wanna talk, and I'm finna go to sleep anyway. But I don't want to leave because I love you guys.
You know what?
4 years. I've been living here for 4 years.
All right, hold on, Mo.
have,
I'm finna go off, and then you gotta
have
go
you
home.
have you saged your house?
I was just finna say that. See,
I thought
I was
I
just finna
thought
say that.
sage was not. I thought I wasn't supposed to do sage. I don't know.
No, you finna tell her
So
because I
no,
was
I've
finna
never
also
saged
say
my house.
somebody Polo Santos is
I
good
was about
too.
to say. I
And
was about to say the
I was
Palo
being
Santo.
told like if it helps, well, help me because sometimes it could be your me personally. This is just me. I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like different energies in your house. Like after your house been like you've been through a lot of arguments, a lot of negativity in your house. Sometimes you just need to cleanse your house, and it don't really. It just be the feelings of being manifested over time. So you can get some. Also, you get some Florida water, and like just like clean your house. And not say your house is dirty, but sometimes just cleaning your like deep cleaning your house, like opening your windows, lighting
Yeah,
burning some Palo Santos.
open
Oh
all
yeah,
the
I never open
windows and the
windows.
doors.
You never open
Hmm.
baby, open the windows. Open the
Yeah.
windows.
And
Open
Open the
getting
all
rid of
windows.
stuff.
open the doors.
Open your
Getting rid of
doors.
stuff that you don't use, like clearing
Yeah.
out clutter
No,
of any
what you
kind.
need to do is get rid of that doll that or that toy that them Christians gave you, because
Yeah,
that
it's like in my daughter's room, and I have
Oh
the
yeah,
door
that too.
closed, and it's been closed for like a week. Because and then
Come on,
I even put
Aquarius.
like a board like underneath just in case it can come out. It's crazy.
So yeah,
make
just
make
cleanse your
sure you
house.
get rid of it in the daytime. Don't do it at night.
Oh yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna do it at night.
And some
And they help
incense too.
yeah, some
I
incense,
always
like
use
some
incense.
frankincense.
I love incense.
Frankincense is some good incense.
Frankincense and myrrh. Yep.
Yeah, Myra, I got
Okay.
some of that. I would say dragon blood, but I don't know. I use dragon blood too sometimes. And the white candle. Girl, you get that from the corner
No,
store. Who said no? No.
Mofactz.
No what? No thanks. Yes. I'll finish some water.
Yeah. So I don't. Yeah. I mean, it's not that much fussing in my house because I don't have a man. So
I'll finish off now.
um, I don't. Normally, I argue when I have a relationship. I haven't been in a relationship in over 5 years. So I've been pretty at peace, except for um, these these new people that I've let into my life. They've been keeping me not at peace,
Like physical people.
like TikTok people.
Oh, well,
What
them the
what do you
easiest
Oh,
mean?
ones to
oh,
cut
What do
off.
you
I'm
mean
back.
they're not keeping you at
I'm
peace?
back.
Shit.
Listen. Hold up. We gotta go back to the night thing, right? You gotta face that. You gotta face it. If you think whatever it is that you scared of, you gotta face it. I'm telling you. And here's it, because I'm not trying to make it too spooky. You gotta, if something is playing games, right? Let's just consider that it's some evil spirit or something, because that's the first thing we think. We always think enemy, because we ain't got nothing on our side that's powerful enough to be as dark as these dark forces that we fighting, right? So the first thing you think is like, well, if something that dark around me, it must be an enemy. You always think that. You always
Hmm.
think it, but it's not. That's not what it is. And if it was, why does it keep trying to fool you? Why is it trying to like? It leaves room for more interpretation. That's how you catch it. That's how you know that there's nothing, it's not something externally messing with you. Because it wouldn't, something that's actually real. You ever been in a dark and you see something by the closet and it's like you make the image, but it's not, and then it disappears when you turn the light on. It's not, there's nothing there. It's
I
you're
see
doing it.
shadows sometimes though.
Right, but it's you doing it. Why would it disappear? Why is it moving? Whenever you try to make it real, it's not, it can't be real. It's always a suggestion. It's always, it could be. It's possible. It's never 100%. So you can only come to two conclusions. You can't say, well, I know 100% that it ain't nothing there. but you also can't put your finger on it. So the only other possibility is that something's there, but it's scared of you because it won't do anything. Like it won't do what your worst fear is of it. It won't do it. You notice it's always just boo, rah. That's all it is. It's just scared. It's satisfied with you just being scared. So you're down to two things. It's either just you or something is just trying to scare you because it can't do anything else. It would have did it already. It would have already done it. I watched my mother go through this. I watched my brother go through it, my sisters. I watched my different friends go through. And it's just like, yo, something is just bothering you. And if you want to say it's real, it's external, then it won't actually do anything. Because you've battled disease, you've been in fights, you've been in car accidents, you've been in all these other things in your life where harm actually comes to you. And when it comes to this supernatural being, it don't do nothing but scare you. You see what I'm saying? So at some point we got to draw the line. And that's why I say, whatever it is, whatever he was saying, don't do it at night. I missed that part where he was saying, what were y'all talking about? Getting rid of something, some trinket?
It's a toy that she got.
Like these Christian people, these white Christians, about 3 years ago, gave my daughter this Paw Patrol helicopter. And here of late, it's been going off at night. Just night, not during the day. I would think maybe it's the batteries, but come on now, the battery's not just going to make it go off at night. It will go off during the day too. I know when that one psychic girl came in and everything, she was like, there's something here that's attached to me. She said she thinks it's attached to the house. Now, when I first moved here, the landlord's son creeps me out. I went into the garage and it was like a brownish, like splatter, but there's nothing in the house that was like painted that color. So I thought maybe blood. And then I said like a year after I moved here, yeah, like a year after I moved here, I got a check for $300 in the mail, but it wasn't mailed to me. It was mailed to the girl that used to live here from her mom. So I'm thinking after a year, this girl's mom doesn't know she doesn't live here anymore.
Well, she probably didn't change her address. That's happened to me before.
But I would think her mom would know.
Mom sent it.
Yeah, her mom sent the check, and it was a year later. And you would think that the girl's mom would know that her daughter moved from here after a year. And like the landlord's son is creepy as hell. Like sometimes, he hasn't lately or whatever, thank God. But like I'll be like in my house and I look in the backyard and he's fixing my gate, and I'm like, my gate didn't need to be fixed.
Now, see, that's reality. You see, when you're dealing with reality, that's where you exist at. But you have to separate. You got to separate it. You get what I'm saying? That's a reality. That's something you should watch out for. You should check on that. You should double back. There's nothing wrong with that. But when something is when you keep on building the villain, it's villain building. I just made that up. But it's villain building. Like you're building the villain to defeat you, and it ain't even doing anything. It's not really doing anything but making you afraid. And this leads to the other thing I wanted to say when y'all was talking earlier with this end time thing. We already know manifestation is real. We know affirmation is real. We know that. Some people just think that you manifest it through an evil force or you manifest it through a good force. Some people say you shouldn't use it for material things. Some people say you should just you shouldn't use it for anything that ain't in reality because that's bad. But people have their own opinions. But the one thing that we do know is that if as a whole, if the majority of the world thinks that it's the end and affirmation is real, then what's going to happen?
It's going to be the end.
We're going to end it for ourselves. That means we're sitting here reading the book and we all get stuck in Revelation and then all of it starts happening. That means we're making it happen. But we only accept affirmation for when we get a husband and a wife and a car and a rent. But we never accept it for our religion. Are we not? We are affirming our own end. And that could be if there is something evil that is working against us, then it probably use the book to make us make our own demise. So it doesn't happen.
I said that before.
You see what I'm saying?
I've said that before. I said that I feel like that we're by us, everything that we're doing, everything that we're saying, that we're manifesting what's happening.
Because if thoughts become things, right, and you got a large number of people believing one thing, you don't think a physical manifestation of it gonna show up? Because you can't believe in thoughts become things and not believe that.
So y'all believe that the creator is our parents, or do you believe that there's someone above them?
I believe
I
it's our
personally
parents.
think that I think it's just here. I think it's just it's just here. I don't think that we needed a book to get to it. I don't think that we needed to say special words. I don't think we needed to do 18 jumping jacks and gather 18 lavender plants and then bury it in the ground at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Like that stuff is, I think that's the fake part of it, because I have tried everything and everything worked. Every religion I was in, all the gods blessed me. When I left them all alone and I said, none of this stuff is real, I still got blessed. I still have dreams of the future. I'm still prophetic. I still have wisdom. I still have it. It never left. That's why. So I'm the constant, and that's how we do it. That's how we deal with science. If there's something that stays the same the whole time, it's the constant in the experiment, and
Mhm.
you can get rid of all the other variables, and you know that this is the thing that's making it happen. Now let's see what
Mhm.
happens when you take the human out. If there's no humans on the planet, are the animals going to know about God?
No.
See the problem? The animals don't even know about God because we can't communicate it to them. So if we leave, how they going to know about the Bible? They're only going to know about it if we can communicate with them. They don't know nothing about anything we're talking about. So we
That we
are the
know, but
constant.
that we know of, though. We don't know what animals know.
But a story in the Bible is not going to be animal is just not going to relate to it. They're not
I
going to
mean,
relate
yeah,
to it because
I
here,
agree with
here,
that.
here's the main problem, because there's animals that predate the Bible story. There's animals that the alligator and the crocodile are way before. They're millions of years before Genesis. They're here. The snake itself, the snake is in the garden in the beginning, but the snake, it predated it. It was already on its stomach before Genesis. So how did something put it on its stomach? It has to crawl on its belly, but it was already on its belly. It doesn't, none of that makes any sense. It doesn't even make sense at all. It's just someone's trying to think, they're trying to make you think that we know the beginning and we know the end. And if you're the person that has the power through affirmation, then you are going to create it. You're going to make the beginning the end. That's why they go, the atom is the atom, the atom. It's going to keep making sense. Everything is going to keep coming true. We're going to keep making this real in one way or another. It's the same thing with the Mandela effect. That has nothing to do with the Bible, and we're still affecting our reality from things that we once believed and things we forgot about. And then it creates a glitch. That's also where you get your deja vu from, where it seems like you living on repeat.
Hmm.
You keep thinking either the same thing, and that's been happening rapidly. I don't know if that's happening for y'all, but it happens to me every day
Hmm.
now. At first,
Hmm.
it used to be
Hmm.
like once a week, once a month. Now, every day, it seems like it's the same thing and repeat over and over and over and over. Like, wait, that already happened. Wait, you already said that. You say
Hmm.
something at the same time, something on a movie says it. The commercial is repeating what you just said 2 seconds ago. Like, it's going to keep on happening, and it's a glitch in the system. The Simpsons, people think that the Simpsons knew the future. We're watching it and we're making it happen. The same thing with the Bible. And they're like, oh, it's a prophecy. You're making these things happen. And then
That's
the
the
fear,
reason why. Go ahead.
yeah, I was just saying the fear is the one way that it can make you not get what you want. If you create fear, then you never get where you're going. You just stay put. Fear keeps you still.
Like the
So you
only
don't get to
fear that I
create.
have is the only fear that I have. Like I'm not scared what's in the house. I'm just creeped out. But the only fear that I have is that I don't get this right. I'll be destroyed or something like that. That's the only fear I have.
That's a pretty big fear, though, Kent. You know what I'm saying? Like that's pretty massive, and that's a pretty heavy weight to carry around, and not think you're gonna start hearing or seeing things. You know what I'm saying? Like not getting it right is a pressure that you shouldn't even put on yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you think about it, I'm starting to realize that it may be some things that's not in my control. Like, the whole time you might think you're in control, but the whole time, everything that you experience may already have been written, have already been predestined. You know what I'm saying? So the fear of getting it wrong is kind of useless. There
Yeah,
is
because
no right or wrong.
because it's already been
It
predetermined.
Right. To some extent, like I do believe it. I think people think that they, just like that song by CeeLo Green, you really think you're in control. It's like you think these are your own actions, but these are actions that's already put into motion. Because if we're moving that fast, which we have to be vibrating pretty fast in order to be matter, in order to be a physical thing, right? We got to be moving pretty fast. So there are points in our life that are already there, we just haven't gotten to it yet. You see what I'm saying? So there's really no reason to fear getting it wrong because it's already done. You just got to catch up to it. The you that's sitting on the couch, I know it's a lot to
And you
take
get and look and
in.
look and
What
here's
I'm
a safe way,
saying.
yo, and here's a safe way. Here's a safe way. Don't make everything your enemy. If you started off in the Bible, just leave Revelation alone.
Oh,
Leave every
I don't
le-
believe in the New Testament, so I
yeah,
don't believe
so
in
so
Revelation.
yeah, go to all of the happy book. It don't even matter which part you believe. Just keep it, feed your brain the happy stuff, the successful things where everything was overcome, where there's a winning thing, not the ending and the hellfire and the boom bang and all this doom and gloom.
Yeah, like
You
I don't
don't
even
fill your
feel like
head with
that's
that.
how our ending is going to be. I feel like it's going to be a gradual, like it says that we were the head at one time and then we went to the tail. I feel like it's going to be a gradual. We go back to the head and they go down to the tail. I don't feel like it's going to be how Revelation makes it like it's going to be. Because like I read a Bible verse out the Bible, it says that the Most High is going to chastise us with justice, but He'll never destroy us. So I take that to heart. I just, I just, I don't know. Oh my God.
You're not even supposed to know the things that people have been trying to make us figure out. They weren't even meant to figure out. They just, people have started answering questions that probably were never supposed to be answered. So we're sitting here trying to think about what created all of this when we're supposed to be the creation. We're supposed to be. And that's why people with their sick fetishes and all of the other crazy things they doing in the world, they're just using this as a playground because the good people are sitting there trying to do right by something that ain't even real. While they're just doing whatever they want to do in life.
Like
We're just
I only
supposed
leave
to
my
be.
house once a week. I only leave my house once a week. I don't even go outside. I just sit in the house all day.
And why is that? Like just because you don't want to go out?
I just don't feel like I need to be out.
You still
I
need
don't
that
know why.
sun
I
though.
mean, I've
You
always been a
still,
homebody. As I got older, I turned into a homebody, but now I don't work.
if you do
Um,
that, if you see, the issue is when you're staying confined too long, you got to turn things. You got to turn. You're gonna have to hit the breaker. If you only go out once a week, you have
I have
to,
to go to the
for a
store.
couple of days, you got to turn the breaker off in your house. That electricity needs to go off. Those devices and phones and TVs and all that got to go off. And you just got to let
Oh,
all of that, because you
Yeah,
can't
you
be
gotta
yeah,
open
influenced by
the
those
window.
frequencies that much.
yeah. I'm
Pretty
addicted to
pretty
TikTok too.
Pretty Divine said, and you don't open up windows, sis. You gotta go outside and get some fresh air. Like you gotta get out and clear, you know, some of that.
Yeah, she told me
Like
that one psychic girl told me that. She said I need to sit outside and meditate outside
mhm.
and be part of nature and put my feet in the
and
ground.
Yeah, you got to
and
stick your
don't
feet in the ground.
and
Yes.
don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Like I feel like you might be overthinking, and
Yeah,
you have nothing to worry about because I've had conversations with you. You speak for right, you know what I mean? Like I don't feel like you're a bad person or whatever. So it's like, and like you said, you don't feel like you got nothing to worry about anyway, you know what I mean? So you just clear yourself out. Like you gotta get you some fresh air. And like Mo said, like Pretty said, connect with nature, and I think
Open the
you'll
window.
probably be,
huh?
yes.
What do you say?
I said,
You
open
said
those windows.
One more
Yeah.
time.
Open those
Open the
windows.
windows.
Open the windows. Okay,
when is your birthday, Kenya? What is your sign?
I'm a Libra.
A Libra. Okay, so an air sign. I think it's good for each sign to kind of try to connect to their element. So yours is air, and you not connecting with your element. Sis, on no level. Like you
Bong,
need to connect with some
bing bong.
air.
I got the fan blowing.
No, sis, you need natural
But it's
air.
recirculating. You blowing CO2 in your back up, and you got to get the fresh air into the house. Even if you just got to put the fan in the window and let the reverse side face the outside, and it blows the fresh air in the house. But either way, you still gonna need the sun. You still got to
Okay.
get a beam of that. You got to get a beam of that sunlight, and don't even
Let's
worry
get
about
the
it,
root
man.
chakra together. I don't know anything about chakras because I thought that we weren't supposed to do that.
Don't even listen. I people have been telling me my crown was lit and my third eye was open before I even knew about it. So that's proof you can do it. If it's there, it's there. But I'm telling you, you don't need too much. I can tell you right now, I'm gonna be flat out with you. You consume too much information.
I do.
You consume way too much information. That's it. You get
That's,
some of it, it gotta go. You gotta let some of that go.
yeah, that's what that girl said. She said that the Most High said that I'm too smart and I need to dumb down a little bit.
Nah, she said that was
I wouldn't say dumb. I wouldn't say dumb down. I wouldn't say don't don't run laps around yourself, man, because it's about self. Once you know yourself, even if you have a mistake that you think you made in your life, you know for when. That's what I tell everybody. Because some people tell me like, man, I don't think like I'm scared to even align myself with the creator or anything because I feel like I may be judged or something like that. I tell them this: when you were born, do you think you were born coming out your mom's womb saying that you're gonna make the mistakes you made like you planned it? We most of the time, especially black people, we're affected by our environment. You did not plan that out. When you were young, you had goals on living in peace and happiness and you never thought about hunger the way people think about hunger when they're adults. You never thought about war and violence. We always thought that people just fought for good. We didn't know people were fighting for evil and trying to steal and rape and we didn't know nothing about that. We learned that later. So that was never anybody's plan and we got to start back from that standpoint. Like I came into this world and this world influenced me and I had to survive in this world. And you got to go back to that 0 point and then find yourself again. You didn't, we failed to get the chance to, or we were prevented from having that chance to find out who we were. We don't even name ourselves. Some of us get named and people keep calling us this name as we're growing up. Like this girl I used to know, Cassandra, like her name had a bad vibe to it. Like, and she didn't even know that until like my mom told her what her name meant. And then she was like, so they've been calling me that this whole time, and I didn't even know what that name meant. And it was something that wasn't really good. And she was just called that over and over and over. Someone's calling you this. It's so, like, think about somebody names their child Hitler and they're walking around calling them Hitler, 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 Hitler. That vibe kind of rubs off on you. Like, my name means wisdom and most worthy of praise. That's what my name
What?
meant.
I
But
wonder
I
what my
ran.
name means.
Yeah, you got to check that. And if it's not something that you want to be called and you want that, if you don't want that to be invoked, start telling people to call you something else immediately because they're constantly invoking something every time they're yelling that out.
and you know what else, Kenya? You know that the woman is a divinity, and you are around a lot of people that make you feel crazy for thinking that. Like
Yeah,
you're
yeah, they
you're
make me.
you're
Yeah, they make
trying to.
me like I. Yeah, they do. They make me
Uh-huh.
feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They try to tell me
Uh-huh.
that basically women don't mean anything. We're beneath and all that stuff. When I know that it's not the truth.
Yes.
Hey,
And
hey, hold
that's
on. You,
what you hold.
hey, Suit, you want to let bro in here? He want to say something.
I don't care.
I ain't trying. I ain't
He
trying
too
to.
talking stick.
I jump out. I jump out. But yeah, I want to say that before I go though. I can see it because I think I was confused like that for a while because I knew that there was no balance in a lot of stuff that a lot of people around me believed in, and whenever I said something about it, they wanted me to shut up or, stop thinking crazy, or made me out to be like I was crazy. And at one little speck in time, I actually bought it. And it took me into like a little bit of a depression. Like, I know I'm greater than what the people around me are allowing me to be in their life. You know what I mean? So I had to decide to cut that off and be by myself with it, but be sure in it. Like, I couldn't be, second guessing it. So when I stopped second guessing it, that's when I felt lighter. You know what I mean? Because I had finally accepted something. So being in a place where you're unsure, you're gonna be like that. You're gonna be, stuck in the house and, trying to figure things out. That's why you addicted to TikTok, because you're trying to make sense of what and you're looking for confirmation. So,
So my name is
just
a female name, Hebrew origin, means animal horn. Or in Japanese, it means wise, intelligent child.
Yeah, so you good, man.
Hey man, morning to y'all.
What's up, boss?
Cooling. So, first of all, I'm gonna say that, man, y'all been speaking a lot of facts. Mofactz, I appreciate you. Kenya, I appreciate you for being honest, because this conversation like really do need to be had. But one thing I'm gonna say is, we can't try to figure everything out. We just can't, because we're only humans or whatnot. And yes, we do know. Yes, we are kings. Yes, we do have the most strongest energy, found that we know about in the universe. But we can't try to figure it all out on our own. And if you feel like something is attacking you inside of your house, they will correct. You've let some things into your life, and those things are there. And just trying to figure out the mind of God, trying to read the Bible or the Quran or anything. All right, I believe in God. I'm not a Christian though. I even believe in Jesus or whatever name they want to call this guy, because the thing that I believe in is that there was somebody on this planet who loved us so much to the point they felt like what they were doing was right. So whether he was the son of God or not, that energy, just that power of love, that's what I believe in. And so that's how I try to live my life. Another thing, when they say that Jesus spoke to multitudes of crowds, a crowd is already a multitude. It's already, so if he spoke to multitudes of crowds, I mean, he on foot or whatnot over there in the Middle East, how in the world did that happen? That's why I believe that Muhammad and Gandhi and all of these people who were just preaching.
Gandhi was a racist, bro.
I mean, I'm not gonna start calling out names, but I'll say that I believe that there were more people that he took the image of or took the body of or whatever, and he spoke to these people. So I don't think it's right to try to pick some certain religion, Christian, Islam, or whatever. It's all the same. Whether you believe in religion or not, it's your heart or whatnot. And if you feel like things are attacking you inside your home, Kenya, straight up, just pray over it. There's all this, other stuff or whatever. That stuff, that's worldly knowledge. And worldly knowledge is cool when we live in the world, but we're dealing with things that are not of this world. So you can't use worldly knowledge against it.
And then that's exactly where you got whatever you're saying from the world. What I'm
What?
saying is what is really not of the world is that thing that we feel in ourselves. That's what's really not here. That's what we're attaching ourselves to. If you keep on giving out this idea that there is some person that was more special than you and it was connected to God, but you're detached from God, it's going to disconnect you, and it opens up the doorway for them to manipulate it. They
I
can
don't.
manipulate these things and make you call upon stuff. Like you said, I follow Jesus or Yeshu or whatever his name was. You know why you have to say that? Why you say whatever or whatever it is or whatever, it could have been Gandhi or whatever, because you can't put your finger on it. So who are you talking to? Who are you devoting yourself to? That becomes a problem. And if this thing really loves us, whatever it is, it's already with us. Anything
I
outside,
get that, bro. But there's things attacking her inside her house, bro.
bro, I've been there. I'm not even gonna go into all of my stories, bro. I've been there, and it's nothing. I'm telling you right now, it doesn't even exist. It's not there. It's
But if
bull. It's not there. It's fake because it won't do anything. It never does anything. I've seen it happen to my brother. I've seen him run around my room going crazy. It's trying to get me. It's not doing nothing. It's not going to do nothing. It's lying. It's scared, and it's attacking you because you're vulnerable. It don't mess with me. It has never messed with me because I don't play like that, and I'm ready to slay a demon. They not real. They don't exist. They exist through you. They exist through you.
They have to be real if you're going to slay it, bro. If you can see it. I mean,
I'm saying that's what I had in my mind, but I could never get them because they're not there. They're not there. They only mess with my brother because he was vulnerable. They mess with my mom because she was vulnerable. You can see their heart beating through their chest. They're not they're not there. They only mess with my brother because he was vulnerable. They mess with my mom because she was vulnerable. You can see their heart beating through their chest. They're not I'm telling you, they cannot they know who to mess with. They know who to mess with. It's something in your thought process, and it's just negative. It's not really a physical or even a spiritual being. You have to think about it first. How scared can a mentally retarded person be? Think about it. You could be in the same room with them. A demon could be in a room. We can just accept, I can entertain it. A demon exists. Lucifer exists. Fallen angels exist. Now put us all in a room. Me and you agree that we see it. Kenya agrees she sees it. But this mentally retarded person in a wheelchair, what do they see? They just sitting there drooling, man. It has no effect because their mind can't think of it. We got to snap back to reality, bro. We got to snap back to reality. The real demons are the people I was on a block with. Those are demons. Yo, I need to pull up on. Those are real demons.
Who bit me then?
Are human.
You trying to say I bit myself?
Listen, I'm gonna have to go out to lunch on that. No, but I listen. I'm not gonna say I haven't seen the bite marks and the scratches before, but I haven't seen anything do it. I haven't seen anything do it.
But see, the same thing.
I haven't had no bite marks though.
The same thing that you're accusing me of just going off of something that I've seen or not seen or whatnot, bro. That's the same thing you're doing because you haven't seen it. I mean, but you haven't seen a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying, you're saying that you never seen demons attack people. You've never seen that stuff. I mean, but just because you haven't seen it, does that mean that it doesn't happen? Does it mean that it doesn't exist? Because
it means that they scared of me. At the least, I can say they scared of me. So at the least I can say they scared of me because I still stopped them, even though I couldn't see them. They ain't messing with my brother no more.
But that's what I'm not understanding. You're saying that it's not real, but then you're saying that they're scared of you, and they're saying
because I'm trying to entertain what you're saying. I'm entertaining what you're telling me. I'm trying to be considerate. I already told you it ain't real to me. But since you keep saying it, I have to entertain what you're saying.
You're saying it's not real, but you're saying you saw them running around and they were messing with your brother.
My brother was running around from something that wasn't there. My brother is real. Okay. He was running around from something that wasn't there. And I just fake beat it up. It wasn't there though. There was nothing there. And I said, I got it for you, bro. I got it. He gone. He ain't here no more. So the demon got scared because I said I beat it up. I didn't even touch it. My brother just trusted me. And he went to sleep.
We already had the demon and the angel discussion hours ago.
Okay. I'm late. My bad, y'all. But I'm gonna leave with this. And Mofactz, bro, I appreciate you just for having a healthy conversation with me, bro. I don't feel like I know everything. I don't get on here trying to like educate people or anything because I know that knowledge is only of the world. So I appreciate you for having this conversation with me. But can you straight up pray to Psalm 91 over your house, man? Protect your household. I mean, everything that they said were all good ideas, and I'm not down to anybody's idea. But if I can add to it, pray Psalms over your household. Whatever's there, God will evict it straight up.
Yeah, I read Psalms 91 a lot.
You're right. That's why I'm not saying. That's why I'm not going to insult her and make it seem like she didn't do it because people do that to me. They go, bro, why didn't you just read the Bible? I'm like, what makes you think I never read the Bible before? They tell me that all the time. That's why I didn't tell her. I said read positive things from the Bible instead of telling her.
Make sure you open your windows.
This is like Psalms 91, Psalms 50 something. Yeah, I was told to read 3 Bible verses out of Psalms.
Yeah, pray it over your house.
And bro, I grew up in a religious household. I'm talking about no TV, no worldly music, nothing. No foods unless it was in the Bible and they told us to eat it, none of that. And we had that. And the demons, The demons is still in the house. How they still in the house and we holy? We don't even have TVs, bro. Some kids don't even know it. They say, y'all don't have TVs in y'all. They used to come over my house. I'm like, how come you don't have a TV? Because we're not allowed to have TVs in the house. We have Bibles. That's what we have in the house. And they were still fighting demons. How did that even happen? And we don't have none of that in the house.
I heard
Who
that the
was fighting
demons attack
demons?
more when you become more spiritual and come with the Most High.
That's what my family thought they was fighting. They thought they was fighting demons, and none of it was nothing there, man. It was their own fears. I watched them, man. We took more losses in the streets with the food, the diet. The doctors was telling, hey, you're gonna die if you keep eating this food. Like that's when we took the threats. The demons in the house didn't do nothing. It was the stuff in the refrigerator. They were scared of ghosts and the doctor telling you to stop eating this sugar, stop drinking this alcohol, stop smoking cigarettes. That's where the problem was in my family. It wasn't none of the things they were battling. All my family had different religions and different superstitions. But when it came down to it, their problems were their health and things that they were consuming in their ears, the music that was leading the kids astray, the foods they eating. That's what happened. It wasn't those demons are not doing nothing. I can't even deny. I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't exist. But what I'm saying is, even if I consider it, they must be scared because they won't actually, like, what do they actually do other than something that scares you? It scares you, and then you get stuck in the fear, and then you just stay there, and it don't do nothing else. Like pull up and do something. It won't do anything else. And I used to look forward to it because I was labeled like well, we joke about this all the time. That's what my mother labeled me, like a demon slayer. And maybe this is the demon slaying. Maybe they are scared of me. I can consider it. But that's the only thing I can give you is that maybe they scared of me because I'm saying something because I never touched them. I've lied to my brother and sister, my cousins and friends that I got rid of it because I knew they believed it. So I used their belief to play into the battlefield with them because they wouldn't believe me if I just said it's not there. Well, I got rid of it. I put this oil on your wall, and you should be good now. It's gone. It's gone. My stepson had it. He said this dude used to grab him out of his sleep and drag him across the wall and do all types of stuff. When I arrived, he's gone. Where is this dude at? That's messing with you in your sleep. Where's he at? He's gone. It don't exist no more.
And he don't show up when multiple people are in your house.
By yourself. Every single time. My brother, he's by himself. And I got to come in there. What's going on? Hey, he's after me. My son is in his room by himself. He's by himself. And it happens. And then I go in there and there's nothing in there. You don't see, he was over there. He's not there no more. We all had it where we go look under the bed for your brother or sister. Where is it? It went under the bed. It's always the monsters under the bed. It's always the demons in the closet. It's always when it's dark.
Or the midgets in the cabinet, because I used to check my cabinet.
Roach.
I tell you what, blessings to y'all, man. Like straight up, appreciate the insight, man.
No problem, bro. You good. I'm just not trying to promote fear, bro.
I'm not scared. I'm just creeped out. I'm not scared. I don't have a fear. I'm just creeped out. That's it.
That sounds like it.
Yeah.
Creep. If you
because if I was scared, I wouldn't be living here. So I'm creeped out.
Because part of you still knows that it's like you know you good though. You got to follow that part. You know you good.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm not scared because I like you said, they haven't. I mean, besides something bit me, but other than that, it was nothing like possessed me or anything like that. Then I'll be,
It can't. Yeah. And then now they flooding us with this stuff now. They're gonna flood you. I mean, if you scroll through TikTok, I can even scroll a couple times before here they come, and I'm gonna show you. And they even play the music in the background. We living in like this fast-paced world of information, and somebody in less than 10 seconds after you scroll to the next video, they already have the music in the background. They have the whole thing. They have they playing the whole, like you can feel it. You know what I'm saying? You can feel it, like they're creating the vibe of this horror, of this scary moment that's gonna happen. Like, and then you like, yo, and it be making sense. But then you gotta snap back to reality, man. You gotta snap back.
Camp Crystal Lake.
Yeah, I'm gonna video myself sleeping and just see.
Watch they run. Now all of a sudden, when you put the camera on, they're gonna run.
They're not gonna do nothing's
They
gonna
gonna
happen.
run. We can't do this. Look, the demon's so smart. We ain't gonna do this on camera because then we gonna get caught. Like they, come on, man. It's too slick, man. It's way too
Like
slick.
we've all heard things that go bump in the night in our house, but if it's constantly happening, then you got to start thinking, well, what could this be? You got to start looking for the explanation. I'm not one of them people that's gonna be like, oh well, it's a ghost or a spirit or some type of entity. I wouldn't do that. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna look.
Yeah, I get up and look.
9
I
times
do
out of
look.
10, it's Junior messing with shit around the house.
And I
Y'all
got
don't want to know
dogs.
what happened to me last Christmas Eve, but we'll save that for another time.
Nah, we can hear it right now.
No, it was crazy. I felt crazy about it. I was like on the Nextdoor app asking people to help me because I thought something was in my house. I thought it was an animal. My girls came downstairs and it was nothing. And I had the Nextdoor app like rolling because people were like, it was crazy. And I felt foolish. But it's like I hear these footsteps by the bathroom door. And it's not like like I'm scared. I'm just chilling and then all of a sudden I like every time I close the door I hear something. But I'll be the only one here or my daughter be upstairs asleep. So I don't know. I'm not scared of it. So if there's something in here, I'm not scared of you. You just need to pay rent.
Mm-hmm.
When I was growing up, our TV would automatically change channels. It would never fail. It only did it at night.
Oh my God, I had that too. I had
Mm-hmm.
2 TVs do me like that.
And
Yeah,
so I was like, we didn't know what it was. And my sisters and them thought it was a ghost. They thought we was haunted. They swore up and down that the kitchen window had a ghost by it. It was all types of stuff, man.
But no, I had one time that I was living in this house and that man creeped me out too. And it was like by the lake, like my backyard went to the lake. And this man, he reminded me of the preacher from Poltergeist. And he used to just come by and like say stupid stuff like, oh, here's some yeast to put in your toilet and crazy stuff. And like one night I heard scratching in my attic, but it was like in the same spot.
It's a raccoon.
Another night, like my TV started like flipping through the guide, and then it went to the ID channel, and the name of the show was "You Found Us," and it fucking, I moved out after that.
oh man, come on now. Yo, man, I'm not even gonna. You gonna make me say some stuff I don't even need to say, man. I'm telling you, I done seen it. I done seen things that I'm telling. It's like once you get to a certain point in your mind, things start lining up. But it's gonna line up off of what you paying attention to. You can go into things that made you happy when you were younger, and all of that's gonna line up. Like you can, it lines up. Like I still get triggered if I hear a song from when I was in a really bad point in my childhood, and I hear that song, and it brings it all back. And then everything around me starts lining up. People with the same names come around. People start calling me from that time in my life. Because you get stuck in that mode. You can actually shift your mindset and then shift the things that you pay attention to in your reality. But you ever notice when you like get a new car and you start seeing all of those cars after you get the car,
Yeah.
you get that car and everybody got the car. It's because
Yeah.
that's how it works. You can actually control that by just shifting what you focusing your attention on. And I do that with my feed. I do it with all my social media. I remove myself out of those things. Like I don't follow or pay attention to things that I don't want going into my head. Like I don't even listen to music because I don't trust the next line that you're gonna say. The next line that you say might not be something I want to go in my head. Even if I relate to it, it may not be something that I want to think about. It may be something I've already forgave somebody for and I already let it go, and you bringing it back up in a way that you want to feel about it. and I'm listening to it, and then it may be part of the hook. I may have to keep listening to it on repeat, and the next thing you know, I'm in that mindset. I'm thinking that way again. So we gotta really be careful what we consume. And this TikTok shit is like hyperdrive with consuming information. You could learn about the whole timeline of somebody's history off of one person's page just by flicking up. And they just feel, really passionate about telling the history of their people. And you're like, man, I didn't even know that about Mexican history. And you learn all of that quick. People did not learn information that fast.
Nope.
So it could work the same way with negative things. The same way,
Yeah,
man.
I don't watch TV. I only watch TikTok and stuff about the Bible.
Same here. Same here. I was done with TV when I thought that I was like, yeah, I could watch TV now because I'm not like in my mom's household. And then I was like, man, I'm glad I didn't get to watch it. This shit is stupid. It was
See,
nothing
Yeah,
but commercials
I gotta
anyway.
watch basketball, man. That's
and
my
I,
Achilles heel. You
and
give
I
me a
play my
good basketball
PS5,
game.
and that's it.
Why you gotta brag? That ain't even fair. That ain't even
All
fair.
y'all doing better than me. I don't get to do nothing but TikTok and highway. I'm so tired of highway.
Oh, I would be tired of highway too. I can't go anywhere because it takes too long. And it could be to the store down the street. It takes too long.
Mm.
She is always on the road. Every time we see her, she on the road.
If you're
I am
ever in
on the
Texas, come see
road.
me. If you're ever in Texas,
Definitely, definitely. Yeah, they move me from place to place. Like I'll be in Chicago for probably about 6 weeks, and then they'll move me somewhere else. So hopefully it's Texas, because
if you come
Texas
to
is
Dallas,
one.
Dallas.
Okay, when
Huh?
when you in Texas, you ain't gotta go out of Texas. Like you ain't
But
gotta go to
you gotta
nowhere
watch
else.
how you drive there because they don't know how to drive.
That is true.
I don't know.
Where
I
in
stay in the house,
Texas?
so.
Oh, you
Yep,
saying in Texas?
in Texas.
Oh,
They
I don't
can
know.
if it's white mist, they can't drive.
That's crazy. See,
Oh,
that's where I'm about to move. That's
Are
Don't
you?
exactly
do
what.
it,
Yep.
bro.
That's exactly where I'm
Where?
moving. In
Houston,
Texas.
Austin, Dallas?
We still looking. We ain't picked the exact spot yet.
I was gonna move to
But
Texas.
I'm trying to get near. I want to get where there's land at. I want to be able to,
It's
go
land
get.
everywhere in
You probably want
Texas.
to go to like East
But
Texas
like
has a lot of land.
untouched though. I wanted to be like untouched where I could still get like mushrooms and other plants and stuff that's just growing there freely without being,
Um,
yeah, messed up by the industrialization. So that's what I'm trying to get
yeah,
to that type of
years
spot.
ago I was gonna move to Texas. We was in San Antonio on vacation, and I couldn't deal with their traffic. I was like, I cannot do this.
well, how many of us did you see in San Antonio? Because whenever I was in San Antonio, it's like it's not a lot of us, and they
Don't
don't
say
speak a
Mexican.
lot of English.
When I was
I'm
in
not
San
lying.
Antonio, I saw a lot of interracial relationships.
But in what?
I was at the hub, the zoo. When we went out to eat, that's all I saw was a lot of. But they real nice though, like they real friendly.
You talking about us and other people, or like
Yes,
what you mean? Like
yeah,
okay,
white,
when I was
Mexican,
there,
Asian.
hmm I didn't see hardly none of us, and that's why
What
I was
what
like,
what time of the year did you go?
when was it? I mean, it was their locals though, so I mean, it probably could have been any time of the year on that side of San Antonio,
You probably
and
went
maybe it
Cinco
was
de
where I
Mayo.
was.
Oh,
Okay,
Cinco de Mayo.
maybe I don't
When
know.
I
I don't
when
think
I
it
go to
was though.
Texas, I go to
It
Dallas
made.
Fort Worth, and all I see is us.
Yeah, yeah, I'm in DFW.
Oh yeah, Dallas, Houston.
But he'll probably
Uh,
want to go to East
You
Texas,
know,
like Tyler. You'll probably want to go to Tyler and stuff like that, or even like South Texas by Mexico. But they got a lot of land down there that's untouched. If you go to the
don't
west,
go
that's
to
mostly
Lubbock.
desert. Starts to turn to
Stay
desert.
away from Lubbock.
From what?
from Lubbock, Texas. Do not move there.
Love it. See, you making me want to go there just because you
No,
That's
said it.
Tornado
don't,
Alley.
bro. Don't go there. My homeboy, his name is Octavius Davis, and he grew up there. And his friends was killing each other over a pair of shoes.
Mm.
He said they all like that.
So what about Colleen? That's more like the army
Military.
base or
Yeah, that's
military?
military.
Yeah.
Their houses are cheap down there and they're big. But that's too close. That's kind of by Waco, Texas, where the Branch Davidian was.
Mm.
Oh wow, because I've been thinking
I,
about Texas too.
I mean, I like Texas, I guess.
It's nice.
I want to go to Colorado.
I was there, Colorado, all right. But I think like from when I was there, people was telling me like, you lucky you moved here after they legalized the weed and everything, because everybody all happy because they smoking. So
I want to live there when they're
they was
happy.
like, if you was here before, it wouldn't have been that happy. They was like, you came at the right time because everybody is just like, forget it. Like, hey, how you doing? Hey, everybody just in his own. But it was
Well,
it was
it's
beautiful.
crazy. It's crazy you say that because Washington had the highest rate of suicides because of how gloomy it was. So maybe the
Mhm.
places that's real gloomy like that, that's where they legalize weed first to counteract some of that
Gloominess.
suicide rate. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I'm from Detroit, though, so that's depressing.
Oh wow. How long you been in Dallas then?
Too long. A lot of years. Like, my dad's from Jamaica, so I was thinking about going there, but I just can't live on an island. Too much water around it.
Girl, you tripping.
You said your dad.
I would love
Yeah, my
Jamaica.
dad's Jamaican. He lives in Ocho Rios.
Yeah, my dad ain't Jamaican, but that's where he's trying to retire at in the next six years. He said, "Yeah, I'm going to Jamaica." He already looking at his spot out there. That's see, you see what I'm saying? You
Their
see,
money's
so
not worth anything.
you
Their
see
money
how
is not
this,
worth
you
anything in
see how
Jamaica.
all this lining up happens. It's just because this is what you paying attention to. This is something else in your life that you pay attention to, and then this is also a lineup at the same time. And you just got some other stuff lining up over there in the little gloomy doom area, and that stuff lines up by itself, and you just got to realign it. Like you could just realign that shit. It's not even gonna be. I'm telling you, they just gonna stop popping up on you. And it's like the more you think of it, like I could wake up with a scratch and a bite mark, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not even gonna think. I'm like, man, what in the world was I doing earlier? That's crazy.
No, I don't bite myself.
And I'm a
Especially
no,
not like I don't even think I could bite like that.
but I just wouldn't think like in my head. I wouldn't think that something bit me. I just don't know how I would get that. I
That's the
wouldn't
first
think.
thing I go to. If I see any bruise on me, yep, something bit me. It was a spider.
No, no, no. I mean, yeah, it would be something from reality though. It wouldn't be something like what was your what? Here's the. I'm gonna use what she says as the example because I don't want to just make it up. What did you think bit you?
A demon,
See, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't think a demon bit me because I don't even have. What is a demon? What is that?
a bad, evil spirit.
And they have teeth.
Um,
You see what I'm saying? Like there's a
I don't
lot.
know.
There's a lot. You see why it doesn't even work? You can't even fully manifest it because you ain't done with it yet. You got to keep building it. You got to keep building it. You say, does it have teeth? I don't know.
You
Do it
gotta
have teeth?
put
Well, it
teeth
already.
on it.
See, you already accepted. You accepted it bit you before you even accepted it had teeth.
True.
It's almost like that when the cartoons would show you like a devil sitting on your left shoulder and an angel sitting on your right shoulder. It's almost like that concept, like angels and demons live inside of us. And demons are dark parts of ourselves that we need to let go of at any time. And a demon could be something that used to be an angel. but then now that you're trying to shed it, it's fighting to stay, and it turned negative. You know what I mean? But you're trying to let it go. So that's a possibility. I just be rambling, but I just think that all of us have demons and angels, and
I don't
sometimes the
have any
demons.
demons. I don't have any demons.
Well, I think I do. I think I deal with demons when I'm going through something negative, or not something like, how can
Like
I put
cussing people
this?
out, is that a demon?
No, not if they need it, then that was an
Oh
angel.
yeah, okay, yeah. I don't have no
No.
demons.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's I think mine kicks in what I would call I just call it the dark side at this point. Like I just think it's the dark side of me
Right.
when somebody get to a point where they think they crazy and I already know I can go way further than where you gonna go, and I just leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? And I think that when I was younger, I would snap off a little faster than I would right now. And I call that my
Yeah,
dark side. But I hear it sometimes. I'm like, okay, this person think I'm playing. And I got to catch myself like, they don't think you playing. They don't even know you. And I just let them go. I just leave it alone. That person think they crazy. They going through something in their life. Goodbye. Because I'm trying to go back to my family. I don't know what you up to, but I know what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna just leave you alone because if you was gonna do anything, just like I treat this demonic stuff. If there's crazy people in life that think they actually like be sitting there getting rowdy and all loud and all this stuff, and it's like, all right, man, that's good. Have a great day. I'm sorry you going through whatever you going through, but you don't want this type of problem because I'm only thinking about going home. You probably just mad at the world right now, and you ain't even gonna do nothing but just sit there and run your mouth. And that's exactly what they do. They just keep on talking. We know, we see it with the school shooters. They do what they gonna do. They don't be passing notes tomorrow. You guys better get ready. Like they don't do all that talking. They just go do it, and it's a surprise. So it's like when we see that, we feed into it too much. I feel like that, you know, too much of the negativity adds up, and then that's where you get that chaotic situation from.
Yeah, but bang bang, you're dead.
Mm.
I'm getting
and
my
and
fresh
to
air for
me
the day.
it's like working out some of those things that you don't like about yourself. Like that's the dark stuff that you got to work through, and it's a lot of people that don't be wanting to face those things. So you know what I mean, like they keep them around until they have to let it
Yeah,
go, or until it gets so big. You know what I mean? It starts to, instead of taking it and dealing with it, because nobody is perfect, as far as just with themselves. Even like it's some things about yourself that okay, I can't say you, it's some things about myself that I want to work on, or change, and I know it's for the better. And when I'm avoiding those things, then that's when they turn dark. And now I'm may lash out because it's something going on internally, or I'm faced with myself, somebody doing something that I don't like. That's one thing. I know I'm talking in circles. That's one thing that I done came to understand, is that everybody you come into contact with is a reflection of you. So when I see something in somebody that I don't like, I don't attack their character. I go inward and attack mine, because I just know that that's the Most High giving me an opportunity to be on the outside, on the inside looking out. That's basically all it is. Is you're able to get a reflection of yourself. Even in relationships, I'd be like, okay, when I feel neglected or unheard, I have to go back into my life and find out who I'm doing that to and fix it. Because I know that I'm only being faced with that because it's something going on inside of me, if that make any sense.
Y'all ever
hmm
you ever felt like you was ugly before?
Yes.
And suiting, you ever been with a female who's like, I already know I'm ugly, so and they just try to convince you,
No,
like
I never had that problem.
yo, this no, I mean like a female thought she didn't look good.
No, all the
You
chicks
never
I ever been with was hot.
No, I'm saying, did
Don't
she
let
ever
don't let
think it?
don't let your fat face fool you. I used to be sexy when I was
No,
young.
no,
He's
no,
saying
no.
all the women he
He
ever
missing
been
what I'm
with.
saying.
He's
He missing.
saying all the women he ever been with knew they was fine.
Oh,
Yes,
you saying they already knew? Yeah. See,
they were like, yes,
no,
I'm sexy.
no. And this ain't even. No, not. You've been with them. I'm saying they're sitting there. They may be telling you about the problem they had with. They just a friend. They could be online.
All
They
the
just saying.
all
They
the
just
female
talking.
friends that I ever had, when they complain about themselves, they're complaining about a dude that they're with and they don't want to be with him. And they're asking me for advice. And like a dumbass, I gave it to them. And you know what they ended up doing? Still being with the dude that they didn't want to be with.
Okay, yeah. So you on a different part of the spectrum. But I see. I came across, and then it still happens to this day. Like, and it's not even a personal relationship thing because I used to think like, oh, they just trying to make me feel sorry for them. But it's just a common thing that females go through, and they not even what they believe they are. You don't even see yourself no more. You're just seeing what somebody else is saying about it. And I'm trying to tie this into how we think that certain things like these demons and all this stuff is real. Someone can make you think because you was talking to the mailman too long that you cheating on them. I already know you messing with the mailman. Like they just make up anything, but they're trying to break the person down because they know they ain't shit. They know they ain't shit, so they keep trying to make you feel like you ain't shit. And that's the same type of vibe that I get whenever I hear about this demon's bothering me. This thing is coming at me. It's something that is tied to uh going against what you already are. It's the opposite. They say opposites attract. And that's why you look at people, you look at couples, sometimes you're like, how in the world did that person end up with that person? Like you just letting this dude slap you around. And some men go through it too. We ain't gonna take them out. Men get slapped around. Like, yo, you letting this girl slap you around like that? What is going on?
Because
But
they know you're
the
not going to hit
opposites
them
attract
back.
because you ain't gonna do nothing. They're not gonna slap somebody that's gonna hit them back. The people that do that, they
Mhm.
just end up at a funeral quick. They brothers pull up. Do you know that some people would size you up? They will size your whole family up. They would know they can listen to your story, and that's why people got to be careful when they moving into stuff. Because somebody could size you up and know, well, yeah, I know you got three brothers, but this story that you just told me shows that your brothers ain't even gonna do nothing because the story would have been told to me in a different way. So I already know your three brothers are not going to do anything because they would have did something with this story that you telling me about. You see, so they can see, they know what
Facts.
they could get away with, and they know they can break you down. And I've seen that happen so many times in different situations. It's like
You
this
know
is
what
all over the place.
has happened to me? Like I said, I got a lot of sisters. I got like 5 of them, right? So females know that I have these sisters, and they don't want to. They want to talk to me, but they don't want to talk to me because my sisters. And so my older sister said the reason that is because if they do something to me, that they know that all my sisters is pulling up. So that's why they don't want to talk to me.
Mm. Wow. Now I
Mm,
do know I recently saw something where it was like when you in a relationship or you get out of a relationship, get in a new relationship, you are not supposed to talk about all the stuff you went through in the previous relationship because that person is then going to know your limits. Like how far they can push you and or even try to push you as far as the other person did that you told them that you went through so much with to
right.
see to test your love for them because it's like well you stayed around and dealt with all that with him so you need to deal with it for me to prove to me that you know what I'm saying you care about me so
Mm.
it's not never a good idea like Mofactz said to express all the stuff you've been through because you know just simply it didn't work out that's it and leave it right there.
Yeah, and I leave
I'm
everything right where it
nosy
was
though.
at. Yeah,
I want to
yeah,
know everything.
yo, I leave it. I just leave it right where it's at because see, I don't want to be fooled. So I just be like, whenever it come up, like, who's that person? What was they doing? And it, I'd be like, nah, especially with my kid's mother. I already know how different kids' mothers act towards each other. So I just go, nah, I'll take all the blame. Yeah, it was me, man. I just was running the streets, acting stupid. Yup, man. Yup. I wasn't even worried about it. I don't even talk about all of that because I don't even want you to take the opportunity to do nothing. And then after I see that you solid, then I'll tell you. I'll let it all out because I see who you are. I'm not going to let you
Yeah, yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to let you be all you could be without knowing what you in competition with, and then I tell you afterwards and leave it at that. Because I want to see who a person is without any type of influence of any type of story. Just be who you gonna be. Well, if I could do this because that person did worse. Nah.
Absolutely. But it's a lot of them that do that. And I guess this is the question that I got for the men that's up in here, because I believe that's all that's here.
What?
I don't think there's no women left in
You
here.
think
Is it
so?
any women? Raise your hand right now so I can do a head count. One, we got Kenya up in here. Who else is up in here?
Uh-oh.
All right, we got Jewel up in here. We got Good Energy up in here. All right. I think y'all might be able to appreciate this question, right? Why is it that,
Okay.
and Pretty still up in here. Why is it that it seems like a woman can see your potential when you ain't got no money? Some women can see your potential and you ain't got a dime in your pocket. But it's hard for men to see a potential in a woman to be glamorous or be attractive, more attractive. Because like I said, I'm not ugly, but I'm not glamorous. You know what I mean? So why is it that, and this is true for a lot of women, I believe, or a lot of men. Why
Nah,
is
you
it?
lying. You kind of look kind of glamorous. That's all you heard. You probably ain't
I
seen.
do
I look
not
at people.
I saw
know.
I saw you
I look
online.
at people on the
I
inside.
saw
Who?
you.
Me?
I saw you.
Glamorous Mo?
I
Mo,
saw you.
no.
I was like, why in the world didn't she turn that camera on a long time ago? You heard them. They was in there telling
Glamorous.
you.
They was trying to make me feel better. Because like I said, I went and being
Nah.
Paul, and I was just like, oh my God, I was trying to just be the eye. I was just trying to be the all-seeing eye, and I done pumped up on this screen and like, hell nah. Pew.
Well, I'm about to get off.
But,
My demon says it's time for me to go to bed so he can bite me. So I'm about to get
oh
off.
Lord. No, leave the camera on. We gonna watch you sleep. We gonna catch him in action.
That's gonna make it
Leave the
worse.
camera on. We
So
gonna
Because we
catch it
can't.
in action.
thank
If
y'all.
you did do
All
that,
right now.
we wouldn't
Love
have
you,
no way of telling you
Kenya.
what happened.
Love you too.
All
Oh my!
right, girl. Get you some fresh air tomorrow.
I
Promise
did.
us
I went
all
outside,
your.
then I remembered there was a bobcat in the neighborhood, so I came back in.
Oh Lord. Oh goodness. Take a
That's the real
drive.
deal. That's the
You
All
know,
real
right,
deal.
get.
bye. No
Yeah,
drive.
love
All
you
right.
too. All right.
All
I'm
right,
about to go
peace.
stalk Paul. I'm gonna see if Paul's on.
Yes.
All right, bye.
Is
All
Paul?
right.
No, I think he. Oh, is he out? He left here.
Yeah, he might be on. I don't know, or I'll text him or something. I don't know. All right, bye.
Okay. All
Peace.
right.
Thank y'all.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I love Kenya. I love Kenya.
Yeah,
But
she was Hebrew Israelite in the hell out of me like a month ago, but yeah.
see, man, the awakening is now, my brother. Like it is time. It is time. Somebody said, was it Mon on Monday? He was talking about the solstice this year was in Leo and Aquarius, which meant the new earth, because you know they oppose each other, right? Like Leo and Aquarius are opposite signs.
Hmm.
So he was saying that because the solstice was in Leo and Aquarius. And remember in the Bible, it was talking about how, I think I might have went over this with you before, when the disciples was asking when would they know the Christ had returned, he said, "Follow the man holding the pitcher of water, and the house that he enters is where you'll find me." So we in the age of Aquarius right now, which is opposite Leo, which is the sun and all that stuff. What y'all think about that?
Yeah, that's on point because they were trying to say when they analyzed these texts from way back when they was just dealing with the Pentateuch, the first 5 books, Pentateuch, and in 5 books, it was a astrological extensive poem of astronomy. That's what it was before. It wasn't even considered the laws of Moses.
Nope.
It wasn't even considered that. They were saying it was a astrological poem. And after they started learning that people deal with things better when it's humanized, that's when they start feeding it more stuff from our reality. But it was always something about the cosmos. It was never about an actual human being. It was never about
Mm-hmm.
that.
Right,
The
right.
closest it could get to you was talking about something internal. It was never talking about anything in the physical. That's why it never makes sense. That's why they got a what they call it, discernment, the Holy Spirit. You got to use the interpretation because you got to look at it a different way. It doesn't make sense when you make it too real. You got to go into your imagination and then you can start connecting dots and using metaphors and stuff. He even said he spoke in parables. So it wasn't
Mm.
something that they could just flat out tell you. He would point at the fig tree, look at the fig tree, and then go off into this whole story that you gotta decipher. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't nothing that was supposed to be taken literally. We just take the person that they saying said it literally instead of the writer is writing telling you that someone said it so that you can make it more real to yourself.
But, and you're right, and I believe that. But if as above, so below, there has to be manifestations of that on Earth. Like, seriously, because every star is a human being, right? Like, we are stars, right? And the sun is inside of us. So, as above, so below. So, there has to be a physical manifestation of it because thoughts become things. And even if it's not according to the Bible, even if it's just because every religion is centered around the sun, you see what I'm saying, and the stars, a
Hmm.
physical manifestation of that would occur with that
Yeah,
alignment.
Yeah.
at some point that would have to happen, right? But I just don't think that it. I don't think it actually did. I don't think it did. And if it did, I gotta give it to black people.
Off the top,
You know what I'm saying? If it did, I
I
gotta
don't think
say
none of the
it hit the
participants are
blacks.
white.
Because it would be a hell of a coincidence that we just can bask in the sun. You know what I'm saying? It had to come through us.
Absolutely.
We got to get it first. That's why. That's another reason why I don't feel that guilt trip. I can't relate to them on that guilt trip. I feel like that there's other races feeling guilty and stuff for the stuff they've been doing for the last couple centuries, or shoot, the last couple millennia, because it was foul what they was doing. And
As they should.
we got stuff that we was doing in our history, but we've been out of control for a long time. We weren't in control. We weren't in rulership for a very long time. So what in the world am I feeling guilty about? These aren't the
Right.
decisions we made. We trying to fix a little small problems and they won't let it, they preventing us from fixing that. So why am I going to feel guilty if I've seen multiple leaders in my community try to fix problems and then get killed like Jesus for trying to fix it? What am I
Mm-hmm.
feeling guilty for? That don't make sense. So it got to come through us first. If anything, that's done. I'm taking a raise first. We got to be the first Christ. We can't let somebody else take that. And that's why I think that uncomfortable feeling is when you finally get wind that someone probably made that up. You're more offended, like, and then you had the nerve to make it my slave master's child. Like, what in the world was that about? How
Yeah.
you gonna be my savior and you're the person that took me captive? Like, how does that doesn't even make sense.
Exactly. And I'm trying to figure out why it took so long for us to figure that out. Like our parents, or my parents, their parents. Like, why did it take so long to figure that out? Unless the environment wasn't as horrific as they make it out to be. Because I just can't see how. And I'm not saying, I'm not taking nothing away from the conditions, because we know that the conditions were horrible, but there's nothing different now than it was then. The only difference is it's more modern now. That's the only difference. Like, we still can't go in certain places without the mask, and nigga, what you doing here? You know what I'm saying? we
Yo,
still getting killed and kidnapped and hung and
yeah,
raped and
you just got to go to the right towns, because I didn't even think that existed until I pulled up. I ran out of gas at the right place at the wrong time, and walked into the wrong store, and it was just like, we don't serve you here. And I wasn't even paying attention. They gave me all of the signs, and I didn't even catch it. I was like, what? Like, that, it's still there. It's still
It's
there,
a
man.
sundown
I was
town.
at I was in Myrtle Beach. I was in Myrtle Beach and went. I was
wow,
at
in
like
South
one of.
Carolina.
Yep, I was at one of the them hotels that's right on the beach. It was one of the biggest ones. Like, I was at the 16th floor or something like that. Like, I was all the way at the top, and I was going off, on my little, on my own little shit, doing what I was doing, wandering around the neighborhood trying to meet people over there. And I wasn't even supposed to do that. I just knew my mom was at a meeting or something like that, and I wandered off. And I know I needed to be back at a certain time, but I was hanging out, and I stayed a little too long. But I was like, I could still make it back if I run real quick and then just cut through them houses. And I cut through them houses and ran right into this old lady with a shotgun. Get off my yard, dropping an N bomb left and right, teeth falling out of the mouth and everything. Like, I said, yo, what in the world is going on? And I froze up a little bit, because I was like, it just blew my mind that I was like living in one of those movies that I watched at my grandmother's house. That's what blew my mind. Like, this ain't even real, but it was real. Like, this don't happen no more. Yes, it does happen. Like, this is a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And then it made me rethink all of the jokes I used to hear. Because they sound like innocent jokes. We make Asian jokes, Mexican jokes, but black people are just literally being funny. And then it made me rethink that. Like, white people was really probably serious about them jokes they was kicking. Because I wasn't talking about nothing racist. It was just funny, talking about burritos or tacos, or having
Watermelon,
chinky eyes. Yeah, watermelon, fried chicken. It's like,
grape
yo, you
soda.
you serious about that joke?
Right.
Because this
Dead
still
ass.
real.
So again, like, nothing is different. Everything is the same. We still live in neighborhoods that, the water is bad, or, you know, they don't use city funds, tax money to keep the upkeep of our neighborhoods that we predominantly occupy. What is the difference? The slave quarters still look the same. It's just more modern now. That's it.
Hmm.
So
And
why
there
did I
ain't
say
much they
all
gotta
that?
do.
I lost my train.
Oh, my bad. That's
Uh,
probably my fault. Cause
no,
I've been
no,
going
because
off
you,
into my own little historical record.
Lord, but it'd be useful. Probably more
Yeah.
useful
But we
than what
was
I was
talking
gonna
about
say. But
how
you know what I'm
like
saying,
like it should come through us. If as above, so below, it should manifest through us. And then that's where we
right?
drifted off.
That's what I was gonna say. Yes, thank you for jogging me. But I feel like we done been through this so many times. That's how they was even able to write the stories about it. Like, I feel like this place that we are in right now is old. I feel like it is old. I feel like, again, think about a clock. And I done said this before. You know how the long hand go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that it is just a constant loop. It's a constant loop. And this place that we in right now is the reason why the past, present, and future exist simultaneously.
Oh, I
Somebody
thought you
said
was
you look
laughing
like
at
Pop.
her. You look like,
I did too for a second. I was like, what?
yeah,
What? But
yeah.
no, think about, okay, if the long hand is on the one, right? We're there now. We've been there before, and we'll be there again, just like the hands of a clock. You see what I'm saying? And that's how we're in the past, present, and future all at the same time. So I feel like we go through this cycle like we done been here before. Everybody we connecting to, this moment has already happened before. Like I just feel like that. Like I feel like that's how they're able to, and the reason why writings and stuff is left behind to prepare you for what's coming. So I feel like we're in a place where Egypt ain't even happened yet, but we're in a place where Egypt already happened, and we're in a place where Egypt will happen again.
That's what I'm saying. Like
That's that
we
time continuum. Yeah.
we're looking for our own land. You see what I'm saying? And we can't get the land by ourselves. We're gonna need help. But no one wants to help us get the land because they know when we get our own space, everything that has been built to harm us will crumble once we get our own stuff. They have laws written down saying that they cannot help us. They don't even want us helping us. They don't want us to unite with our people across the world because they know when we do that, when we do start to unite, it's going to crumble their economy. This is law. So
Yeah, and
there,
I think we still kind of got a soft spot too. I think we have a little soft spot
you can
that we
see it.
kind of don't want to. We don't even want to see that happen to them. I think we already know, man. I think we be making it. We talk like this sleep and woke thing, but I think that we already know. I think everybody knows that, and we just don't even want to see that. That's gonna be ugly for them. That's gonna
Yeah.
be ugly for them. And I think people literally feel sorry. I don't think that they get up to a point where they like, millionaires, billionaires and stuff, and then they be like, yeah, now I'm just about to go drop this all on my people. Because I think somebody already would have did something a little slight. But I think they thought about it already, like, yo, this is gonna be over for them. And then you expect it. You like, yo, they gonna kill me. Like they gonna do it. Like they cannot let you do it because people say it all the time. They be like, "Yo, Jay-Z got a billion, Beyonce got a billion, Kanye got a billion." And they not even thinking from that standpoint. If they make that move, it's over, and then they're gone, and they gotta just die, no, just believing that you're gonna take it to the next level, knowing damn well they know you about to just go get a whole bunch of coke. They could set up something for you. Who's to say that you actually gonna keep it moving? Who's to say that you ain't gonna fold under pressure if they did set it up for you? And that's stuff I got to think about, like, cause I be hearing people's arguments with it, and I'm like, but damn, what if they actually did it? How many people would go do what they know they need to do, or how many people would try to become the rapper, the actor, the president? The first person to fly into space, like the first black person to be the head of NASA. Like I think that they already peeped that it may be me dying for nothing. Like I'm gonna sit here and go out for no damn reason. I could find a better way, a different way. Like there's certain things I want to say up here, I just don't even say it because I know it's a waste. And I'm gonna say I already know. Like my kids are gonna look at me like, why would you even say that, knowing damn well they don't care? They'll be like, man, that was entertaining. That guy Mofactz was good. But anyway, I gotta go to work. Like they not even worried about that. They ain't about to go up and go crazy. Like, did you see they got Mofactz? Hell no. Like ain't nobody gonna do nothing. So it's like,
You
why would
know
I?
what they're gonna
Oh
do?
no, we
They're gonna
riding, Mo.
they're gonna march and protest.
Yeah, I'm talking about the big number. I know I got a few. You know what I'm saying? I know I got a few that's going. that's gonna drop a tear, but the other ones, the tears gonna run up in their face. Like they ain't. It's gonna do the opposite. The tears
I'm
Mo,
down
gonna
for
run.
fuck that. Fuck that, Mo. I got my misspelled sign ready. I'm just joking. You ain't going nowhere. Ain't none of us going nowhere because I do feel like this place that we in right now is what built Egypt because it's the only thing that makes sense. How are we less? Well, how are we less advanced now than Egypt was? So again, this is old. This is before Egypt. This place that we in right now is before Egypt. Egypt ain't happened yet. You see what I'm saying? Like it has, but once they crumble and fall, it's like the technology we haven't even gotten back to that yet. And what has to happen is we do that. We create Egypt. But the only way for us to create Egypt is to vibrate higher or be more
but you
spiritually
can't
in
you can only
tune.
do that in the golden age though. We still in the bronze age.
Yeah,
We're
rolling rock.
we're transitioning into the silver age, and then I think we go into the gold age.
So you see what I'm saying?
I think it's every 25,000 years we switch.
So you see what I'm saying? I feel like they have kept us in this place longer than like they're trying to keep us in this reality because they can't survive
Yeah, cause something is
in the new
pulling.
Egypt.
Like something is pulling. Like you can feel the pull. Like it's something pulling, and we can see it because we can sit here and talk about it. So how is it like? How many people around the world? Like you shouldn't have to be like a billionaire to like. All right, look, check this out. I'm about to show you how something is seriously wrong. Something is wrong, bro. And just watch this. We talk about affirmation, right? And speaking things into existence and watching what you put into your ear and I still stand by that every day. But then every now and again something hits me. I'm like, yo, Elon Musk could just go. He don't have to go one day, he don't have to wake up every day and put on his refrigerator and look at it when he's getting his breakfast that I'm gonna fly my what was it a cruiser, his cruiser into space. He just did it. It wasn't because he had faith of a mustard seed. It was because he had money.
Mm-hmm.
So how far does affirmation go when you think about it? If someone could just do, they're not manifesting. It's kind of like you still thinking like a slave with the affirmation because this person can do it with money and you sitting there trying to believe it. You trying to confirm it to yourself and this person did it and they probably didn't even use affirmation at all. They just got something passed down to them from slavery currency, from slavery funds passed on from family to family to family to family from what they accumulated from the mess that they made. And this person is sitting there using it to manifest things. And we talk about manifestation and we got to dig into this deep higher power to bring it into reality. You see, so there's something to that. There's something, it's kind of like we are behind and we just ain't catch up
Mhm.
to ourselves yet. You know what I'm saying? Ugh,
I
it's
know.
kind of, I can kind of see it. I can
I
see it.
follow what you're saying. I'm. It sounds like you follow what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like they can't even use the technology that they can't even survive in a place where
Why
that
is
kind of
this dude
technology.
trying to talk trash in the chat?
Oh,
Talking about
This
young
young gad.
gads.
We claiming all Africa, bro. We claiming it all. We was in the land before anybody else was in the land.
I ain't ready for that
And you
Eagle
don't know
Coast.
who built the pyramids. Because the people that's in the land today weren't the original people of that land that built anything. They was in the desert.
He's a ghost.
Hey, we claim the
The dude
world.
is
I
a
know
ghost.
that's right.
You
I
show
know
me a
that's
time where
right.
African people weren't ruling all of Africa. the Arabs weren't ruling nothing in Africa. There was
I
a
bet you.
Mesopotamia.
I bet you he won't go look at that king's list from before 1150 BC. Go look at the king's list before the Greeks took over, and then tell me how black that looked. Yeah, I don't have booties like that, buddy. You don't have
They don't have
dreadlocks
hair
like that.
like that. The pharaohs were wearing locks.
Somebody
Them
said
hips don't
who?
lie.
Who said that all day? Does anyone know who built it? Yeah, I know who built the pyramids. My great grandchildren and my
I never said North
great
Africans were
grandparents.
are genetically Arabs. I said they didn't even come from the land.
What you say, Roy?
Somebody said who built the pyramids. I said my great grandchildren and my great grandparents. Because they done been built before and they will be built again. I
Hey,
promise you that's the
I'm
way
gonna
they
take them
go.
to a whole nother level, bro. They're already considering. Scholars right now are considering that y'all didn't even build Greece. You didn't even build Rome. You was living there. After they're already putting that back further on the timeline.
The ancient Egyptians are in the Sudan right now to this day. And they will confirm that.
They didn't even know they was over there. But they dumbass.
All they did was flooded the temples in Sudan. So you won't make the connection between them and the Egyptians. You don't know what you're talking about.
I bet you he won't show somebody before 1100 BC that's white.
Show me
Right.
in mass numbers where you got Arabs wearing locks, where you got Arabs getting braids, men and women. Show me this. Show me where they're wearing the same hairstyles on the metal netter like we wear. You can't show me any other culture that's wearing it like we wear en masse. No other civilization is doing that. Mesopotamia is not older than Egypt. Egypt is older than Mesopotamia by like 12 to 1500 years or 1,000 years. And if you want to go to Egypt, I can take Egypt off the table and go into the Sudan because the Sudanese people are older than the Egyptians. So what are you trying to say?
What's more advanced? What do you mean advanced? It's so advanced you don't even have nothing to say whether it's advanced or not. You just stand there in awe. It's just awe, what in the world? Like that's it, mind blown. And you know what really blew their mind when they went over there? That a black person did. That was what blew their mind. Dang, they black too. What? That's what blew their mind over there looking for pieces of arts and stupid stuff, looking for dumb
That's what
stuff
I'm
because
saying. Like,
your
he's
forefathers
sitting
didn't
there
tell you
trying to
that they
say
was
that
full of
these
shit.
people ain't black when Herodotus, Alexander, and Napoleon all said they were black.
Who gonna go over there? Why would you go over there and shoot off your own ancestors' noses? Like that's a
And why would you?
the nose is something to disrespect a black person. We know that. That happened all the way over here in America. You shooting off the nose because you trying to disrespect the African. That's a
And
well-known fact.
this is an even better question. Why are you letting foreigners come over and dig up your ancestors and take them to their country and put them in museums? Why are you not fighting, beating them up, or starting war with them for digging up your
Because
ancestors if those was your
they know
ancestors?
that that's not them.
That's why they do
The
it.
people,
That's
the
why they
people
love it.
in the land that are over there, they were giving away artifacts. Oh yeah, you can take this to Rome. Go ahead and take it. We don't need it. You can take this to New York. We don't want it.
So even if they had
You
guns,
can
why
take
aren't you
this to
making a fuss
Italy. We
about
don't
it?
want that.
Why are you being quiet about it? Why aren't you protesting it or something, peacefully protesting them not digging up your ancestors and eating them
Because
in
they
some
know
cases.
that's not them. They know that's what when they first were digging up the Egyptians. The Egyptologists were eating these people. They was having mummy soup.
Look, man, listen. If they could have stayed there, they would have stayed there. That sun was kicking their ass. They couldn't stay there. They were there for a second. They painted a couple of faces white, and then their skin was breaking out. It was shit bulging out their forehead. They couldn't deal with that. They had to leave. Had to get out of there. They was falling over sick.
Carcinoma, was it?
Yeah, that's
They
exactly
couldn't
what it
deal with that.
was.
And still can't deal with it, man. It's something you listen, you ain't gotta accept it. Believe what you want. You're gonna find out the hard way. I ain't about to sit here and school you. Like,
This is the sad truth
you're
is
gonna find out
when
the
they
hard way.
talk about, oh well, we got the leading archaeologists of the Egyptologists over here doing the excavations. You have one white person and the rest of them are Arabs. Everybody's just doing the digging as Arabs. Then they go get the white European boss when they find an artifact. They ain't doing shit. They under the tent with a fan and some juice.
Under the tent, getting fanned.
I've seen
Getting
it.
fanned.
I've seen it. I have seen it.
But you ain't say nothing about that. Them digging up disturbing your dead ancestors that were so great.
He know that wasn't them in the land. He know it wasn't them in the land.
Who was it? Khufu? Caffrey?
Oh, it was us in the land. They know this. And when
Hotep,
I
who
say
was it?
us, I don't
Utmost?
mean it was
Who was
like
it?
me. It
I'm
was
trying
my
to figure
great
out
grandparents. That's
who
not
they
what we
gonna
mean.
claim. Who you gonna claim they too? It was some of them was too black. It's some you could play with, but it's after they, getting invaded. Like, you go too far back in that Kings list, ain't nothing to play with. There's no way in the world you're gonna
Dozier.
ever say that was a
Dozier
black
was
person.
probably one of the darkest Egyptian rulers.
You say that wasn't a black person, you clearly just trying to deceive somebody. Clearly.
Yeah, I got about 2 more minutes and I'm gonna jump off and eat my food and go to sleep. This dude tripping, man.
It's
I don't know
crazy,
where he
man.
get this stuff from. It's like they just come on here and say stuff. Oh, you guys believe in the Egyptian gods? What does that have to do? You came on here and start talking about the Egyptians. So you want us to start talking about the Egyptians because you are trying to get us to believe that we believe in the Egyptian gods. None of us said that. You
I
just
still
hopped
want
in
to
here.
know. Yeah, I still gotta know why even today they not protesting that. Why even today they not over there trying to get their ancestors out of them museums and stuff. If them was their people, and they were great, and they did
Because they
great
know
things.
they know they not. Now he's saying
Exactly.
God destroyed the Egypt. How did God destroy the Egyptians when the true Egyptians is in the Sudan right now? They are the Sudanese. Not only are they the Sudanese, but they are the Dogon also. So the Egyptians have never been destroyed. You're just making up stuff.
Well, if it was about money, then you do a real. Your ancestors are frowning up at you
Oh, there you
to
go.
allow.
Look at the
There
scripture.
it
There you
is.
go. There
There
you
it
go.
is.
Good
Well,
night,
you
sir.
And
get
he
some
talking about
rest.
people.
Yeah.
Good night. There
Night,
we
night.
lights out. What said he say? Lights out. Lights out.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Susan.
so,
The
yeah,
one,
thanks for
the
staying
one
up, man,
true
with the night
God,
up.
Allah, destroyed the Egyptians. Well, if that's the case, then Allah's people took their prayer formations from the Egyptians and made it their own. So y'all killed them and stole their stuff. Y'all stole all their information.
That's what they
Because
did.
the true Islamic people went through a certain time where they were illiterate. They had no information. What's it called? Jahil or Jalil? They had no information. They were illiterate people. And y'all went in the kingdom and y'all stole all the information. Getting on your knees, praying to God, y'all stole that. Y'all stole the kufi, you stole it.
We the only ones feel disrespected. How you don't feel disrespected?
That shit ain't nobody mad about it.
Right.
The
They just got who else would do
Islamic
that to
people
anybody?
even dress like the Egyptians. Just take the turban off your head. And what are you wearing? You're wearing the same garments that they wore over there in Egypt. Why? Because you're in the land and it's too hot to be wearing the stuff y'all were wearing before y'all came in there when y'all was still in Mesopotamia. Stop playing with me, bro.
Go over there and just stand outside. Just stand outside. Don't hide under no huts and no umbrellas and nothing. Don't pay nobody to thing you. Just stand outside. Just stand out there.
That's
And
it.
see what the hell happened. And see how long you would have been there. You wouldn't been sitting there building blocks and politicking with nobody, walking with your kids down an aisle. You can't even stay out there, man.
They weren't doing none of that.
Bullshit. You can't even live out there.
Yeah, they can't even visit for long.
The son already on his ass. He's lying. He's just screaming at you. You're lying. You don't belong. You know how we walk into these stores? You don't belong here. The sun is already on your ass. As soon as you get over there where it's too hot at it, you don't belong here. It's cooking you. It don't need no signs or nothing. You just getting raised, beaten down on your head, and you start covering up shit. I got to cover my head. Ain't enough water
Right.
to help you out. It ain't even enough water.
They know.
But yeah, Suit, man,
You
thanks for
don't
staying
you
up here
don't
this long, man. Don't even let them fuck with you like that, bro.
he don't because
He's
he's telling me
bullshit.
the original Arabs was a mixture of black people and the people from Mesopotamia.
Bro, where are you from? Where you even from? Where'd you come from, bro? Where'd you even come from? Where you from? Where'd you come from? Where'd your people even come from? They can't even say it. Where'd you come from? Where are you from? Where you even from? We still trying to figure that out. Where you even from? It's people walking around dancing with fires and collecting bones and got necklaces and got all their traditions from thousands of years ago. Where did you come from? What are you talking about Muhammad for? Where did you come from? You just got a religion. You recently just got a religion. We already had this thousands of years ago. Where'd you come from? You brand new. You can tell you just got here because you just the Asians just made up dragons. We got a dragon and the yin yang. Like this is all new. Where did that come from though? You weren't even here. While you were developing some type of high science, we already had it. You just popped up. That's
He
the
just
mystery.
saying stuff in the chat, man. That's all. Because Hebrew keep asking him stuff and he not even answering it.
We know you ain't Arab. You ain't from Arabia because you go too far back. The Arabians is black. You're not there. There's nothing there. This is
That's
made
what I'm
up.
saying.
That's why y'all needed to fix that timeline like that. Because if you go too far back, it's all black. You got to start the timeline where you somehow arrived.
Yeah, that's in Mesopotamia.
Where did you come from?
The original Greeks weren't even white. And now they're starting to think that the original Romans weren't even white.
Yep.
The original nothing was white.
None of
Let's
that.
just be clear. Everything that was original was
Right?
melanin rich
He
first.
he a Europeanized descendant of a black man.
Absolutely.
But I'm about to
Absolutely.
get off here,
Yeah, man.
y'all.
Close
I
off,
get
man.
out
I'll do
y'all
it.
when I wake up.
All right,
All
man.
right. Sleep well.
All
Rest well. All right.
Definitely.
right.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
All right, Roy.